The shrill ringing of an alarm clock shattered the silence of a dim, cramped room as a young man, with messy hair, jolted up from his bed. The young man was named Zhang, 25 years old, 1.75 meters tall, just another ordinary wage earner among the masses. Damn it, I never should have bought this cursed thing, he grumbled, slapping a hand down on the alarm clock, while continuing to complain under his breath. Of course complaints were just complaints, he still had to get up. Everything was for the sake of survival. If he were not afraid of being late for work, he would never have bought this damned alarm clock. After washing up in haste, Zhang Yin picked up his phone to check the time, 3:10 am. Not bad. He still had 20 minutes, enough for him to rush to the factory. Leaving his rented room, he stepped onto the wide, empty street. Not a single pedestrian was in sight, and even the late-night snack stalls had long since packed up and disappeared. Under the dim streetlights, the silent road made the already sleep-deprived Zhang Yin seem even more listless. Fortunately, he had long grown used to such a scene. After graduating from high school, an accident shattered his family and forced him onto a different path. A stranger's soul had entered this body, and faced with this almost but not quite familiar world, he chose to escape from it all. He had always been an ordinary person. Our rebirth might appear fortunate, but cattle and horses remain cattle and horses, and a second life did not mean he could overturn his fate. Odd jobs, electronics factories, hauling bricks. In a blink, 7 years had passed. This year he had come to this unfamiliar city, Jiang City, joined a new express logistics company, and begun yet another muddled, directionless year. Still half-drowsy, Zhang Yin suddenly halted mid-step. His brows knitted and his mind cleared significantly. He had been walking this route to work for nearly 3 months now. He could practically find his way to the factory with his eye. Yet now he sensed something was wrong. Judging by the time he had been walking, even if he had not yet reached the factory gate, he should at least be close. Lifting his head to scan his surroundings, Zhang Yin snapped, fully awake, and his face grew increasingly grim. The scene before him was painfully familiar, and it was precisely this familiarity that made it feel so disturbingly eerie. After walking for so long, he found he was still standing on the same street just outside his home. The realization made his heart involuntarily tighten with unease. Am I still not fully awake? He muttered. It was hard to blame him for thinking that the situation was bizarre to the point of defying reason. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Yes, he had been in poor spirits earlier, but not to the extent of hallucinations. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Zhang Yin suddenly turned to look behind him. The long stretch of road that entered his gaze appeared oddly unreal, the distance veiled, so that nothing could be clearly seen. Such a sight might be perfectly normal at night, yet it still made his heart sink halfway into ice. City streets could indeed be long, but they always had an end. Now by the faint lamplight he saw only this endlessly stretching road, as though the entire world had been reduced to this single street. Panic surged. Zhang Yin was truly frightened now. What the hell is this? He cursed under his breath, then forced himself to calm down. His gaze swept warily around him as he slipped a hand into his pocket and pulled out his phone. 3:40 am. He drew in a sharp breath. The time displayed on the screen made him all the more certain of his suspicion. He had truly encountered something uncanny tonight. A full half hour had passed, and he was still here. Yet having confirmed his suspicion, the panic in Zhang Yan's heart began to subside. Alone at night in such circumstances, anyone would feel unsettled, but Zhang Yin had long since grown accustomed to this kind of environment. Once he was completely calm, Zhang Yin slowly began to back away step by step. Faced with this bizarre incident, he felt not the slightest curiosity. He only wished to live an ordinary, peaceful life. Curiosity killed the cat was not just an empty saying. After retreating 2 steps, Zhang Yin turned around and started heading back the way he had come. As he walked, Zhang Yin scanned the ground around him, hoping to find something he could use as a weapon. Reality disappointed him. There wasn't even a loose brick on the road. Helpless, he pulled on his gloves, then took out his keys, clenching them in his fist, so that a sharp tip protruded between his. Whether it had any real lethality or not, at least it gave him a little psychological comfort. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. As the seconds ticked by, Zhang Yan's brows furrowed tightly, and he gradually came to a halt. It was not that he was tired. The scene before him had once again reverted to the spot where he had previously stopped. From this, he understood that continuing to walk was useless. He was trapped in a looping path, what people called being walled in by ghosts. That was the only explanation he could think of. Yet precisely because he identified it, his heart unexpectedly relaxed. If it were something else, he might have truly panicked, but being caught in a ghost wall was in a way the best possible outcome. I knew it, he muttered. This world is just an ordinary world. There can't be that many bizarre phenomena. Letting out a long breath, Zhang Yin simply stayed where he was. He no longer intended to move, planning instead to wait for dawn. Once the sky brightened, everything would end. If he kept moving forward, he had no idea where he might end up. He had no desire to suddenly plunge into some deep pit, a river, or a reeking drainage ditch. Though he felt a measure of relief, he did not dare lower his guard. His eyes roamed ceaselessly over the surroundings. Of course, he was also doing this to divert his attention, otherwise in such utter silence he feared his thoughts would spiral out of control and trigger a wave of terror from within. Calming down did not mean the danger was gone. A second bout of panic would be even more overwhelming. It was only because Zhang Yan had lived alone for so long, his courage tempered over the years, that he had not already gone mad in such a situation. Though he struggled to maintain his calm, inwardly Zhang Yan was in torment. If not for the strangeness of his current predicament, he would have loved to unlock his phone and start a round of King of Glory. Waiting was torment in itself, but before long a strange sound rang out from the distance, instantly seizing all of Zhang Yan's attention. Peering intently, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. In the distance a human figure had appeared, short in stature, dragging something behind, slowly walking in his direction. The sight of another living person filled him with excitement, but he made no move. First of all, they were complete. Second, he was acutely aware of his current predicament. If he really rushed toward the other party, who knew if his footing would suddenly vanish and he would plunge into some unknown place? And third, and most important, on what basis could he be sure that the other party was truly human? The moment this thought surfaced, his heart clenched, and he grew secretly more guarded. As the figure drew closer and closer, his heartbeat began to accelerate. The dim street lay shrouded in silence. Watching the approaching silhouette draw ever nearer, Zhang Yan unconsciously held his breath. He truly feared that whatever was coming toward him would be some inexplicable, terrifying thing. While Zhang Yan's thoughts were running wild, the figure ahead seemed to notice his presence as well. At once Zhang Yan saw that shadowy shape come to a halt. Gulu gulu. Once it stopped, the figure let out a series of strange guttural cries. The bizarre sound pierced his ears, and Zhang Yan's expression changed drastically as nervous tension flooded his body. This opponent is not human. That conclusion surfaced instantly in Zhang Yan's mind. With that realization, he no longer dared make a sound, his gaze locked rigidly on the space ahead. Gulu gulu. A moment later, getting no response, the figure again released a string of guttural cries. After several such calls in succession, still receiving no reply from Zhang Yan, the creature's agitation became evident. Yet as its impatience grew, Zhang Yan's anxiety only mounted further. Sensing that something was seriously wrong, Zhang Yan forced down the impulse to curse and involuntarily tightened his grip with both hands. Clearly the creature's patience was extremely limited. Seeing that no answer was forthcoming, it began to move closer in Zhang Yan's direction. On the darkened street, the distance between them still made it impossible for either side to clearly discern the other's features. But as that distance gradually shrank, they finally saw each other's form in full. He sucked in a sharp breath. This has to be an illusion, all of it. How could something with green skin exist? Green skin, an orc. The figure before him differed little from the beast men he knew from stories, and it was precisely that resemblance which made his heart pound even harder. Human. The orc clearly saw Zhang Yan as well, its eyes brightening. Noticing that Zhang Yan wore no armor and carried no blade at his side, it grew all the more excited. Roar. Without further hesitation, the creature threw back its head with a deafening bellow and charged straight at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan cursed under his breath and tightened his fists. When he saw the creature produce a club from Waknoshir, Zhang Yan felt a powerful urge to turn and flee. Yet the reality of his situation slammed back into his mind. Before he could think further, the orc had already rushed up before him. As it came within arm's reach, Zhang Yan finally saw its appearance clearly. Pointed ears, a flat nose, a wide mouth with protruding fangs, and that uncanny green skin. All of it left Zhang Yan inwardly reeling. Before Zhang Yan could react further, the creature's thick arm swung that massive wooden club down toward him. Facing the orc's attack with no weapon of his own, Zhang Yan didn't dare meet the blow heat in. He hurriedly sprang backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. The club, carrying a fierce gust of wind, skimmed past Zhang Yan and slammed into the concrete, detonating in a thunderous crash. After that single strike, the orc did not immediately attack again, and Zhang Yan quickly retreated further. After stepping back several paces and opening a bit of distance between them, Zhang Yan finally took a proper look at the orc. What he saw left him momentarily stunned and unexpectedly pleased. That previous blow had been formidable, but its side effects were equally great. Whether because the pavement was too hard or the club's quality too poor, the weapon had been jolted and snapped clean in two. With its weapon gone, Zhang Yan felt there was no reason to be cowed now. Gazing at the creature's height, barely 1.5 meters, he couldn't help but let a feral grin spread across his face. Though everything about this still felt unreal, the green-skinned creature was already standing right in front of him. There was no point dwelling on whether it made sense. As for not knowing how to fight, that was a joke. Instincts etched into the bone don't simply vanish. When true danger arrives, you may be dazed for a moment, but soon enough you'll learn how to fight without any teacher at all. And Zhang Yan had been in plenty of brawls. He knew there was nothing to negotiate with the orc before him. He simply needed to strike first without the slightest hesitation or restraint. Go to hell. Zhang Yan roared, bolstering his own momentum, and charged straight forward. The distance between them was less than 5 meters, barely 2 long strides. Zhang Yan's figure seemed to arrive before the orc in an instant. Although the orc was stunned for a heartbeat, it quickly recovered. The moment Zhang Yan rushed in, it had already readied itself for battle. What surprised the orc was that this human empty-handed dared to charge straight at it. In its memory, ordinary humans were exceedingly cowardly. But it hardly mattered. Food delivered to its door would simply be accepted. Gulu gulu. Roar. The orc bellowed, then slammed into Zhang Yan. Pung pung pung. Neither of them displayed any real combat technique. After several heavy collisions, they broke apart, and almost in unspoken agreement retreated a few steps. Its strength is really damn great. As they separated, Zhang Yan clenched his fists, his expression turning. He did possess some fighting skill, simple fast punches that carried decent force. Having worked heavy labor for years, his strength was naturally considerable. Yet even such blows had all been blocked by the orc. No, not entirely blocked. To bolster his courage, earlier Zhang Yan had gripped his keys in his hand. Though they did little to increase his power, they were enough to make the orc suffer a hidden wound. Glancing at the keys now stained with a smear of blood, Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes. As expected, iron had its use. The benefit was small, but it was better than nothing. Of course, he was hardly unscathed himself. One shouldn't imagine that striking someone means you feel no pain. Roar. Before Zhang Yan could think further, a furious howl tore through the air. Though the damage from the keys was not great, it was enough for the orc to feel pain. The stinging in its hands and forearms drove it into a rage. In an instant, the orc launched a ferocious assault on Zhang Yan. With attack and defense reversed, Zhang Yan found himself in a miserable position. A brawl is one thing, true combat is another. His scant experience from street fights was all but useless now. Soon the orc's fists were landing on Zhang Yan's body again and again. As the number of strikes increased, and the pain spread through his limbs, irritation and fury surged in his mind. Oh! Zhang Yan let out a shout, and abruptly withdrew, retreating several steps. His sudden roar startled the orc for a moment, causing its attacks to pause. But the pause lasted only an instant before it charged at him again. Even that brief lull was enough for Zhang Yan to readjust his stance. Facing the orc's renewed charge, Zhang Yan's adrenaline spiked, and he rushed forward to meet it head-on. Facing the oncoming orc once again, Zhang Yan realized that fighting against the opponent was not just a casual brawl, but a battle of life and death. Thus Zhang Yan involuntarily lifted his leg and kicked upward. This resulted in the scene before him where the orc withdrew, its attacking fist clutching its groin, and bent its body down. Do not speak of the orc's brutality or its unwavering will in battle, forgetting pain. When enraged, in critical situations the outcome remains the same. Moreover, the orc before him was not a formidable foe, and its will was even less impressive. As for the talk of martial ethics, when one's life is at stake, who cares about such things? Much was said, but it all happened in an instant. Zhang Yan did not want to miss such a great opportunity, and immediately rushed forward with an uppercut. Facing Zhang Yan's solid uppercut, the orc was directly knocked to the ground. Following that, Zhang Yan pressed down on it, unwilling to give the opponent a chance to turn the tables. Roar, roar, roar. The orc was now dazed by Zhang Yan's attack, unintentionally letting out strange low growls from its mouth. You bastard. After restraining the orc, Zhang Yan threw a punch at its head while cursing. At that moment, looking down at the orc he had pinned, Zhang Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. If it weren't for the opponent's weapon malfunctioning, he would have really lacked the courage to face. Even though the orc was now under his control, Zhang Yan still did not let his guard down. If he were to slip and allow the orc to break free, it would indeed be troublesome. Thus a dead orc was a good orc. To better control the orc, Zhang Yan pressed his legs onto the orc's arms, freeing his own hands. Kekekek, now you're done for. As he smirked, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath him. Looking at the orc, he saw its eyes turn red, its mouth wide open, emitting a deafening roar. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't be anything unusual. After all, even humans turn red when they are furious. But what made him feel different was the orc's strength. The orc's arms were pinned down by him, and his entire body pressed on it. Although his weight of 150 pounds was nothing compared to the orc's strength in this position, the orc couldn't exert any power, making it impossible for it to escape his control. Yet even so, that previous strike nearly allowed the orc to break free. Thankfully, Zhang Yan remained vigilant, or else it would have truly been a hassle. Still want to struggle? Screw you. Oh. Seeing the situation, Zhang Yan's anger flared up again, and his fists began to rain down on the orc's head. Nose, eyes, temples, ears. These were all targets under Zhang Yan's care. Especially the eyes, which he focused on particularly. Feeling the orc beneath him struggling with seemingly no sense of pain, Zhang Yan grew anxious. Thus he decided to first incapacitate the orc's eyes. Let's not forget Zhang Yan still held a key in his hand. Clenching his fist, he merely revealed the sharp tip of the key, inflicting no damage. Thus, under Zhang Yan's special attention, the orc's 2 eyes became 2 bloody holes. Mph, still daring to glare at me. Let's see how you glare without eyes. While Zhang Yan cursed, his hands did not stop moving. Roar! With a sudden roar, Zhang Yan was unexpectedly thrown backward. Zhang Yan, being thrown back, was dazed and couldn't understand why this happened. He had confidence in his strength. It felt like everything was about to end, but he didn't expect the situation to change. As soon as he hit the ground, Zhang Yan did not have time to think about anything else and immediately rolled over to get up. At this time, the orc also stood up, directly lunging towards Zhang Yan. The pain in its eyes drove it into a berserk state. However, since the orc's eyes were blinded, and it was not a martial arts master, it couldn't discern sounds or positions, causing it to misjudge its charge. Seeing this, Zhang Yan naturally would not hold back and directly extended his leg to trip the orc. Indeed, the blind orc was tripped and fell to the ground. Bang! After a muffled sound, Zhang Yan soared into the air, aiming his foot directly at the orc's head as it attempted to get up. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as the orc's head collided with the cement pavement. Subsequently, without hesitation, Zhang Yan retreated. With victory now assured, Zhang Yan did not want to make any mistakes that could put him in danger. After stepping back a few paces, he ran towards a nearby broken stick on the ground. Although the stick was broken, the remaining part was still over a meter long and usable. Upon reaching the stick, Zhang Yan frowned slightly, feeling a bit disdainful. Damn, he thought to himself, how could a weapon be so fragile? It turned out it was not a weapon at all, but rather kindling picked up by the orc. Having figured this out, Zhang Yan still kept it despite his disdain, as it was better to have something than nothing. Before he could think much further, the orc charged at him, drawn by the sound of his movement. However, without its eyes, and having moved farther away this time, the orc miscalculated its charge by nearly 2 meters when it reached Zhang Yan. Before Zhang Yan could strike, it stumbled over the steps by the roadside. Die! Seeing this, Zhang Yan naturally would not hold back, swinging the stick in his hand down upon it. Bang, bang, bang. Smack! With all his strength, 3 strikes landed on the orc's head before he finally— It wasn't that Zhang Yan didn't want to keep attacking, rather the stick in his hand broke again, splitting in 2. Upon noticing this, Zhang Yan grimaced. Roar! The orc let out another furious roar and leaped up. Screw you. The moment the orc leaped, Zhang Yan kicked out. The orc fell to the ground once more. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yan prepared to charge forward again, but at that moment a flurry of sparkling light appeared around the orc, prompting Zhang Yan to halt his advance. What's going on? Observing the scene before him, Zhang Yan furrowed his brows, gripping the half-stick tightly, his expression wary. As a fantasy creature, he genuinely feared that the orc might employ some unknown technique. With that thought, Zhang Yan involuntarily took a few steps back. On the dimly lit street, Zhang Yan wore a serious expression, staring intently at the unmoving figure of the beast man lying on the ground. What is this? The sparkling lights emanating from the beast man floated before him. Such a fantastical and eerie scene was something Zhang Yan had never witnessed before. Though puzzled, Zhang Yan boldly approached, cautiously extending his hand to touch the gathering lights hovering above the beast man's corpse. He had read many novels, and while this situation caused him anxiety, it also hinted at great fortune. If what he suspected was true, then with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Zhang Yan's palm reached out. Indeed, just as Zhang Yan had anticipated, as soon as his fingers made contact with the lights, they instantly surged into his body. As the lights flowed in, Zhang Yan felt a wave of refreshment. Of course, this sensation came quickly and faded just as fast. Once the feeling subsided, Zhang Yan regained his senses. This is truly unbelievable. This really is experience points. Zhang Yan clenched his fists, staring in disbelief at his own hands. The influx of lights did not grant him significant benefits, and as for a sudden increase in strength, that was not the case. However, with the influx of these lights, many of the injuries he had sustained began to heal. Most importantly, Zhang Yan finally understood the specific reason behind this occurrence, which was what astonished him the most. First, there was the background of this beast man. This beast man hailed from a mysterious world referred to by some as the spirit realm, by others as the chaos realm, but most commonly known as the battlefield of 10,000 realms, or the civilization battlefield. The reason this beast man had suddenly appeared before Zhang Yan was that this was a test from the battlefield of 10,000 realms. The conditions for entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms were quite simple, but not all living beings could enter at will. This test was something every being wishing to enter the battlefield of 10,000 realms had to undergo. Upon realizing this, Zhang Yan let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of what this battlefield of 10,000 realms might bring him, he was now certain that he was safe, and no longer had to remain as tense as before. Phew! Zhang Yan exhaled deeply, then slumped down onto the ground. Damn it, it's finally over. As the ordeal concluded, the pain throughout his body surged back. Hiss! Previously, he had been pressed down and beaten by this beast man for some time. He had taken quite a few punches, and without needing to look, he knew his body was surely covered in bruises. Though the lights had alleviated some of his discomfort, there was no way they could heal his injuries completely. Ha ha ha. Despite the continuous pain signals flooding his mind, Zhang Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter after relaxing. It's great to be alive. After the fit of laughter, Zhang Yin slowly calmed down. As he regained his composure, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes, he had survived this time, but what about next time? Now he was aware of the battlefield of 10,000 realms and the situation of this beastman. This beastman was merely the weakest laborer of its kind, recently matured, and having just entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms without any upgrades. It was precisely because of this that this weak beastman had become the assessment object for Zhang Yan's entry into the battlefield of 10,000 realms. If he were to truly enter the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he could only shake his head at the thought. I won't go, and not even if it kills me. Entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms was indeed an opportunity, and seeing this made Zhang Yin very excited. It seemed that unexpected events would indeed occur with his crossing. However, while there was opportunity, he also recognized the inherent dangers. After all, the ability to slay monsters and level up to infinitely enhance oneself was a great opportunity for all living beings. Yet crisis and opportunity coexist. Great opportunities also come with great risks. If a mere weak beastman could do this to him, he truly did not know if he could survive against other beings he might encounter. To survive avoiding danger is not shameful. Moreover, entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms is not solely his responsibility. The task of protecting the world can be entrusted to others. After experiencing this crisis, he valued his own life even more. Although extraordinary power was tempting compared to his own life, it was nothing. Moreover, he was just an ordinary person. Why should he concern himself with so much? Zhang Yin grinned, leaning against the railing by the roadside, then silently muttered, Attribute panel. Name Zhang Yin, LV110100, race human, origin blue star, world life, 4270 energy, 50-50 physique, 7 average human physique, is 5, spirit 5 average human spirit, is 5, talent summon earth, elemental spirit skills. Looking at his simple attribute panel, Zhang Yin nodded in satisfaction. There was nothing much to say about this attribute panel. It merely reflected a rule of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, allowing all beings entering it to clearly understand their own situation. Of course, the forms of attribute panels presented by different individuals varied, reflecting only one's personal realm primarily, depending on the being's own thoughts. However, what surprised Zhang Yin was his talent. As he observed his talent, a wave of information regarding it flooded into his mind. The awakening of talent involves looking at both talent qualifications and the world. Could it be that Blue Star is truly extraordinary? This made Zhang Yan's mind wander. However, Zhang Yan quickly stopped overthinking and began to investigate his talent. Although he wasn't thinking of entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, it didn't mean he wasn't interested in extraordinary power. Summon Earth Elemental Spirit consumes 30 energy to summon a level equivalent Earth Elemental Spirit to the owner for 10 minutes with no cooldown. As level increases, summoning cost rises. After reading the information on his talent, Zhang Yan felt a bit disappointed. He had thought it would be a combat-type talent that would grant him extraordinary power, but it turned out to be of the summoning type. But it didn't matter. He wasn't planning to enter the battlefield of 10,000 realms, and even if it was a summoning type, it still represented extraordinary power. With a thought, he closed the attribute panel as the remaining information was no longer important, and this was not the place for him to study it in detail. As the attribute panel disappeared, Zhang Yan did not wish to linger here any longer. He approached the beastman's corpse, searched around, but found nothing. After cursing miser, under his breath, he headed toward the direction from which the beastman had come. He remembered that when he first saw the beastman, it had been dragging something in its hands. Regardless of what it was now his loot, and he naturally wanted to take a look. Since it was night, and the lighting was dim, when he first saw the beastmen, they were actually not very far apart, only a distance of several dozen meters. Soon Zhang Yan approached the dark shape on the ground, and as he got closer, he finally saw what it was. Is it actually a wolf? Looking at the gray wolf lying on the ground, Zhang Yan felt a twinge of surprise. It seems to be a lone wolf, which is why it became the prey of this beastman. With these thoughts, Zhang Yan shook his head, losing interest in the wolf. He reached out and pressed his hand against the wolf's corpse, intending to store it away first. Since there is an attribute panel, it naturally means there is also backpack space. Otherwise, how would one carry supplies in and out of the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Would one rely solely on their hands? The backpack space wasn't large, but it was sufficient for him at present with 2 cubic units. Suddenly, Zhang Yan was drenched in cold sweat. What does it mean that he couldn't store it in the backpack? It indicates that the opponent was not dead yet. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Zhang Yan's body reacted instinctively, jumping backward. It's no wonder Zhang Yan was so tense. After learning the rules of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he knew clearly that as long as a creature emerged without a fatal injury, and with even a drop of blood left, it could continue to launch attacks. And the lone wolf before him appeared unharmed with no visible fatal wounds. Thus it was perfectly reasonable for him to be on high alert. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Yan jumped back, the lone wolf's head, which had been lying still on the ground, suddenly lifted, snapping at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan felt a wave of fear in his heart. However, he soon smiled. Although the lone wolf was still alive, it was severely injured, having lost most of its ability to move. Otherwise, it would have retaliated against the beastman long ago and been killed, so how could it have survived until now? With this thought, Zhang Yan let out a sigh of relief. Yet being cautious, Zhang Yan still cast a detection spell. The detection spell is a skill that everyone receives upon entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, ensuring they don't stumble blindly. Lone Wolf LV3 severely injured life, 596 energy, 530 constitution, 8 spirit, 3 skill bite. A familiar panel appeared before Zhang Yan, displaying the information of the lone wolf. Upon seeing the attributes of the lone wolf, Zhang Yan was startled. Goodness, its attributes were significantly higher than his. If it weren't for its severe injuries, he would have been forced. Looking at the lone wolf lying on the ground, Zhang Yan couldn't help but think of the beastman from earlier. If this wolf is so strong, how did it get captured by that beastman? Zhang Yan shook his head, afraid to think too much. The more he thought, the more frightened he became. Turning his gaze to the lone wolf, Zhang Yan chuckled. Wasn't this a ready-made source of experience? A severely injured lone wolf, wasn't it up to him how to handle it? With that thought, Zhang Yan stepped forward and kicked at it. Ow! As Zhang Yan approached, the lone wolf's head shot up, suddenly snapping at his foot. However, having already experienced this once, how could he be unprepared? That kick was merely a feint. He withdrew his foot, then kicked out again, landing directly on the lone wolf's head. 2. A red number floated up. Zhang Yan grinned and continued his attack without hesitation. Facing Zhang Yan's assault, the lone wolf had no ability to resist. Not to mention that the lone wolf was already severely injured. Even if it were in healthy condition, a heavy blow to its head would cause it to become dazed, let alone its current state. Thus, under Zhang Yan's heavy hits, the lone wolf fell directly into a dazed state. A series of kicks to the lone wolf's head quickly drained its life force. Seeing the light points begin to float from the lone wolf, Zhang Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. This damn thing has such a tough life. The lone wolf was dead, but Zhang Yan wasn't very happy. He knew that the lone wolf had a full life force of 96 points, and he had only managed to inflict 2 points of damage with one attack. This meant he would need to strike the lone wolf over 40 times to kill it. 40 strikes. Zhang Yan shook his head. He only had 70 life points himself, and he couldn't be sure he could defeat this lone wolf. But wait, something seems off. It's the life value, 96 points, damn. The lone wolf's constitution was 8 points, so logically its life value should be 80 points. How did it reach 96? So could it be that the growth coefficient of life points varies? That was the only explanation. Zhang Yan didn't dwell on it further, reaching out for the light points that had gathered before him, earning 10 experience points, and finally stored the lone wolf's corpse in his backpack. To his surprise, he noticed a glowing tooth lying on the ground. Is my luck this good? It actually dropped something. Picking up the tooth, the light began to dissipate, revealing the full shape of the tooth. Zhang Yan shook his head and stored it away. I should head back. I don't want to stay in this cursed place for even a second. With that, Zhang Yan thought about logging. As the thought of logging off just emerged, he felt the surrounding space twist, and everything began to blur. Finally leaving. The changes around him brought Zhang Yan immense joy. Even if this was a stroke of fortune, he would never return to this cursed place. A single injured lone wolf had already made him extremely cautious, let alone entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms to fight. He didn't even know if he could survive 2 chapters. When his vision became clear again, he found himself in a small room. The room was very small, even smaller than his rented space, and it was quite shabby. No, it should be said that it was completely empty. Faced with this unfamiliar environment, Zhang Yan was not surprised. He already knew what this place was. The Heavenly Path space, also known as a teleportation point established by the will of Blue Star. Without this space as a forward base for entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, Blue Star would be in danger. Although he had never been here, he knew it was safe. Bang! Zhang Yan slammed his body onto the ground, completely relaxing his body and mind. Recollecting everything that had happened before, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huff! It's all fine now, and the Heavenly Path space is still intact. It seems Blue Star won't have a... Although Zhang Yan claimed he would never go to the battlefield of 10,000 realms, if Blue Star really faced a crisis, he wouldn't mind fighting a bit. Lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling of the small room, his heart gradually calmed down, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Oh, what a delightful sleep. In a dimly lit small room, Zhang Yan opened his eyes and then stood up to be honest, he hadn't had a good sleep in a long time, and now he finally felt well rested. After getting up, Zhang Yin glanced around before sitting back down on the ground. He took out his phone to check the time, and discovered it was already afternoon. It seemed he had slept quite a long time. Putting down his phone, he opened the attribute panel to confirm it wasn't a dream, and then began to recall what had happened last night. How strange, I can't believe I encountered such a thing. But really I am quite the fool. As he reminisced about yesterday's events, particularly the battle with the beastmen, there wasn't much to say. Even in memory, he felt quite satisfied with his performance. However, when facing the lone wolf, Zhang Yin started to curse. Against the beastmen he had no choice, but after that it was different. He had opened the attribute panel and acquired his own exclusive talent. He actually charged in to battle the lone wolf, which was rather reckless. Who knew if that lone wolf had any hidden cards? Sigh. Zhang Yin lamented that he should have summoned the earth elemental spirit earlier. Although he didn't know how powerful this so-called earth elemental spirit was, dealing with a wounded lone wolf would definitely not pose any issue. It was mainly due to his unfamiliarity and the fact that he hadn't reacted quickly enough. I wonder what this earth elemental spirit is like. Thinking of this, Zhang Yin became curious and immediately wanted to summon the earth elemental spirit to take a look. Once he had the thought, he quickly began to review the method of summoning the earth elemental spirit. After reading the information in his mind, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Yan's face. Can I say it truly deserves to be called a talent? Talent is not a skill, it's something innate to him, so summoning the earth elemental spirit was as simple. There was no need to draw any formations or guide any energy. As long as he thought about it, an earth elemental spirit would instantly appear before him. Although the name of this talent includes the word summon, it is more appropriate to say that the earth elemental spirit is not summoned, but rather condensed. It makes sense that if it were truly summoning, where would he summon it from? The other world? What a joke. The energy required for cross-dimensional teleportation could easily drain him, and there was no guarantee it could even be summoned. No wonder the description of the talent mentions that the summoned earth elemental spirit would be of the same level as himself. While pondering these things, a round figure had already appeared before him. It really is an earth elemental. Looking at the figure before him, which was a full 2 meters tall, Zhang Yin felt a bit emotional, and then opened the attribute panel of the earth elemental spirit. Earth elemental spirit summon LV1 life, 200200 energy, 50/50 physique, 10 spirit, 5 talent earth power. As a child of the earth you possess its strength. Your life value grows at twice the rate, and when you stand on the ground your life recovery speed is 1 minute. Physique 110. Skills earth shield heavy strike. Damn, it actually has a talent. After reading the earth elemental spirit's attributes, Zhang Yin found himself at a loss for words. The earth elemental spirit he had condensed actually possessed a talent. What kind of operation was this? Moreover, now that he looked at its talent, he felt a twinge of envy. With life growth doubling and that life recovery speed, he truly felt envious. It's important to know that without any auxiliary means, the speed at which one naturally recovers life value is very slow. One could say it's tortoise-based. How long would it take him to recover a bit of life value? 0.7h. Yes, it is as outrageous as that it would take about an hour to recover an amount of life value equal to 1/10 of his physique. In other words, even if he were in a near-death state, after 100 hours, he would fully recover. If he encountered bleeding or poisoning, it would take even longer. Thus Zhang Yin felt a surge of envy. Envy that drove him mad. If he had this talent, he might really be able to venture into that legendary battlefield of 10,000 realms. A long health bar and an outrageous life recovery speed truly provided him with a sense of security. However, fortunately this talent was on his summon. The summon was essentially his. Thinking of this, Zhang Yin felt much better. After reviewing the earth elemental spirit's attributes, he carefully walked around it to observe. The earth elemental spirit was humanoid, plump and round, and with its 2-meter height, it resembled a wall towering over the earth, and the shield it held level with its height gave a strong sense of security. After circling around it a couple of times, Zhang Yin felt quite satisfied, even entertained the thought of rushing into the battlefield of 10,000 realms right now. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he abruptly shook his head. When faced with so-called opportunities, some people might recklessly fight just to satisfy their desires. Wealth, power, or even immortality. How enticing they are. Zhang Yin was also tempted, but he quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The dangers of the battlefield of 10,000 realms were far beyond his imagination. If he wasn't careful, he could perish the moment he entered. The battlefield of 10,000 realms is not a place for tourism. Once you're there, your life is no longer your own. Rubbing his face, Zhang Yin stored the earth elemental spirit and then opened the door to step outside. Although a lot of information about the Dao space had appeared in his mind earlier, who knows if there were any changes to the Dao space now. He was genuinely curious about this. He couldn't go to the battlefield of 10,000 realms, but he wouldn't mind exploring this Dao space. Stepping out of the door, Zhang Yin looked at the scene before him and was momentarily stunned. In his imagination, the Dao space was a transit station, a frontline base. It should be a massive fortress, or at least a colossal city, but what was this empty expanse? No, it's not that there was nothing. There was his small room and a giant tower, and then there was nothing more. Is this the Dao space? Looking at the scene before him, a series of question marks flooded Zhang Yan's mind. No, it can't be. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at the scene before him. He truly did not expect things to turn out this way. I can't imagine what could have happened to make this place look like this now. Zhang Yan shook his head, refusing to believe that this was how it used to be. Since things have come to this, there was no point in lingering, so Zhang Yan moved towards the giant tower, hoping to discover something different within. Without overthinking, Zhang Yan walked straight towards the giant tower. Heavenly Heart Tower. As he got closer, he truly felt the tower's immense size. Standing before the mountain-like tower, Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh in awe. Ignoring the details, he approached the entrance of the giant tower. To his surprise, the giant door was not closed, which was just as well, otherwise he would have had to figure out how to open the nearly 10-meter-high door. Zhang Yan stepped inside. It wasn't that he lacked vigilance, but this was the Dao space. If danger appeared here, Blue Star would have had problems long ago. Upon entering the giant tower, what greeted his eyes was a grand hall. Ignoring everything else, Zhang Yan's gaze turned upwards to the center of the hall. That was the real reason he had come here. The heart of the world. Indeed, it was the heart of the world belonging to Blue Star. Looking at the enormous transparent sphere over 10 meters in diameter filled with twinkling points of light, Zhang Yan took a deep breath. Undoubtedly, this was a priceless treasure. Sigh. After observing for a moment, Zhang Yan let out a sigh. The heart of the world was indeed a treasure, but he could not touch it. If he did, Blue Star would face problems. However, the heart of the world could not remain here. After all, this was the front line of Blue Star, and it was too dangerous. As long as the will of Blue Star was intact, if problems arose, the will of Blue Star would definitely teach him a lesson. But now it was different. The will of Blue Star was absent, and Blue Star was once again connected to the battlefield of the myriad worlds. Who knows if some beings from other realms would invade here? It wasn't that Zhang Yan was overthinking as such things could truly happen. After all, though this was the Dao space, it was also a forward base belonging to Blue Star. But now taking the heart of the world seemed impossible, and leaving it here was also a dilemma. What a headache. I shouldn't have come here. Never mind, I'll see what else is left here. Zhang Yan rubbed his face and then fixed his gaze on the heart of the world. As the core of a world, the heart of the world was naturally the safest place, making it the best storage area. Since nothing had gone wrong here, it was likely that some good things were left behind. If he could truly find something to save his life here, then he might as well take a risk and venture into the battlefield of the myriad worlds. He was curious to see if that so-called battlefield was as dangerous as imagined. Before Zhang Yan could make a move, a glowing mass emerged above the heart of the world, rapidly enlarging, and soon a towering figure appeared before him. Standing 3 meters tall with horns on its head and covered in scales, this figure looked nothing like a human. Zhang Yan instinctively became wary. However, he quickly realized that this person was merely an illusion, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, he still maintained his vigilance. Who are you? Zhang Yan furrowed his brows and asked. I didn't expect this backup plan of mine would be used one day. The illusion did not answer Zhang Yan's question, but spoke to itself. Hearing the words, Zhang Yan understood that this was likely a recording left by someone. When you see this recording, it means I am no longer here, ha ha ha. But fortunately, since you can see this recording, it means the ancestral star has not been destroyed. Future descendants, since you have come here, it means the ancestral star has once again been pulled into the spiritual realm. But don't expect us to leave you anything. Preventing the destruction of the ancestral star is our greatest achievement. And this backup plan of mine is just a reminder for you. The heart of the world is very precious, and a heart of the world like that of the ancestral star is a true treasure. So take it away. Do not leave the heart of the world of the ancestral star in the Dao space. It is very dangerous. After taking the heart of the world, condense it into a new heart of the world using 50 strands of the world's essence, and hide the new heart of the world at the very top of the Heavenly Heart Tower, which is the safest place in the Heavenly Heart Tower. As long as the ancestral star exists, there will be no problems there. The heart of the world is the last thing we leave for you. I hope you can restore the glory of the ancestral star, ha. As the illusion faded, Zhang Yan frowned slightly. Though the illusion's words were few, they carried a lot of information, which made him feel overwhelmed. The moment he stepped into the Dao space, it was as if he had been caught in a whirlpool. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yan stopped overthinking. The strong man had a point. If Blue Star were still at its peak, there would be no fear of anyone coveting the heart of the world, but it seemed that it truly could not remain here. Zhang Yan took 2 steps forward, extending his hands, and the heart of the world began to shrink, eventually landing in his hands. Everything felt as if it had been preordained. It was all so easy and natural. Of course, this was only possible because he was a being of blue star. Otherwise, no other beings could easily obtain the heart of the world, even without the will of blue star. The heart of the world, the core of a world. Once it landed in his hands, a piece of information appeared before his eyes, but no further detailed information was available. The heart of the world was undoubtedly a treasure, but because of this, Zhang Yan felt that it was extremely hot to hold. Was such a treasure something a small fry like him could possess? Moreover, he was very clear that possessing such a treasure meant he could not expect to live a carefree life in the future. To gain benefits, one must put in effort. This was a calculated risk. As for not taking the heart of the world and leaving it in Blue Star, he didn't even consider it and abandoned that thought. It would be safer to leave it in the Dao space than in Blue Star. If something went wrong with the heart of the world, he would also perish. Forget it, not taking it would only bring disaster. Zhang Yan murmured to himself, then looked at the heart of the world in his hands. I hope the remaining essence of the world inside is sufficient. Otherwise I would have to fight for it. As he probed into the heart of the world, a hint of joy appeared on Zhang Yan's. 65 is quite good. Gathering 50 paths to form the heart of a new world is sufficient. The remaining ones will all be his. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan felt a surge of joy. Finally, he found something useful to him. The essence of the world, even with his current strength, could be utilized to strengthen his foundation. With these extra essences of the world, he was destined to achieve something remarkable. Even stepping into the battlefield of the myriad realms gave him a sense of confidence. First, he needed to gather the heart of the new world. In an instant, Zhang Yan made up his mind. The gathering of the new heart of the world did not require much interference. As long as the essence of the world was in place, everything would fall into place. Holding the transparent azure heart of the world in his hand, he transmitted his command with his thoughts. Instantly, the heart of the world in his hand responded. The golden glimmers began to vanish one by one, and soon a new heart of the world appeared before his eyes, suspended in midair. Everything was remarkably simple. Seeing this, Zhang Yan did not think much and raised his hand to throw the newly formed heart of the world into the air, allowing it to hover in the place where the previous heart of the world had been. Finally completed, Zhang Yan murmured, intending to leave. Having acquired such a treasure as the heart of the world, he needed to contemplate how to utilize this treasure. However, something unexpected occurred. The essence of the world within the heart vanished instantly, leaving him with only 2 paths. Before Zhang Yan could express his astonishment, a message transmitted from the heart of the world into his mind. What? Damn! After reading the message from the heart, Zhang Yan was somewhat speechless. Indeed, the new heart of the world had been successfully separated, and it went smoothly. However, the new heart of the world was still unstable and required 10 paths of world essence to stabilize it. Otherwise, if the heart was unstable, disasters such as earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, and droughts would likely occur frequently. Moreover, the blue star itself would consume the essence of the world. Without the essence, no new life forms would be born on the blue star, as the birth of new life consumed the essence within the heart of the world. This consumption was not much, roughly 1 path of world essence per year. But the current problem was that he only had 15 paths of world essence in hand. Stabilizing the new heart required 10 paths, leaving him with only 5. Even if he put all 5 paths into the new heart of the world, the blue star could last at most 5 years. Of course, with consumption, there are also ways to replenish the essence of the world. The birth, aging, sickness, and death of living beings on the blue star are essentially a cycle. These deceased beings would make their final contribution to the blue star. Moreover, the world itself could absorb energy from the chaotic void to gradually increase the essence of the world within itself, thereby strengthening itself. However, it seemed that the blue star was currently in trouble, and this method was no longer feasible. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan's expression darkened. They were being forced to venture into the battlefield of the myriad realms. Looking at the heart of the world in his hand, with 2 glimmering golden points within, he sighed helplessly. The reason he was left with only 2 paths of world essence was that the newly formed heart of the world had taken away 3 paths, which could maintain the basic stability of the blue star for 3 years. If it weren't for needing to leave 2 paths to maintain the stability of the heart of the world in his hand, he certainly wouldn't have kept any essence at all. Fine. 2 paths. Even if he felt helpless, this situation was entirely beyond his control. However, he could. If the new heart of the world required 10 paths of world essence to stabilize, what about this larger one in his hand? 2 paths of world essence to stabilize it. Dream on. Thus, he needed to use the heart of the world in his hand, otherwise who knows if it would encounter problems later. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan no longer hesitated and directly pressed the heart of the world against his chest. The heart transformed into a beam of light and entered his body. As the heart of the world entered his body, Zhang Yan felt a sense of anticipation. They say the heart of the world is a treasure, but what exactly it could do and what benefits it could bring him was all unknown. No one knew. What the hell? Just a moment ago Zhang Yan was full of expectations, but in the next moment a curse escaped his lips, and then everything went dark as he lost consciousness. In the instant Zhang Yan lost consciousness, his body did not fall, but rather floated eerily in midair. Rays of light emanated from him, forming a giant cocoon. The giant cocoon bizarrely floated in the hall of the giant tower. Meanwhile, the appearance of the new heart of the world seemed to have triggered some switch. Strange golden patterns began to emerge all over the giant tower, illuminating the entire space of the heavenly Tao in a golden hue. Naturally, the heavenly Tao space would not be limited to just this change. If someone were to arrive at the edge of the heavenly Tao space now, they would discover that the energy of the void outside the heavenly Tao space was surging with streams of void energy flowing into the heavenly Tao space and then disappearing. This was the blue star's ability to absorb void energy being reactivated. If Zhang Yan were awake to witness this change, he would surely jump in excitement. Because with the influx of these external energies, he no longer needed to worry about the blue star facing destruction. However, along with the benefits came crises. Absorbing external void energy is a perfectly normal occurrence for a world. But the world that joined the battlefield of the myriad realms is an exception. By joining the battlefield of the myriad realms, it was akin to opening the world's gates. For the void creatures living in the void, this was an irresistible allure. Ordinary worlds are protected by barriers, they cannot enter the world at all. But now that a world has opened its doors, they will certainly not hold back. This is another crisis that the world must face after joining the battlefield of the myriad realms. However, while this situation is inevitable, it does not mean that void creatures will appear immediately. For worlds that have joined the battlefield of the myriad realms, there will naturally be some protection. Otherwise, if those worlds were to be wiped out by void creatures just after being brought in, wouldn't that be a loss of face? Uncertain of how much time had passed, a voice suddenly echoed within a massive tower radiating, "This is really troublesome." Zhang Yan, awakening, sat on the ground with a helpless expression. Having just fused with the heart of the world, he had come to understand many things and grasped the entire sequence of events. However, what troubled him was not this, but rather the events on Blue Star. The fusion with the heart of the world had taken him a full week, and who knew what had transpired during his disappearance. Shaking his head, Zhang Yan sighed softly, no longer dwelling on it, and refocused his thoughts back on himself. Attribute panel. With a single thought, a semi-transparent light screen appeared before him. Name Zhang Yan, LV1 201,000. Race human. Hometown Blue Star. Life 900,900. Energy 250,250. Physique 30. Average human physique is 5, with a human limit of 10. Spirit 25. Average human spirit is 5. Talent Great Earth Ruler. Skills. Gazing at the completely unfamiliar attribute panel, Zhang Yan felt a jolt of disbelief, finding it somewhat incredible. Of course, his disbelief was not about his attribute data. After all, such attributes seemed somewhat low for someone who had used the essence of the world. What shocked him was the transformation of his talent. Great Earth Ruler, you are the sovereign of the earth. Trait 1. A territory, the land you occupy will bear your mark, and fighting within your territory will enhance you and your subordinates, while also suppressing enemy beings with the degree of enhancement and suppression determined by the size of the territory. Trait 2. Creation, summon an earth elemental spirit. You can summon a unique earth elemental spirit to fight for you. You can fix one earth elemental spirit each day, and it will become a true being capable of permanent existence and growth in combat, with its growth determined by later training. Trait 3. Elemental control. You can wield various elements in battle. Note, the earth is not just about the earth element. Trait 4. Power of the earth. Trait 5. Staring at the information about his talent in his mind, Zhang Yan was somewhat lost in thought. Although some of this information was vague, he could confirm that his talent had undergone a monumental change. Looking at the numerous additional traits, he knew his talent was extraordinary. Moreover, even without other traits, just the creation trait, which allows for the permanent retention of an earth elemental spirit, was enough to excite him. With the creation trait, he would soon be able to summon an army of earth elemental spirits, significantly enhancing his combat power, far surpassing the previous ability to summon only one earth elemental spirit. After the excitement, he eagerly summoned an earth elemental spirit. Earth elemental spirit summon LV1. Life 400,400. Energy 150,150. Physique 20. Spirit 15. Talent 1. Power of the earth. As a child of the earth, you possess the strength of the earth. Your life value growth is doubled, and when your feet touch the ground, your life value recovery rate is 1 minute. Talent 2. Earth elemental control. Looking at the 4-meter-tall, earth-colored figure appearing before him, Zhang Yan's eyes brightened. While it did not exceed his expectations in terms of attributes, having an additional talent made him content. Without carefully examining the earth elemental spirit, he placed his hand on it, remembering that his summoning talent had another effect. It allowed the earth elemental spirit to exist permanently by his side. To ensure the permanent retention of this earth elemental spirit, he needed to infuse more power into it. Summoning the earth elemental spirit cost him 50 points of energy, leaving him with only 200 points remaining. This amount of energy was not very significant for combat, as typically unless there was a vast disparity, two skills could end a battle. Energy surged and 100 points of energy were instantly infused into the earth elemental spirit. Buzz. A humming sound emerged and an earth yellow glow enveloped the earth elemental spirit. As the earth yellow glow rose, the figure of the earth elemental spirit was obscured, subsequently forming a massive earth yellow egg. Seeing this change, Zhang Yan felt no surprise. Each earth elemental spirit that became permanent was a unique existence. Even among the same type of earth elemental spirits, there would be subtle differences after permanence. The time consumed for the earth elemental spirit to become permanent was not long, generally taking 10 minutes to half an hour. For this, Zhang Yan did not feel anxious, but instead focused his mind again on his attribute panel. His attributes had not only experienced changes in talent. Regarding that 900 life value, Zhang Yan felt a sense of security. My physique is 30 points, yet my life value is 900, meaning that my life value growth has directly tripled. TSK. Having fused with the heart of the world allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of more information. In the myriad realms, battlefield life value is not a significant matter. When the power disparity is too great, any amount of life value is trivial. However, it must be said that the setting of life value serves as a guarantee for beings like them once they enter the myriad realms battlefield. With his current life value, he was even bold enough to venture into the myriad realms battlefield. Of course, he wouldn't do that now. The location for entering the myriad realms battlefield is entirely random. Who knows where he would land during his first entry? His current gains were substantial. Without digesting what he had acquired, he would not seek death. The myriad realms battlefield is a place to go, but not now. Moreover, this heavenly Dao space seems unsafe. The heavenly Dao space was originally the safest place in a world, but the heavenly Dao space of Blue Star was different. It had been turned into a frontline fortress. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan felt a bit of a headache. While this ensured that beings from the outside world could not enter Blue Star, it also left behind enormous hidden dangers. Not to mention those beings from the myriad realms battlefield. After all, it was not yet time to confront them. Now he had to face the threats from the void. When the world is no longer hidden in the chaotic void, that is when it faces the invasion of the void. Void-born creatures. Zhang Yan murmured, calm, yet suffused with a quiet helplessness. The emergence of void-born entities was an inevitable trial confronting every world the moment it became exposed to the void. It was not that the world itself had revealed its coordinates into the chaotic void, drawing void-born like scent. And nor were they drawn by proximity alone, rather their very genesis was intrinsically bound to the existence of worlds. Zhang Yan did not need to ponder. He knew with absolute certainty that Voidborn were already beginning to manifest along the fringes of the celestial Dao realm. Their gestation demanded copious void energy, a process spanning roughly 1 lunar month. Thus, in precisely 1 month, he would face invasion from these nascent Voidborn. As for eliminating them before birth, that notion was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, upon learning of the Voidborn, Zhang Yan had immediately activated the celestial Dao realm's protective mechanisms, not to suppress them, but to shield those yet unhatched. Before hatching, Voidborn existed as inert eggs, utterly defenseless. Yet Zhang Yan dared not. Touching them would cause no immediate resistance, but each egg once disturbed would emit a peculiar resonance, drawing the attention of immensely powerful Voidborn from the deeper void. And then your world would face annihilation. Countless realms had met ruin precisely because they attempted to eradicate nascent Voidborn at the boundary, only to awaken far more ancient and terrifying entities lurking beyond. So whether to confront fledgling or mature Voidborn was never truly a choice. In 1 month they would hatch, and by then he would possess sufficient strength to meet them heat. At this thought, Zhang Yan abandoned his intention to inspect the celestial Dao realm's outer edges. He gazed upon his attribute panel, scrutinizing his current state with meticulous care, for only through profound self-knowledge could one fully unleash latent power. Mastery over elements. Zhang Yan furrowed his brow, finally grasping the true nature of this. His talent was sovereignty over earth, not mere dominion over soil. Earth encompassed rivers, molten lava deserts, vast and variegated. Perhaps his control varied in emphasis and depth across these manifestations, but mastery once achieved was mastery without qualification. Roar! A flame erupted in his palm. Sensing its searing heat, Zhang Yan inwardly marveled. Though unenhanced by any external force, this was transcendent fire, its temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. He extinguished the flame and shook his head. Formidable though it was, such fire could not serve as his primary. After all, his deepest affinity lay with earth, not fire. He longed to test every facet of his abilities, yet glancing at his dwindling energy reserves, he sighed and let the idea fade. Energy. Though fusing with the world core had elevated his spiritual energy to 25 points, his vital energy had not surged as dramatically as his life force. Fortunately, energy was the most readily replenishable resource, through cultivation of a cultivation art. Yes, cultivation art. The attributes displayed on his panel were merely a blank slate, a reflection of his primordial essence, a mirror of his self-perception regarding strength. A robust primordial essence naturally conferred immense power, but such power was innate, signifying potential, defining the upper limit of one's ascension. Cultivation arts accelerated progress toward that apex, and over time even subtly expanded the essence itself, raising that ceiling ever so gradually. This above all underscored their irreplaceable value. Within the myriad realm battlefield, cultivation arts assumed even greater significance. To fully actualize one's latent potential, such arts were indispensable. Fortuitously absorbing the world core's vast knowledge had granted him a cultivation art. According to the core's insights, efficacy mattered more than prestige. Suitability outweighed sheer power. Had he followed the brutish man's suggested art, it might well have proven incompatible with modern humanity's constitution. But it scarcely mattered now. He had no luxury to be selective. With a mere shift of intent, a stream of information flooded his consciousness. The instant he engaged it, Zhang Yan froze. The Tao scripture. Staring at the text unfolding within his mind, Zhang Yan nearly choked on despair. Was the Tao scripture exceptional? Undoubtedly, it would not have endured otherwise. Yet that was precisely the problem. He required no such exalted scripture now. With no foundational cultivation whatsoever, thrusting this upon him seemed reckless, bordering on absurd. Still, thanks to the world core's refinement, his comprehension had soared. Even now, tracing the scripture's flow, he had already grasped the method of drawing in spiritual energy. Enough. For now, I'll set the scripture aside. Blue Star's affairs demand priority. Very well. It wasn't that Zhang Yan lacked will. He simply lacked understanding. As for claiming to have mastered spiritual respiration, that was little more than self-flattery. After absorbing the world core's primal essence, absorption had become instinctive. Glancing once more at the still unmanifested earth spirit, Zhang Yan resolved to depart the celestial Tao realm. The spirit would not vanish. There was no cause for concern. Without hesitation, he willed himself away, and in a blink spatial perception shifted. Zhang Yan stood once more upon Blue Star. Gazing upon the familiar scene, he felt a wave of disorientation. It was still night, the same hour as when he had vanished. Yet the location startled him. He stood on the street before his own home. So, I was struck down the moment I stepped. Shaking his head, he powered on his phone. Entering required unlocking the door, and without his phone, he'd be locked out entirely. Fortunately, foresight had led him to switch it off beforehand, while otherwise its battery would have long since expired. Back indoors, he sat upon his bed and opened his phone. Outside, it had buzzed incessantly. He hadn't needed to look to know why. A full week gone. Zhang Yan wore a rueful expression, then abruptly stilled, transfixed. Indeed, his phone overflowed with calls and messages from his workshop foreman, but far more numerous were emergency alerts flashing urgently across the screen. Who would have imagined so much transpired in just 7 days? Zhang Yan blinked, flustered, yet relief unbidden softened his breath. The messages laid bare the truth. His week-long disappearance required no explanation, no justification. His absence had already been accounted for. Earthquake warning. Indeed, it is an earthquake warning, as a series of alerts flashed across his phone. This warning appeared the day after he vanished. This marks the time he took the heart of the world. Considering that there were originally over 60 sources of the world's origin, it is odd that it has now dwindled to just 13. Of course, these are merely minor issues. The heart of the world has now stabilized, and soon Blue Star will gradually regain its stability. As for the tremors on Blue Star, they are significantly related to him. However, aside from the initial awkwardness, Zhang Yan did not dwell on it further. He opened his phone, called his team leader, and directly expressed his intention to resign. As for the salary, what salary? He was merely a temporary worker paid weekly and had already received it. It's time to go home and take a look. After hanging up, a plan formed in Zhang Yan's mind, and a trace of sorrow washed over his face. Why did he get into university, but never attend? Wasn't it because of the accident at home? After contemplating, he called the landlord again, too lazy to argue. The landlord understood the situation and said little. After ending the call, Zhang Yan began to pack. He had not been here long. He did not have much to pack, and within half an hour he was done. Sitting at the foot of the bed looking at his suitcase, Zhang Yan couldn't help but clench his fists. The matters of the 10,000 Realms battlefield were far too complex, leaving him at a loss. Previously, he had been adamant about not stepping into the 10,000 Realms battlefield, yet when faced with the benefits at hand, he had accepted without a moment's hesitation. Now there was no choice but to brace himself. Nonetheless, trouble had also arisen. He stepped into the heavenly Dao space. Time was nearly up. His first soldier should have already been born, and he needed to see. Upon entering the heavenly Dao space, he immediately sensed something was off. With each breath, he felt an unparalleled comfort, causing him to involuntarily let out a groan. Is this spiritual energy? Coming back to his senses, Zhang Yin understood what had transpired. This was a sign of the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star. Is this spiritual energy? Coming back to his senses, Zhang Yin understood what had transpired. This was a sign of the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star. However, it was still far from Blue Star's true revival of spiritual energy. The reason he could sense the existence of spiritual energy was that this was the heavenly Dao space. Great. With spiritual energy, things will become much easier from here. Zhang Yin felt a surge of excitement as he sensed the spiritual energy permeating the air. With spiritual energy, not to mention anything else, his talents could now be put to use. The domain sounded appealing and could grow indefinitely, truly remarkable and powerful, but imbuing the land with a mark required energy. Even if he exhausted all his energy, he could only occupy a small patch of land. The area was too small, rendering it largely useless, so he had lost the motivation to even experiment. Now, however, with spiritual energy, even if he ran out of energy, he could use the domain to absorb the spiritual energy in the air for growth. Indeed, the domain could grow autonomously. With this thought, Zhang Yin did not immediately check on his first soldier, but instead poured all the energy in his body into the ground beneath him. Though the heavenly Dao space was not large, it was undoubtedly the most crucial location, making it his first choice. 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. In an instant, a radius of 50 meters had been marked by him. Seeing this, Zhang Yan's expression darkened. He had to remember that this was the heavenly Dao space. He possessed a natural advantage in establishing a domain here. Even so, he had only managed to mark a radius of 50 meters, and it was just a preliminary mark. 50 meters, this is troubling. If it's like this in my own territory, it will be even harder in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Zhang Yin supported his forehead, with one hand feeling somewhat helpless. As for the enhancements from the domain, well, how much enhancement do you think a preliminary marked domain could provide? Fortunately, even a preliminary marked domain could already begin to operate autonomously. After assessing the state of the domain, Zhang Yin was generally satisfied. Based on the current state of the domain, it would only take 5 years to completely cover the heavenly Dao space with a radius of 100 miles. Do not think this timeline is long. This is merely the result of the domain operating autonomously. Do not forget that there is still Zhang Yin, the master present. As he established the domain, Zhang Yin raised his head, looking at the towering figure nearby that stood a full 5 meters tall, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. While size is not a standard for measuring a being's strength, it is worth noting that powerful beings may not be large. However, large beings certainly possess considerable strength. At 5 meters, and still in its initial form, it was already quite formidable. Earth Element Spirit Rock LV10, 200 Life, 500500 Energy, 20400 Constitution, 25 Spirit, 20 Talent 1, Earth Power Trait 1. As a child of the Earth, you possess the power of the Earth. Your life value grows exponentially. When you stand on the ground, your life value recovery speed increases by 2. 5 minutes. Constitution 110. Trait 2, Control of Earth Elements. Trait 3, Nourished by the Earth. Receiving nourishment from the Earth, you gain a certain amount of experience daily. Skill none. Indeed, I've become considerably stronger. Compared to the Earth Element Spirit summoned previously, the attributes of the one before him had improved significantly, especially its talent traits, which had suddenly increased to 3. After all, one was a temporary summoning, while the other was a true being, and naturally, there was no comparison. Approaching the Earth Element Spirit, Zhang Yin carefully scrutinized his first soldier. Compared to the Earth Element Spirit summoned previously, this one had completely transformed from its original form. It had grown 2 meters taller, its color changed from the original earth brown to the current rock gray, and it sported spikes of rock resembling a spiky armor. Without a doubt, it was apparent that this being was not to be trifled with. However, if this were an ally, TSK. It was just lacking the previous weapons, but that was not a problem. They could be added later. Overall, it was simply invincible. After circling around the Earth Element Spirit twice, Zhang Yin finally withdrew his gaze. Not bad, it just looks a bit dull and foolish. Father God, I am not foolish as stones have brains. As soon as Zhang Yin finished speaking, a deep voice echoed in his ears. Father God, am not foolish, the stone has a mind of its own. Upon hearing this deep, resonant voice, Zhang Yin was taken aback, staring incredulously at the earth elemental spirit beside him. You can talk. Well, that was quite a silly question. Given that the earth elemental spirit was now a complete being, it seemed entirely reasonable for it to speak. Follow me. Even when confronting his own summoned creature Zhang, Yin felt a bit awkward and quickly shifted. With the stone in tow, Zhang Yin began to wander around the Tianqing Tower. Soon he furrowed his brows. This is troublesome. The situation in the Dao space was giving him a headache. An empty expanse remained with only the Tianqing Tower and a small stone house. This situation made Zhang Yin shake his head. It is worth noting that this was the front line destined to be a battlefield. Stone, can you build a city wall? Zhang Yin looked at the stone. He knew that the stone had control over earth elements, so building a city wall shouldn't be a problem, but how to construct it was another matter. He was worried that the stone might not have the concept of a city wall. If it didn't even know what a city wall was, how could it possibly build one? Yes, Father God, I was born from you, so I have the basic information. Father God, do you need me to build a city? Although the stone claimed it wasn't foolish, it spoke in a slow, clumsy manner that made anyone who saw it think it had some issues. But since this was his own soldier, what could he say? It's good that you can. I now have a task for you: build a city wall to surround the Tianqing Tower and the surrounding area. Once the wall is completed, also build more of those small stone houses. Zhang Yin pointed at the small stone house not far away as he instructed the stone. Understood, Father God. Watching the stone leave, Zhang Yin withdrew his gaze. Although he would soon face extraordinary beings, having an extra city wall would surely bring some comfort. Moreover, who could predict what would happen in the future? Shifting his focus back to himself, feeling the depleted energy within him, he felt a wave of discomfort. It seems I need to quickly refine the extraordinary seed and advance to the extraordinary level. This feeling is truly unpleasant. Zhang Yin murmured as he left the Dao space. Who knows how long the advancement would take? There were still many matters waiting for him on Blue Star, and it wasn't the time to dwell on these things. Just as he exited the Dao space, he received a call from his landlord. Looks like I came out just in time. After answering the call, Zhang Yin didn't dawdle. He put his suitcase into his spatial backpack and walked out the door. The landlord should have arrived by now, and he didn't want to waste any time. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out, he spotted the landlord's figure. Since he had already seen the person, he hung up. The old man wore a blank expression, clearly in a bad mood. He took the key Zhang Yin offered without a word, glanced at the room, nodded, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Yin shook his head and didn't say much. After all, he wasn't familiar with the landlord. What had happened on Blue Star was beyond recovery, and he felt no regret. Turning back to take one last look at the small house he had lived in for some time, Zhang Yin walked away. Arriving downstairs, he opened his phone to call for a ride. Although he could take the bus, he didn't want to waste time just to save a little money. Everything went smoothly, and within half an hour he arrived at the high-speed train station without being affected by the turmoil on Blue Star. It wasn't until he sat on the high-speed train that Zhang Yin had the time to think about other matters. Surely my grandpa and the others are quite disappointed in me. Remembering that he hadn't returned home in a long time, a hint of sadness crossed Zhang Yin's face. If it hadn't been for that incident, he might have worked after finishing university like everyone else. It's been 5 years, it's time to go back and take a look. Closing his eyes to avoid overthinking, Zhang Yin connected his mind to the heart of the world. Currently his strength was still too weak to do much, but as long as he didn't conflict with the core commands of the heart of the world, he could completely adjust the rules and information within it. The heart of the world functions like a core processor managing everything on Blue Star. Perhaps due to having once been destroyed, the core within the heart of the world had undergone some changes, which was a major reason why Zhang Yin couldn't take control of it. However, it didn't matter. The changes in the core of the heart of the world were designed to prevent traitors, so it didn't significantly affect Zhang Yin. Time passed unknowingly, and when he felt someone calling him, Zhang Yin woke up. It turned out they had arrived. After getting off the high-speed train, Zhang Yin exited the station feeling somewhat nostalgic as he looked around. Although 5 years had passed, the changes here weren't that significant. Without lingering, he hurried toward the nearby bus station. Upon arriving at the bus station, he bought a ticket and began waiting in the waiting hall. This time Zhang Yin did nothing. Either wait for the bus wasn't long, as he feared missing it. Waiting was the most boring thing. However, soon a figure caught his attention. Of course, it wasn't a beautiful woman, but a tall man in military uniform, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Such height naturally drew his gaze, and he used a detection technique to examine him. If it had been at another time, he would have merely glanced twice, but now seeing someone with such physical qualities, he thought, what an exceptional talent. Such a person, if they awaken their potential, would surely be formidable. He had never considered guarding Blue Star alone. Name Zhang Feng. Physique 10. Spirit 5. Upon seeing the attributes of the other person, Zhang Yin was momentarily stunned. Goodness, although he had already determined that the other's physical quality was excellent, he never expected it to be this. Indeed, it was monstrous. It was known that even if one awakened their potential, the highest attribute would only reach 8 points, far from the limits of human capability. And now he was witnessing someone with an attribute of 10 points. How could he believe it? A score of 5 points is considered the standard for an average person. A bit stronger might reach 6 points, while professional athletes or boxers might hit 7 or 8 points. 9 points would already be remarkable. But 10 points under such social conditions to achieve this level is extremely rare, if not impossible. It must be known that this represents the true limits of human capability. Therefore, Zhang Yan's assertion that the other was a monster is completely justified. This is truly a being of monstrous existence. For a moment, Zhang Yan was taken aback. As he regained consciousness, he was once again stunned. Only after glancing at the other person's name did Zhang Yan react, saying something peculiar. If it is him, there really is a possibility. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yan stepped forward and reached out to pat the other person's shoulder. Crazy person. Zhang Feng nicknamed Crazy Person. Zhang Yan's action startled Zhang Feng, who suddenly turned around. Although he had always been known as Crazy Person, very few could call him that to his face. As Zhang Feng turned around, a somewhat fierce square face appeared before him. Seeing the gruesome scar on the other person's face made Zhang Yan's body shudder, but before he could think too much, Zhang Feng's voice pulled him back to reality. Little master, it really is you. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Zhang Feng displayed immense excitement. However, compared to Zhang Feng's enthusiasm, Zhang Yan's expression suddenly darkened. His seniority was greater, but he didn't particularly like this title. It's me, you've got stronger. Your body has become considerably more robust. Perhaps it was a desire for revenge. Zhang Yan patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, using just a bit more force. The force of his hand on Zhang Feng's shoulder made him stagger. His feeling the strength coming from Zhang Yan's hand, Zhang Feng couldn't help but take a breath, his eyes widening. It wasn't pain. Although Zhang Yan used considerable strength, it was not meant to harm Zhang Feng, but rather to shock him. He knew how strong his own physical condition was. He could say that throughout his life, apart from his father, there was no one he couldn't defeat. Especially after joining the army, undergoing countless combat training, he could now confidently say, I don't eat. Let alone those who could fight with his current physique, there were hardly any who could easily injure him. But just now this little master had gently patted him, causing him to stagger. How could that not shock him? Little master, you. Let's talk when we get back. Seeing that Zhang Feng had something to say, he was interrupted by Zhang Yan. With this, Zhang Feng nodded. There were too many people at the station. It was clearly not a time for reminiscing. Moreover, the most important thing was that the bus was about to leave. Grabbing his luggage, the two boarded the bus. On the bus, Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Yan. Little master, where have you been all these years? You have no idea how anxious the old grandmother was trying to find you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng mention the old grandmother, meaning Zhang Yan's great-grandfather, a figure of a white-haired old Taoist appeared in his mind. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and asked his great-grandfather's health good. Sigh. Hearing Zhang Yan inquire about the old grandmother's condition, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. He returned this time because of the old grandmother's situation. Otherwise, why would he leave the army to come back? Seeing Zhang Feng's expression, Zhang Yan's face darkened, feeling ominous. Great-grandfather started a family late, having only had a grandfather in his 40s. Now he has reached a centenarian age. How could Zhang Yan not worry? Although the souls were different, the fusion of the souls also allowed him to inherit the emotions of the original body. Little master, it's not what you think. The old grandmother is in good health, but he wants to retire. Seeing Zhang Yan's face not right, he immediately explained, but as he spoke further, his expression grew somewhat. To be honest, the reason the old grandmother called him back really puzzled this big man. Retire? Retire? Hadn't the old grandfather already retired and was living in peace? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out and returned from the army without clarity. Thinking of his father's instructions, he felt even more puzzled. Hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Zhang Yan was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the situation to be like this. Although he couldn't understand Zhang Feng's words, did make him breathe a sigh of relief. It seems I need to go directly to great-grandfather's place when I get back. Without thinking too much, Zhang Yan's gaze turned back to Zhang Feng, and they began to chat. Through talking with Zhang Feng, he also learned about the happenings in the village during his absence. His departure had indeed left some impact on the village. They had looked for him back then, but in the end, great-grandfather had stopped them. As for the specific situation, Zhang Feng was in school at the time and wasn't very clear on the details. He didn't know much, but that was already enough. Soon the two arrived at their destination. After getting off the bus, they were already at the entrance of Zhangjia village. Zhang Yan looked up at the sky and then at Zhang Feng. Let's go home first. Tomorrow we'll visit the old grandfather. After saying that, Zhang Yan turned to look at a house not far away. It was a two-story building painted in yellow. Although he hadn't returned for a long time, it showed no signs of decay. Looking at his home before him, a hint of sadness flickered in Zhang Yan's eyes. Little master, come to my house first. We'll return after dinner. Without giving Zhang Yan much time to think, Zhang Feng extended an invitation. Zhang Yan considered it for a moment and then declined. Although there wasn't much food at home, he had supplies in his backpack. Of course Zhang Yin didn't explain this to Zhang Feng. No, you go back first. Am I such a big guy that I can Seeing this, Zhang Feng wanted to say more, but after glancing at Zhang Yan's house not far away, he said no more. Alright then. See you tomorrow. After Zhang Feng left, Zhang Yin headed towards his home. He took out the key from his backpack, unlocked the door, and walked into the yard. Looking at the messy yard, Zhang Yin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed he had a lot to do next. Without stopping, he went straight to the front door, took out the key, and opened it. Entering the house, he looked at the tiles that were once white, but had turned gray, falling into silence once again. Alright, a bigger problem had arisen. Luckily, this house was newly built and just renovated. There weren't many pieces of furniture and items inside, making it simpler to clean up. Let's get started. After sighing, Zhang Yin began to take action. As for using extraordinary power to clean, he thought for a moment and then gave up. With his current control over extraordinary power, he was genuinely afraid of destroying his home. So he decided to take it slowly. Moreover, he wanted to thoroughly appreciate his home. With his current extraordinary stamina, cleaning the entire house, although a significant task, did not leave him feeling exhausted. An hour later, the entire house was cleaned up by him spotless. Good morning, Fengzi. The next morning, after a sleepless night, Zhang Yin found Zhang Feng. He would have gone to see the old man yesterday if it hadn't been so late. Good morning, young master. Upon seeing Zhang Yin, Zhang Feng, who was warming up, immediately greeted him. Are we going to see the old man now? Zhang Feng approached Zhang Yin and asked him, still a bit worried. Nodding, Zhang Yin furrowed his brow with some concern. Alright then, wait here for a moment. Understanding Zhang Yan's worries, Zhang Feng turned back home without hesitation and quickly came out with 2 large buns. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Zhang Yin did not refuse the buns that Zhang Feng offered. Walking and eating, neither of them spoke. Zhang Yan's great-grandfather lived in a temple on the edge of the village. Though it was similar to Zhang Yan's home being on the outskirts of the village, they were still quite a distance apart. Despite having a vehicle, both were eager and chose to walk. Having not returned home for many years, they wanted to see the changes in the village. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a temple. Looking at the temple before him, Zhang Yin felt both a sense of nostalgia and confusion. He wondered what his great-grandfather was thinking living in this temple, as if he truly considered himself a Taoist. Well, it seemed that the old man really was like a Taoist. Shaking his head, Zhang Yin stopped, pondering further. The temple door was not closed. The old man must have already gotten up. Walking through the temple door, they were greeted by a spacious courtyard where an elderly man with white hair was slowly practicing a set of martial arts. It wasn't Tai Chi, but rather an unknown style of martial arts passed down in Zhang's village. The two stopped in their tracks upon witnessing this. Seeing the old man practicing, Zhang Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he still felt a bit uneasy and cast a probing technique. From the strength of the attributes, one could intuitively assess a person's physical condition. Name Zhang Feng, physique 15, spirit 27. In an instant, Zhang Yin was taken aback. Wasn't the limit for a normal person's attributes 10 points? What was going on with the old man's attributes? Had he broken the limits of the human body? Thinking of this, Zhang Yan's body jolted, and he suddenly recalled something. Looking at the old man in disbelief. The martial arts the old man was practicing appeared ordinary. Zhang Yin had trained in it for a while and didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Now it seemed he had been somewhat superficial. Zhang Yin didn't have to wait long before the old man stopped his movements. Upon seeing Zhang Yin, the old man's body involuntarily trembled. When Zhang Yin left, the old man felt helpless and sad. However, leaving was Zhang Yan's decision, and he knew that Zhang Yin would definitely return. Now that Zhang Yin appeared before him, he felt an extraordinary joy in his heart. You're back. Although excited, the old man still tried to calm himself down and asked lightly. I'm back. Zhang Yin nodded. Now that he saw the old man was fine, he felt much more at ease. However, the old man's next reaction left both Zhang Yin and Zhang Feng dumbfounded. Just as Zhang Yin nodded to say something, the old man unexpectedly stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Yan's hand, and began to feel his arm, shoulder, and then patted his chest a few times. You seem a bit off, the old man murmured as he examined Zhang Yin, his face full of confusion. Having watched Zhang Yin grow up, he was well aware of Zhang Yan's condition. It was precisely because of this that he felt even more puzzled. Zhang Yan's body was now too strong, exuding a heavy aura. While most people might not notice anything unusual, the old man could see it at a glance. If he didn't know that the person in front of him was his great-grandson, he would think Zhang Yin had been swapped. Old man, is something wrong? Seeing the old man's actions, Zhang Yin didn't react much. He knew that the old man must have noticed the changes in his body. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was very puzzled by the old man's actions. However, the old man's attention was entirely focused on Zhang Yin and did not pay any mind to Zhang Feng. Come on, let's practice. The old man's words startled Zhang Feng. He knew the old man's health was good, but he feared something might happen if he fought against someone as young as Zhang Yin. As for Zhang Yin, although he had seen the old man's attributes, he had no intention of fighting. No, 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 how could I be your match, great-grandfather? Seeing Zhang Yin shake his head in refusal, the old man stared at him, then sighed. All right, just follow me. He understood that Zhang Yin would not strike at him. However, after just examining Zhang Yin, he felt very pleased. He had originally intended to train Zhang Feng as his successor. After all, among the young people in the village, Zhang Feng had the best physique. But now he had another choice. Entering the main hall of the temple, they were greeted by 3 stone statues with only some mats on the ground, looking exceptionally simple. The old man lit some incense, and after offering it, he sat down on one of the mats and gestured for the 2 to sit down. After exchanging glances, Zhang Yin and Zhang Feng sat down. Do you know who these 3 are? After the 2 sat down, the old man asked a seemingly random question, leaving them a bit confused. In the temple, 3 statues. Did this really require thought? The 3 pure ones. Zhang Feng, being impatient, answered accordingly. The 3 pure ones. Hearing Zhang Feng's answer, the old man was not surprised, but still sighed inwardly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng realized he had answered incorrectly. If it wasn't the 3 pure ones, then who could it be? Zhang Feng felt somewhat at a loss. At the same time, Zhang Yin also furrowed his brow, thinking along the same lines as Zhang Feng. So forget it, let's talk about serious matters. The old man's mood had noticeably dropped, which both noticed, but chose not to inquire about. I am getting old and need to find a successor, that is why I brought you back. Saying this, the old man looked at Zhang. The old man's words left Zhang Feng stunned. Succeed. 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 Zhang Feng was completely thrown off. He had been doing well in the army and did not want to become a Taoist, spending his life in this small village. Of course, the last thought was merely in his mind. He dared not voice it in front of the old man. That's right. At this point, the old man's gaze shifted to Zhang Yin, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. If it weren't for Zhang Yan's departure, would he have summoned this brat Zhang Feng back? Little young master, I leave this to you. My mother is still waiting for me to return. Upon seeing the old man turn his gaze towards Zhang Yin, Zhang Feng immediately had an idea and stood up to run out. Watching Zhang Feng depart, the old man shook his head, but chose not to say much. He understood that times had changed and the thoughts of the young people had also evolved. He could only sigh in his heart. However, he had his reasons that he could not avoid. If the inheritance here were to be severed, he wouldn't know how to report to his ancestors below. Once again, he turned his attention to Zhang Yin, his expression growing serious. Observing this, Zhang Yin straightened up. He knew that serious matters were about to be discussed. Although he did not know what the old man intended to do, he decided to listen. However, thinking about the matters concerning the Myriad Realms battlefield, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he would once again disappoint the old man's expectations. Sigh. The old man sighed, first his eyes appearing somewhat dazed. Xiaoyan, whether it is you or that brat Zhang Feng, this matter will eventually be revealed to you. You will know sooner or later. Currently the world is changing, and I as an old man truly cannot rest easy. I don't know when I might depart. If our Zhang family's lineage were to be cut off, I wouldn't know how to explain it to my ancestors below. The old man's words became increasingly numerous, and at this moment Zhang Yin finally understood why the old man had sighed earlier. The 3 statues before him were not the 3 pure ones of Taoism, but rather the ancestors of their Zhang family, the legendary General Zhang Jiao of the Yellow Turbans, General Zhang Bao of the Earth, and General Zhang Liang of humanity. Hearing this, Zhang Yin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although he was surprised by the old man's accounts, he had witnessed even more astonishing matters, so this incident was indeed not something to be overly shocked about. The old man spoke extensively, and Zhang Yin listened quietly. He felt no impatience whatsoever. All right, today I have spoken too much. Follow me. I have something to give you. The old man stood up and turned to walk towards the back of the statues. Seeing this, Zhang Yin was a bit puzzled, but thought little of it, rising to follow him. To be honest, curiosity began to brew in Zhang Yan's heart. He was quite familiar with this temple, having played here a lot when he was young. As he saw the old man moving towards the back, he immediately began to speculate. Although he was very familiar with this place, there was one area he had never entered. It was a small iron door, but it was secured with a large lock. This was precisely why he had never been able to enter, even when he was extremely curious. Without the key in the old man's possession, it was futile for anyone else. Filled with curiosity, he followed closely behind the old man, peering inside. All he saw was darkness, making it impossible to discern anything inside. Even though Zhang Yan's body had undergone a certain transformation, granting him some night vision capabilities, it was of no use. All he saw was a wall. He could not see what lay within. Follow me. The old man disregarded Zhang Yan's surprised expression, beckoning him to walk inside. It was a winding staircase leading down. It wasn't long, and they reached the bottom after descending just 2 levels. Slap. The old man's hand struck the wall beside him, and a light illuminated the space. As the light brightened, a vast underground chamber unfolded before Zhang Yan's eyes. This is something left behind by our ancestors. It's all just useless trinkets. As he spoke, the old man continued walking deeper into the space. From the old man's tone, it was clear he did not regard these things highly. However, for Zhang Yan, who looked at the items before him, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Swords, spears, halberds, and armors were all acceptable, but what were those cannons? And the pile of weapon boxes beside them made Zhang Yan click his tongue in surprise. Despite his surprise at these items, Zhang Yan did not make the old man wait for him. As the old man said, although these things were startling, they were indeed of no use in the present era. Moreover, having witnessed extraordinary powers, he was even less concerned about these items. Following the old man through another door, he was met with huge boxes. These are treasures left by our ancestors. If you wish to use some, you can take a few out, but unless necessary, it's better not to touch them. The old man did not look back, continuing forward until he arrived before the three statues. He lit incense and bowed before turning to Zhang Yan once more. In the past, we would have to hold a grand ceremony for this inheritance, but now there are not as many rules. The old man sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. While speaking, his hand reached beneath the statue and knocked twice. A small box popped out. After picking up the small box, the old man's demeanor grew solemn. Inside is the Taiping Yaoshu left by the three ancestors and the 9-section staff, but... Opening the box, the old man's gaze became somewhat distant, as if he were lost in memory. Inside the box lay a jade slip made of thin jade, radiating a faint glow, making it obvious that it was At this moment, Zhang Yan's attention was also irresistibly drawn to it. This. Zhang Yan's mind shook. He saw something. Spiritual energy. It was indeed spiritual energy. Speaking of which, he was not unfamiliar with spiritual energy. In fact, he was quite familiar with it. The current heavenly Dao space was saturated with this kind of energy. But the problem was, this wasn't the heavenly Dao space, it was Blue Star. How could this not astonish him? Oh, do you recognize this thing? Seeing Zhang Yan's reaction, the old man also began to have his suspicions. Previously, upon meeting Zhang Yan, he sensed that his body had undergone tremendous changes, and he must have had some fortuitous encounter. No, I don't recognize it. I just feel that this thing is remarkable. Zhang Yan shook his head. He only recognized the spiritual energy on it, but he had truly never seen the item before. The old man saw Zhang Yan shake his head and did not intend to delve deeper. Haha, it doesn't matter if you don't recognize it. This thing will belong to you in the future. At this moment, the old man was in very good spirits. He had always been concerned about the issue of heirs. Unfortunately, he had not found a suitable candidate before. After much difficulty, he finally saw his grandson as a successor, but then his grandson and granddaughter-in-law encountered misfortune, leaving only a great-grandson. When his grandson met with disaster, it left him dejected, which was one of the reasons he hadn't sent someone to retreat. Afterward, he found a new target, Zhang Feng. He was very satisfied with Zhang Feng's talent, which led to the decision to summon Zhang Feng back. Zhang Feng was quite impressive, much to the old man's satisfaction. However, upon seeing Zhang Yan return alongside Zhang Feng, his satisfaction turned into delight. Our ancestors relied on this to break through the limits of the human body and achieved significant accomplishments, but this item has a huge flaw, otherwise there wouldn't be a so-called Three Kingdoms era. At that time, our forebears faked their deaths to escape because of this. The complete 9-section staff is over 2 meters long. A look now, it is only the size of chopsticks. The old man opened the jade slip, revealing a section of white jade wrapped within his tone, filled with Fortunately, after the research of our ancestors, although this item has shrunk, it has been passed down, as long as it is not consumed recklessly. Every 20 to 30 years one person can break through, which is somewhat considerate of them. Zhang Yan stared blankly at the white jade in the old man's hand, feeling somewhat dazed. At this moment, he already understood what this item was. The heart of the spiritual vein. With the heart of the spiritual vein, it can be said that there is a continuous supply of spiritual energy. Even if the world has entered the end of the law era, as long as the heart of the spiritual vein exists, there is no need to worry about the issue of spiritual energy. With the information obtained from the heavenly Dao space, he had no doubt that Blue Star had once possessed the heart of the spiritual vein, but the one preserved until now was truly unimaginable. It must be known that with the heart of the spiritual vein, although one can have an endless supply of spiritual energy resources, some people, in pursuit of greater power, or so-called immortality, will inevitably destroy the heart of the spiritual vein to achieve their own goals. It is indeed not easy for this heart of the spiritual vein to have lasted until now. Here, take it. If this thing can be avoided, then avoid it. Otherwise, there will be no possibility of recovery. As for this Taiping heavenly book, just take a look. The old man solemnly placed the Taiping heavenly book and the 9-section staff into Zhang Yan's hands. In response, Zhang Yan did not refuse and accepted these two items. In his hands, these two items were indeed more useful than in the old man's. Seeing Zhang Yan accept the Taiping heavenly book and the 9-section staff, the old man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then burst into hearty laughter. Good. Haha, my Zhang family has someone to carry on the legacy, haha. Zhang Yin looked at the old man laughing heartily and couldn't help but smile. Upon emerging from the basement, although Zhang Yin still bore a smile, his heart grew heavy. Although the old man's body had broken through the limits of the human body, he was already over 100 years old and his time was drawing near. Unless... With these thoughts, Zhang Yin walked out of the temple where the old man was. Young master, you are out, are you alright? As soon as he stepped out of the temple, Zhang Feng's voice came over. What could possibly happen? Looking at the approaching Zhang Feng, Zhang Yin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was the old man really that terrifying? What made you so scared? Come on, follow me home or I have something to discuss with you. Without paying attention to Zhang Feng, who was full of questions, he walked ahead. Seeing this, although Zhang Feng was puzzled, he still stepped forward to follow. Watching the two leave, the old man finally laughed out loud. Crazy, do you want to get stronger? Huh? Hearing Zhang Yan's inexplicable question left Zhang Feng with a head full of question marks. Observing Zhang Feng's confusion, Zhang Yan grinned. Will you return to the army in the future? Of course. You know my uncle won't let me leave. Why do you ask this, young master? Zhang Feng spoke without hesitation about this matter. It wasn't a military secret, and there was nothing to hide. Zhang Yan nodded after hearing this. He was aware of the situation in Zhang Feng's family, which made him frown slightly. However, soon after he felt relieved, the issue of the Myriad Realms battlefield would eventually be spread, and even if someone noticed something, it wouldn't affect him. Moreover, Zhang Feng's uncle was also someone who had left the village, which added some credibility to the situation, so it was even less of a problem. From now on, follow me. They'll take care of your uncle. Huh? Stop asking, here, take this. Saying this, Zhang Yin tossed the bag in his hand to Zhang Feng. What? Zhang Feng reached out to catch the bag and wanted to ask, but upon touching it, he furrowed his brow. Without thinking much, he opened the bag and saw the firearms inside, falling silent as he looked at Zhang Yin. He truly had no idea what his young master intended to do now. Don't overthink it, just take the stuff and come. Zhang Yin stood up and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. In response, Zhang Feng remained silent. He planned that if his young master was truly going to do something illegal, he would definitely have to stop it, as he didn't want his young master to go astray. At this moment, Zhang Yin was unaware of Zhang Feng's thoughts. His mind was filled with worries about his young master. This time, he brought out some weapons with the intention of pulling Zhang Feng into the Myriad Realms battlefield. What are you looking at? Gear up. The rules for pulling people into the Myriad Realms battlefield are quite simple. They mainly rely on randomness, but with Zhang Yin there, he could actively pull some people in using the heart of the world. As for the so-called dangers, Zhang Yin shook his head, not caring at all. The Myriad Realms battlefield wouldn't ensure death. As long as one dared to fight, there was a glimmer of hope. To be honest, the Beastman that tested him was entirely an accident. This isn't to say that the Beastman was strong, but at that time Zhang Yin was unprepared. Had he had a knife, the situation would have been entirely different. Fortunately, that Beastman was at low health. Zhang Yin shook his head, refusing to overthink it, and turned. At this moment, Zhang Feng was already fully armed. He had no idea what his young master wanted to do, but he would just accompany him. Looking at Zhang Feng holding a pistol and a machete staring at him with a strange expression, Zhang Yin wanted to explain, but thought better of it. He would find out soon enough. Crazy, no matter what happens later, don't panic. I have only one request of you: kill every life you see. Huh. By the way, they all have health bars. To kill them, you must deplete their health bars. Huh. Come back alive. Hey. Before Zhang Feng could say anything, Zhang Yin waved his hand and sent him into the trial space. Phew. Finally done. Sigh. He truly didn't know how to explain to Zhang Feng, but it didn't matter. Everything had already been accomplished. As for whether Zhang Feng could return safely, he was even less worried. If Zhang Feng couldn't return safely, then they could just wait for Blue Star to be destroyed. The Myriad Realms battlefield is for pulling people into the Myriad Realms battlefield, not to destroy the world. If one must die, let it be in the Myriad Realms battlefield. Watching Zhang Feng's figure disappear, Zhang Yin focused his thoughts and entered the Heavenly Dao space. Oh, you're quite cautious, aren't you? Arriving in the Heavenly Dao space, Zhang Yin immediately displayed Zhang Feng's current situation through the heart of the world. Unlike the ghostly wall he encountered before, Zhang Feng now found himself in a dense forest. At this moment, he was crouching in a thick thicket, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Young master, where have you brought me? Zhang Feng bitterly smiled, gripping his handgun tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. Zhang Yan's previous words echoed in his mind, heightening his alertness. The dense forest provided him with excellent hiding spots, but it also obstructed his line of sight, making the environment less favorable for him. There's movement. Zhang Feng's ears perked up, his heart secretly wary as he slowly raised his handgun. Nearby, the grass rustled, accompanied by a series of creaking sounds. Hearing this strange noise, Zhang Feng's anxiety reached its peak. He had never felt this tense during his previous dangerous missions. Creak. Bang. 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 Without waiting long, a green figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a goblin with green skin. At this moment, the distance between him and Zhang Feng was less than 3 meters. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng chose to empty his magazine. The goblin was startled by this sudden attack, simultaneously realizing Zhang Feng's presence, but what of it? Right now, all he wanted was to escape. With the rules of the Myriad Worlds Battlefield in play, the damage from Zhang Feng emptying his magazine was still significant, depleting his health by more than half. Seeing that his magazine was empty and the goblin still hadn't fallen, Zhang Feng was taken aback, causing him to pause slightly. However, this brief delay allowed the goblin before him to turn and burrow back into the forest. Startled by this scene, Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned before drawing his blade and pursuing. Though surprised by the goblin's vitality, he quickly realized that the goblin was weak, which emboldened him. Fortunately, it was just a goblin. Seeing Zhang Feng's situation, Zhang Yan in the heavenly Dao space let out a sigh of relief. As long as no unexpected events occurred, the outcome was already secure. And indeed, although the gunshot earlier did not take the goblin's life, it still affected it to some extent. Moreover, even an uninjured goblin wouldn't be able to escape from Zhang Feng's grasp. In less than 30 seconds, Zhang Feng's blade struck the goblin. With a cry of agony, the goblin collapsed to the ground lifeless. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't think twice and struck down twice more, fearing that the goblin might not be dead. As white light began to gather around the goblin's body, Zhang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Zhang Feng stood frozen in place. As time flowed slowly by, Zhang Yan was no longer anxious. He knew that Zhang Feng was receiving information from the Myriad Worlds Battlefield and would return soon. What he was eager to see was whether Zhang Feng could awaken his talent. Without making him wait long, 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng's figure vanished from the forest. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yan waved his hand to withdraw the screen in front of him, knowing that Zhang Feng had returned. Finally, it's over. Although the earlier events were nothing compared to the many dangerous missions he had executed, it was indeed a significant shock for him. Looking at the empty stone house before him, he stepped forward to push the door open, wanting to ask his young master exactly what had happened. Stepping out of the stone house, he saw Zhang Yan waving at him. "Young master, what exactly is going on? Haven't you already figured it out?" Zhang Yan smiled, pointing to his own head as he looked at Zhang Feng running toward. "But this. Forget the but, I will tell you everything later. For now, let's discuss the changes in your body." Ignoring Zhang Feng's curious gaze, Zhang Yan scrutinized Zhang Feng's slightly more robust figure with a look of inquiry. Before Zhang Feng entered the Myriad Worlds Battlefield, he had used the probing technique. But now using it again would be somewhat rude. But can't he just ask directly? "Hey." Hearing Zhang Yan's inquiry, Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. Clenching his fist, Zhang Feng felt a bit surprised. Speaking of which, his strength had reached its limit long ago and had not grown for quite some time. Now he could clearly feel the difference in his power. His strength had increased, and not just by a little. Realizing the change in his power, Zhang Feng was quite excited, finally understanding why Zhang Yan had asked such strange questions earlier. "Young master," Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Yan with excitement. "Have you played games? Quickly check your attribute. I see it. My physique is 15 points, spirit is 8 points, and I have a skill called probing technique and a talent called giant rock heavy armor." Giant rock heavy armor. Not bad. Come on, use it to show me. Zhang Yan didn't care much about Zhang Feng's physical attributes. He was only concerned about the talent. Alright. Not just Zhang Yan, he was also quite curious himself. Giant rock heavy armor. With a low shout from Zhang Feng, a thick layer of black armor appeared on his body, causing his figure to swell even larger. Seeing Zhang Feng's condition, Zhang Yan frowned slightly. If this was all the effect, he would indeed be a bit Haha, young master, this talent is so strong. Oh, does this heavy armor have any other effects? After putting on this heavy armor, I didn't feel any weight at all. It's truly incredible, and it seems to have some As he spoke, Zhang Feng closed his eyes. Rise. With a low shout from Zhang Feng, a wall of earth over a meter wide rose from the ground. Huh. With another loud shout, Zhang Feng's foot slammed into the ground, resulting in a gasp. Zhang Yan stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Is this gravity manipulation? Zhang Yan was stunned. What he had assumed to be a purely defensive talent had unveiled far more extraordinary properties. Though his own talent also manifested numerous traits, those were the result of enhancement by the world's primordial essence. Clearly, Zhang Feng's innate talent was extraordinary in its own right. It is a gravitational field, not freely controllable. Zhang Feng shook his head with quiet regret upon hearing Zhang Yan's exclamation. That's still remarkable. After all, these traits arise naturally from your talent. With cultivation, control may well become possible. Tell me, does this ability have any inherent limitations? None whatsoever, except for energy consumption. I can sustain the granite armor indefinitely without exertion, but once combat begins, all bets are off. The granite armor enhanced strength, fortified defense, and even conferred subtle control effects. Zhang Feng was deeply satisfied with his talent. As for energy expenditure, he could do nothing about it now. Further research would have to wait. Having grasped the nature of Zhang Feng's talent, Zhang Yin led him toward the Tianxin Pagoda. What? Blue Star is on the verge of annihilation. Through Zhang Yan's account, Zhang Feng fully comprehended their dire predicament, and that very understanding ignited urgent anxiety within him. Especially recalling the recent disturbances on Blue Star, he found Zhang Yan's words utterly credible, deepening his inner unease. I'm not anxious. Why are you? How can I not be anxious? Blue Star is dying. Zhang Feng roared, releasing his pent-up dread in a raw, visceral outburst. Zhang Yin remained silent, watching patiently as Zhang Feng vented his turmoil. Only then did Zhang Feng gradually regain composure. Huff, little master. Blue Star will be safe, won't it? We'll all be safe, won't we? Zhang Feng exhaled deeply, then turned to Zhang Yin. His unwavering faith rested in this young master, certain he would deliver the reassurance he sought. What calamity could possibly strike? If disaster were imminent, it would already have struck. Were we truly facing only 3 years, could we possibly live so peacefully upon Blue Star? World destruction is never instantaneous. It unfolds through stages. Blue Star has stabilized, thus it stands unharmed. Precisely because of this stability, profound calm pervades. Enough, don't dwell on it. With me here, all will be well. Zhang Yin placed a reassuring hand upon Zhang Feng's shoulder and said no more. Seeing Zhang Yin fall silent, Zhang Feng gazed at him and nodded firmly. Let's go. We'll return to Blue Star first. Gazing at Zhang Feng's resolute expression, then glancing toward the 2 stone guardians nearby refining the celestial Tao space, Zhang Yin vanished alongside him. Madman, go acclimate yourself to your newfound power. Leave the rest to me. Very well, little master. I'll depart now. Should anything arise, summon me immediately. Don't bear it alone. Madman, do not enter the battlefield alone. Promise me. Understood. Zhang Feng waved lightly in acknowledgement and departed without lingering. Indeed, he needed time to master his transformed strength. After Zhang Feng left, Zhang Yin collapsed onto the sofa. Truth be told, he had been even more tense than Zhang Feng during the trial realm. Should anything have befallen him, their guilt would haunt him for life. Blue Star offers no cycle of rebirth. Death is absolute, granting no second chances. Fortunately, his intuition had proven correct. First, let's handle this spirit vein core. Then, his voice faded as he re-entered the celestial Tao. Within the celestial Tao space, Zhang Yin held the spirit vein core in his palm, elated yet apprehensive. Elated for he now possessed a supreme treasure, apprehensive for he wondered whether it could truly birth a new spirit vein, as he suspected. According to Elder Zhang Feng, the core regenerated slowly on its own, but that was insufficient. He sought something far greater. Huff. Zhang Yin exhaled slowly, his expression grave. Success or failure could only be known through action. Overthinking served no purpose, so he steeled himself and proceeded. He cast the spirit vein core onto the ground and summoned earth energy, guiding it deep into the... No reaction. Has it failed? Watching the core vanish beneath the surface with no sign of response, disappointment flickered across his face. Yet at that very moment, he distinctly sensed the ambient spiritual energy beginning to converge, not toward him, but toward the ground beneath his feet. This is... Zhang Yin trembled with excitement. If this dormant spirit vein core truly awakened, Blue Star's fate would no longer hang in the balance, at least not for now. Excellent. Truly magnificent. As spiritual energy surged inward, Zhang Yan's laughter rang unrestrained. But his jubilation came prematurely. The greatest wonder was yet to unfold. As the energy converged, he noticed his earth domain accelerating its absorption. Its expansion rate doubled, then tripled, surging ever faster. Half an hour later, Zhang Yin calmed himself. With the spirit vein core confirmed functional, he shifted his attention to another artifact resting in his palm. The Great Peace Scripture. Let us see what marvels you conceal. Beyond its contents, the scripture's material alone was a rare treasure. And having lain beside the spirit vein core for ages, even an ordinary object would have been refined by spiritual energy into a priceless artifact. According to Grandfather, the Great Peace Scripture requires a unique force for activation. Surely that force is spiritual energy. At that thought, Zhang Yin channeled his internal energy into his palm. Upon contact, the scripture emitted a faint, ethereal glow. But suddenly, an immense suction erupted from the scripture, draining every trace of his energy. Damn! Zhang Yin paled, scarcely registering the event before a torrent of information flooded his conscience. Cultivation techniques, arcane arts, alchemy, talismanic, crafting, artifact, forging, formation, arrays, military formations. Chaotic, overwhelming, all cascading into his mind at once. Simultaneously, the Great Peace Scripture, its purpose fulfilled, began crumbling inch by inch, dissolving into wisps of azure smoke until nothing remained. Am I truly the child of destiny? When Zhang Yin woke up again, he was somewhat dazed. In the past few days, a series of fortunate events had befallen him, making him genuinely question whether he was indeed the so-called child of destiny. Quickly organizing the information in his mind, the Dao space became quiet once more. After 3 hours, Zhang Yin exhaled deeply and then opened his eyes, feeling a bit dazed. The gains from this experience were truly immense. Unlike the direct enhancement brought by the world's primal source, this time the Taiping Heavenly Book provided him with a complete cultivation system of Taoism. With this cultivation system, his path to the extraordinary would undoubtedly be much smoother. Of course, what made him the happiest was not this, but that within this inheritance information, he found a method to prolong the old man's life, which was to help the old master achieve the extraordinary. Although this path was also his previous idea, he might have had a bit of confidence in allowing the old man to pass the trial and then advance to the extraordinary. Even with firearms, he still felt it was not secure. There were too many races in the 10,000 realms battlefield, and no one dared to claim they had absolute confidence to pass the trial. Moreover, the old man was too old. He did not want any accidents to happen to him. But now it was different. He truly had the confidence to arm the old man and help him pass the trial. While firearms were powerful, when facing those creatures from other worlds, it was merely a matter of one magazine's worth of attacks. Once the bullets were exhausted, it would come down to close combat. Moreover, this was still in regard to races that lacked intelligence and did not use weapons. What if they encountered races that also knew how to use firearms? In trials, no one dared to say that accidents would not occur. But now it was different. Putting aside talismans and magical artifacts, these things were not so easy to create, and even if they could be made, they would not be very powerful. What truly reassured him was a particular spell, the Bean Soldier technique. This spell resonated with him deeply. He only needed to take a glance to clearly understand its crafting method. This also sparked an idea in his mind. He planned to seal one of his summoned objects and let the old man carry it. In this way, the chances of the old man passing the trial would greatly increase. Thinking of doing it, but the next moment, he awkwardly stopped. He had run out of energy. The Taiping Heavenly Book had just drained all the energy from his body. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes once more. The book contained numerous cultivation methods, and Zhang Yin directly selected the most suitable one for himself, the Thick Earth technique, to begin his practice. The Thick Earth technique had a simple name and average effects, but it was good enough for him at the moment. Sure enough, having a cultivation method made a difference. The recovery speed of his spiritual energy was incomparably faster. As the Thick Earth technique operated, he quickly noticed something amiss. The operational route of the Thick Earth technique was vastly different from his internal situation. Due to his innate talent, he could instinctively sense the presence of spiritual energy and slowly absorb the wandering qi. Because of this, he encountered no difficulties after starting the Thick Earth technique. Then with a thought, he relaxed his mind and let his instincts guide him in the cultivation. Indeed, although he did not deliberately control it, the technique continued to run without interruption following a different. The appearance of this situation filled Zhang Yin with immense joy. Only he could endure this. His body had undergone transformation from the world's primal source. If it had been someone else, they would have surely succumbed to an inner demon. This might just be my origin technique. I never expected it to come to me like this, thought Zhang Yin, feeling a sense. After his moment of reflection, Zhang Yin did not hesitate and began to operate according to the new route. As the technique circulated, he felt as if he had merged with the entire earth, with massive amounts of spiritual energy surging toward his body. In an instant, a significant portion of the spiritual energy within him was restored. The technique flowed, absorbing the spiritual energy into his body, which then circulated through his meridians under the guidance of his mental force, transforming it into Zhang Yan's own power. Under such circumstances, in less than 10 minutes, Zhang Yan felt his body becoming filled, bringing him a sense of refreshing comfort. It is worth noting that apart from the prior transformation from the world's primal source, the spiritual energy in his body had never been fully replenished. Oh no! Just as Zhang Yan was thinking of stopping the technique, he realized he seemed unable to do so. The external spiritual energy continued to pour into his body, causing him discomfort. After completing a cycle of circulation with all the spiritual energy converging in his dantian, Zhang Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he could stop now. However, just at this moment, he strangely found that he did not want to stop. As the spiritual energy gathered in his dantian, it began to autonomously compress, allowing him more space to store the energy. He still needed to operate the technique to absorb the spiritual energy and fill his dantian. Moreover, he seemed to realize something. He felt that this was a good thing. The spiritual energy surged into his body, and although Zhang Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable, he showed no intention of stopping. Because the influx of spiritual energy was overwhelming, he couldn't absorb it fast enough, causing a large amount to accumulate within him. Feeling the sensation of expansion in his body, Zhang Yan began to take this seriously. Initially, he thought he might be about to level up, which made him happy and less anxious. However, as his body expanded, he started to feel something was off. This is so uncomfortable. He felt a bit anxious, but now he found himself completely unable to stop as he realized he truly could not halt this process. Even if it meant risking injury, he could not stop. What Zhang Yan did not know was that with his advancement, the spiritual energy from the entire Tao space began to converge toward him. Right now, Zhang Yan was the beloved child of Blue Star. The entire world was there to assist him, and precisely because of this, the spiritual energy continued to gather, and coupled with some unknown situations arising within Zhang Yan, he found himself completely unable to stop. Filled with unease, Zhang Yan struggled to control the situation within him, not wanting any accidental outbursts of spiritual power. As for the sensation of expansion in his body, he chose to ignore it. He noticed that although his body was consistently feeling the expansion, there was no trend of intensification, which reassured him. It's finally over. This breakthrough had lasted a full day, and Zhang Yan's breakthrough had finally come to an end. Feeling the energy sphere emitting a yellowish glow within his dantian, his mood was immensely joyful. Is this the seed of the extraordinary? From the inheritance of the Taiping Heavenly Book, he understood his current situation, which was the first stage of advancing to the extraordinary, condensing energy to form his own extraordinary seed. He had already met the conditions for advancing to the extraordinary with 3 times the physical limit of the human body and sufficient spiritual energy absorbed. These 2 conditions were fully met after he underwent the transformation of the world's origin, but because he could only instinctively absorb external spiritual energy, before he naturally did not directly level up. If it weren't for unexpectedly obtaining the inheritance of the Taiping Heavenly Book, he would need to reach a physique attribute of over 50 points to formally condense the extraordinary seed. Sensing the immense energy contained within his extraordinary seed, he slowly opened his eyes with joy. Thinking he had finished this round of cultivation, he originally planned to check the changes after his advancement, but upon opening his eyes, Zhang Yan was left dumbfounded. Looking at the eaves before him, Zhang Yan fell silent. He had to realize that he was sitting down. His eyes were level with the eaves while seated, and what had happened was self-evident. His body had grown larger. Stretching his hand in front of him, he looked at his large hand, and after comparing it with the surrounding objects, Zhang Yan fell silent once again. After remaining silent for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yan slowly stood up. Now standing, he looked at the stone house before him and estimated his current height. His body had grown larger. Stretching his hand in front of him, he looked at his large hand, and after comparing it with the surrounding objects, named Zhang Yan, LV1 201,000, first stage race, human origin, Blue Star, life 100, 001, 0000, spiritual power 21002 100, physique 100, spirit 70, talent great dominator race, talent giant, spirit technique yellow heaven, thick earth art skill. After seeing the changes in his attributes, Zhang Yan fell silent once more. The enormous increase in attributes was completely beyond his expectations. The increase in power was not as simple as 11, it exhibited exponential growth. Otherwise, a normal person's strength around 5 points would yield a maximum of 100 gene of power. With his current strength of 100 points, wouldn't that mean he could exert 2,000 gene? Of course, this was just the calculation for ordinary people. Even if his attribute data showed 5 points like an ordinary person, the damage he could inflict would be dozens or even hundreds of times greater, as he was fundamentally different from ordinary people. Leaving aside the attributes, Zhang Yan was completely shocked by the new talent that appeared in his attributes. The race talent was an area he had never encountered before. Giant spirit, is that my race talent? The giant spirit, though seemingly unremarkable, filled Zhang Yan with immense joy, causing him to forget his current situation. The battlefield of myriad realms has never been a safe place. A gigantic size could attract some unknown dangers, but undoubtedly it could also avoid more troubles. After receiving the information about the race talent giant spirit, Zhang Yan's mood undoubtedly improved significantly. As for the issue of growing larger, it was perfectly resolved. Growing larger naturally meant he could also shrink. With a single thought, Zhang Yan's field of vision began to change gradually. Shrinking his body made him frown slightly. I didn't expect that shrinking my body would actually make me feel uncomfortable. After adapting for a while, Zhang Yan managed to suppress the discomfort. I haven't felt any significant changes in my physique, but my strength feels considerably diminished. After sensing his current bodily condition, Zhang Yan slowly felt at ease. The change in size would greatly affect his power, but fortunately this kind of impact was not a major problem for him. Such changes were certainly better than not being able to shrink, otherwise he wouldn't know how to interact with others in the future. Earth Element Summon. The Earth Element spirit of today had not yet been created. Naturally, he wouldn't leave it unused. In his plans, the future Earth Element spirit would be his personal guard, and he needed to nurture it well. A new giant egg appeared before him, and Zhang Yan happily approached to pat it. He was indeed the most dazzling one, yet another mutated earth element spirit. Looking at the patterns on the giant egg, this mutated earth element spirit should possess both fire and earth attributes. After sensing the condition of the giant egg, Zhang Yan's excitement vanished without a trace. Although the giant egg had mutated, the overall strength had not changed significantly. He had thought that this time his power upgrade could boost the strength of his earth element spirit. Shaking his head, he decided that his gains this time were already considerable and he shouldn't be greedy. Earth, it's too slow, really too slow. I hope this time's power increase can accelerate the expansion of my domain. Now he already had 3 domains. One was in the heavenly Dao space, which was the largest one, was the domain he left in Jiang City during his experiment, and the last was in his hometown. Leaving aside the domain on Blue Star, without the nourishment of spiritual energy, the domain above Blue Star had no hope of expansion. What he cared about now was only the domain before him. If he could not completely occupy the heavenly Dao space now, he might encounter some troubles later, which was what he did not. Expand. My domain, let me see your limits. 1,000 points of spiritual power were directly infused into the ground beneath him. With the infusion of 1,000 points, Zhang Yan felt his domain continuously expanding. Sensing the speed of his domain's expansion, which would originally take 5 years to cover the entire heavenly Dao space, now only required a few months. If he put in more effort, perhaps even a month wouldn't be needed. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yan's eyes squinted with joy. Moreover, let's not forget he had integrated the heart of the spiritual vein into his domain. With the heart of the spiritual vein, the speed of his domain's expansion would further accelerate. Half a month. Just thinking about it made him excited. Excited, Zhang Yan directly sat cross-legged to restore his own spiritual power. Isn't it just a bit of effort? Having endured hardships, he wasn't afraid of this little effort. As Zhang Yan sat down, a spiritual energy storm surged in the heavenly Dao space once again. Inheritance, progress, and strength, everything was moving in a positive direction, filling Zhang Yan with motivation. Has it been born? As Zhang Yan restored the spiritual power within his body and prepared for his next move, he Earth Elemental Spirit Lava Yinbao LV 200 life, 1000 energy, 50400, physique 30 spirit. Looking at the attributes of the lava giant before him, Zhang Yan's eyes brightened. Due to his influence, especially the lava giant's impressive physique of 30 sparked new ideas in Zhang Yan. Moreover, not only was he focused on the lava giant, but his gaze also shifted towards the stone and Dazhuang, the second earth elemental spirit. After being summoned, the earth elemental spirit would have its own name. Stone Dazhuang, come here for a moment. With a thought in mind, Zhang Yan immediately took action. He called Stone and Dazhuang to his side and transmitted the thick earth technique into their minds, but when it came to Yinbao, his actions hesitated slightly. While both Stone and Dazhuang were of the earth attribute, Yinbao possessed both fire and earth attributes, making the thick earth technique evidently unsuitable. However, there were no suitable techniques left in his hand. Should Yinbao cultivate a no-attribute technique? That would be worse than practicing the thick earth technique. Although it was somewhat inappropriate, Zhang Yan didn't think for too long. He directly transmitted both the thick earth technique and a fire attribute technique, blazing fire technique. Yinbao, you can choose which of these 2 techniques to cultivate. Zhang Yan felt helpless. He could only let Yinbao make the choice. Okay, Father God. Yinbao didn't express much about Zhang Yan's helplessness. Seeing Yinbao, who was as foolish as stone, Zhang Yan couldn't help but slap his own forehead. Goodness, how could I talk so much with a fool like this? After dismissing the 3 fools, Zhang Yan turned his attention back to himself. Giving the 3 fools techniques was merely a casual act. His true goal was never forgotten. Now that his cultivation had broken through and he had gained decent rewards, it was time to get down to business. Transforming beings into soldiers. Remembering this technique, Zhang Yan felt a surge of excitement. To turn this legendary spell into reality in his hands was an excitement beyond measure. As he recalled the information regarding the transforming beings into soldiers technique, he felt a mix of exhilaration and bewilderment. Was the transforming beings into soldiers technique difficult? Naturally, it was very difficult, though otherwise it wouldn't be called the representative spell of so-called celestial masters. However, difficult for others was as simple as eating and drinking for Zhang Yan. For he discovered that many elements of the transforming beings into soldiers technique bore striking similarities to his own talent. No, not just similarities, it was like a simplified version of his own talent. With that thought, Zhang Yan couldn't wait to try it out. However, just as he was about to act, he paused. The inheritance in his mind was fine and his thoughts were also clear, but where were the materials? Upon realizing this, Zhang Yan felt somewhat awkward. After a moment of contemplation, he made up his mind. The inheritance was fine, but it was clearly a simplified version. He still had ways to work around it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan immediately activated his talent and summoned an earth elemental spirit. However, halfway through the summoning, he suddenly halted and began to perform the condensation technique for transforming beings into soldiers. Sure enough, as he moved, the earth elemental spirit that was about to take shape immediately shrank. Seeing this, Zhang Yan's heart leapt with joy, thinking it worked. He hadn't expected that without materials, he would successfully condense the earth elemental spirit to act as the material for transforming beings into soldiers. However, when a giant golden bean appeared in his hand, the corners of Zhang Yan's mouth twitched. Goodness, whose beans are as big as a duck egg. It seemed he had succeeded, but at the same time it felt like he hadn't fully succeeded. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he activated the bean in his hand. Earth Elemental Spirit Duration 1H. A duration affected by its own state, can be used multiple times, requires nurturing. Can grow growth influenced by the nurturer. Physique 30 Spirit 20 Talent None Skills Earth Spike Rock Armor Heavy Strike. Upon seeing the Earth Elemental Spirit before him, Zhang Yan felt a bit disappointed. Although its attributes could rival Yanbao, this was his direct summoning of the Earth Elemental Spirit. It was not a permanent existence like stone. Though somewhat disappointed, it was still adequate. After storing the Earth Elemental Spirit, Zhang Yan took action once more. One was not enough. If the soldier from the inheritance was merely a one-time existence, he wouldn't have the time to pursue it. Not only would it waste spiritual power, but it would also waste his cultivation time. However, now that the soldier he created could be reused multiple times and could grow, it sparked many more ideas. This was no mere soldier. This could completely serve as a magical tool, or even as a Dao soldier. If only one person could refine one soldier, otherwise Zhang Yan would be even more excited. Zhang Yan finally stopped when the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. Looking at the pile of beans beside him, he nodded in satisfaction. However, what delighted him even more was that with each soldier he created, he gained a deeper understanding of his talent. Although he didn't know exactly what he had comprehended, judging by the increasingly smaller soldiers, his gains were evident. Stretching his back, Zhang Yan stood up, intending to take action immediately. Not only his great-grandfather Zhang Feng, but also some of the young and strong in their village, he aimed to bring more people into the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Some things once started, he had to ensure they were done well. Moreover, as more people entered the 10,000 Realms battlefield, he couldn't possibly act as a lone wolf. Whether for future stability or other reasons, he needed to establish his own influence. If stronger individuals existed in Blue Star in the future, it would be fine for him to relax in the back, but he would never easily entrust his life to others. However, with his current talent, he truly did not believe that anyone in the future could surpass him. Young master. As soon as he exited the heavenly Dao space, Zhang Yan saw Zhang Feng, who was holding a lunchbox, arrive at his home. Zhang Feng lifted the lunchbox in his hand and placed it on the living room table. How is it? Are you adapting well? Glancing at the lunchbox, Zhang Yan sat on the sofa beside it and reached out to open the lunchbox. Who am I? I am a martial arts genius. With that, Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow at Zhang Yan. Seeing this, Zhang Yan stopped asking further questions and tossed a bean soldier towards Zhang Feng, saying, "Drop blood to recognize the master." What is this? Receiving the bean soldier, Zhang Feng looked puzzled. Upon seeing the golden patterns on the bean soldier, he immediately realized it was something valuable. Remembering that Zhang Yan mentioned dropping blood to recognize the master, Zhang Feng's hand trembled involuntarily, followed by a rush of joy. He did not ask Zhang Yan any further questions, took out the dagger from his waist, and cut his finger, then wiped it on the bean soldier. A flash of golden light soared from the bean soldier and entered Zhang Feng's body, causing him to close his eyes. Zhang Yan, witnessing this, silently smiled and redirected his attention back to the lunchbox. At that moment, Zhang Feng was utterly shocked. From the information feedback received from the bean soldier, he immediately recognized its value. With this bean soldier, what difference would it make from gaining an additional innate talent? As expected of his young master, the items he provided were indeed extraordinary. Young master, you. Upon seeing Zhang Feng awaken, Zhang Yan waved his hand to stop him from continuing. Now that you're awake, let's talk business. I plan to recruit some young and strong individuals from the village into the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Help me see who in the village would be suitable. Old master. Young master, are you serious? Zhang Yan's announcement was a heavy bombshell. Recruiting some young and strong individuals from the village was one thing, but bringing in the old master. Looking at Zhang Feng's incredulous expression, Zhang Yan shook his head and sighed. Alas, you've seen the old master's condition. I have no choice. Moreover, we can't escape the 10,000 Realms battlefield. It's just a matter of time. The world has changed greatly, and people's hearts vary. We must prepare for the worst. You should understand my meaning. Saying this, Zhang Yan waved a bean soldier in front of Zhang Feng. I understand. Seeing the bean soldier in Zhang Yan's hand, Zhang Feng hesitated no longer, nodded solemnly, and stood up to walk out of the house. After Zhang Feng left, Zhang Yan sat on the sofa pondering for a moment. His heart tightened as he stood up and let out a long breath. I hope everything goes smoothly. He couldn't guarantee that everyone would perform as well as Zhang Feng in the trials. Even with his assistance, he couldn't assure that everyone would safely pass the trials. But no one could escape, it was just a matter of time. Right now he could still help others, but when the 10,000 Realms battlefield randomly pulled people in, that would be the truly brutal moment. He didn't know how many would fall during the trials. You say, this is a bean soldier. The old master looked at his great-grandson in disbelief. If he hadn't confirmed that his ears were functioning properly, he would have thought he misheard. Holding the bean soldier, he examined it closely, his brows furrowed, deeply lost in thought. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe Zhang Yan, but could he trust that this thing larger than an egg was a bean soldier? If it weren't for the strange patterns glowing on it, and the different sensations he sensed with his extraordinary mental power, he really would have. Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled as his thoughts raced, then he looked seriously at Zhang Yan. What should I do? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan knew the old master had begun to trust his words and felt a surge of joy. He had previously worried that the old master wouldn't believe him and would think he was joking. Now everything became simple. Just drop blood. With the old master in this state, he wouldn't need to say much, which made him very happy. The old master indeed wasted no words, directly biting his finger and wiping the blood onto the bean soldier. The blood was instantly absorbed, and a flash of golden light entered the old master's body, after which he closed his eyes. Seeing the old master like this made Zhang Yan smile as well. Moments later, the old master opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Yan with a complex expression. If he had known Zhang Yan had this ability earlier, he would have handed over the inheritance long ago. Great-grandson, how do you feel? When the old master opened his eyes, Zhang Yan immediately approached him. The old master nodded, giving Zhang Yan a response. However, the usage limitations are quite significant. Alas, it's a pity to give this to me. According to his sensing, he would need to nurture it for a good few years after using it once before he could use it again. If it were decades ago, he might have been excited for a while, but now, alas. And besides, he might not even get a chance to use it once given the state of the world. The limitations are not a problem. Using it once is enough. Hearing the old master's lament, Zhang Yan felt no discontent. The old master hadn't activated his own energy attributes yet, and being able to use it once depended on the energy he inputted. But using it once would allow the old master to safely pass the trial, and then everything would be manageable. Once the attribute panel is activated, his body would receive a certain enhancement, and the old master's health would improve significantly. If possible, he could even take the old master to level up, making it possible for him to reach the extraordinary. Then Zhang Yan began to explain the matters regarding the 10,000 Realms battlefield to the old master. Upon hearing this, the old master frowned slightly. He didn't question the truth of Zhang Yan's words, but fell into deep thought. He had sensed that something would happen due to the earlier tremors of heaven and earth, but he hadn't expected it to be this serious. 3 years. It was far too short. Inheritance. Inheritance, my foot. Alas. The old master sighed again. I understand your meaning. Oh, let's talk. Your thoughts while I still have a breath left and some strength. Although he sighed, the old master quickly adjusted his mindset. He didn't know Zhang Yan's intentions, but if he could help him, he had no reason to refuse. Having lived for over 100 years, he felt he had lived enough. Even if the world were to end now, it wouldn't affect him much. Zhang Yan noticed the determination in the old master's eyes and felt somewhat helpless. Old master, can't you wait for me to finish speaking? Great-grandson, don't overthink it. I will handle everything. I'm telling you this just to let you understand the situation and prepare for the trials. If you pass the trials, your body will improve. Before Zhang Yan could finish speaking, the old master waved his hand, signaling him to stop. He had guessed Zhang Yan's thoughts, but he didn't want to let Zhang Yan speak too much on this matter. The more he spoke, the more it would only add to the sadness. Stop the nonsense, let me experience those races from the heavens. With that, the old man erupted with an feeling the old man's aura. Zhang Yan was taken aback, but also relieved. All right, great-grandfather, but you must listen to me. Once you enter the trial, you must summon the bean soldiers immediately. Though he felt reassured about the old man, Zhang Yan still couldn't help but ramble on. Looking at Zhang Yan, who was babbling in front of him, the old man's face revealed a smile. His great-grandson, Zhang Yan, spoke at length, and the old man showed no signs of impatience, quietly smiling and listening. After finishing his explanation in one breath, Zhang Yan recalled everything a few times, and finding nothing else to say, let out a sigh. Little Yan, is that all? That's it. So great-grandfather, you must listen to me and release the bean soldiers immediately after entering the trial. Zhang Yan couldn't help but start rambling again due to his anxiety about the old man. In the end, feeling somewhat uneasy, Zhang Yan pulled the old man toward the secret room, thinking about how to. The old man felt somewhat helpless about this, but did not refuse. Upon entering the secret room and seeing the pile of items Zhang Yan had brought out, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Assault rifles, grenades, long knives. Although he had power, he was still old. How could he carry so many? In the end, under Zhang Yan's watchful gaze, the old man took 2 handguns, 2 grenades, and a dagger. To be honest, after hearing Zhang Yan's explanation, he didn't even want to carry these. In his view, a single dagger was enough. But to reassure Zhang Yan, he took a few more items. Alright, this is enough. Oh, I'm not that fragile. Seeing the old man fully armed, Zhang Yan finally felt relieved. Then realizing there was nothing else to prepare, he sent the old man into the trial space. As the old man's figure disappeared, Zhang Yan immediately arrived at the heavenly Tao space, beginning to observe the old man's situation. Is this the trial space? The old man felt disoriented as he transitioned to a new environment. Feeling both curious and solemn, he began to grow vigilant. Though he was old, his combat instincts had not faded. In fact, years of cultivation had heightened his perception. Unlike Zhang Feng, the old man did not appear in a dense forest, but rather in an expansive training ground. Seeing this, Zhang Yan on the outside couldn't help but feel relieved. Of course, while there are benefits to being open, there are also significant drawbacks. The old man's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the towering figure over 2 meters away, an overwhelming aura rising. This was the aura of killing intent, only cultivated through countless battles. The old man's opponent was a goblin, but it was unlike any ordinary goblin. This one was enormous, over 2 meters tall, which was quite large even among humans. The old man noticed his opponent, and the goblin naturally detected the old man's presence. Seeing a human, it instinctively lunged at the old man. However, as the old man's aura surged, the goblin's movements suddenly paused. Fortunately, the goblin halted, granting the old man more time to prepare. Even though the old man was confident in his strength, youth is fearsome was not a mere saying, especially when facing such a massive creature. The old man did not recognize the goblin, he merely regarded it as a monster. With a thought, a larger figure appeared before him. This was a massive earth-brown figure, nearly 3 meters tall, holding a huge shield in one hand and a terrifying long spear in the other. Seeing this figure, the old man was momentarily stunned. You tell me this is a bean soldier? He was not unfamiliar with the legendary turning beans into soldiers, but this was indeed a bit outlandish. However, now was not the time to think about these things. The goblin in the distance was still there. But now he wasn't the only one feeling bewildered. The goblin not far away was also confused. What the hell? Wasn't its opponent a frail, old human? Seeing an opponent even larger than itself, it hesitated. A large size means strength, that was its inherent belief. Its hesitation cost it the last chance to counterattack, as 2 grenades had already landed before it. Boom boom, with 2 explosive sounds, the giant goblin's massive body was sent flying. The power of the grenades should not be underestimated, but given that he was an old relic and was not dealing with an ordinary human, the giant goblin merely lost a significant amount of health and was not directly defeated. Roar, suddenly suffering tremendous damage, the giant goblin was enraged. Now it couldn't care about anything else and charged at the old man. While the intent was good, the next moment, it was pinned to the ground by a massive spear. Although the strength of the bean soldiers did not meet Zhang Yan's expectations, they were still extraordinary beings. With such power, as long as the opponent showed the slightest flaw, they could react instantly. Not only did the giant goblin fail to react, but even the old man only saw a fleeting shadow, and the giant goblin was already pinned to the ground. Seeing this scene, the old man's heart sank. When he first entered, he must admit he had a hint of underestimation. On Blue Star, his strength was not necessarily the best, but he was undoubtedly among the top. Such strength kept his pride intact. But now, upon witnessing the power of the bean soldiers, his pride was suppressed. Moreover, if the bean soldiers were this strong, what about the one who created them? Oh, the one who created the bean soldiers is his great-grandson, so it's nothing to worry about. Then it was just a matter of waiting. The giant goblin, although not strong, still had decent health. Otherwise, under such overwhelming strength, the giant goblin would have been instantly demolished. But it could only be this way. For the giant goblin, it made no difference, just waiting for death. As the giant goblin's arm fell, a white glow rose from it, signaling the end of the battle. Seeing this, Zhang Yan, who was observing in the heavenly Tao space, let out a complete sigh of relief. Great-grandfather. Seeing the old man emerging from the small stone house not far away, Zhang Yan revealed a broad smile. However, Zhang Yan soon found himself stunned. The old man completely ignored him, squinting his eyes, as if sensing something. A thought flashed through Zhang Yan's mind, and he understood. The old man had come into contact with spiritual energy, and the Tao space was now filled with it, which was perfectly normal for him to sense. Ha ha ha. Without waiting for Zhang Yan to think much, the old man burst into a hearty laugh, overwhelmed. Spiritual energy, this is spiritual energy. So much of it, Xiaoyan, look. As he spoke, the old man trembled as he moved closer to Zhang Yan. He possessed a steadfast heart for seeking the Tao, yet reality told him the path was severed. But now what did he see? The entire space was filled with spiritual energy. How could this not stir his emotions? By the time he reached Zhang Yan's side, the old man's laughter had transformed into tears of joy. He was simply too overwhelmed. Zhang Yan looked at the excited old man, a broad smile on his face. While he couldn't truly empathize with the old man's excitement, it didn't diminish his happiness for him. Not wanting to disturb the old man, just 5 minutes passed before he gradually calmed down. Xiaoyan, what do you plan to do? After settling down, the old man began to express his concern for Zhang Yan. This was an opportunity, but also a calamity. Entering the Myriad Realms battlefield was not just a personal matter. What to do next was not easy at all. Seeing the old man bring up this topic again, Zhang Yan no longer hesitated and shared his thoughts. What about those little kids? As Zhang Yan articulated his plan, the old man's brows furrowed involuntarily, then he waved his hand to interrupt Zhang Yan. What's wrong, great-grandfather? Is there a problem? Interrupted by the old man, Zhang Yan was not upset, merely curious as he looked at him. I understand your thoughts. If I were you, I would do the same, but it's not enough. The old man said, patting Zhang. You mentioned that the Myriad Realms battlefield is a war between civilizations. Having too few people is not feasible. For just your generation of children, there are only so many. Even as a basic formation, it's insufficient. Not to mention, even if you are not interested in power, do you think a chaotic civilization can establish itself? Not to mention, even if you are not interested in power, do you think a chaotic civilization can establish itself in the Myriad Realms battlefield? Some things cannot be avoided just because you don't want to do them. Go take a look at our family tree. Although many branches can no longer be contacted and have been severed as long as we can connect. The old man didn't say much more, but patted Zhang Yan's shoulder again before sitting cross-legged. Seeing this, Zhang Yan furrowed his brows, slightly lost in thought. Sigh. What good is it to make contact? He understood the old man's words, but in this era. Shaking his head to avoid overthinking, he realized he had to wait until his friends from the village completed their trials before taking action. Then Zhang Yan curiously looked at the old man, wondering what talent he might awaken. Name Zhang Feng, LV1. Life 200,200. Spiritual power 1031. Physique 20. Spirit 31. Talent Earth's power. Looking at the old man's attributes, Zhang Yan was somewhat shocked. Had he already reached the extraordinary standard? After all, the old man had no world origin to use. Moreover, Earth's power, what a remarkable ability. TSK. However, it was only this spiritual energy attribute. A thought flashed and he understood. His spiritual power attribute could directly reach the limit he could control, and the world origin power also contributed significantly. Other living beings could only cultivate slowly on their own. Since the old man lived in an era of waning spiritual energy, how much spiritual energy could be within his body? Even with this talent awakening, it only raised his spiritual energy to 10 points. It was precisely because of this that he understood why the old man was so eager to cultivate. Seeing the surrounding spiritual energy beginning to surge towards the old man, Zhang Yan ceased to think further and quietly exited the Dao space. Leaving the Dao space, Zhang Yan directly collapsed onto the old man's recliner. He had appeared relaxed earlier, but the pressure in his heart was not small at all. He truly dared not imagine what would happen if something happened to the old man. Fortunately, everything had come to an end. Lying quietly for a moment, he took out a book, which was the family tree the old man had given him. Looking at the thick family tree in his hand, Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Aside from the Zhang family members in Zhangjia village, the relatives from other places. Sigh. He couldn't say much at other times, but in this era, gathering people together was truly. Zhang Yan rubbed his temples, sprawled on the recliner, lost in thought. Little great-grandson, so you're here. Huh. Where's the old lady? Just then a familiar loud voice echoed in Zhang Yan's ear. It was Zhang Feng entered the yard, saw Zhang Yan lying on the old man's recliner, but did not see the old man, and couldn't help but feel curious. Finished with your work? How many people can you call? Instead of answering Zhang Feng's curiosity, he countered with a question regarding the village. There were over 3,000 people in the village, so there were still quite a few young people who could be gathered. Hearing Zhang Yan's question, Zhang Feng suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Speaking of which, after the global earthquake, many workers had returned to the village, but when Zhang Feng went to gather them, the number of people who showed up was not many, which made him a bit awkward. How many people? Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, Zhang Yan frowned slightly. It seemed that Zhang Feng's actions were not going smoothly. Though they were from the same village, there were always differences in relationships. More than 70. When he said this, Zhang Feng also felt a bit embarrassed. I notified them to gather here tonight. Little great-grandson, how do you want to arrange it? Hearing this, Zhang Yan rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. More than 70 people, was that little? Well, it wasn't a lot, but nearly everyone from their generation had come. Moreover, with over 70 people now, who knew how many more would actually show up? Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Yan like this, Zhang Feng laughed proudly. Didn't expect it, right? Although we are no longer in the village, our charisma hasn't diminished one bit. After laughing a couple of times, seeing that Zhang Yan didn't react and remained leisurely lying on the recliner, his laughter abruptly ceased. All right, little great-grandson is the boss. If he doesn't laugh, then I won't laugh either. By the way, little great-grandson, do you think we should go to the Myriad Realms battlefield to see it now? By the way, young master, do you think we should go to the battlefield of 10,000 realms and have a look? Hearing this, Zhang Yin sat up straight, looking incredulously at Zhang Feng. How could you have such an idea? Is there something wrong with that? Zhang Feng felt a bit puzzled by Zhang Yan's. He had long been mentally prepared for entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms. However, with the task given by Zhang Yin and not yet adapting to the power within him, he had refrained from bringing up the subject. But now it was different. The task was completed, and he had adapted to the power in his body. Thus he was indeed feeling a bit impatient. The sensation of power enhancement was truly intoxicating, especially for someone like him who was obsessed with martial arts. Smack! Seeing Zhang Feng's puzzled expression, Zhang Yin slapped him on the head. What level of strength do you have now? You haven't even reached the extraordinary stage. What kind of place is the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Are you going to be cannon fodder? While lecturing Zhang Feng, he felt somewhat fortunate that he had anticipated this and had sealed off the passage to the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Otherwise, he really didn't know if Zhang Feng could return safely. That can't be. I admit that my strength is not as good as yours, but calling me cannon fodder is a bit much. The awakening of his talent and the explosive growth of his strength had inflated Zhang Feng's ego. Oomph! Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Zhang Yin snorted coldly, releasing a faint pressure. Faced with the rising pressure emanating from Zhang Yin, Zhang Feng's face immediately turned red, and he half knelt on the ground. Is this all you've got? Who gave you the courage to go to the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Not only Zhang Feng, but even he himself was not prepared to go to the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Now he had to suppress Zhang Feng's thoughts. Blue Star couldn't afford any more turmoil. Moreover, he had a premonition that he had to be the first to enter the battlefield of 10,000 realms, otherwise something disastrous would surely happen. As soon as Zhang Yin released his pressure, Zhang Feng immediately calmed down. All right, fine. I want go, but we still need to level up. Although he had given up on the idea of entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he still felt a bit disappointed. Leveling up would enhance his strength, and he truly didn't want to miss out on that. Just wait. Zhang Yin understood Zhang Feng's thoughts, but didn't intend to say much as he already had plans in mind. With a casual remark, Zhang Yin decided to ignore Zhang Feng and picked up the family tree to read. It was truly amazing that the branches of the Zhang family had spawned so many, and despite having no interests or exchanges, the connections between them had not broken and had continued to be passed down. I wonder what they are really thinking. It's quite unbelievable that two worlds clearly different, yet historically similar, have led to this current situation. Shaking his head in amusement, he thought that perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to engage with this in the previous world. Seeing that Zhang Yin was ignoring him, Zhang Feng looked up at the sky and couldn't help but pout. He had guessed a bit about Zhang Yin's thoughts, but it was clearly not what he wanted to see. This family tree. Sighing, the more he looked, the more puzzled Zhang Yin became. He could only hope that everything would go smoothly. Closing the family tree, he really had no mood to continue reading. Follow me. Rising from the lounge chair, he called out to Zhang Feng and walked towards the temple. Since he couldn't figure it out, it was better to start preparing for the impending matters. Bringing the puzzled Zhang Feng along to the underground space. The underground space was not accessible to just anyone, as riches could entice hearts, and the amount of wealth within was enough to drive people mad. Indeed, upon seeing the situation in the underground space, Zhang Feng was left dumbfounded in place. This is the wealth accumulated by our ancestors. This is only a part of it. Zhang Yin casually explained as he approached a nearby pile of weapons. He really didn't want to mention this matter. If he had known his family was so wealthy, why would he bother working? Just thinking about it made him want to cover his face and cry. Clap, 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 he patted the weapon box in front of him and waved at Zhang Feng. Help organize these weapons, we'll need them tonight. Looking at the weapons before him, Zhang Feng didn't need Zhang Yin to explain. He already understood what to do. The firearms were wrapped in oiled paper, so they wouldn't have any issues, but the cold weapons had a problem. They were rusty. Although the tetanus blade was decent, they were not facing ordinary people. Those foreign beings would not necessarily fear these. Young master, why don't I go contact someone outside to buy some new ones? There should still be time. Zhang Feng looked at the long knife in his hand, which was covered in rust, waved it a couple of times, and then tossed it directly on the ground. He really didn't think much of these weapons. It would be better to bring more guns instead. No need. Zhang Yin picked up a long knife, flicked his finger, and all the rust fell off. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was first taken aback, but after realizing it, he gave Zhang Yin a thumbs up. Then he stopped thinking too much and began to classify and move suitable weapons out of the underground space. Phew. Done. Although his physical quality had improved somewhat, moving these weapons still left Zhang Feng feeling a bit fatigued. You feel tired from this little bit. You still need to practice more. Facing Zhang Yan's teasing, Zhang Feng turned his head away, not wanting to engage with him. He had been the one doing all the work while Zhang Yin had just been watching from a distance, which made him quite unhappy. "Oh, are you angry? No way. No way. Enough." Zhang Feng finally shouted in anger, but the next moment his tone softened. "Young master, please forgive me. Tell me, what did I do wrong? I can change, can't I?" Facing Zhang Yin, Zhang Feng truly couldn't muster any anger. Here. Zhang Yin didn't continue to tease Zhang Feng, taking out a sausage from his backpack space and gestured to Zhang Feng before slowly savoring it. Watching Zhang Yan's figure disappear, Zhang Feng finally reacted and slapped his own forehead. Not using the backpack space, and instead moving everything slowly and foolishly. No wonder Zhang Yan looked at him with that kind of caring gaze. Ignoring Zhang Feng, Zhang Yan went to the surface and nodded in satisfaction at the weapons that had been organized. With these weapons and his own being soldiers, he believed that nothing unexpected would occur. Everything would wait for nightfall, or a brand new chapter was about to begin. "Little master, long time no see. And oh, our little master has returned. And uncle, you're back." Night fell. After grabbing a simple meal from the temple's kitchen, he sat with Zhang Feng in the courtyard waiting. The temple courtyard was spacious, frequently used for festive celebrations, and this was precisely why he had chosen it to gather his childhood friends. They did not wait long before one figure after another appeared before Zhang Yin and Zhang Feng. Though years had passed, their warmth toward Zhang Yin remained unchanged. At that, the faint sense of estrangement buried deep within Zhang Yan's heart gradually faded, softening his expression into a genuine smile. "And you're back. We'd half forgotten you." Just then a voice, soft, effeminate, unsettling, cut through the air, sending a shiver down Zhang Yan's spine and raising gooseflesh along his arms. "Damn it, you sissy, must you speak at all?" And before Zhang Yin could react, Zhang Feng roared in fury. Zhang Yin smiled faintly. The newcomer was Zhang Jun, a man whose mannerisms unmistakably marked him as effeminate. Zhang Jun stood 5 feet 9 inches tall, slender and delicate, and bearing his voice, his gestures, all conspired to evoke an instinctive discomfort. Yet at the sight of him, a flood of memories surged forth, drawing an involuntary laugh from Zhang Yan. He was not a replacement, but a fusion, his soul interwoven with the originals. His earlier departure had stemmed solely from incomplete memory integration, not erasure. Otherwise, he would never have returned to this hometown. "And you haven't changed a bit, and change." Sigh. And Zhang Jun sighed helplessly. He knew full well how effeminate he seemed, and as a grown man he chafed under it deeply. Raised solely by his mother since childhood, certain habits had taken root early. Habits he'd never questioned until much later, when realization came too late to undo them. Habits are not shed like old clothes. And Zhang Jun gazed upward at the sky, weariness etched across his face. "And what are you pretending for? Do you think I don't know exactly who you are?" "Who doesn't know who you are? We grew up together, and, ah, dull ox, you're interrupting my conversation with uncle. Have you any right to speak? And just who do you think you are calling me, old man? Address me as grandfather." "And, humph, sissy, and, enough bickering. You two are just as childish as ever." Seeing them on the verge of blows, Zhang Yin stepped forward to intervene. To cultivate masculinity, Zhang Jun had enlisted in the military. His combat skills were respectable, but against Zhang Feng, hopeless, and against enhanced Zhang Feng, utterly outmatched. "Junzi, you've returned too. Has something happened in the army?" After all, following the recent upheaval, the military would not move lightly. Zhang Feng's return was possible only because of grandfather's summons. "Let's not speak of it." And Zhang Jun waved dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. "And, very well, if you prefer silence, so be it. But now that you're back, you won't be leaving again." "Leaving again? What do you mean?" Nad Zhang Jun's puzzled look. Zhang Yin and Zhang Feng exchanged a knowing glance, smiled faintly, then rose and walked into the temple, leaving him behind. "Hey, wait. Tell me." And Zhang Jun hurried after them. Inside the temple, crowds bustled. Hundreds mingled in clusters, conversing animatedly. Yet reality far exceeded Zhang Yan's expectations. He'd anticipated 70 invitees, perhaps 100 attendees. But here already stood over 300, and many more had yet to arrive. The final count would surely surpass 500. Zhang Yin himself blinked in mild bewilderment, until comprehension dawned. Yes, Zhang Feng had contacted only 70-odd peers of his own generation. True, this was merely a village, but one teeming with over 6,000 souls. Even elementary grades once required 2 parallel classes, 70 students per grade posed no issue. Yet Zhang Yin hadn't asked Zhang Feng to summon just peers. He'd instructed him to gather all villagers aged 18 and above. Clarity flooded in, and perhaps it was for the better. As the trio entered the temple's small plaza, fell instantly silent. Every gaze converged upon Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was no stranger to them, nor was his return unexpected. Though no one spoke openly of village affairs, everyone knew, intimately, the truth behind them. And grandfather's condition needed no announcement. He was over 100 years old. And under the weight of countless watching eyes, Zhang Yin ascended the raised platform at the plaza's edge. A single chair stood atop the platform, its significance unmistakable. Yet puzzlement lingered. Why were no elders present? Only youths filled the space. Zhang Yin seated himself and closed his eyes in quiet repose. Nephew, I can, get lost. Nat Zhang Jun's voice. Zhang Feng bristled with irritation. He held deep grievances against Zhang Jun. Will you speak, or not? Zhang Jun refused to yield, fingers tightening on Zhang Feng's collar. Huh? Zhang Feng nearly laughed at Zhang Jun's audacity. Since childhood, Zhang Jun had never bested him. And now, yet as he tensed to strike, he paused. Zhang Yin, the little master, sat mere feet away. He wasn't foolish. Beyond all else, Zhang Yan's power remained inscrutable. He doubted Zhang Yan, who had so dramatically amplified his strength, had left his own cultivation untouched. Besides, today held greater purpose. Without another word, Zhang Feng slung an arm around Zhang Jun's shoulders and gazed serenely skyward, as if nothing had occurred. And now it was Zhang Jun who suffered. Zhang Jun's jaw twitched as Zhang Feng's iron grip locked his shoulder in place. And since when had Zhang Feng grown this strong? Let go now. Zhang Jun strained to break free, only to find himself utterly powerless. 10 minutes passed. Every able-bodied youth from the village had arrived. Zhang Yin opened his eyes and rose. Brothers, long time no see. Below him stood rows of faces, familiar yet strangely distant. His voice drew every breath held in anticipation. Zhang Feng, sensing gravity had shifted, released Zhang Jun and took his place silently behind Zhang Yin. He knew this moment would alter their destinies forever. He could not foresee the future, but he would stand unwaveringly behind Zhang Yin, walking steadfastly in his wake. Today I have gathered you to make an announcement. Zhang Yin looked calmly at the crowd before him, showing none of the stage fright one might expect. Perhaps it was his own strength that lent him confidence. Is this about the elder? Could it be? At Zhang Yan's words, someone immediately stood. In the village, they all held great respect for the old man Zhang Feng. With Zhang Yin stepping forward, the thought that the elder might be gone crossed their minds, and sorrow washed across them. What are you thinking? The elder is quite fine. Before Zhang Yin could speak, Zhang Feng rose. Enough, you fool. He'll speak next. Zhang Yin stood and patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. It was better that he deliver the message himself. Seeing this, Zhang Feng quietly fell back behind him. With Zhang Feng stepping back, all eyes turned to Zhang Yin again. You here are mostly young, you may not be familiar with certain matters of our village. Zhang Yin briefly recounted the village's history, yet the looks the crowd cast upon him were odd and questionable. It was the first many of them had heard that their ancestor was Zhang Jiao, and the elders at home had never mentioned it. Many did know that the old man served as the clan head of the Zhang family, but what did that have to do with what he was about? They were puzzled. I caused the recent earthquake. The sudden reversal in his words caught everyone off guard. They stared with widened eyes. Holy hell! Holy hell! Holy hell! For a heartbeat, there was stunned silence, and then the crowd erupted into laughter. Young master, that joke is not funny at all. Ha ha, uncle, you truly are. Really? Fengzi, I. Ha ha. Laugh all you like. What on earth are you laughing at? Is it really that funny? Zhang Jun laughed, while Zhang Feng could not join in. Even though few knew much about the Multiverse Battlefield, Zhang Feng had been a soldier and understood the cruelty of war. If war among the same people was that brutal, how much worse between different races and civilizations? He struck Zhang Jun hard and closed his eyes. Oh, you. The slaps silenced Zhang Jun, but there was no time to quarrel as Zhang Yin had already Your guess is not wrong. The old man has ceded the clan headship to me, but that is not why I called you here today. You are all young and quick to learn. What I am about to tell you may seem unbelievable, but I hope you will understand. As Zhang Yin explained how they would enter the Multiverse Battlefield, everyone stood frozen where they were. Being young, their capacity to accept the news was strong, though stunned, their imaginations ran wild. Is this an otherworldly invasion? The Multiverse Battlefield. How exciting. My unstoppable life is about to begin. Ha ha ha, as expected of the young master. He's going to launch us into glory. Zhang Feng. Here, young master. Bring people and haul everything out. Right away. Under Zhang Feng's direction, a group entered the temple and brought out the prepared weapons. Wow, so many guns. Surely the young master is not serious. It should be true. My goodness, what a sight. It's real. I'm thrilled. Haven't handled these in ages. Can they still be used? These antiques are older than the gear I saw at university. If you think they're too old, then leave. I haven't even had a go yet. Seeing the heap of weapons, the crowd buzzed with talk. Zhang Yin clapped his hands twice to draw attention. These are the weapons we have. They are not enough for everyone. Who will go first? The weapons from the underground storage had been brought out, but there were only 100 or so guns. With nearly 500 people present, they could only enter the trial space in batches. As for anyone wanting to back out, absurd. If you cowered before so many fellow villagers, would you still be allowed to stay in Zhangzhou village? He'll go. Me. Don't shove, step aside. I'm senior, let me. Damn senior. I think you've simply got. In a short while the weapons were all in hands. Young master, when do we start? My broadsword is aching for Yes. Yes. No matter the race, he'll shoot first and ask questions later. Watching these fledgling daredevils, Zhang Yan's expression grew dark. Although he had arranged everything and the chance of true mortal peril seemed small, the Multiverse Battlefield was unpredictable. He could not guarantee everyone's safety. Line up. People rarely learn from words alone, they learn from experience. One encounter with those savage, otherworldly creatures would change their hearts. Next came the distribution of Daobing bean soldiers. From practicing their forging, he had accumulated a fair stock, enough for the needs of this trial. Though unsure of Zhang Yan's exact plan, they lined up quietly. With eager hearts, each person received a Daobing of their own. Holding the Daobing, they were puzzled, unaware of what the object truly was. Do you know the saying about scattering beans to form soldiers? What you hold is exactly that. Now bleed and bind yourselves to it. This will be your guarantee of life for this operation. At Zhang Yan's words, their eyes brightened. As each Daobing merged into their bodies, Zhang Yan nodded with satisfaction. The Daobing varied in quality, but for now they manifested the same power. What came afterward would depend on each person's own cultivation. Since all is ready, then depart. When everything was set, he waved, and the 100 armed men before him vanished from the spot. Seeing 100 or so people disappear at once, those who remained gaped. Ignoring them, Zhang Yan drew a line in the air, and a series of virtual images floated up before the crowd. Staring at the countless images, Zhang Yan's heart tightened. They had had little experience before. Whether he Zhang Feng or the elder, the beings encountered in past trials had been frail and small. Even without Daobing passing through had not been especially difficult. But now he discerned many different races, humanoid, bestial, and forms strange beyond imagination. Fortunately, most were weak. Yet 3 creatures displayed strength that weighed heavily on his mind. Are there really other technological civilizations? The 3 beings that drew his attention included 2 beasts seemingly strong, but with the presence of extraordinary Daobing there was no issue at all. However, the 3rd being. Zhang Yan furrowed his brow. Young Master Zhang Jun won't be in any trouble, will he? Indeed, the one facing this situation was Zhang Jun. Even Zhang Feng, who had issues with Zhang Jun, began to feel anxious upon seeing the humanoid being holding a firearm. Guns do not discriminate. Zhang Yan had not considered that this was something unique to the Blue Star civilization, but he never expected to encounter such a situation so soon. Don't worry, everything will be fine. To be honest, he felt quite assured about Zhang Jun. Despite Zhang Jun's somewhat effeminate appearance, he had indeed served in the military and received specialized training, so he should be able to handle this situation. Moreover, the current situation was not entirely unfavorable for Zhang Jun. He was in the same predicament as Zhang Feng, both navigating through the jungle. At this moment, Zhang Jun was also startled. Looking through the branches, he saw a figure less than 30 meters away, and he was genuinely taken aback. Especially after seeing the gun-like object in the opponent's hand, he couldn't help but slow his breathing. Glancing at the .38 rifle in his own hands, Zhang Jun couldn't help but curl his lip. If he were holding a standard Daxiao rifle, he wouldn't be so nervous. I'd better not take any risks and listen to. Seeing that the opponent had not yet discovered him, Zhang Jun quietly concealed himself. However, he was clearly overthinking, since the opponent was a being from a technological civilization armed with firearms and fully equipped. It was evident they were prepared, and it was not surprising that they had detection means. Indeed, the alien being showed a look of delight at the information displayed on the detector. Just as Zhang Jun retracted his head, a beam of light passed through the trees in front of him and struck him. Feeling the heat in front of him, Zhang Jun reacted quickly, rolling over and running into the distance. Looking at the large hole torn in his clothes, Zhang Jun's expression turned grim. It's actually a laser weapon. If it weren't for the iron plate he had placed in front of himself for safety, he would have truly been done for. Not that the thin layer of iron could withstand the laser weapon's attack, but the beam had already passed through several trees, reducing its power. Otherwise, Zhang Jun's body would have been pierced. However, before he could think too much, another series of laser beams shot towards him. Luckily, his specialized training allowed him to narrowly evade them. But dodging alone wouldn't suffice. In the moment Zhang Jun rolled back, he activated the Daobing within him. A flash of earthy yellow light illuminated the scene as a towering figure raised a shield to block in front of Zhang Jun. As the laser beams struck the giant shield, they created small craters. Seeing this, both Zhang Jun and the onlookers outside breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden appearance of the Daobing surprised the opposing being, who then attempted to retreat and observe the situation. However, while he wanted to retreat, the Daobing was not about to give him that opportunity. Although the Daobing had high defense and attack power, but low speed, it depended on who it was compared to. With a physique of 30 points, even if its speed was low, how much lower could it possibly be? Seeing this, the alien being was also alarmed, raising his laser gun and continuously shooting at the Daobing. Of course the Do Bing would not just take hits. With its 20 points of mental value, a spike emerged from beneath the alien being. Perhaps due to good luck, the alien being accidentally tripped while retreating, and with a stumble, he narrowly avoided the spike attack. But in an instant, the Do Bing charged through the bushes like a tank, reaching the alien being and swinging its large bang. With a loud crash, the opponent's body was sent flying like a rag doll. Of course, it was merely sent flying, for an energy shield appeared around the opponent, blocking the Do Bing's attack. Stunned by the appearance of the energy shield, Zhang Jun quickly commanded the Do Bing to continue attacking. Although the emergence of the energy shield had a certain impact on him, now was not the time to be dazed. Moreover, with the Do Bing present, he felt completely at ease. Although he did not know the specific strength of the Do Bing, he believed in it, and in Zhang Yan. Sure enough, the Do Bing did not disappoint him. With 2 heavy punches, the energy shield shattered. The shattering of the energy shield caused the alien being's pupils to contract. In the next moment, the Do Bing's massive fists rained down, smashing the opponent into a pulp without any resistance. Huff, seeing this, Zhang Jun squatted down on the ground, panting heavily. It had truly been too perilous. Just now, he had almost lost his life. Looking at the large hole in front of him, he felt a wave of panic. After spending a few minutes calming himself, he walked towards the corpse of the alien being. Seeing the battle here had ended, Zhang Feng outside couldn't help but pat his chest. Damn it, that scared me. The earlier laser attack made him shiver. Even though he hadn't personally felt the power of that laser, he was fully aware of the strength of the Do Bing. The damage left on the Do Bing was sufficient to demonstrate the power of the laser weapon. If it had struck him, he had no confidence in being able to withstand it. Zhang Jun's ability to withstand it this time was entirely due to luck. Zhang Yan also noticed Zhang Jun's condition, but his worry for Zhang Jun was considerably reduced thanks to his confidence in having created the Do Bing. Though his Do Bing was not invincible, it was not something any random being could challenge. As long as the Do Bing could swiftly eliminate the alien being, even if Zhang Jun were pierced by the laser beam, he had confidence in reclaiming his life from the Grim Reaper once Zhang Jun returned to the heavenly Dao space. If he truly encountered an alien being that the Do Bing could not withstand, then he would just have to accept his misfortune. At that time, he would feel sorrow, but he had long prepared himself for the possibility of casualties. However, he did not want to place too much pressure on everyone, otherwise he would have made them write their wills in advance. After he moved away from Zhang Jun, most others had already resolved their battles, and the combat power of the Do Bing exceeded everyone's expectations. Watching one battle after another conclude, the remaining individuals showed fervent expressions. Feeling the Do Bing within them, they each became eager. Of course, while excitement was in the air, they did not wish to encounter the situation Zhang Jun faced. They all secretly resolved that when their turn came, they would release the Do Bing at the earliest opportunity. The battle for Zhang Jun has come to an end, leaving only 2 light screens before the crowd. The combat displayed on the remaining 2 light screens is completely different from Zhang Jun's fight. Although the alien beings of the technological civilization possess numerous abilities, their physical constitution remains exceedingly fragile. Even with the presence of energy shields, they stand no chance against the Bean soldiers. However, the 2 battles displayed are still one-sided. One features a giant python exceeding 15 meters, while the other showcases a large lizard, which can also be referred to as an earth dragon. Both creatures represent the pinnacle of the biological chain. This is still before they have entered the realm of the extraordinary. If they did, they would become even more formidable. Faced with these 2 massive creatures, even with their technologically advanced firearms, there is no hope for them to triumph. After all, the thick scales on their bodies provide them with a safeguard for life. Although their attributes cannot be seen externally, the fact that they have managed to endure for so long against the Bean soldiers speaks volumes about their strength. Moreover, even if their attributes cannot compare to those of the Bean soldiers, their massive size is a significant advantage. A larger size translates to greater power output under the same attributes. At this moment, the giant python, although inferior to the Bean soldiers' strength, stubbornly holds on. It seizes the opportunity to wrap around the Bean soldier despite enduring several severe blows from it. As a wild beast, its ferocity is not to be underestimated, and its combat experience is extensive, naturally allowing it to utilize its advantages effectively. Once entangled, the Bean soldier finds itself at a loss. Its strength is formidable, but now that it is bound, it cannot break free. If the Bean soldier were a true living being, it could simply outlast the giant python, even if entangled. However, it is merely a Bean soldier devoid of a source of power, relying solely on the residual energy left by Zhang Yan during its creation, which can only sustain it for a brief hour, even without engaging in battle. Now being constricted by the giant python accelerates the depletion of its power, and it is likely that it cannot hold on for even 5 minutes. Of course, even if the Bean soldier's strength is exhausted, the giant python will also be incapacitated. Seeing this situation unfold, Zhang Long, who was watching from the side, became anxious, unaware that the giant python was also struggling for its life. As a peer of Zhang Feng, he holds great respect for Zhang Yan. Hearing the call from Zhang Yan, he immediately stepped forward to participate in this trial. Now that the bean soldier is entangled, he cannot help but feel anxious. Without hesitation, fueled by youthful bravado, he picked up his rifle and opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets struck the giant python, creating sparks and scattering fragments of scales. The python let out a roar as the bullets hit it. Although the scales were not pierced, the impact brought it immense pain. Especially now that it is already severely injured, this intensifies its frenzy. In its madness, it tightens its grip on the bean soldier, unwilling to let it go. In comparison to the bean soldier, Zhang Long poses no threat at all. Seeing that the bullets are ineffective, Zhang Long grows even more anxious. He takes a grenade from his waist, pulls the pin, and throws it. With the bean soldier tightly wrapped by the giant python, he fears no harm will come to it. A massive explosion resounds, mingled with the python's roar as smoke rises into the sky. Yet in the next moment, a flash of white light crosses, and everything falls silent. Zhang Long remains unaware of what has transpired, only gazing anxiously at the swirling smoke. But as a yellowish light shoots from the smoke and directly into Zhang Long's body, he is taken aback, followed by a wave of tension. The return of the bean soldier signifies that it will no longer be able to assist him. The upcoming battle will rest entirely on his shoulders. He raises his rifle and steps back slowly, his heart filled with fear. The smoke dissipates quickly, and soon the scene becomes clear. Before him lies the head of the giant python, lifeless on the ground, accompanied by a white glow emanating from its corpse, leaving no doubt about the situation. At that moment, he collapses onto the ground. It is then that he realizes the reason for the giant python's death. Although the damage inflicted by the grenade was considerable, it was merely an old-fashioned wooden-handled grenade possessing limited power and not capable of killing the giant python outright. The life force of such a massive beast far exceeds ordinary imagination. The true cause of the giant python's demise was the spikes that penetrated it from the ground, the final eruption of the bean soldier. Ultimately, the bean soldier is a magical unit. Although it has not reached the extraordinary stage and thus inflicts limited spell damage, it is certainly beyond the giant python's capacity to withstand. However, not having reached the extraordinary stage means that the consumption of spells is too great, and without human nurturing, it is best for the bean soldier to engage in physical combat. This time, after just one explosive outburst, the bean soldier expends all its energy. Fortunately, the outcome is favorable, though otherwise Zhang Long would have been in serious trouble. As for the final creature, the Earth Dragon, which Zhang Yan was somewhat concerned about, it turned out to be the easiest to deal with. The opponent's defenses far surpass those of the giant python, but it is clearly still in its juvenile stage. Although it possesses a robust physique, it has not exhibited any spell-like attacks. In such circumstances, compared to the bean soldier who has stepped into the extraordinary realm, it is simply a piece of cake. The results are in, and fortunately no one has died. Although somewhat unexpected, Zhang Yan lets out a sigh of relief. After all, these are his companions, friends, and neighbors. He naturally does not wish to see any accidents occur. Fengzi. Closing the light screen before him, Zhang Yan exchanged a glance with Zhang Feng. With so many people present, he could not leave for now. He could only have Zhang Feng calm their emotions in the heavenly Dao space. Zhang Feng understood Zhang Yan's intentions, nodded, and then vanished from the spot. As he departed, Zhang Yan's gaze swept over the crowd. You all saw the situation just now. Does anyone wish to withdraw? There is still time. As Zhang Yan's words fell, the area fell silent, with no one opting to withdraw. Do not feel psychological burdens. This is about life and death, not child's play. Fear is normal. Young master, you need not say more. If we wished to withdraw, we would have done so long ago, and would not have waited until now. Exactly, young master, there is nothing to fear. There are no cowards in Zhang family village. Haha, do not speak of fear. I am now filled with enthusiasm and eager to begin. Let's get started. We will face whatever comes together. Before Zhang Yan could finish speaking, someone stepped forward to express their agreement. Looking at the faces around him, a smile emerged on Zhang Yan's face. All right, there are no weaklings in Zhangjia village. After Zhang Yan shouted this, he communicated with the Dao space, stripping away the equipment used by the previous challengers and transferring them out of the Dao space. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun and Zhang Long, who were in the Dao space, felt their weapons being pulled away and instinctively tightened their grips on them. But in the next moment, it seemed they all thought of something at the same time, and they immediately let go of their weapons. Seeing the weapons and equipment appearing before them, no one hesitated, and they each took their weapons in the order they had arranged. Be careful with everything. Time waits for no one. Even knowing the trials would bring dangers, Zhang Yan gritted his teeth and proceeded with this matter. Moreover, compared to these companions of his, if others participated in the trials, the casualties might be even greater. At the very least, they had all practiced a bit when they were younger. Of course, he didn't take the casualties to heart. After entering the Myriad Realms battlefield, he understood that casualties were unavoidable. He had long since prepared himself mentally. Naturally, no casualties would be the best outcome. Since everyone was prepared, Zhang Yin decided not to waste any more time and directly initiated the next round of trials. For now, he still had the authority to control the trials, but there were limits to the number of participants. Once these slots were filled, future trial slots would be randomized. However, even if it was randomized, he would use his utmost authority to keep this randomness within a certain range. The danger of entering the Myriad Realms battlefield was present, but was it not also an opportunity? He would accept the dangers for the Great Xia, but he wouldn't let any opportunities slip away. Without further thought, Zhang Yan's gaze returned to the trial screen. This time, however, he felt much more relaxed. At the moment they entered the trial, everyone summoned their bean soldiers one after another. Faced with such an illogical existence as the bean soldiers, most people's trials proceeded without incident. Even if there were unexpected situations, they vanished under the might of the bean soldiers' iron fists. Of course, the bean soldiers were not invincible. Zhang Yan was aware of this. There were always some powerful beings in the Myriad Realms paving the way for their juniors. However, there were too many beings in the Myriad Realms, and those entering the trials were countless. The chance of encountering them was too low. Zhang Yan shook his head. While others were undergoing their trials, the first batch of participants had already adjusted their states and were transmitted out of the Dao space. Young master. Just out of the Dao space, Zhang Long ran to Zhang Yin with teary eyes. Get away, get away. How can a grown man like you be crying? Seeing this state of Zhang Long, Zhang Yin pushed him away with annoyance. Ha ha, Zhang Long still crying. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You've completely wasted your name. Seeing Zhang Long like this, the others couldn't help but laugh heartily. With such a commotion, the atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited, allowing the suppressed emotions within them to be released. You all. Originally feeling somewhat fearful, Zhang Long found himself at a loss for words in the face of everyone's teasing. Alright, stop laughing. When it's your turn for the trial, do your best not to embarrass yourselves, or else. Uncle. Zhang Jun shouted at everyone, and then turned to Zhang Yan. Looking at Zhang Jun standing before him, Zhang Yan reached out and patted his shoulder. As long as you are alright. Zhang Jun's trial earlier had truly scared him. In response to Zhang Yan's comfort, Zhang Jun also broke into a big smile. Zhang Yan was merely shocked, but Zhang Jun, who faced the danger, was terrified beyond words. Only he knew that even though the laser beam was blocked by the iron sheet, the scorching heat had seared a large area in front of him. Had it not been for the bean soldiers ending the battle quickly, allowing him to return to the Dao space, he would have definitely met his end in the trial space. The awakening of his talent and the enhancement of his physique, although they hadn't completely healed his injuries, no longer impeded his movement. As long as he waited a little longer, even if he did nothing under the recovery mechanism of the attribute panel, he would soon be back to full health. Zhang Yin did not inquire about Zhang Jun's attributes. It wasn't the time for such discussions. His gaze was once again directed towards the light screen before him. The following events were much simpler. Batches of people entered the trials, and in less than half an hour, over 500 people had passed the trials smoothly. Everyone passed the trials, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Not a single person failed. But this was a good thing, and they didn't dwell on it too much. Feng Zi register everyone's talents and attributes. Yes. Zhang Feng did not hesitate in response to Zhang Yan's command. As for the opinions of others, or the issue of privacy invasion, such concerns did not exist for him. Only by understanding their talents could he make better arrangements. However, there was one thing Zhang Yan did not expect. Not everyone was like him, possessing talent. But even if he realized this, what difference would it make? Seeing Zhang Feng begin to take action, Zhang Yan turned and entered the temple. Just then, Old Master Zhang Feng had also emerged from the Dao space. He wanted to go take a look. Old Master, you have broken through. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. Hearing Zhang Yan's voice, Zhang Feng turned around, his face filled with joy. When Zhang Feng turned his head, Zhang Yan was once again stunned. Wasn't this still the old man he knew, but with a youthful appearance? Half black hair and a rosy complexion. Oh my goodness, he had rejuvenated. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Transcending was naturally extraordinary. Even if he had just condensed the transcendent seed, that still marked him as an extraordinary being. Entering the transcendent realm greatly extended his lifespan. Even rejuvenation was not an unbelievable phenomenon. Ha ha ha. I've broken through, finally broken through. This life has been worth it. Zhang Feng was filled with excitement. He had long since lost any pursuit in life, but the breakthrough in his cultivation shattered his years of restraint, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Looking at Zhang Yan, his heart swelled with happiness. Seeing the jubilant old master, Zhang Yan also smiled. Stepping into the transcendent realm and not doing so were completely different outcomes. This was a leap in life, an evolution of existence. As for old Master Zhang Feng's situation, he truly had no way to intervene, otherwise no matter what he said, he wouldn't allow him to enter the trial space, even with the bean soldiers. But at that time the old man's life was already at its end and he could only take a gamble. I heard that Brad Zhang Feng say that this time the village children's trial went smoothly, without any injuries. Good, very good. Having entered the trial space, the old man has gained some understanding of the strength of those alien beings. However, it is precisely because of this that he is fully aware of the dangers within the trial space. After all, he succeeded with the help of Do Bing. Even now, although Zhang Yan has distributed Do Bing to those children, he still harbors some worries. This concern has somewhat diluted the excitement he felt after breaking through. Only after hearing from Zhang Feng that there were no injuries did he truly set his mind at ease. With Do Bing present, there won't be any issues. Though this is a comforting statement, the fact is that no problems arose. Yes, with you here I feel reassured, but we must still be cautious. After all, I am getting old, the future belongs to you young people. Zhang Feng has witnessed too much separation and loss. He does not want to see Zhang Yan become careless and encounter misfortune. As he spoke, the old man picked up a few incense sticks from the table in front of him and turned to hand them to Zhang Yan. Let go of what needs to be let go. After Zhang Yan received the incense sticks, he patted Zhang Yan on the shoulder and slowly walked out. Uff! After seeing the old man leave, Zhang Yan let out a long breath. He understood the old man's intention, and as he looked at the incense sticks in his hand, he felt a tinge of sorrow. Having returned for 2 days, he did not go to pay respects to his parents, not because he didn't want to, but because he was unwilling to face it. After inheriting the legacy from the heavenly Tao space, he knew that the reincarnation passage on Blue Star had closed. After his parents passed away, their souls returned to the heavens, and there was no way to revive them. Though reluctant to face it, Zhang Yan still walked towards the back of the temple where his parents were buried. Upon reaching his parents' grave, tears finally streamed down the corners of Zhang Yan's eyes. The fusion of souls naturally carried emotions within. Sighed. After letting out a sigh, Zhang Yan took a deep breath before steadily leaving the place. When he stepped outside, everyone was still there, showing no signs of dispersing, engaged in excited conversations. Young master. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Zhang Feng ran over and handed him the notebook he was holding. Taking the notebook, Zhang Yan opened the first page and furrowed his brows. The data recorded by Zhang Feng was far too different from what he had imagined. There are actually people without talent. He then looked at Zhang Feng. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's inquiry about talent, Zhang Feng's expression remained calm. Isn't it quite normal for some people to lack talent? He expressed indifference towards those without talent as he himself was talented. True, it's normal to lack talent. Zhang Yan didn't dwell on it much. He had long known about the matter of talent, but since the old lady and Zhang Feng had awakened their talents, it made him feel that awakening talent was quite a normal occurrence. Among those who passed the trial, only over 80 had talent, the rest had merely enhanced their physique to a certain extent. Seeing that Zhang Yan was no longer probing, Zhang Feng explained. As he flipped through the pages looking at the data recorded in the notebook, he gained a certain understanding of the strength of the group. Though many did not awaken talent, their physiques were generally quite high. Perhaps the benefits gained from the trial were all used to strengthen their physiques. Closing the notebook, Zhang Yan rubbed his brow. Although whether one had talent did not significantly affect future achievements, effort and opportunity were both indispensable. However, having talent would provide a slight advantage in innate strength. Moreover, possessing talent would remove the barriers to stepping into the third stage. The first and second stages only involved the accumulation of energy, while the third stage relied on comprehension. Just like himself, because he possessed talent, he already had first stage strength, but he had begun to grasp the essence. Even if he had only grasped a wisp of understanding, the enhancement to his overall strength was unimaginable. Fengzi, let them disperse. Tomorrow you will begin taking them for cultivation. Since it is already quite late, anything that needs to be done must wait until tomorrow. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. After giving a few instructions, Zhang Yan swiftly entered the heavenly Tao space. In the heavenly Tao space, a figure appeared. It was Zhang Yan. As he looked at the dramatically changed heavenly Tao space, he felt somewhat surprised. He had truly underestimated the soil manipulation abilities of these earth element spirits. Glancing around at the changes in the heavenly Tao space, he then withdrew his gaze. Building the heavenly Tao space was not an overnight task. There would be plenty of time ahead. Arriving at the heavenly heart tower, Zhang Yan sat cross-legged. He had not come this time to cultivate, but to create more Do Bing. Although creating Do Bing would affect his strength enhancement, the process of making them allowed him to gain deeper insights into his own talent, and he had compelling reasons to do so. During today's trial, he truly realized the importance of Do Bing. A single Do Bing could be equivalent to a life. Moreover, even if he were to cultivate now, he couldn't because of insufficient spiritual energy. The last time he cultivated nearly drained the spiritual energy that had just accumulated in the heavenly Tao space, and even now it had not completely recovered. Zhang Yan felt a bit helpless about this. It seems that the breakthrough to the second stage will have to wait until he reaches the Multiverse Battlefield. Only when he arrives at the Multiverse Battlefield establishing a waypoint can Blue Star absorb chaotic energy at an accelerated rate, making the spiritual energy of Blue Star abundant. He didn't think too much about it. This was not the time for such thoughts. He already had plans for his future in mind. Subsequently, one Do Bing after another appeared before Zhang Yan. After becoming proficient, the difficulty of creating Do Bing dropped sharply. Furthermore, with the total amount of spiritual power within him, he could create hundreds of Do Bing in one go. As the number of Do Bing he created increased, Zhang Yan's understanding of his own talent deepened. As for what he comprehended, he couldn't articulate it. His cultivation level was still too low, and it was already a blessing to gain any insights. Although there were still many areas he did not understand, Zhang Yan was already satisfied. As the night quietly passed, nearly 20,000 Do Bing had already appeared before Zhang Yan. Of course, these Do Bing were not complete forms, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to make them without exhausting himself. These Do Bing were merely shells. Even if summoned, they could not engage in combat. Due to the lack of spiritual power, Zhang Yan had to resort to this method. Currently, these Do Bing could slowly absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. After waiting for some time, he would be able to obtain complete Do Bing one by one. Looking at the pile of Do Bing before him, a satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. Not bad, 20,000, that should be enough for now. He waved his hands, scattering the bean soldiers in front of him to allow them to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens' Dao space. Let these bean soldiers stay here for now. There's no rush to use them. After dealing with the bean soldiers, Zhang Yan finally remembered what he needed to do next. I wonder how those people from the branch sect are doing. There were still some young and strong villagers, but he had as many as 20,000 trial spots to allocate, and even if he gathered everyone from the village, it wouldn't be enough. Looks like I have to make a trip. With his thoughts in mind, Zhang Yan exited the heavens Dao space. Upon stepping outside, he saw Zhang Feng and the old man waiting. Young master, you are out. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Zhang Feng immediately approached. What's wrong? It's those bratty kids again clamoring to go hunt monsters and head to the 10,000 Realms battlefield without considering their own strength. Can they even go to the 10,000 Realms battlefield? Before Zhang Feng could respond, the old man's angry voice came through. Didn't you explain it to them? Hearing this reason, Zhang Yan turned his gaze to Zhang Feng, who had previously thought of this, but was forcefully suppressed. Cough, cough. In response, Zhang Feng could only cough awkwardly. He felt helpless. If a fight broke out, how many in the village could stand against him? But it isn't that simple. His seniority, alas. Don't say that about Xiao Feng. He already went to explain, and I also stepped in to send them off. However, how to arrange things next will depend on your intentions. The old man's explanation relieved Zhang Feng. Facing Zhang Yan's authority, he truly could not withstand it. You can't just give up, elder. Hearing the old man's words, it seemed he was ready to relinquish power. But that wouldn't do. He still had many things to attend to, and having the old man's assistance would make things much simpler. Next, all the young and strong in the village who have the intention to undergo trials must gather. Also, the teaching of skills cannot do without the elder's help. Don't look at me, I'm heading to the branch sect. I want to see what their situation is. Without giving the old man a chance to speak, he raised his hand to interrupt. The old man interrupted in his spellcasting, but couldn't argue what Zhang Yan said was true. Although the feelings of the branch sect people towards them might be weak, or even absent, they were still more likely to gain trust than others. Branch sect? Which branch sect? Alright. I also want to see what they think. When are you going? Under Zhang Feng's bewildered expression, the old man and the youth exchanged a lot of words he didn't understand, yet neither of them seemed inclined to explain to him. After briefing the old man and Zhang Feng on some matters, Zhang Yan prepared to leave Zhang family village. Sitting on the bus leaving Zhang family village, he held the genealogy and looked at the first place he was heading to. The first place wasn't far, just in this province. So he set out in the morning and could reach the place by afternoon. Along the way, Zhang Yan noticed that the order of the Great Xia had fully restored, and he couldn't help but nod. Though the Great Xia of this world was vastly different from the country of his previous life, the efficiency wasn't much different. However, the following events splashed a bucket of cold water on him. No one. No, it should be that no one was found. The first place he arrived had already disappeared, leaving only a wasteland that was clearly abandoned. Thinking back to the last contact time he saw on the genealogy, which was 20 years ago, he completely gave up searching. People nowadays are more open-minded and many things have changed. One failure almost made Zhang Yan give up directly on searching for the remaining people. At worst, he would use those spots for some of his relatives or close friends. Without hesitation and not taking a break, he directly boarded the high-speed train to the neighboring province. To be honest, his time was very tight now, but he didn't feel anxious. Because some things truly cannot be rushed. Matters concerning cultivation cannot be hurried. Hunting monsters for level-ups must wait until the 10,000 Realms battlefield, and he must at least wait until a month later to hunt the void beasts. Thus he couldn't rush now, and during this time he needed to arrange everything on Blue Star, so he could then focus all his thoughts on the 10,000 Realms battlefield. By the next morning he arrived at his second target's location. When he saw the situation of his second target, he couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. What a tragedy. What did he see? A funeral hall. It was indeed a funeral hall. He thought it was so easy to find the place this time, but he never expected such a result. Walking into the funeral hall, he saw many people kneeling on the ground crying. Looking up at the name on the memorial tablet in the hall, Zhang Yuanxiao. Zhang Yin sighed helplessly. If an elder were still around, the matters he had to handle would undoubtedly be much simpler, but now. But he came all this way, he couldn't just leave like that. However, after inquiring, he found something was off. Although there were quite a few people here, most only had some relation to Zhang Yuanxiao. Their intentions for coming here were far from pure. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yin felt somewhat speechless. Forget it, I can't have such people around me. If all the people around him were like this, he would be driven mad. However, that young man is quite good. Looking at a youth crying uncontrollably next to the memorial tablet, Zhang Yan's heart moved, and he had an idea. There was no rush now. He followed everyone to pay respects. After all, the deceased deserves great respect. As time passed, the people in the funeral hall began to disperse, leaving only those with impure intentions. As people were just about to leave, they started to gather around the young man. Xiao Yuan, the old man has passed, so don't be sad anymore. Though these words were meant to comfort, spoken from the mouth of this middle-aged woman, they lacked any semblance of genuine concern. And you don't need to say anything. I know all your intentions. The young man raised his hand to interrupt their attempt to continue speaking. He wasn't some naive fool. How could he not see through the subtle intentions of his relatives? In fact, the inheritance left by his grandfather was not much, just this ancestral home. However, this ancestral home was quite large, and this piece of land was a considerable asset. At other times he wouldn't mind giving up this piece of land. He truly was too lazy to argue with his relatives about it. Second uncle, third uncle, others may not know, but you should be aware of what's behind the ancestral home. The young man said, looking at the two middle-aged men beside him. Xiao Yuan, what do you mean? I'm telling you, I'm taking this ancestral home. Do you know? Boss Wang outside said this land is worth 180,000. His third uncle seemed a bit impatient and snapped back at the young man. He naturally knew what was behind the ancestral home, but he didn't care. He only valued the land of the ancestral home, wanting the money. Rat. A slap landed on the face of the young man's third uncle, struck by the young man's second uncle. Although he also wanted this ancestral home, he had no intention of selling it. Moreover, what was behind the ancestral home? That was their Zhang family's ancestral worship. This was enough to make him furious. Get out, get the hell out. After a slap, he was still not satisfied, and then he kicked the young man's third uncle out. You may all leave now. The ancestral shrine lies behind this old residence. It belongs solely to the Zhang family, and only members of our lineage may inherit it. The young man gazed at his paternal aunt and her entourage, then courteously ushered them out. Upon hearing the residence was valued at 1.8 million yuan, several others felt a flicker of temptation, thoughts stirring in their minds. Yet those who knew the truth instantly abandoned such fleeting intentions. This was their ancestral shrine. Even if one sought to seize it, the difficulty involved. Most shook their heads, unwilling to pursue the matter further. Had success been plausible, they would have rejoiced inwardly. But now the odds had surged dramatically. Despite their utmost efforts, reward remained uncertain, leaving them hesitant and doubtful. After weighing gains against risks, each one chose to withdraw. Enough. I may be married away, yet I still hail from the Zhang family. I shall take no part in this matter. She spoke these words with visible inner turmoil, then sat aside. Seeing her retreat, the others relinquished their faint ambitions entirely. After all, none stood closer to the family than she did. They had merely come hoping to snatch some minor advantage. With no profit to be gained, they resigned themselves to watching from the sidelines. Under the crowd's collective gaze, the young man rose to his feet, his eyes rimmed with red, as he swept his glance across the room. I never imagined the ancestral residence would ignite such discord. He shook his head bitterly. You likely know little about the residence's true circumstances. Grandfather never disclosed them to outsiders. He sighed deeply, recalling grandfather's final words. Words so astonishing they still unsettled him. The right to inherit the residence rests entirely with grandfather. In truth, uncles 2 through 4, and even my own uncles and cousins, all held legitimate claims. Yet none passed grandfather's test. At these words, a ripple of excitement surged through the room. None had anticipated such a startling reversal. Did this not imply all of them possessed rightful inheritance? Yet not everyone reacted with elation. Some remained composed, sensing that if Xiao Yuan dared speak so boldly, further revelations must surely follow. Uncle 4, as the elder, you surely know something of grandfather's affairs. At once every pair of eyes turned toward an elderly man. The old man's brow furrowed tightly as he reluctantly rose to his feet. I know fragments about elder brother, but not the full reason. After he inherited the residence, he never left the village again. Could this be connected? Indeed. Though I cannot recall when this custom began, we no longer live in feudal times, and there is indeed. Though I cannot recall when this custom began, we no longer live in feudal times, and there is no longer any need for secrecy. Indeed. Though I cannot recall when this custom began, we no longer live in feudal times, and there is no longer any need for. He shook his head again. Still, it was grandfather's final charge. I wished to discover whom he waited for. By this point, no one anymore coveted the residence. To remain confined to the village for life. Though the village had long merged with the city and was no longer remote, evidenced by the very fact someone offered 1.8 million yuan for the land. Such confinement remained unthinkable. Xiao Yuan, is this truly what grandfather said? Or are you fabricating it? Skepticism inevitably followed belief. What he says is likely true. Zhang Yin, having observed enough of the spectacle, stepped forward. Though time was plentiful, he saw no value in lingering over mere theatrics. Who is this? As Zhang Yin emerged, all eyes converged upon him, yet no one recognized him. Everyone present was kin. Even strangers bore faint familiarity. Yet Zhang Yin evoked not a single memory. Who are you? The young man asked, puzzled. Zhang Yin smiled, withdrew a yellow paper talisman from his robe, then produced a bottle of vivid crimson ink and a brush. The young man's expression tightened instantly. He understood precisely what Zhang Yin intended. This was the very verification method grandfather had foretold. The sign of the awaited one. Talismans, yet not ordinary ones. In this world where transcendent power had long vanished, even basic talismans were rare, and certainly not within reach of ordinary hands. Each generation's clan chief of Zhang Yin's lineage possessed strength surpassing human limits. Only thus could they expend the immense effort required to inscribe this sacred token. Strictly speaking, this was less a talisman than a sigil, an imprint imbued with cultivation. As a first-rank peak cultivator, Zhang Yin executed it effortlessly. The brushstroke flowed uninterrupted. Ink met paper, and the talisman was complete. Handing it to the young man, he said simply, "Shall we talk?" "Please, this way." The young man immediately grasped its significance and led Zhang Yin aside. A mortuary hall was hardly the place for delicate discussion. Zhang Yin and the young man departed, leaving the others in the mortuary staring blankly at one another, speechless, uncertain what to say next. "May I ask your name?" "Ah, I am Zhang Siyuan. Might you explain what exactly is happening?" Truth be told, his branch had existed for centuries. Though grandfather entrusted him with certain duties, he understood little, partly due to his own indifference. Times had changed, minds had opened, traditions transformed. Much once revered was now dismissed as feudal superstition, and he found this unsurprising. Though he lacked comprehension, he honored grandfather's final wish. Remaining in the village held no hardship. Life in the village flourished daily, so why not stay? Yet now that Zhang Yin had arrived, clarity became. Zhang Yin smiled faintly, discerning Zhang Siyuan's unspoken thoughts. Yes, certain truths must now be shared. He had journeyed here precisely to recruit him, and thus revealed their ancestral link to Zhangju. As Zhang Yin unveiled the truth, Zhang Siyuan stood frozen in astonishment. Could this possibly be real? Yet recalling the talisman Zhang Yin had drawn, he accepted the reality without reservation. Then what do we do next? Relieved to finally grasp the situation, Zhang Siyuan exhaled, yet uncertainty lingered. Should he continue waiting as before, or act differently? He had no clear answer. Reconnecting with the main ancestral line mattered, yet also did not. Generations had passed, ties had long since thinned. Absent unforeseen intervention, severance would occur within 1 or 2 generations. His question to Zhang Yin sought only to gauge the latter's stance. Though Zhang Yin's abilities were extraordinary, they held little weight in today's world. This was no longer the past. If Zhang Yin proved hostile, Zhang Siyuan would sever ties without hesitation. Now that the truth was known, severance carried no regret. I understand your reservations. Under ordinary circumstances, inheriting this legacy would evoke precisely the same doubts in me. But the heavens themselves have shifted. To learn the full truth, bring those you trust to this location. There I shall reveal everything you seek. I'm departing now, no need to see me off. Reflect carefully before deciding. My stance remains indifferent. One last note, should you bring others, choose youth. Preferably those of the Zhang lineage. Places are limited. Choose wisely. As Zhang Yin turned the corner, his figure vanished. Zhang Siyuan opened his mouth to ask more, but Zhang Yin was already gone. Emerging from Zhang Siyuan's home, Zhang Yin glanced back and shook his head. He had not expected such complications from a simple recruitment. Though reality diverged sharply from expectation, disappointment never stirred. Stretching languidly, he strode purposefully toward his next destination. In the next 7 days, Zhang Yin traversed the vast expanse of the Great Xia, visiting every corner from north to south, including even the branches that had gone missing. After all, some branches were not far apart, making it easy enough to visit them. Though the outcome was not entirely satisfactory, he still received some news from the elders he encountered. Some branches had thrived so well that they no longer sought to connect with their main lineage, which was the direct reason for their severed ties. Of course, some truly could not be contacted anymore, either having been wiped out in war or having relocated. Though not many were found, Zhang Yan was already content. He had given them the news, and how many would come depended on their own intentions. Regardless, after this move, he was set to enter the battlefield of the myriad worlds. After nearly 10 days, he finally arrived at his last destination. Oh, previously I encountered only funerals, but this time I finally came across a celebration. When Zhang Yan arrived in front of a sizable manor, he found that a festive banquet was being set up inside. Zhang Yan was delighted and decided he must go in to enjoy a cup of celebratory wine to ward off his bad luck. The gathering was large, and he slipped in easily, finding a spot to sit. However, it wasn't long before he caught someone's attention after slipping inside. But since it was a festive day, they didn't approach to stop him, and instead they dispatched someone to keep an eye on Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan naturally sensed this situation, but he paid it no mind. He was merely there to enjoy a drink and harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, he intended to enter openly and had no need to hide. The only reason he slipped in was that he did not possess an invitation. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he gathered some information about the situation from other people's conversations and also identified his target. It was an elderly man with silver hair, still quite vigorous. Zhang Guozhong, his final target. Looking at this elder, he recalled the old man's instructions. Before Zhang Yan could think further, Zhang Guozhong's figure disappeared. Noticing this, Zhang Yan furrowed his brows and stood up to follow. His movement startled those who were monitoring him. Initially, they intended to stop Zhang Yan, but as he left the crowd, their speed increased, catching them off guard. Before anyone could react, his figure had already reached Zhang Guozhong. At this moment, no one shouted. They all wore tense expressions, watching Zhang Yan warily. They never expected that one day someone would boldly approach the person they were protecting. "Shall we have a chat?" Zhang Yan smiled at Zhang Guozhong. The latter looked at Zhang Yan without feeling anxious. He had seen many grand scenes and had encountered individuals with skills like Zhang Yan before. On the contrary, he felt a considerable interest in Zhang Yan. Nodding slightly, Zhang Guozhong said nothing more and gestured for Zhang Yan to follow him deeper into the manor. While Zhang Guozhong was not anxious, the guards were becoming increasingly nervous. After all, there would surely be some punishment following this incident. Ignoring the guards, Zhang Yan followed Zhang Guozhong into a hall. Just then a group of people rushed and fled. Clearly news of the situation had already spread. "Grandfather, are you all right?" As soon as they rushed in, a middle-aged man stood in front of Zhang Guozhong, expressing concern. "Leave." Ugh. Zhang Guozhong said no more than those two words, yet they caused a group of people to freeze in place. They didn't know what had happened, but the guard's report forced them to take the matter seriously. Now, with the old man shouting, they stood frozen in place. The old man's authority remained, and they were genuinely afraid. But how could they just retreat? It was impossible. Yet under the old man's watchful gaze, they were compelled to withdraw. Simultaneously, under the old man's signal, the guards also stepped back a bit. Although they realized Zhang Yan would not harm him, he still couldn't leave their sight. Seeing this, Zhang Yan merely smiled slightly. As long as he did not wish to, even with these guards standing in front, they wouldn't be able to hear the content of their conversation. Zhang Yan took out half of a jade pendant from his pocket and presented it to Zhang Guozhong. "Zhang Yan, you should recognize this, right?" Upon seeing the half-jade pendant, Zhang Guozhong was momentarily stunned, then straightened his posture. "Is that old fellow doing well?" He and Zhang Yan's great-grandfather were of the same generation and had met once due to matters of inheritance. They later recognized each other on the battlefield, so their relationship was naturally good. However, the old man had his own mission and returned to his hometown after the liberation, leaving behind the jade pendant as a token. As he spoke, Zhang Guozhong took out the other half of the jade pendant from his chest. "The great-grandfather is doing well. Since you've come, does that mean you are the successor of this generation?" Having had many interactions with Zhang Feng, he naturally knew many things. However, the Zhang family had remained hidden and contributed significantly to the country, so even if they knew about the situation in Zhangjia village, no one sought trouble. After all, the Zhang family had merely gone into hiding, they had not vanished. Additionally, there were too many forces within Great Xia in such a situation, making it impossible to clean them all up. Who would dare claim their ancestors had never been prosperous? This had all become history, and naturally no one paid it any mind. Indeed, the great-grandfather has passed the position of clan leader to me. He naturally had no need to hide this matter. The old man had told him a lot about Zhang Guozhong, so he knew Zhang Guozhong was aware of many things. Not bad. Zhang Guozhong looked Zhang Yan up and down, then smiled and nodded. "However, you didn't come just to inform me about the change of the successor, did you? Just say what you need. I'll definitely help with anything I can, but don't get your hopes up too high. I still abide by Zhang Yan naturally understood the rules he spoke of. They pertained to the main lineage and branches of the Zhang family. Additionally, as a person of the nation, he had to consider the country's concerns. Let's be straightforward. I do indeed have something I need the old man to do. Unlike the previous branches he had visited this time, he spoke in detail, revealing most of the matters regarding the battlefield of the myriad worlds. The reason he did this was also to lend a hand to the nation. Tap tap tap. Zhang Guozhong's fingers tapped on the table, lost in thought. He naturally chose to believe Zhang Yan's words, and was aware of some abilities held by the main lineage of the Zhang family. Moreover, he knew very well that the previous global earthquakes were no small matter, and he had received plenty of information regarding this. Zhang Guozhong exhaled deeply. Are you sure everything you said is true? Although he already believed Zhang Yan in his heart, his cautious nature prompted him to ask a couple more questions. Zhang Yan's words were not trivial. He could not be too careful. It's true. After receiving confirmation once again, Zhang Guozhong took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. In response, Zhang Yan did not feel anxious and silently waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10 minutes before Zhang Guozhong sighed and opened his eyes. I understand your meaning, but I still need to confirm the authenticity of the matter. Since the issue was related to the national level, he naturally had to be extremely cautious. Of course, but you cannot refuse my request. This is the right of the clan leader of my main lineage. If you want to sever our ties, just treat my words as if I never said them, but as long as you acknowledge my identity, you cannot refuse. With that, Zhang Yan said no more, stood up, and walked towards the estate's exit. Naturally, Zhang Guozhong understood the request made by Zhang Yan, but he truly did not want to refuse. Firstly, he really did not want to sever ties with the main lineage of the Zhang family. Even if Zhang Yan did not come, he would not do so. Even though their branch had already achieved enough to establish its own genealogy, they had ample reason to detach. However, the extraordinary abilities displayed by the main lineage of the Zhang family made him dare not underestimate it. Although those extraordinary powers seemed weak, they were still extraordinary. With such a capable main lineage, even if they did nothing, it would not help them, but it was still a potential pathway. Who knows what would happen in the future? Sooner or later, it would be useful. As for the current blue star, he truly found it incomprehensible. Whether what Zhang Yan said was true or not, he no longer considered. Regardless of its truth, he had to support it. The request made by Zhang Yan posed no loss to him. Moreover, even if Zhang Yan did not have the identity of the clan leader for the sake of Zhang Feng, he would still agree to Zhang Yan's request. As Zhang Yan left, those waiting outside immediately surged into the living room. Grandpa, great-grandpa. Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing the old man was fine. The old man was the stabilizing force in the family. If anything happened to him, they would all suffer. Whether sincerely or feigned, they all wished for the old man's safety. All right, old man is fine. Zhengli and Zhengren, stay, the rest of you can leave. Seeing the old man say this, everyone exchanged glances and then withdrew. As everyone exited, even the guards took several steps back. The person just now was Zhang Yan from my Zhang family's main lineage. Zhang Guozhong briefly introduced Zhang Yan's identity, but before he could finish, Zhang Zhengli and Zhang Zhengren frowned. Zhang family's main lineage. Hell, with their family status, having a separate page in the genealogy was enough. Oh, what main lineage of the Zhang family? They had lost all goodwill towards Zhang Yan in their hearts. Zhang Guozhong also noticed the expressions of the two and sighed inwardly. To be honest, if it weren't for himself still being around, the relationship between their family and the main lineage would have ended here. Thinking this way made him feel helpless. What are you thinking? If it were before, even if his descendants had the thought of severing ties with the Zhang family's main lineage, he might have opposed it, but more likely he would have resigned himself to it, as he was already old. After all, new era, new ideas, it was not wrong for them to have such thoughts, and he had long anticipated it. But now the times were changing. If what Zhang Yan said were true, then Grandpa, you this. Faced with their grandfather, the two truly had grievances they could not express. But their impression of Zhang Yan had become even worse. This time, listen to me, Zhengren. Most of the matters in the family are now in your hands. Send the young people in the clan over. Zhengli, pick some loyal soldiers in the military and prepare them well. It's settled, then go prepare. Zhang Guozhong did not mention the matter of the Myriad Realms battlefield, but his words held authority. Although they did not understand, they could only helplessly go execute it. After Zhang Zhengli and Zhang Zhengren left, they found a room to sit down. Elder brother, do you think the old man has gone mad? And that Zhang family main lineage hum. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was nearly going mad. Just wait. I want to see what this Zhang Yan is going to do. If Zhang Zhengren, being the eldest, although furious, still managed to hold it in. Zhengli, leave. You are not convenient in the military. All right, elder brother, then I'll leave this matter to you. He'll wait for your news. Finally, Zhang Zhengli stopped talking and left in anger. Sigh, old man. I hope nothing unexpected happens this time, though otherwise you can just enjoy your old age, and having such an elder in the family is a blessing for the younger generations. Thanks to the old man's connections, they could have their current status, but having such an elder also limited their actions. After leaving the Zhang family estate, Zhang Yan's expression turned serious. With this matter settled, he was about to enter the Myriad Realms battlefield, not knowing what the situation there would be. The inheritance regarding the Myriad Realms battlefield was simply too scarce. Since it's a battlefield, then let's fight. He could not avoid it. There was no choice for Blue Star. It was just a battle. What was there to fear? On the way home, Zhang Yan reviewed what he needed to do again, and after finding no omissions, he began to study the content of the Taiping Yaoshu in the car. Although the inheritance obtained in the heavenly Tao space was excellent and powerful, it was not suitable for his current circumstances. However, the content recorded in the Taiping Yaoshu was extremely helpful to him. The rise of a civilization cannot rely solely on military force. As the rabbit runs and the crow flies, Zhang Yan arrived at his destination just as dawn broke. He could return to the village before noon. He could have directly teleported back to Zhangjia village, but since he was already out, he felt it was a waste not to do something, so he decided to expand his territory along the way. This time, however, he did not need to take the bus, as someone was waving to him at the bus station entrance. It was Zhang Feng. Upon getting in the car, Zhang Yan looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Fengzi, how is the village now?" Being scolded by the old man. The old man, having become younger, was naturally unable to sit still, pulling them into training every day. That vitality he simply could not handle. Zhang Yan smiled slightly at Zhang Feng's rolled eyes. He had originally intended for the old man to train those people. Now that the old man had taken action himself, he was naturally more than willing. Training more is a good thing. There must be some blood or sweat involved. The vehicle started heading back towards the village. "Young master, when are we entering the Myriad Realms battlefield?" Zhang Feng brought up this issue again. His combative nature and curiosity about the Myriad Realms battlefield made him a bit anxious. Hearing Zhang Feng bring this up again, Zhang Yan's expression darkened. "Why are you so anxious when I'm not?" After Zhang Feng chuckled sheepishly, he said no more. The two returned to the village in silence. Just as they arrived home, Zhang Yan was called over by the old man. "Great-grandpa, is there something urgent that you need to see me about?" "Of course there's something. You really are something, going out without even stopping by the heavenly Tao space." Upon seeing Zhang Yan, the old man spoke in an unkind tone. He naturally knew what Zhang Yan had to attend to, but his worries were hard to set aside. He was truly afraid Zhang Yan would silently go to the Myriad Realms battlefield. The old man's seemingly reproachful, yet genuinely caring words warmed Zhang Yan's heart. "All right, you've grown up. You don't listen to the old man's words anymore, but there is one thing you must do for me before entering the Myriad Realms battlefield." "What is it?" "Great-grandpa, just tell me, and I will definitely do it." Since the old man cared for him so much, Zhang Yan readily agreed. "Get married and have descendants." Zhang Yan truly did not expect the old man to make such a request, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Upon suddenly hearing the old man's request, Zhang Yan was left stunned. "All right, I understand." Once he regained his senses, he immediately agreed without a second thought. Whether he would do it was his own business. "All right, I'll wait for your news." Hearing Zhang Yan's prompt agreement, the old man was delighted and no longer made things difficult for him. Watching the old man leave in high spirits, Zhang Yan could only shake his head helplessly. To be honest, although the Wanjie battlefield was dangerous, he still felt a certain level of confidence. Most beings had gone there without condensing their extraordinary seeds. It would be absurd for someone at the peak of the first tier like him to enter and face life-threatening danger. Of course, while he thought this way, he still needed to be cautious. In the next 2 days, Zhangjia village began to get lively. All able-bodied men under the age of 40 returned to the village, and with Zhang Yan rallying the young men from the branch family, Zhangjia village was soon packed with people. But it's still not enough. Although many people came, it still fell short for Zhang Yan. However, he was surprised to find that Zhang Xiyuan, whom he least expected, managed to bring over 700 people. However, it was understandable. Zhang Xiyuan's lineage had been passed down for a long time, and although his relatives were exceptional, Zhang Xiyuan's reputation was not small. Moreover, what Zhang Yan did not know was that after he left Zhang Xiyuan's old residence, the position of clan leader had been firmly secured for Zhang Xiyuan. However, while Zhangjia village was bustling, there were also many conflicts. Since they could gather as a clan, their inherent power was naturally significant, and there were no shortage of arrogant individuals. But now they were in Zhangjia village. Arrogant, huh? Causing trouble, huh? A good beating would suffice. Zhang Jun and the others had nowhere to vent their energy, and upon discovering this situation, it would be strange if they could hold back. With this as a warning, everyone settled down. After 2 days, Zhangjia village gathered over 10,000 young men, all of whom Zhang Yan was preparing to send for trials. However, this was still not enough. Even with the villagers, there were still thousands of vacancies to reach the target of 20,000. Therefore, Zhang Yan had to resort to his backup option, which was Zhang Guozhong. Although Zhang Guozhong was old, his branch still held considerable power in the military with a loyal army at his disposal. If it weren't for the fact that this world was Blue Star unlike his previous life, such a thing could not have been accomplished. Of course, Zhang Yan also knew that moving the army would involve the state as well. However, he no longer cared, he was already prepared. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Guozhong mobilized, someone immediately noticed. But they did not understand Zhang Guozhong's intentions, so they did not act rashly. However, such a large movement in Zhangjia village attracted a lot of attention, and Zhangjia village had stepped into the originally peaceful but an unexpected event shattered the calm of Zhangjia village. Military supplies. A large batch of military supplies was blatantly brought into Zhangjia village. Good heavens, over 10,000 young men, and a large quantity of military supplies. What were they planning? A rebellion. Even if it was just guns, it wouldn't be acceptable, and some people began to feel restless. In an instant, Zhang Guozhong's phone was inundated with calls. However, this was no longer Zhang Yan's concern. Arriving at the school, he gazed at the school gate and fell into memories. Although the temple built for his great-grandfather was not small, and had a small square, the number of people this time was too great, so they could only come to the school playground, which was large enough to accommodate everyone. However, being an elementary school playground, having over 10,000 people here was still exceptionally crowded. This situation made everyone on site a bit restless. Most were young men at the vigorous age of youth, and they found it even harder to endure. What made them most frustrated was that their phones had all been confiscated. If they didn't know where they were, they might have thought this was a human trafficking den. Only a few knew that the main lineage of Zhang family was quite mysterious. Perhaps they had things they did not want to expose. Under their comfort, everyone gradually calmed down. Of course, since some things no longer needed to be kept secret, they were no longer a mystery in Zhangjia village. Many people had naturally received a lot of information, but whether this information would spread remained unknown. With everything ready, Zhang Yan ascended the high platform set up at the edge of the playground. As he took the stage, all eyes focused on him. Silence. Although everyone's gaze was directed at him, the crowd of 10,000 remained noisy. With Zhang Yan's low shout, an indescribable pressure descended, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. The scene instantly fell silent. As the pressure was released, Zhang Yan calmly observed everyone below. After a moment of confusion, everyone returned to their senses, looking bewildered again. They were all ordinary people. Although they felt the pressure just now, they did not understand what was happening. Yet they all heard Zhang Yan's voice. As the pressure was released, Zhang Yan calmly observed everyone below. After a moment of confusion, everyone returned to their senses, looking bewildered again. Looking at the crowd below, a smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. Especially feeling the fluctuations of the clan marks emanating from them, Zhang Yan's heart was filled with excitement. These fluctuations were not strong, but as their strength grew, the power of these marks would manifest, becoming his greatest support. However, although Zhang Yan acknowledged their identities, there were still distinctions in closeness. Since you all can come to Zhangjia village, I presume everyone has acknowledged their identity as members of the Zhang family. Regardless of whether you are here to watch the excitement or have other purposes, since you are here, Zhang Yan will naturally not let you leave. As for the identity of being a Zhang family member, I will take it that you have tacitly agreed. As he spoke, Zhang Yan gestured to Zhang Feng. Upon seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately understood Zhang Yan's intent. Subsequently, a large group of people entered the campus carrying large wooden crates. Next, there is an opportunity one want to present to you. Whether or not you can handle it depends on your own capabilities. Zhang Yan had no intention of seeking their opinions on this collective trial. He chose to enforce it unilaterally. Although some might be unwilling, so what? The life-saving items were prepared. If they couldn't grasp this, then when they were randomly pulled into the Multiverse Battlefield in the future, it would be a dead end. A gun, it's actually a gun. The crowd was still struggling to comprehend Zhang Yan's words. After all, they perceived Zhang Yan as a young man of their own age, and their hearts were already filled with defiance. Now hearing him utter a series of nonsensical statements only added to their impatience. As for the pressure they felt earlier, they had long since cast it aside. However, the pressure emanating from the truth had moved them collectively. Among them there were those who had handled guns before, but the current situation transcended mere familiarity. With a rifle, 2 grenades, and a wooden box in hand, their bodies involuntarily shuddered. The scene fell utterly silent. Time flowed slowly as Zhang Yan felt no urgency. With sufficient weaponry, the trial could be completed in one go without wasting too much time. Only the thought of the distributed bean soldiers crossed his mind. After several days of absorbing spiritual energy, these bean soldiers had been fully completed, but the consumption of spiritual energy in the Tian Dao space was concerning. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan felt a headache coming on. He was well aware of his own strength, which made him hesitant to even practice within the Tian Dao space. If he were to unleash his cultivation, he truly had no idea whether he would drain the Tian Dao space dry. Blue Star know this universe was experiencing severe depletion. This had led to the world regaining the ability to absorb chaotic energy, yet most of the absorbed energy was used to sustain the world's operation, leaving very little to be drawn into the Tian-Dao space, and even less for Blue Star. He had initially thought that with the infusion of chaotic energy the world would gradually recover, but now it seemed he had overestimated the situation. As he pondered how to hasten the world's recovery, a firm resolution formed in his heart. Just as Zhang Yan was deep in thought, all the weapons had been distributed. Although they held weapons in their hands, they dared not move, standing there in a daze. Open the boxes in your hands. Inside the box are needles. Prick your finger and drop your blood to recognize your master. Zhang Yan's words remained succinct, as most people were in a daze, but some began to react, hesitating. To be honest, ever since they entered Zhang family village, they had felt something strange, unsure of what would happen next. By now the myriad of puzzles had left them completely bewildered. Of course there were those who were unfazed. Uncertain of the situation, they merely came to watch the spectacle. Although some changes had occurred, they firmly believed in one thing: they would not face life-threatening danger. As for the gun in their hands, what could a gun do? Surely they weren't being asked to go to war. The thought of this made them want to laugh. Now with the call to recognize their master through blood, they were momentarily stunned, their minds swirling with bizarre thoughts. However, considering they were in Zhang family village, they figured they would just do as the host instructed. They picked up the needle and pricked their fingers, smearing the blood onto the bead within the box. What the hell, bro, what are you doing? Many were puzzled, yet few took action, making these individuals the focal point of everyone's attention. Seeing his actions, those around were taken aback. Was he really that reckless? Yet before they could fully comprehend, the next scene left them utterly dumbfounded. They saw the earthy yellow bead inside the box glow and rush into the person's body. The individual was initially startled, but soon displayed a look of ecstatic joy. In an instant a thought surged within him. Come forth, my warrior. As his voice fell, a series of question marks appeared over the heads of the onlookers. Those from Zhang family village who understood the situation couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the one who spoke felt extremely embarrassed. If the spirit of the earth element had been summoned, it would have been acceptable, but now he was calling out into the void, which was rather awkward. Zhang Yan naturally observed this scene, knowing that the other party could not use the bean soldiers was his doing. If he were to use the bean soldiers himself, there would naturally be no limitations, but since the bean soldiers had been given away, the consumption of their use would fall upon them. Currently, the bean soldiers could only draw on their energy once, and thus they couldn't afford to waste it. If they used it now, how would they proceed with the trial later? Thus within this school, the power of the bean soldiers was completely suppressed. What the hell? Bro, quickly explain what's going on. In an instant he was surrounded by people. It's like this, that bead is a bean soldier, the one that turns beans into soldiers. As the story of the bean soldiers unfolded, everyone's eyes lit up at once. They knew of their heritage as descendants of Zhang Jiao, and naturally they had learned quite a bit about Zhang Jiao's deeds. So now hearing about the bean soldiers stirred excitement in their hearts. Excited as they were, actions were better than words. At this moment some had already begun to act impatiently. With streaks of earthy yellow light flashing one by one, the bean soldiers successfully recognized their masters. Joy was evident on the faces of the crowd. While the information contained within the bean soldiers was scant, it was enough to exhilarate them. After all, this was extraordinary power. By this point no one blamed Zhang Yan. All that remained was respect. Seeing that everyone had completed the master recognition for the bean soldiers, he simply waved his hand, and a virtual screen appeared above their heads. As for the content displayed on the screen, it naturally pertained to the trial Zhang Jun and the others had undergone. Upon seeing the appearance of the virtual screen, the entire playground fell silent once more. Although the trial Zhang Jun and the others faced was brief, it had managed to calm these individuals who had just gained a hint of extraordinary power. As the virtual screen disappeared, Zhang Yan spoke again. You all saw the content on the screen. This is what you will face next. I don't ask much of you, just come back alive. With the protection of the bean soldiers, I believe no one will act foolishly. You have half an hour to prepare, and if there are any questions, feel free to ask. Half an hour later, everyone will enter the trial. With that, Zhang Yan pulled over a chair behind him, sat down, and began to close his eyes to rest. After a brief moment of silence, the entire playground erupted in chaos. What the hell, this cursed trial? I just came to watch the fun. Why does it have to turn into a life-or-death struggle? Hey, bro, how do you use this gun? I've never used one before. Can I opt out? Aye. Most were in an excited state, but a large portion began to feel weak in the knees, especially many of the girls. Indeed, it was the girls. The last trial was merely a test run, not suitable for their participation, but this time, they had no way to escape. With the bean soldiers as assurance, their lives were still guaranteed. However, once everyone entered the myriad world's battlefield, it would be a random selection, and without preparation, it could truly be deadly. Half an hour is up, everyone get ready. As Zhang Yan's voice echoed, the entire playground fell silent, and everyone immediately stood up. Half an hour was enough for them to understand the situation of the trial. Set off. Zhang Yan had no extra words, directly waving his hand to teleport them into their respective trial spaces. Seeing the playground suddenly become empty, Zhang Feng rushed over. Little young master, won't they encounter danger? His face was filled with concern. He had not been idle these past 2 days, and was very clear about the circumstances of the Zhang family's branch. But precisely because of this, he dared not be the slightest bit careless. Danger? If there were danger, would I let them go? You must understand, now that they are inside, I can still protect them with the Daobing, but if they are chosen by the Multiverse Battlefield, Zhang Yan thought of his own situation at this point. If it weren't for the fact that the beast man he encountered was already injured, and in a severely weakened state, coupled with his physical condition developed from years of hard work, he might have faced a real challenge. Sigh. Zhang Yan sighed inwardly, and stopped speaking. With the conversation at this point, Zhang Feng also closed his mouth. He may have appeared simple-minded, but he was not foolish. He naturally understood Zhang Yan's meaning. Moreover, although he had prepared for the trial, that preparation was far inferior compared to those currently in the trial. If he were to encounter danger like this, it could only mean that it was a calamity he was destined to face. At this moment, a larger virtual screen appeared, displaying thousands of images before everyone. Looking at the scenes before them, everyone's eyes revealed a sense of urgency. It is important to note that this time those entering the trial were not just the branch members, but also people from Zhang family village. On the screen, all the participants in the trial made the same move, summoning the Daobing. In the half hour just past, they had inquired about the situation of the trial from Zhang Feng, and combined with the images they had seen before, they knew exactly what to do. With the Daobing appearing, the victory was already half secured. And indeed, most of the trials took place in open areas where the Daobing quickly locked onto the enemies. With the Daobing's physical attribute of 30 points, once locked on, the battle would be over in an instant. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yan's expression remained calm, feeling no surprise whatsoever. Although he was not surprised, there was one matter he had to take seriously. Even though there were thousands of images on the virtual screen, he had memorized the situations within. It was precisely because of this that he discovered something unexpected. These alien creatures. Wait a minute. Although Zhang Yan had made a discovery, he really couldn't distinguish the appearances of these alien beings, leaving him feeling somewhat uncertain. This discovery made Zhang Yan serious. After a careful comparison, he quickly confirmed his suspicion. These alien beings were all replicas, not real creatures. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan gained some insight. The Multiverse Battlefield selects warriors, not those they wish to annihilate. If entering the Multiverse Battlefield meant losing half of the beings, that would be somewhat unreasonable. It seems I was biased from the start. He could be certain that the beast man he encountered during his trial was a real creature. Reflecting on the situation of Blue Star, he suddenly understood. Given Blue Star's condition, it was impossible to be selected by the Multiverse Battlefield. The schemes of those ancestors of Blue Star had actually failed. That beast man must have had some bad luck to become Zhang Yan's trial subject. Fengzi, go prepare. Let's see how many people can awaken their talents this time. Alright, I'm on it. Zhang Feng glanced at Zhang Jun, not far away, feeling quite pleased. Talent is not something that everyone can awaken. Although some talent abilities may not be outstanding, talent is talent, and there will always be a place to utilize these abilities. Now he was the captain in Zhang family village, and the strength of his subordinates would affect his position. But thinking of Zhang Jun's talent abilities, he felt a bit anxious. With this in mind, Zhang Feng's figure disappeared directly into the Tiandao space. This kid. Zhang Yan shook his head, shifting his gaze to Zhang Jun. Junzi, how about you? Aren't you going? What's the use of going first? I admit I can't beat him, but in terms of pulling people, Remembering his own talent ability, Zhang Jun revealed a cold smile. His talent was called Amplification Halo, also known as Amplification Domain. Quite simple, but the shorter the name, the more significant it is. Amplification, everything is amplified, whether it's cultivation speed or combat power. It can achieve an overall amplification of 80. An 80 amplification. The results accumulated over time would undoubtedly shock everyone. Moreover, this amplification could also be bestowed upon others, making it even more astonishing. Of course, this talent has its drawbacks. When used on others, the effect is halved. But regardless, with such a talent, he had no worries about not having followers. Even Zhang Feng himself would have to seek his help later, right? Seeing that Zhang Jun remained unmoved, Zhang Yan no longer intervened. He knew both of their personalities, although they didn't get along, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Looking at the scenes on the screen, Zhang Yan shook his head. If possible, with these 20,000 spots, he could completely choose the elites of the Daxia. But that was completely impossible. It was too idealistic. People have many faces and are all different. Who can guarantee that their hearts will not change? Some exceptionally clever minds just think differently. Since this is the case, rather than waiting for them to cause trouble and then handling it, it would be better to cut off the possibility right at the source. Although they did not perform well with the Dao being present, he had not discovered any casualties which relieved him. At the same time, it further validated his suspicions. Although the trial is dangerous, the strength of these virtual alien beings still has its limits. As mentioned before, the Multiverse Battlefield seeks warriors, not corpses. So as long as the Dao being is present and they do not act recklessly, there should be no major issues. Even when encountering technologically advanced beings, the Dao being can ensure their safety. Indeed, there were many participants in this trial, and there were naturally those who encountered technologically advanced. However, under the preemptive release of the Dao being, even in open areas, the Dao being did not give them the chance to attack, successfully passing the trial. Having passed the most dangerous one, the others naturally faced no issues either. In less than 10 minutes, everyone passed this trial. Few with these 20,000 slots filled, I can rest easy knowing I have their foundation. I cannot guarantee that all 20,000 are of one mind, but they are undoubtedly better than looking for idle personnel. With them here, at least there won't be any trouble for the time being. The battlefield of 10,000 realms. Here I come. He felt nervous about entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, but the situation on Blue Star forced him to move forward. He didn't look for his grandfather or explain anything to Zhang Feng and the others. He simply entered the Dao space and transmitted some of his arrangements into the mind of the stone. The stone is an independent life form. Even if something unexpected happens to him, the stone will not disappear. Thus, amidst the busy crowd, Zhang Yin disappeared from Blue Star without anyone noticing. Welcome to the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Fight. Slaughter. As an emotionless voice echoed in Zhang Yin's mind, he instantly woke up. Thud. Just as he regained consciousness, Zhang Yin felt a sudden sensation of falling, and in the next moment, he realized he had landed in water. Fortunately, his strength was commendable. Even in the water, he quickly stabilized his form. However, when he saw the situation around him, his expression darkened immediately. Looking at the circle of beast men with crimson eyes around him and glancing down at the steaming broth beneath his feet, he felt the overwhelming malice this world held for him. Why did he have to descend into someone else's pot? Enraged, Zhang Yin unleashed his spiritual power, causing the pot to explode. Roar! The sounds of screams and roars filled the air. Listening to the furious and pained cries around him, Zhang Yin coldly snorted, "Humph. What a coincidence. You guys are just out of luck." Now that he had arrived at this so-called battlefield of 10,000 realms, he naturally retracted any shred of compassion. Without any flashy moves, Zhang Yin simply kicked out. Unsurprisingly, the beastman before him was sent. Not only that, but the beastmen behind the one he kicked were also knocked away. However, Zhang Yin's kick was as fierce as a tiger, and the damage was around 250. Though Zhang Yin had anticipated this, seeing the health bar above their heads made him curse. Damn, this hellish rule is really ridiculous. The information he received earlier was entirely correct. This health bar mechanism serves as a protective measure. Although depletion of the health bar means death, it undeniably acts as a survival tactic when facing strong enemies. Without this rule in place, his kick would have been enough to obliterate these beastmen, but now their health bars were only reduced by less than half. Moreover, thinking of his physical attributes, he couldn't help but frown. His body was clearly very strong, yet the panel displayed only 100 points, not having reached the second tier. Though he knew this was a good thing, it still left him feeling somewhat displeased. However, being physically strong meant that these beastmen were completely unable to retaliate. Despite the damn protective mechanism for Zhang Yin, it merely meant 2 extra punches. There were more than 30 beastmen here, with the highest level being the first one Zhang Yin kicked away, who was at level 23, while the rest ranged from level 10 to 15. Although the levels were decent, their strength was far too weak for Zhang Yin. In less than half a minute, all the beastmen lay on the ground, not even given a chance to escape. What a surprise! I thought leveling up would be difficult, but I unexpectedly leveled up as soon as I arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 realms. His experience for leveling up suddenly increased tenfold. It would be hard to level up, but reality brought him unexpected news. For each level gained, he could earn an additional 10 points of experience, and these beastmen directly gifted him over 4,000 experience. Moreover, killing enemies above his level granted him extra experience, with an additional 40 points leading to another 4,000 experience. Thus, after the battle ended, Zhang Yin directly received over 8,000 experience. Name: Zhang Yin, LV4, 23204000, first tier race, human origin, blue star, life 100, 001, 0000, spiritual power, 27802, 800, physique, 100, spirit, 80, origin points, 6, talent, great dominator, racial talent, giant spirit, technique, yellow sky, thick earth, art, skills. Looking at his level rising 3 tiers, Zhang Yin felt a wave of excitement. However, in the next moment, his brow furrowed. He gained an additional origin point. Was this an attribute point? Staring at his 6 origin points, Zhang Yin fell into deep thought, realizing that as his experience increased, the origin points gained per level also doubled. Before he could ponder, further information regarding origin points appeared in his mind. Origin points can indeed be considered attribute points. Attributes below 50 points can increase a person's attributes by 3 to 5 points per origin point. Thus, leveling up is undoubtedly a quick way to enhance strength. Attributes below 100 points, but above 50 can increase attributes by 2 to 3 points. As for above 100 points, it becomes a 1-1 ratio. The stronger one is the more origin points it costs to increase an attribute. In other words, Zhang Yan could directly advance to the second tier right now if he wished. However, this was merely a thought, because Zhang Yan also discovered the second use of origin points, which is to directly increase a person's origin potential. Seeing this, Zhang Yan didn't hesitate and chose to enhance his origin. This way, while his attributes might not change, his future potential would undoubtedly become stronger. Origin points are, after all, a benefit of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, he will regret it later. Of course, Zhang Yan's decision was also based on his own considerations. If he had entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms with weak attributes, he wouldn't have considered potential. Enhancing his own combat power to survive here was the key. But now, given the situation in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he felt he still had a certain capacity for self-preservation, so enhancing his potential became an important matter. As he invested his origin points, Zhang Yan felt a wave of comfort. However, that feeling vanished without a trace soon after. Is that it? Zhang Yan pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied. Yet he didn't think much of it, and sank into his mind, beginning to receive the information transmitted to him by the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Earlier he had fallen into the pot and hadn't taken a close look, but now that there was no danger around, he naturally had some free time. The nameless continent spans millions of miles, a place for beginners to compete with countless races. This truly is a meat grinder. Is a 1,000,000-mile radius big? Naturally, it's quite large. But if all races were thrown in here, it would seem incredibly crowded. Moreover, no one has stated that only one person from each race or civilization can descend here. This poses quite the headache. The myriad races. After receiving the information in his mind, a glint of ferocity flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. This continent does not yet have a name. Only when a civilization or a race completely occupies this land will it acquire its own name. Glancing around, Zhang Yan gathered the items dropped by the beastmen. After a brief inspection, he found only some materials and several thousand copper coins. He cursed quietly, calling them poor bastards, then waved his hand to inject a surge of spiritual energy into the ground, beginning to establish his earthly domain. As the spiritual energy sank into the earth, it stirred up faint ripples, and the land within a 5-meter radius was drawn into his domain. Seeing this, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. This was half of his spiritual energy. Just this. If it were on Blue Star, half of his spiritual energy could expand his domain by several miles, yet in this myriad realms battlefield, it was only a paltry 5-meter radius. Before Zhang Yan could utter a curse, another piece of information surfaced in his mind. Would you like to use this location as a coordinate to connect to the Blue Star world? Yes, no. This was a prompt from the Myriad Realms battlefield. The Myriad Realms battlefield always showed exceptional enthusiasm for connecting to it. Connecting to the Myriad Realms battlefield always brought endless benefits to the world, but those benefits were already clearly priced. Zhang Yan chuckled softly and directly chose yes. He had no other choice. Only by connecting the Blue Star world to the Myriad Realms battlefield could true revival occur. The moment Zhang Yan confirmed this, he felt an invisible line connect with the heart of the Blue Star world. At the instant this line appeared, he sensed through the connection with the world's heart that the speed at which the Blue Star world absorbed chaotic energy from the outside world had increased by hundreds of times. Yet this joyous event brought him no happiness, as he discovered that this invisible line had consumed a source of power from the Blue Star world. The situation on Blue Star feedbacked into his mind, making him furious enough to curse. Another global earthquake had occurred, and this time the tremors were even more intense than the last. The only relief came from the fact that he had previously wandered through the Great Xia territory, expanding his domain and bringing a large portion of the Great Xia's land under his control. With a stabilized domain on the ground, although the Great Xia suffered significant losses from this global tremor, it was undoubtedly better than other places by several times. It's good that nothing serious happened. Zhang Yan let out a long breath, feeling much more at ease. However, to be safe, he sealed the heart of the Blue Star world. He was truly afraid. If Blue Star were destroyed by invasion, he could only blame his own lack of strength. But if it were to collapse due to an unexpected incident like this, he would truly cry. What made him most fortunate was that he had previously feared someone might be curious and enter the Myriad Realms battlefield, temporarily sealing the passage to it. However, this blockade was only effective for those 20,000 people, and thankfully, it was not too late to seal the heart of the world now. Once everything was settled, Zhang Yin sat down to begin his cultivation. His main purpose for coming to the Myriad Realms battlefield was to cultivate and enhance his own strength. Now that it was temporarily safe here, he naturally would not waste any more time. Summoning an earth elemental spirit to protect him, he then closed his eyes. This was the territory of those beastmen, and having an earth elemental spirit as a guardian was sufficient. The moment he entered the Myriad Realms battlefield, he felt the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich. However, with so much happening immediately upon his arrival, he had no time to savor the spiritual energy. Now calming his mind and sensing the richness of the surrounding spiritual energy, Zhang Yin couldn't help but feel delighted. Good heavens, the concentration of spiritual energy here is several times higher than that in the blue star's heavenly Tao space. However, just having a higher concentration of spiritual energy wasn't enough to excite Zhang Yin. Oh, what thrilled him was the sheer volume of spiritual energy here. Can you believe it? He was the only one cultivating, and he actually drained all the spiritual energy from the heavenly Tao space. Although at that time the chaos energy converted from the recent revival of the blue star world wasn't abundant, it couldn't deny the sheer magnitude of spiritual energy Zhang Yin needed for his cultivation. As Zhang Yin began to cultivate, a storm of spiritual energy immediately erupted around him. Even while cultivating, Zhang Yin sensed the commotion around him and couldn't help but feel speechless. Such a huge stir wouldn't attract those alien races. Indeed, as Zhang Yin continued his cultivation, the commotion grew louder, gradually attracting the attention of those alien beings. Fortunately, he was situated in the former camp of those beastmen, which had already been cleared out. Thus the alien beings that knew what this place was immediately lost interest and turned to leave for farther, while some left. Others were naturally curious. The appearance of such a spiritual energy storm indicated that someone was either cultivating or that rare treasures were emerging. Thinking of rare treasures immediately made them abandon the first possibility, greed overtaking their reason. Zhang Yin had some guesses about the external situation, but he had no intention of stopping his cultivation. Did he stop cultivating just because there might be danger outside? What a joke. He could halt his cultivation at any time, but if he absorbed even slightly less spiritual energy, his progression would slow down. He knew exactly how to choose. Moreover, so what if he attracted alien beings? Although his current strength was not strong, it was no problem for him to stand his ground here. Previously, he had overestimated the strength of those alien beings, which was the main reason for his worry. However, the recent battle made him realize that while his strength was not formidable, not everyone could come and provoke him. Zhang Yin sat there at ease, cultivating completely, ignoring the commotion in the Myriad Realms. He was well aware of his own condition. His physique had already reached the limit of the first stage, and breaking through would be easy. Without mentioning the attribute of spirit, even if only his physical body broke through, he would naturally ascend to the second stage. However, the current issue was that Zhang Yin did not wish to break through. The situation within his body clearly indicated to him that he was in a state of deficit requiring a large amount of energy. With such obvious feedback from his body, why would he still look at the panel? A breakthrough in level was undoubtedly the fastest way to enhance strength, but increasing spirit and accumulating spiritual energy were also ways to enhance strength. As spiritual energy gathered, the domain beneath Zhang Yin, which spanned only 5 meters, began to exert its power. Although this small domain could not provide Zhang Yin with significant enhancement, while the domain bolstered him, it was also interacting with him to strengthen itself. The realm is expanding and spiritual power is accumulating. Under the ample spiritual energy, Zhang Yin's strength is rapidly growing every moment. As a large amount of spiritual energy enters his body, his form begins to swell, restoring his giant spirit form. Even when seated, his height of over 10 meters resembles a small mountain. The orc camp is located in a clearing within the forest, shielded by trees. Although Zhang Yin has transformed into his giant spirit form, he does not expose himself to the other alien beings. Of course, even if exposed, Zhang Yin wouldn't mind. The influx of spiritual energy illuminated the mysterious runes spreading throughout his body, bringing him unparalleled comfort, leaving no time for other thoughts. As the giant spirit form fully unfolds, the spiritual energy storm grows increasingly fierce. While the alien beings that have not yet condensed extraordinary seeds may sense it slightly, they do not act, due to being in the territory of the orcs. Even if treasures emerge, a significant portion of alien beings choose to give up. However, now that the spiritual energy storm begins to spread visibly, it naturally attracts the attention of more powerful alien beings. Those who can come to the battlefield of 10,000 realms are certainly not easy to deal with. Orcs, what are they? Regardless of familiarity, it does not hinder them from taking a share. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, isn't it simply kill, or be killed, rob, or be robbed? Zhang Yin feels extremely satisfied with the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy. In such a short time, his internal spiritual energy has fully recovered, and even his upper limit of spiritual power has increased by 200 points. However, having practiced for less than half an hour and needing to stop is truly frustrating. Standing up due to his height, Zhang Yan's gaze surpasses the fence of the orc camp, looking towards the distant jungle. In his perception, a large number of beings are constantly approaching. During this approach, there are intermittent. Undoubtedly, the commotion caused by his cultivation attracted many alien beings. Naturally, there would be no cooperation upon meeting a slaughter, is the theme. Seeing this, Zhang Yan reveals a cold smile. In the next moment, figures leap out from the jungle representing various races, truly broadening his horizons today. Although many alien beings have come, to be precise, only beings from 4 races have arrived. Individual alien beings simply could not reach this place. However, there is one exception. Seeing a bull with a triangular head, Zhang Yan grows somewhat serious. Although there is only this one, seeing its body length of over 20 meters and the thick carapace resembling heavy armor, just standing there makes one reluctant to engage in battle. At the moment this bull appears, one race of beings turns and dives back into the jungle behind, not even giving Zhang Yan time to check their information. Seeing this, Zhang Yan is somewhat speechless. As for the remaining 2 races, one is a lizard man with a lizard head and a hunched body. To say it is humanoid is somewhat exaggerated. It is more accurate to say that it is a lizard standing up. But with an average height of over 3 meters coupled with their numbers, they indeed have the confidence to stay. The second remaining alien being is also quite strange. It has a humanoid shape and stands over 5 meters tall, which seems much more normal to Zhang Yan. However, its head is truly hard to describe. Its red head resembles the giant sunflower from Plants vs. Zombies, and he wonders how they evolved to. 3 identification spells are cast, and 3 pieces of information appear in his mind. Name: Upright Terror Lizard. Level LV 18. Physique 75. Spirit 6. Talent none. Skill: Claw Enhancement causes double damage. Name: Big Mouth Monster. Level LV 15. Physique 65. Spirit 4. Talent none. Skill: Savage Bite causes triple tearing damage. Name: Sky Bull. Level LV 10. Physique 90. Spirit 30. Racial talent: Earth Element Control. Personal talent: Giant Rock Shield. Skill: Frenzied Charge. After glancing at the attributes of the Upright Terror Lizard and the Big Mouth Monster, he no longer concerns himself with them. These are mere waste enhanced by source points. No matter how high their attributes, they cannot exhibit much combat power. With such strength, not to mention himself, even the orcs he previously defeated could easily annihilate them. Attributes are attributes. Combat power is combat power. Zhang Yan no longer cares about this. However, the attributes of the Sky Bull shock him. These attributes, even if all source points are used to boost them, cannot deny the brutality of the Sky Bull. As for the manifestation of its attributes with this size, there's no need to say more. He truly wonders what gave those 2 races the courage to come and provoke him. After a brief standoff, without hesitation, all 3 parties simultaneously choose to strike. In that moment, Zhang Yan truly witnesses the brutality of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Upon meeting it as battle, it is slaughter, there is simply no second choice. However, to Zhang Yan's surprise, the Sky Bull does not charge at him, but rather towards the Big Mouth Monster. Seeing this, Zhang Yan grins, instantly understanding the Sky Bull's intentions. Weaklings do not deserve to stay here. Although the Sky Bull seems to be stealing the kill, Zhang Yan does not mind, and turns to charge at the Upright Terror Lizard. With the distances being short, it can be considered an ambush battle, so at the moment they engage, they collide without a doubt. The Sky Bull's hooves stomp the ground, sending out terrifying ripples, instantly knocking all the Big Mouth Monsters away. Not only the Big Mouth Monsters, but even Zhang Yan and the Upright Terror Lizard are affected. At the moment the Sky Bull strikes, Zhang Yan also moves, unleashing a wave of terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power, sending up massive spikes from the ground. Under Zhang Yan's full-screen spike assault, all the Upright Terror Lizards are directly pierced through while also applying a blood loss buff to them. However, just then the shockwave from the Sky Bull causes the blood of those Upright Terror Lizards to drop significantly, almost emptying their health. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yan's expression immediately darkens. Almost having his kill stolen, anyone would feel displeased. Even the experience gained does not lift his mood. Instead, his face grows increasingly grim. Because he realizes that the domain he previously set up has actually dissipated under the Sky Bull's stomp. Tonight I want beef. He is truly angry this time. Drink. Zhang Yan shouts, spiritual power, surging the ground, trembling as spikes erupt, instantly freezing the hooves of the bull that was about to stomp down, causing it to stumble. As for the Big Mouth Monster, which was still in a daze, it is entirely swept away in one wave. Experience is gained, and Zhang Yan levels up again. With Zhang Yan causing such a commotion, the Sky Bull's eyes instantly turn red. Losing experience is minor, but this bipedal creature dared to attack him, which makes him exceedingly furious. You seek death. Mu hearing the mooing sound in his ears, but understanding its meaning, Zhang Yan is momentarily stunned. However, this is a battle. There is no time for distraction. Not good. Even as Zhang Yan reacted, he instantly conjured a massive earthen wall in front of him. Bang! With a loud crash, a figure was sent flying. Feeling the force that collided with him, Zhang Yan's heart sank, and he began to take this battle seriously. Indeed, the attribute panel was utterly unreliable. With the strength of his body, under the same attributes, the power he could unleash was definitely not weak. Yet now, facing the Sky Bull, with attributes inferior to his own, he was thrown back. Moreover, and most importantly, the earthen wall he erected had not served any purpose at all. However, remembering the Sky Bull's innate talent, he felt somewhat relieved. The earthen wall did have its uses, but against the Sky Bull its effectiveness was greatly diminished. Such a thing he could have easily accomplished himself. If the Sky Bull used an earth attribute attack, he could significantly reduce its power or even nullify it. Stabilizing his stance, he turned and threw a punch. Boom! His fist collided with the Sky Bull's head, sending invisible shockwaves radiating outward. This time both retreated simultaneously. One must admit the advantage of size was truly insurmountable. Even with his giant spirit body enhancing his strength, he found himself utterly helpless against such a massive beast as the Sky Bull. If the Sky Bull's power further increased, the outcome of their battle would truly be uncertain. However, this gap in power did not mean he had no means to deal with the Sky Bull. The earlier clash of forces was merely a probe of the Sky Bull's strength. After all, who would pit a good person against a bull in a heated clash? Now that the probing was done, the battle was about to begin in earnest. Damn! Confident Zhang Yan, just as he was preparing for the next battle, was once again sent flying. It was the Sky Bull's skill berserk charge. If he were only knocked back, Zhang Yan would naturally be unafraid, but when the Sky Bull collided with him, it unexpectedly caused fluctuations in his sea of consciousness. His spiritual attribute was much stronger than that of the Sky Bull, otherwise just that one hit could have put him into a state of dizziness. Quick release, forced knockback, and that dizzying effect. This is the power of skills. Recalling that he had no skills himself, not counting innate skills, he felt a bit dissatisfied, but now feeling the effects of the Sky Bull's skills, he had nothing to say. Before he could make a move, the Sky Bull's hooves had already stomped down. Seeing this, Zhang Yan snorted coldly, his figure flashing away from his original spot. As for the shockwave from the Sky Bull's stomp, it felt like a gentle breeze to Zhang Yan, causing him no harm whatsoever. Zhang Yan was fast, but the Sky Bull's reactions were not slow either. Sensing Zhang Yan's movement before the Sky Bull's hooves landed, a series of earthen spikes shot up from the ground. At the moment the spikes appeared, Zhang Yan couldn't help but smirk. Now it's my turn. Just now the Sky Bull had used its control over the earth element to weaken the earthen wall he conjured. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so embarrassed earlier. In the next moment, the rapidly emerging earthen spikes paused. Although they were still extending outward, the speed of this extension was no longer a threat to Zhang Yan. The emergence of this situation startled the Sky Bull. Regardless of how the Sky Bull felt, Zhang Yan's fist had already reached the side of the Sky Bull's belly. Boom! A tremendous roar sounded as the Sky Bull's massive body was sent flying. However, a single hit was not enough for Zhang Yan to vent his anger. Having landed a hit, it was now his time. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive strikes instantly tore apart the Sky Bull's thick rock-like armor, and blood splattered everywhere. Moo! The pain sent the Sky Bull into a frenzy. But now was not the time for rage to solve problems, as Zhang Yan showed no signs of stopping his assault. However, the Sky Bull's reactions allowed it to evade Zhang Yan's attacks. Berserk charge. The Sky Bull's figure instantly created a significant distance from Zhang Yan. And then, there was nothing more. The Sky Bull's speed was astonishing as it directly burrowed into the forest. Is it trying to escape? Zhang Yan revealed a cold smile. Then he stepped forward ready to pursue, but after taking just 2 steps, he knocked at my domain. Thinking of the domain that had been disrupted and the anchor point he had just established with the blue star, Zhang Yan couldn't help but shout. Right now he could care less about the Sky Bull. Without hesitation, he arrived at the Narrowend or camp, and a surge of spiritual power descended, re-establishing the domain. The domain itself was not a concern. His main worry was the anchor point with the blue star. This anchor point was worth a piece of the world's origin, and losing it would cause him great distress. As the domain took shape again, Zhang Yan sensed it and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the place where I stand is the domain, and the anchor point remains. However, I will remember this grudge. After cursing fiercely under his breath, Zhang Yan could only sit down. Whether he would meet the Sky Bull again in the future was truly uncertain. Who knows if the next time they met it would be nothing but a pile of bull bones. The battlefield of 10,000 realms is truly too dangerous. There are always stronger hands among the strong, and one cannot afford to be the slightest bit careless. Restoring spiritual power and strengthening the domain is what he should focus on now. On the blue star there was nothing to worry about. Without powerful beings, he would not be destroyed, and his domain would be immersed in it, becoming his domain. But here in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, initially seeing the weak orcs, he felt he could fight well, but the appearance of the Sky Bull made him realize the cruelty of the battlefield. At the same time, the Sky Bull also taught him a lesson: if you can't win, run. As long as your life remains, everything else is possible. If you lose your life, everything is over. However, looking at his domain, he sighed silently. The Sky Bull could run, but he truly couldn't afford to flee unless absolutely necessary. He couldn't afford the loss. The spiritual energy in the battlefield of 10,000 realms is extremely dense, and the rate of recovery for Zhang Yan's spiritual power is naturally not slow. However, he now dared not absorb the spiritual energy, freely fearing that another battle would destroy his domain. As the domain gradually strengthened, its range began to expand, and only when it enveloped the entire orc camp did Zhang Yan stop the expansion. At this point, his domain had completely stabilized. If the Sky Bull appeared again, he could beat it to a pulp. No slacking off. Zhang Yan silently admonished himself. Standing up, he glanced at the spoils piled to the side and reached out to draw them to him. All copper coins, but what use do they serve? The copper coins in the battlefield of 10,000 realms are not ordinary coins. They contain a peculiar energy. He can sense its existence, yet he is utterly unable to utilize it. Oh, there's actually a pleasant surprise. He initially thought the coins were useless, but unexpectedly, they were intertwined with other items. Teeth of the big mouth monster materials. With a slight pout, Zhang Yan tucked the items away. With countless seemingly useless copper coins added to his account, he could only lament the low drop rate in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Having completed the domain expansion and collected the spoils, Zhang Yan planned to continue his cultivation. He had potential, but unless it could be transformed into power, what good was it? This is the orc camp. It shouldn't be. So poor. I actually forgot about this. Looking at the ruins before him, a hint of regret crossed Zhang Yan's face. The orc camp was destroyed, not erased. Even if he found some copper coins beneath the ruins, it would still be worth. Although he did not know the function of the copper coins, since they were items dropped from slain beings, they must possess some unknown utility. Collecting more would never be a mistake. Moreover, he didn't need to lift a finger to clear the ruins, as the earth elementals were present. Why not take advantage of them? In less than 5 minutes, the entire orc camp was thoroughly searched. As he watched the earth elemental bring over a wooden chest, Zhang Yan's mood brightened. Upon opening the chest, he found a pile of copper coins, but to his surprise, there were also several scrolls inside. Skill scroll, heavy slash. Construction scroll, residential building. Building blueprint altar. Holding the 3 scrolls in his hand, Zhang Yan couldn't help but clench his fists. Good heavens, even those worthless orcs had such valuable items richer than himself. Oh, could it be that he was just too unfortunate? Nothing good dropped. He grumbled in his heart, but chose not to dwell on it. However, the appearance of these 3 scrolls sparked many speculations within him. Sigh, there's so little information about the battlefield of 10,000 realms in the inheritance. Helpless with so little information, he could only put away the building blueprint. Sigh, there's so little information about the battlefield of 10,000 realms in the inheritance. Helpless with so little information, he could only put away the building blueprint in his hand. Heavy strike, Zhang Yan muttered as he opened the skill scroll. Skill scrolls are one-time items. Upon opening, a beam of light shot into Zhang Yan's mind. So this is what a skill is, eh? After reviewing the information in his mind, Zhang Yan understood the principles of. So this is what a skill is, eh? After reviewing the information in his mind, Zhang Yan understood the principles of. Skills have proficiency levels and can be upgraded. As long as one fully masters a skill by maxing out its proficiency, it means that they have completely comprehended that skill. With such a perfected skill, the barriers between 2nd and 3rd tiers will vanish without a trace. While upgrading a skill to perfection is challenging and requires a significant amount of time for practice, it undoubtedly provides a pathway for those without talent to advance. Upgrading to gain source points to enhance one's attributes and practicing skills to break through the 3rd tier barriers, this is undoubtedly a complete advancement route. Although there are many flaws on such an advancement path, it is still much better than being an ant for a lifetime. What a nurturing path for cannon fodder. Zhang Yan spat in disdain, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Someone like him adding source points to his own essence could undoubtedly eliminate those loopholes and allow him to go further. But the problem is, once entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, one's fate is no longer in their hands. If you do not rapidly become stronger, you won't even qualify as cannon fodder. Discontent aside, what does that have to do with himself? His strength was sufficient for self-preservation, and he could gradually enhance his power. He connected his consciousness to the Tao space, summoning Shirtu and the others halfway over. Although the Tao space requires construction, he cannot neglect the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Speaking of which, the Earth Elemental is indeed useful. It can not only help build territories, but also stabilize his domain. With Shirtu and the others present, at least there wouldn't be any issues in the battlefield of 10,000 realms for the short term. Although Shirtu and the others are already independent beings, their power's enhancement is still linked to him, the Father God. The stronger Zhang Yan becomes, the faster Shirtu and the others will enhance as well. Especially within the domain, while stabilizing it, their power is rapidly increasing. Currently Shirtu and the others' strength has all risen above the first tier. Although they have just entered the first tier due to their inherent characteristics, even the upright terror lizards and those big mouth monsters are not their match. Moreover, they are fighting on home turf. With the domain's enhancement, their strength is directly doubled. Thus Zhang Yan can fully entrust Shirtu and the others to guard his small territory in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Seeing the earth elemental moving on its own, Zhang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Originally a simple-minded earth elemental, through this period of self-learning, it had understood many things. Although still simple-minded, it no longer gave off a foolish impression. It's understandable. When he first summoned them, they were completely clueless. It would be strange if they weren't simple-minded. If it weren't for their ability to inscribe language during summoning, getting them to speak would have been a challenge. Should it be careful, this isn't the Dao space. You can construct the territory, but keep at least half of the spiritual energy in reserve to prevent accidents. Yes, Father God. After giving instructions to Shido, he vanished and returned to Blue Star. Upon opening his eyes again, Zhang Yan's figure appeared in the small plaza of the Dao space. Instantly, the Dao space fell silent. Just yesterday, after arriving at Zhang's village, they had undergone a thrilling trial that allowed them to witness extraordinary powers. The extraordinary power captivated them. After the trial ended, they entered the Dao space and began their learning and cultivation under the guidance of Zhang Feng and others. During such moments, they had no other thoughts, wholeheartedly dedicating themselves to cultivation. Having never witnessed extraordinary powers before was one thing, but now that they had, if they failed to seize this immense fortune, they would truly be foolish. However, in terms of talent, they truly could not compete with the people from Zhang's village, which left them feeling quite displeased. Yet talent is innate. They could only complain in their hearts. Zhang Feng and the others were also quite surprised by this situation. In Zhang's village, many people had not awakened their talents, but at least 1/3 had. This was a stark contrast to the branches where only 1 in 20 awakened talents. Moreover, those direct soldiers sent by Zhang Guozhong were even worse. Out of 3,000, less than 20 awakened talents. Upon discovering this situation, Zhang Feng immediately sought to report to Zhang Yan, but at that moment Zhang Yan had already entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms, making him unreachable. Thus this matter was reported to the old master. Upon hearing this, the old master chuckled and dismissed. The old master naturally knew the reason. The main lineage was dominant primarily because they were strong. Although not everyone could access the heart of spiritual veins through generations of inheritance, children born after exposure to spiritual energy would naturally have differences. Although the differences are slight, a difference is still a difference. However, today was supposed to be a very exciting day. Who hasn't yearned for extraordinary power? But when it comes to the extraordinary, one can never escape one thing: cultivation methods. Extraordinary abilities without cultivation methods can only be called superpowers. But cultivation methods are the stepping stones to their empowerment. And today is the moment they acquire the cultivation methods. WHWH, what is it? Zhang Yan's sudden appearance silenced the square within the Dao space. Under the shadow, a terrifying pressure rendered them immobile. Not just them, even the strongest elder could only mutter those few short words. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Yan immediately retracted his pressure. During the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he had already unleashed his giant spirit form. After the battle, the pressure did not dissipate, and such an incident was indeed a result of his negligence. As the pressure faded, no one in the Dao space dared to make a move. The earlier display from Zhang Yan had truly frightened them. As Zhang Yan's figure shrank, they finally reacted and quickly retreated. However, as Zhang Yan's mask wore off, everyone was momentarily stunned, and then could not help but exclaim. Zhang Feng, Zhang Jun, and others quickly surrounded him. Looking at Zhang Yan before them, they could hardly believe that the giant just now was Zhang Yan. Young master, it really is you. Zhang Feng ran up to Zhang Yan, circling him repeatedly, his face filled with disbelief. Get away. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was circling in front of him, Zhang Yan pushed him aside. You guys come to my house. With that, before they could respond, Zhang Yan's figure vanished from the spot, returning to Blue Star. Seeing Zhang Yan leave, Zhang Feng and the others exchanged glances and silently dispersed. Only the elder took a deep look at the place where Zhang Yan had vanished before also leaving the Dao space. Back in Blue Star, feeling the nearly undetectable spiritual energy around him, Zhang Yan felt a sense of peace. He had always thought about the dangers of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, and now returning from it, he felt a mix of emotions. At last he had taken the first step, giving him a sense of security. However, before he could sit down and reminisce about his experiences in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the elder appeared before him. Did you go to the battlefield of 10,000 realms? The elder's voice was soft, yet carried a tone of certainty. Yes. Zhang Yin did not conceal it, nor did he plan to. Sigh. The elder sighed, remaining silent for a moment as he quietly looked at Zhang Yin, then stepped forward to pat his shoulder, saying, "You've grown up." Only after the elder departed did Zhang Yin reveal a smile. The elder knew everything, but he respected Zhang Yin's choices. Although they saw Zhang Feng's miserable state, no one went to check on him. Many had come to Zhang Yan's side aside from Zhang Feng and Zhang. He had initially thought that teaching cultivation techniques would be an easy task, but today's situation had given him a harsh lesson. He was half exhausted and half frustrated. Although they saw Zhang Feng's miserable state, no one went to check on him. Many had come to Zhang Yan's side aside from Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun. There was also a villager, Zhang Yunbin. As for the rest, they were the main representatives from the collateral branches. Without any hesitation, they came here in response to Zhang Yan's summons. The more they knew, the more curious they became. Especially after witnessing Zhang Yan's divine might today, their hearts were stirred. Zhang Yan scanned the room and could not help but sigh. This time he had rushed. It was indeed inappropriate to venture into the battlefield of 10,000 realms without proper arrangements in Blue Star. But since he had already gone, he would not regret it. Clap, clap. The applause drew everyone's attention, and they looked at Zhang Yan, then bowed respectfully. Clan leader. This bow was not only for Zhang Yan's position as the Zhang clan leader, but also a respect for his strength. After everyone bowed, they took their seats one by one. I apologize for not clarifying things with you before pulling you into the trial at the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Zhang Yin expressed this apology, but no one dared to criticize him. Just yesterday, I went to the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Upon hearing this, the others had no particular reaction, and after all, they would eventually enter the battlefield of 10,000 realms. They did not know much about the other situations there, and thought it was quite normal to enter. However, unlike them, Zhang Feng, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Yunbin were aware of the dangers of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, which was why Zhang Yin had forbidden them from entering. Now hearing that Zhang Yin had entered the battlefield, they stood up in shock. Sit down. At Zhang Yan's reprimand, the three could only sit down reluctantly. The matters of the battlefield of 10,000 realms are not for you to worry about. I am just notifying you and asking you to be prepared. Zhang Xinyu, your information network is well connected. Has your great-grandfather mentioned anything about the Elder Pavilion? Zhang Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, standing up immediately. Report, clan leader. My great-grandfather has already conveyed the news of the battlefield of 10,000 realms to the Elder Pavilion. All the elders have returned and are currently in a meeting. No news has come out yet, but I have heard that many are dissatisfied with our actions. Zhang Xinyu was the great-grandson of Zhang Guozhong, with a military background and a military demeanor. Upon hearing his report, Zhang Yin nodded in satisfaction. The actions of the Zhang village were indeed somewhat large, and it was normal for there to be discontent, but he was surprised that the Elder Pavilion was still in a meeting and had not taken any action. However, thinking of what he had done in the battlefield yesterday, he fell silent. The matters of the battlefield were indeed important, but the global earthquake issue was also significant. After all, the truth of the battlefield's events was still to be verified, but the earthquake was a tangible occurrence. All right, Xinyu, report to me immediately if there's any news from the Elder Pavilion. While he could disregard the decisions of the Elder Pavilion, he naturally preferred to see less resistance. Yes, clan leader. Next, the second matter, cultivation. Strength is the fundamental factor that determines whether we can stand in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Among the beings of other races I encountered in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, even the weakest had condensed extraordinary seeds. So adjust your mindset. War is not something to be taken lightly. Fengzi Junzi, training them is something you are already doing, so I won't say. Zhang Yin glanced at the two before his gaze landed on Zhang Yunbin. Yunbin, do you know why I called you here today? Because of my talent. Zhang Yunbin's talent was in the Chimu domain, which allowed him to enhance his cultivation speed and the strength of wood attribute spells within its range. Whether for support or combat, he was considered top-notch. That's right, because of your talent. In the 20,000 participants of the trials, there were only 4 with domain-type talents, highlighting the rarity of such abilities. I know only 4 individuals with domain-type talents, and you are one of them. As Zhang Yan's voice fell, the others could not help but gasp. While they did not know much about talent, they understood how difficult it was to awaken a talent. Moreover, they had never even heard of the term domain-type talent ability. Among these 4 domain-type gifted awakeners, the 3 of you can only be considered half. Us. Half domain-type gifted awakeners. His talent is the giant rock-heavy armor, which inherently possesses a gravitational domain, so it's not wrong to call him a domain-type gifted awakener. Zhang Jun's talent is the amplification domain, which is also indeed a domain. But why is it half? This is what puzzled the two of them. He'll explain the matter of the domain to you later. Yunbin, let's talk about your situation. Originally, you were supposed to join the combat sequence, but cultivation requires resources, and you should understand what I mean. Young master, you don't mean for me to go farm, do you? Zhang Yunbin said, making a distressed face. Indeed, if his talent were used in farming, it would definitely yield remarkable results. They do not lack ordinary supplies, but the resources that can be used for cultivation are not just a matter of scarcity, they are fundamentally absent. Let's not even mention the spiritual veins in the heavenly Tao space. Those things cannot be moved, and naturally, they don't count. Moreover, very few people know about the situation regarding the heart of the spiritual vein. Haha, you don't need to look so miserable in doing this for your own good. Developing a domain is not that simple, and it's not just for you to handle alone. Forget it, this matter is settled. He'll teach you later. Now let's discuss the third matter. You've already seen the attribute panel, I won't say much more. It's just to let you see that different people with the same physique can have entirely different battle powers. The data above is merely to help you better understand your own realm, and it only has some use before Tier 3. You should notify everyone about this. I don't want anyone to fall behind. Zhang Yan's arrangements were completely unreasonable for a civilization race that had just— You should notify everyone about this. I don't want anyone to fall behind. Zhang Yan's arrangements were completely unreasonable for a civilization race that had just entered the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Without strength, one cannot establish a foothold in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Under normal circumstances, as long as they are not from an overly powerful race, upon entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield, upgrading directly means strengthening their own attributes to gain even greater power. Also, regarding the Bean Soldiers, after entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield, they can be transformed into skills, but I do not wish for you to do that. Cultivating skills is a shortcut to entering Tier 3, but such a Tier 3 limit is fixed, so if you don't want to become cannon fodder, don't transform. Forget it, this matter is still early for you. Just notify everyone. After finishing all he wanted to convey, Zhang Yan dismissed them. As everyone left, only Zhang Feng, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Yunbin remained. Young master, too, uncle. The three looked at Zhang Yan with eager expressions. What are you pretending for? Sit up straight. Seeing this, the three immediately straightened their bodies, but the expectation on their faces remained. Zhang Yan shook his head and said, domain-type talents are strong. You should all understand each other well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, while Zhang Yunbin curled his lips. He could only instinctively control some plant vines. Without wood-type spells, he truly could not appreciate the strength of his domain. But are you sure you're fully utilizing the power of your domains? Aren't we? Zhang Yan's question. As long as he uses his talent, the area around him within a few meters would be subjected to gravitational pressure. Isn't that enough? Though the gravity is still weak, that is due to his current lack of strength, which does not mean that his domain is ineffective. Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. Domain-type gifted awakeners are strong, and the augmentation they bring will far surpass others, but your methods have completely entered the wrong path. After all, an illusory domain has no roots. You've been in Zhang family village and the heavenly Tao space. Didn't you feel anything wrong? Is there something wrong? The three pondered for a long time, but could not find anything amiss. So what about now? Zhang Yan's face darkened as he withdrew the augmentation he had placed upon them. Although he also bore some responsibility for this matter, he would not admit it. With the augmentation continuously on them, it was normal for them not to feel it. They simply thought their physique had improved after awakening. But now that the augmentation of the Earth domain was revoked, they immediately sensed something was off. Zhang Feng scratched his head and plopped down. Zhang Jun fell silent. Zhang Yunbin also remained speechless. None of them were foolish, or if they had not discovered the issue by now, they would truly be useless. The domain is a precious treasure. Only by developing it properly can its wealth be utilized by you. We are all young people with active minds. I don't want to say too much about the development of talents. After all, it is your own talent, and how to develop it, you are the ones who know best. However, there's one thing I want to remind you of. Although the growth of talent can be passively improved with time, and with the rise of your strength, why don't we take the initiative to enhance and develop it? Yunbin, my suggestion for you to farm also has this aspect in mind. As for you too, Zhang Feng's gravitational domain is best developed similarly to Zhang Yan's, by saturating an area with spiritual energy, transforming the domain into a territory. In the process of saturating the land, this will deepen his understanding of the earth element and gravity. Although there may be conflicts in doing so, the effects of Zhang Feng's domain determine its characteristics and range. Finally, for Zhang Jun, although his talent is amplification, this amplification does not necessarily have to act on people. This is an amplification halo and amplification domain. As long as one is within it, they can gain amplification effects under Zhang Jun's will. Zhang Yan simply expressed his thoughts without delving into deeper explanations. Talents belong to oneself, and the involvement of others would only complicate things. Think it over properly. After saying this, Zhang Yin stood up, patted the shoulders of the three, and vanished from the spot. He himself had matters to attend to, having been busy lately to the point of being overwhelmed. He chided himself, thinking of one thing after another. He hadn't yet finished his tasks on Blue Star before rushing to the 10,000 Realms battlefield, which really shouldn't have happened. Now that he has some free time, he naturally wants to complete the unfinished tasks. Sigh. Tell me, how are we to develop this talent? It vexes me. After Zhang Yin left, the usually silent Zhang Feng could no longer sit still. Brother Feng, I don't know about you, but what about developing my talent? It's maddening. I expected to farm at home, and now that this gift has awakened, I still end up farming. Has my talent awakened for nothing? Zhang Yunbin leaned back on the sofa, his face full of helplessness. Take your time to think it through. Zhang Jun frowned heavy with thought and walked away. When it came to pressure, he bore the most. Zhang Yunbin need not be told. Zhang Yin had already made arrangements for him. Zhang Feng was much the same as Zhang Yin, had offered suggestions there as well. And Zhang Yin himself. He had spoken clearly. His gift could amplify all things. Though he harbored his own designs, turning them into reality would not be easy. It required careful contemplation. Come sit and talk some more. Don't go. Humph, such an ill-fitting companion. Zhang Feng was visibly displeased at Zhang Jun's departure. Brother, you aren't really intending to go farm, are you? Think it through properly. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yunbin were of the same generation. Naturally, their bond was close. Brother Feng, I certainly will farm, but what to plant is another matter. This must be considered carefully. Do I need to experiment? Zhang Yin sought practical resources, materials that could truly assist their cultivation, not something obtained by casually planting a few things. While securing resources, he also had to guarantee the advancement of his own domain. Very well. Zhang Feng looked up at the ceiling. After a stretch of reflection, he made his decision. What a pleasant surprise. Never had he imagined that through such accidental twists it would evolve to completion on its own. Arriving in the Tiandao space, Zhang Yin stared at the Shijijishin before him, astonished, and more than. The Wanjia battlefield harbored countless civilizations, which placed severe limits on the technological means of launching. When confronted by superior civilizations, it amounted to a downgrading strike. To guard against such threats, Zhang Yin resolved to erect a kind of arcane net, and the Shijijishin proved an ideal vessel for it. Using the world's origin as the network meant that even if detected, no one could truly decipher it. By decipher, he referred to being invaded like a mundane network and having information extracted. If one sought only to sever or destroy it, that would be far simpler. Though the idea bore many flaws, its usefulness was what mattered. He had planned this before entering the Wanjia battlefield, yet had always fallen just short of success. This time, however, the loss of a sliver of world origin power stirred the Shijijishin into turmoil, and strangely, the world communication network he had tried to establish completed itself. More astonishingly, he had expected the network's establishment to consume at least one unit of world origin power. Now it seemed both consumed and not consumed at once. The network was bound to the Shijijishin, and the world origin power that constructed it had not truly been expended. So long as the Shijijixin's reservoir of world origin power endured, the network would not collapse. The sudden joy made Zhang Yin exhale in relief. In any era and any place, communication was of paramount importance. With that problem solved, everything else grew simpler. Sensing the Tiandao space, he discovered his domain already spanned the lands within it. Though that coverage was fragile, it allowed him to perceive the state of the Tiandao space at all times. He had no wish to wage wars abroad while his home was plundered. He understood clearly the purpose of the Tiandao space. Anchor points merely determined where one landed upon entering the Wanjia battlefield. They were by no means true entrances or exits. It is time to go to the Wanjia battlefield. The battlefield was perilous, but since they had arrived, they must press forward. Only by contending could they earn the chance to survive. Returning to the Wanjia battlefield, he was met by ranks of alien corpses. This was a true battlefield of 10,000 worlds. The dead did not simply dissipate here. Shida transmit to me the scenes from after I left. Shirtu and the others had been created by him. A natural bond existed between them, and transmitting images was a basic operation. As befits the Wanjia battlefield, the fighting never ceases. Not long after he departed, the shockwaves of their combat had driven many weaker alien creatures away. As the battle waned, they naturally drifted back. The Wanjia battlefield was immense. Even a novice village spanned a radius of 1,000,000 li. Yet place a multitude of civilizations within that expanse, and it became unbearably crowded. If every civilization sent but a single representative, they could fill a continent. Yet that was impossible behind Zhang Yin. Tens of thousands waited to enter, and the same was true for other races. Stowing the fallen items, Zhang Yin turned to Shirtu and gave instructions. Shidu, I entrust the construction here to you. Expand the domain's boundaries as much as you can. As you command, Father God. Shirtu and the others were well versed in construction. Zhang Yin nodded, and let them get on with it. Once construction here finished and sufficient space remained, he would bring Zhang Feng and the others here. Conserve the spiritual energy in the Tiandao space where possible. Cultivation is better conducted here on the Wanja battlefield. After a quick survey, Zhang Yin began his cultivation. He was in no rush to level up. His path was set, and mindless monster slaying might not hasten his growth as effectively as disciplined practice. He had not restored his giant spirit true body for cultivation. Such a form made too much noise. Though it accelerated progress, the constant disruptions made the process intolerable. Spiritual energy converged, vast currents drawn into his body and transmuted into his own power. The sensation was nearly irresistible. To have such exquisite ease interrupted was deeply displeasing. As spiritual energy entered, much was absorbed by the innate patterns etched upon his flesh, with only a small portion reaching his dantian. This explained why his cultivation required such prodigious spiritual energy. He was too vacuous. His talent had awakened, yet it was underdeveloped. Only by absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy could it be nourished. Otherwise, the world origin power he once absorbed would long ago have pushed him beyond the second tier. Now that his spiritual force was replenished, his strength surged rapidly, without bottleneck. Without any development in the fields or engaging in combat, the accumulation of spiritual power continued to increase, leading to a tremendous boost in his mental attributes. There were no bottlenecks, no ripples whatsoever. The barrier from the first stage to the second seemed to not exist at all, and it was silently shattered. As he stepped into the second stage, both his physical and mental attributes began to surge once more. The primal power of the Blue Star world brought him immense benefits, and at his current novice level, he could not fully digest the gifts from the Mother of Blue Star. Name Zhang Yin, LV4, 23204000. Second stage, physical 163, mental 115, origin points 0, talent, great dominator, racial talent, giant spirit, technique, Huangtian, thick earth, formula, skills, heavy strike, beginner. Upon opening the attribute panel, everything had indeed changed. Health and spiritual power attributes had vanished. This indicated that his novice protection period had ended, and he was now subject to limitations. Now when he killed those beings who had not yet entered the second stage, he still had to consider their health. As long as their health bar was not empty, they would not die. However, for those beings at the second stage, a hit to a vital part would be fatal. This news was quite unfriendly for Zhang Yan. Below the third stage were all mere cannon fodder, and having just broken through to the second stage, losing this so-called novice protection made him somewhat displeased. However, he was surprised to find that his physical attribute had suddenly reached 163 points. A jump of 63 points in physicality was truly unexpected. Thinking about it, it made sense. Previously his body was depleted, lacking spiritual power, and his physical attributes were limited. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck of the second stage, the previous accumulation erupted all at once, making such an increase normal. Feeling the operation of spiritual power within him, the spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, traversing the talent patterns within as strands of mysterious Tao essence fused into the spiritual power, condensing it for several minutes. So this is how it is. As he sensed the changes in the spiritual power within his body, he began to understand. The first stage was the accumulation phase of spiritual power, which was the foundation of everything. Reaching the second stage was just the beginning. Although this phase also required the accumulation of spiritual power, the main cultivation method for the second stage was practicing martial techniques and skills. The mainstream in the battlefield of all realms is the cultivation of skills, which is referred to as the cannon fodder cultivation method. Skills are always skills. If one cannot fully grasp them, they can only remain cannon fodder. If you can fully master a skill to the point of breaking limits, it signifies your potential, your understanding is profound, and your future is limitless. Skills can be cultivated from the first stage, but the greatest difference between the second and first stages is that the Tao essence generated from skill cultivation can merge with the spiritual power within, unleashing more powerful might. This phase is about nurturing one's spiritual power, allowing it to undergo transformation. The body is the foundation of cultivation, but who says spiritual power is not? Upon reaching the third stage, spiritual power completely transforms into magical power, allowing one to withstand the impact of the laws and mysteries. When skills reach perfection, one can grasp a thread of mystery, which is the key to breaking through to the third stage. Zhang Yan at this moment had already begun to transform his spiritual power into magical power. He could continue to accumulate spiritual power and swiftly reach the third stage. Given this, Zhang Yan chose to continue his cultivation. Cultivation can enhance strength, so why engage in killing? As for leveling up, with his current strength, a casual stroll outside could elevate him several levels. His rank would never be a limitation. But unexpectedly something came knocking. However, it was not from the battlefield of all realms, but from the Blue Star. After 2 days of discussion, news finally emerged from the Elder Pavilion of the Daxia. After receiving the news, Zhang Qingyu immediately informed Zhang Yan through the Heavenly Dao Network. One must admit the completion of the Heavenly Dao Network had indeed made things much more convenient. Upon receiving this news, he had no choice but to stop his cultivation and return to Blue Star. Although he wanted to continue cultivating here, after a moment's thought he decided to meet the Grand Elder of the Daxia in this world. He wanted to see what differences this world had. I hope this trip brings me some surprises. Silently coming and going, Zhang Yan's figure appeared in the Heavenly Dao space, and then disappeared again. He had arrived in Luocheng Yuzhou, this ancient capital of 1,000 years, the capital of Daxia in this world. One cannot help but say that the magic of his domain allows him to arrive at any place within it, as if it were a coordinate. Now Luocheng had long been included within his domain, he needed only a thought to arrive here. Of course, this method could only be used by him alone. Even sharing the coordinates with others would be useless. Just as Zhang Yan appeared, several figures surrounded him. He appeared at the entrance of the Elder Pavilion, which was heavily guarded, and his sudden appearance made the guards tense up. "Don't move, put your hands on your head, and squat down." A commanding voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of guns being cocked. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yan could not help but look up at the sky. He should have notified them in advance. The current situation left him quite helpless. "I am Zhang Yan, please go and report." Not wishing to conflict with these guards, he stood still and closed his eyes to meditate. The guards were taken aback. Then one of them took a deep look at Zhang Yan before cautiously turning to leave. Zhang Yan's appearance was too strange. They had to be careful. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit approached Zhang Yan. After sizing him up, his eyes lit up, and he waved his hand to the guards, saying, "Everyone step back." "Zhang Yan, hello. I am Qin Yu, the secretary of the Grand Elder." Zhang Yan examined Qin Yu, and then extended his hand. "Please follow me. The Grand Elder and others are already waiting in the conference room." Following Qin Yu, Zhang Yan entered the Elder Pavilion. Once inside, the gazes that had previously been on him vanished without a trace. The Elder Pavilion can be said to be the safest place in all Daxia. Those who can come here are certainly not enemies. "Mr. Zhang, please." Arriving at the entrance of a large conference room, Qin Yu opened the door and glanced at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan nodded, said nothing, and walked straight in. As Zhang Yan entered, all eyes turned towards him, filled with curiosity and shock. "Patriarch, come take a seat." Before anyone else could react, an elderly figure welcomed him. The one who approached was naturally Zhang Guozhong, the patriarch of their branch family. After seating Zhang Yan, Zhang Guozhong began to introduce. "Grand Elder, this is our new patriarch. Zhang Yan, this is our Grand Elder of Daxia and the second elder." Under Zhang Guozhong's introduction, Zhang Yan recognized their identities. Having just arrived in this world, he had conducted some inquiries, but those were only surface-level investigations. However, he was still aware of the Grand Elder and the others. He knew them, but he would not interrupt Zhang Guozhong. Although Zhang Guozhong was merely introducing everyone, it was also a way of supporting Zhang Yan. "Welcome, Zhang Xiaoyu." The Grand Elder rose and greeted Zhang Yan as soon as Zhang Guozhong finished speaking. Had it been anyone else, no matter how esteemed, they would not have received such treatment. Zhang Yan looked at the white-haired man before him and allowed a faint smile to cross his face. Grand Elder. After exchanging salutations, everyone took their seats. They had intended to see Zhang Yan, but none had expected that upon news of his arrival he would appear so swiftly. Although surprised since Zhang Yan had come, they naturally would not slight him, especially with that old Zhang Guozhong watching from the side. "Mr. Zhang, we have an understanding of the Multiverse Battlefield. What we now wish to know is what is the current situation on launching." Intermittent planetary tremors had already left them exhausted, having sapped vast reserves of attention and energy. The barrage of news about the Multiverse Battlefield only added to their confusion. They were all very busy men. None would idle away time on trivial amusements. Without the advisory council they relied on, they could not have clearly analyzed the battlefield's condition. Yet the clearer the picture became, the more horror it bred in their hearts. They did not fear war itself, but an unknown war allowed them no margin for careless response. Beyond analysis of the Multiverse Battlefield, dossiers on Zhang Yan and Zhangjiao village had been placed before them. In present-day Daxia, investigating Zhangjiao village was by no means difficult. Zhangjiao village's seclusion was not a secret to the upper echelons of certain powers. They simply preferred not to bring it up. In the age of cold weapons, each generation of Zhangjiao produced guardians who surpassed human limits. Truly no faction dared provoke them. Armies might overwhelm the village, yet if Zhangjiao fell, those powers would be ruined as well. An assassination by a superhuman beyond ordinary limits could not be resisted by anyone. Precisely because Zhangjiao remained hidden, others chose not to interfere. In modern times, though firearms dominate, the old Zhang clan still retained foundational influence. As long as Zhangjiao village caused no trouble, no one would step forward to make trouble for them. After reviewing Zhangjiao village's situation, silence descended. They had invited Zhang Yin to learn about the Wanjie battlefield, so they might better chart Daxia's future. Very bad. Whether it is the Wanjie battlefield or launching itself, matters are dire. Zhang Yan's words tightened brows across the room. Against more ordinary crises they could debate and devise plans. Faced with an unknown war like the Wanjie battlefield, all they could offer was silence. Launching currently retains 11 origin forces. One origin force can guarantee the star's survival for a year, but if Langsing's origin forces fall below, 10 calamitous natural disasters will beset the star without end. The recent tremors were the result of disturbances within those origin forces. Therefore, if nothing is done, launching has only a year of relative stability left. Even the Grand Elder's once unruffled face showed change at Zhang Yan's words. Zhang Yan cast his gaze around and found that though their expressions had shifted slightly, the assembly remained composed. He could not help but admire inwardly. Those who earn seats as Daxia elders are exceptional. The Grand Elder exhaled long and heavy, his face stern as he looked at Zhang Yan. Young friend, since you have spoken of Langsing's severity, I take it from your bearing that there is a way to resolve this, as befits the Grand Elder. Indeed, I have a preliminary solution, you need not worry. The Wanjie battlefield is not something you can engage with at present. What I must tell you is this: the battlefield will continue to draw people into it, on the order of 200,000. It may also draw other creatures, you must be prepared for that. There is also the matter of a resurgence of spiritual energy. That resurgence will bring enormous changes to the whole of launching. Zhang Yin spoke all he needed to say in one breath, relief settling over him as he finished. Whether the nation of his past life or present-day Daxia, he felt a natural affection for them. If he could lend assistance, he would not withhold it. When Zhang Yin finished, silence followed. He cupped his fist to the assembly and then vanished. At his disappearance, the gathered men were startled and rose to their feet. They still had many questions and were reluctant to let him go. Damn it. This kid, he gets a bit of power, and already he's floating on air. Says one thing, and then leaves. The third elder seated in the third place watched where Zhang Yin had vanished and felt a twinge of ire, though this was not the place to make a scene. They could not permit curses to be shouted here. Let him be arrogant. He has the capital for it, and at least we have no means against him. Exactly. You rough brawler, if you have the ability, be arrogant yourself. Enough. Zhang Xiaoyu bears considerable burdens himself, let us attend to business. From Zhang Yan's earlier account, they had gained a clearer picture of Langsing's plight, and the Grand Elder recognized the weight of the pressure pressing upon him. Old Zhang, keep a close watch on Zhang Xiaoyu's side. If anything arises, come straight to the Elder's pavilion, and we will handle it. Third Elder, do not sit idle. Mobilize the army. Zhang Xiaoyu spoke with ease, but the crisis we face is grave. We have reviewed contingency plans for the spiritual energy resurgence. Every possible scenario must be watched for. Fifth Elder. After Zhang Yin departed, the entirety of Daxia began to mobilize. However, despite Daxia's significant movements, no one paid them heed now. A succession of tremors across launching had left nations scrambling. They had neither the capacity nor the inclination to tend to Daxia's affairs. It must be admitted that those two unexpected planetary tremors had provided Daxia with considerable cover. After leaving, Zhang Yin returned directly to Zhangjia village. Surveying the familiar surroundings, he flopped onto his own sofa. Talking with those who scheme is truly Zhang Yin bore no particular ill will toward the Grand Elder and the others, yet he sincerely disliked the atmosphere of the Elder's pavilion. Having detailed the situation on the Wanjie battlefield, he had chosen to depart. I have told them of Langsing's crisis. I only hope they do not become a hindrance. I must also hasten my pace. I have a premonition that when my cultivation reaches the third rank, something will. Zhang Yin did not linger at home for long. After contemplating the challenges ahead, he entered the Dao space. Just as he was about to step into the battlefield of 10,000 realms, a voice called out, stopping him in his tracks. Clan leader, clan leader. Upon hearing this call, he realized that the caller was not from Zhang family village, but from a branch clan. Turning to look, he saw a young man, one he recognized as a great-grandson of Zhang Guozhou. Clan leader. Approaching Zhang Yin, the young man came to a halt and respectfully bowed. There was no doubt this was yet another child who was currently serving in the military. What's the hurry? What has happened? Zhang Yin asked with a smile as he looked at the newcomer. Although the Blue Star world did not have a beginner's protection period like other worlds, he could at least ascertain that Blue Star was still safe for now, with no unusual occurrences. Teeth of the big mouth monster materials. With a slight pout, Zhang Yin tucked the items away. With countless seemingly useless copper coins added to his account, he could only lament the low drop rate in the. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin immediately understood what Zhang Qinxing was referring to. You mean those eggs? I am already aware of this matter, and will provide an explanation on the Dao internet shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin immediately understood what Zhang Qinxing was referring to. You mean those eggs? Void creatures can also level up, and since they are equivalent to the native creatures of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, their levels at birth are not fixed. However, now that Blue Star has just stepped into the battlefield of 10,000 realms, whether this first batch of newborn void creatures can produce anything above level 3 is a question. Aren't these void creatures meant to provide them with experience? With modern weaponry, Blue Star could easily crush these void creatures in the early stages. Of course, this is Blue Star. In other worlds, facing the invasion of the void might directly result in losses. If it weren't for the Dao space, it would indeed be hard to say. Void creatures are not mindless trash, they can hide as well. Yet with the Dao space serving as the frontline, Blue Star has nowhere to hide. After sending Zhang Qinxing away, Zhang Yin chuckled and posted information about the void creatures on the Dao internet, choosing to pin it so that Zhang Feng and the others could prepare for battle. At the same time, everyone who had passed the trial saw this message and were taken aback. Not everyone has a strong heart. Having just recovered from the trial, the news of another battle shattered their briefly regained calm. Thinking of the military supplies that had been delivered to the village, they felt a wave of reassurance as they sensed the slight energy fluctuations emanating from the bean soldiers within. Once again entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, what greeted Zhang Yan's eyes was a sea of corpses. He intended to bring back any bodies that could be transported to Blue Star as fertilizer. These were high-energy materials that Blue Star dearly lacked. With no disturbances at the camp, the zone was automatically being improved, and the spirit of earth elements had already constructed the walls along with several small stone houses. It must be said that under sufficient spiritual energy, the construction speed of the stones had accelerated by an unknown number of times. Moreover, trees within 100 meters outside the camp had been cleared, leaving behind a vast open space. With a clear line of sight, any living beings that dared to show themselves could not escape the gaze of the stones. Naturally, while there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. That is the sky. Without the cover of those towering trees, flying creatures had become frequent visitors here. Not only did the stones not expect this, but even Zhang Yin had not foreseen it. Once he realized this, he felt no regret in his heart. After all, having come to the battlefield of 10,000 realms fearing this, and that would be better off returning to Blue Star, which was safe. He collected the bodies within the camp into his space, and then sent them to the Dao space for Zhang Feng to handle. Next, he noticed a small pile of copper coins dropped, and could not help but shake his head. He knew he should not have had high expectations. He truly did not understand what this battlefield of 10,000 realms was meant for. Clearly, it was raising goo to cultivate a large number of cannon fodder, yet it did not provide nourishment, which was truly baffling. This battlefield of 10,000 realms is truly chaotic and does not inspire peace of mind. These alien creatures are indeed foolish. Clearly, his orders were to have the stones build defenses in place, yet even so, a large number of alien creatures came to their deaths. Were they really so reckless? Thoughts flashed through his mind, but he did not dwell on them. The more alien creatures that came, the more experience they would gain. Now those guarding earth element spirits had already surpassed level 5. Although under Zhang Yan's requirements they did not use origin points for attribute enhancement, the enhancement of origin still significantly boosted their attributes. If Zhang Yan suffered losses in terms of spiritual energy, then these earth element spirits suffered losses in their origins. After all, they were merely created by Zhang Yan, and their internal origins were inherently limited. If it weren't for Zhang Yan's substantial increase in strength forcibly enhancing their power, otherwise, in terms of potential, they wouldn't even compare to an ordinary person on Blue Star. Now that their origin had been replenished, it immediately reflected on their attributes. For Zhang Yan, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. His original intention was to cultivate the earth element spirits as a personal guard, but one unexpected event after another had caused the speed of his strength growth to skyrocket, thus leaving these earth element spirits unable to keep pace. Plans can't keep up with changes. With this situation arising, how could it not evoke surprise? Although the current earth element spirits were still too weak to assist him much, they could at least accelerate the construction speed of the camp. In the future, they could also serve as bodyguards for Zhang Feng and the others. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and focused, channeling his spiritual energy. However, just at that moment his brow furrowed and a cold smile of thoughts flashed through his mind, and in the end Zhang Yan decided to continue his cultivation. With sufficient strength, he would be able to accomplish more. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and focused, channeling his spiritual energy. However, just at that moment his brow furrowed and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dare to come again. Very well, very good. Zhang Yan suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and gazed towards the distant woods. From a distance, a low moo echoed, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Without a doubt, upon hearing the roar, Zhang Yan's heart sank. Although the damage from the violent charge was not high, the sheer size of the charging bull would surely leave him dazed if it collided with him. Giant spirit transformation. Being smaller in size sometimes comes at a cost, and the giant spirit transformation was what he was using now. As he activated the giant spirit transformation, Zhang Yin reminded Shirtu and the others to step back. Even a brush from the charging bull could cost them half their lives. In the moment Shirtu and the others retreated, a massive figure broke through the trees ahead, charging towards. Just as Zhang Yin was gathering strength to take the bull's charge, Heat in the bull suddenly hesitated for a moment. When the bull arrived and saw Zhang Yin, it was indeed taken aback for a moment. Compared to those weak alien creatures, Zhang Yin was indeed much taller, but he was still no match for it. However, this short figure had actually managed to injure it. It was quite painful at that moment. Thus it fled back to its birthplace. That's right, its birthplace. The charging bull was not a visitor from another realm, but a native creature of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Upon returning to its lair, it devoured its half-buried, or leading to a significant increase in its strength, reaching the second tier. If it weren't for its short time since birth and inadequate understanding, it could have easily reached the third tier. This two-legged beast that had caused it injury made it use its companion treasure, which would affect its advancement to the third tier. This time it sought revenge. If Zhang Yin knew the bull's thoughts, he would surely find it ridiculous. The damage he had inflicted before was no more than a minor injury to the bull. Is it really that much of a grudge? Now seeing Zhang Yin, who had grown considerably, the bull paused for a moment, but since its skill had already activated, there was no reason to stop. Moreover, this time its advancement had greatly increased its size. By comparison, Zhang Yin still seemed. As the bull charged, an invisible wave of energy swept through, and Zhang Yin roared, choosing to meet the charge. There was no choice. His strength had surged, and he had yet to fully adapt to it. Training spiritual power was also a process of adaptation. Before the clash even began, the bull had arrived, which filled him with frustration. He had yet to settle the score with the bull for the earlier destruction of the domain, and now it had come looking for him again. Due to the bull's rapid approach, Zhang Yin had no time to use his probing technique, and could only gauge the bull's strength through its momentum. He truly did not expect that in just one day the bull had already broken through to the second tier. But thinking about it, advancements in the battlefield of 10,000 realms were challenging, especially for ordinary races, while for a gifted being like the bull, advancing was as easy as drinking water. With a loud boom, Zhang Yin, filled with anger, threw a punch at the charging bull. This collision did not make Zhang Yin take a single step back. Fighting on the ground, if he were to be knocked back, what use would this domain be? Moreover, the moment the bull stepped into the domain, an invisible pressure descended upon it. However, the bull's strength was too great, and it was still in a charging state, rendering the pressure less apparent. Yet a reduction was still a reduction. Sometimes the difference between victory and defeat lay in such minor details. With the enhancement of the domain, the impact from Zhang Yin directly cleared the bull's vision significantly. To take the bull's violent charge, Heedin required immense strength. The bull was stunned, but Zhang Yin was burning with rage. This punch lifted his spirits, igniting the battle factor within him. Got you now. Before the bull could react, Zhang Yin's large hand was already on its horn. With a roar, Zhang Yin flipped the massive bull onto the ground. I let you run now. If you have the guts, try run. After flipping the bull, Zhang Yin unleashed a flurry of punches upon it. Now that he had grasped the bull's horn, even if it used its charge skill, it wouldn't escape. Faced with Zhang Yin's relentless barrage, the bull could only let out pitiful moves. Zhang Yin cursed, somewhat astonished. The bull's defense had indeed strengthened. But so what? No matter how strong the defense, it would still have to answer to him today. Moo, spare me, please. Don't hit me anymore. This voice startled Zhang Yin for a moment. It was not that he felt soft-hearted upon hearing the plea. Having come to the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he had long discarded the notion of mercy. What made him pause was that the voice was surprisingly childlike, the kind you would expect from a young creature. He glanced at the bull he had pinned down, his expression somewhat peculiar. Could it really be? Surely such a hefty creature couldn't be a youngling. I surrender. Please, don't hit me. Seeing Zhang Yin halt his attacks, the bull breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, it had let its guard down and had been struck in its weakness by Zhang Yin, which left it feeling furious and unwilling. This time, with its greatly increased strength, it was determined to regain its honor. Yet it was completely subdued by Zhang Yin's absolute power, making it truly submit. Losing to a strong opponent was not shameful. Submitting is fine. Oh, just leave me here for dinner. Hearing the bull's pleading voice made Zhang Yin chuckle. Coming to the battlefield of 10,000 realms, pleading was the most futile thing. With no intention of showing mercy, Zhang Yin raised his fist again. No. I'm willing to submit. Seeing Zhang Yin's fist raised once more, the bull was alarmed and immediately chose to submit. After all, it was still a newborn. It certainly did not want to be served up on a platter right after arriving in this world. As it spoke, a blood-colored formation appeared above its head. The moment Zhang Yin saw the formation, he was taken aback. He was genuinely afraid that the bull would pull out some skills and talents could still be detected using the probing technique, but for things that were self-taught, unless they could be transformed into skills, they would remain hidden. Soul contract. Seeing that the formation posed no danger, Zhang Yan cast a probing spell into it. He increasingly enjoyed the utility of the probing spell. For things he was unaware of, casting the probing spell would always bring him the answers he sought. Looking at the soaring bull pinned beneath him, Zhang Yan's expression was peculiar. However, it was not the time to ponder these matters. Since the soaring bull had chosen to submit, he naturally had to sign the contract first. Once the contract was signed, the bull would belong to him, and he could freely inquire about anything later. Understanding the function of the soul contract, Zhang Yan immediately chose to accept the submission of the soaring bull. Rising to his feet, he brushed off his hands. Though he could not enjoy beef this time, the outcome was still quite satisfactory. The most important gain was not the soaring bull itself, but the intelligence it could provide. He truly knew little about the news from the battlefield of the myriad realms. Without a source of information, he was completely blind, left to explore on his own. He was now eagerly hoping to obtain the intelligence he desired from the soaring bull. Follow me. Zhang Yan began to shrink in size and gestured towards the soaring bull heading towards a stone house. As for the soaring bull, he did not believe that a race like the soaring bull had no way to shrink in size. The soaring bull shook its head, stood up, and shrank along with Zhang Yan, quickly following him. The current Zhang Yan truly frightened him, so he naturally did not dare to be negligent. Moreover, his life was in Zhang Yan's hands. Seeing the shrunken soaring bull, Zhang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Upon arriving at a stone house, he sat down, while the soaring bull stood there prepared to accept Zhang Yan's judgment. Soaring bull, tell me about the situation of the soaring bull tribe. Zhang Yan's question left the soaring bull momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Master, my name is Soaring Bull, and my race is the earth-shaking divine bull. This caught Zhang Yan a bit off guard. He truly did not expect that Soaring Bull was a name, thinking it was the name of the tribe. However, as long as he did not feel awkward, it was others who would feel awkward. Zhang Yan maintained his expression and said, then tell me about the earth-shaking divine bull's situation. For the various races on the battlefield of the myriad realms, understanding each one more would provide an additional strategy for dealing with them. He was especially cautious of the powerful races. For example, the soaring bull before him. Had he not been present, this camp would have long been trampled by the soaring bull. I don't know. The soaring bull's response was beyond Zhang Yan's expectations. He could imagine that the soaring bull would conceal some information for the sake of its tribe and reveal unimportant details, but he did not expect the soaring bull to be so unwilling to share. Seeing Zhang Yan's expression, the soaring bull quickly continued, Master, I truly do not know. On this newly formed continent, I am the only earth-shaking divine bull, and I have not seen any others. I genuinely do not know about their situation. If it had been before signing the soul contract, he might have considered his tribe, but after signing the soul contract, he was completely indifferent to a tribe he had never encountered. Now he truly did not know the situation of the earth-shaking divine bull tribe, and asking him would yield no answers. As for inherited memories, those primarily recorded survival and combat, leaving everything else aside. Before the soaring bull could finish speaking, Zhang Yan was stunned. In his mind, the soaring bull came from another world, and like him arrived at the battlefield of the myriad realms through trials. But he did not expect that the soaring bull was actually a native being of the battlefield of the myriad realms, which truly surprised him. Although he had no information about the earth-shaking divine bull tribe, the news that the battlefield of the myriad realms could naturally give rise to life greatly pleased Zhang Yan. I never expected you to be a native of the battlefield of the myriad realms. The term native displeased the soaring bull immensely. In the soaring bull's mind, Zhang Yan and his kind were the natives of the smaller worlds. However, now that Zhang Yan was his master, he had to heed whatever Zhang Yan said and dared not refute. How much do you know about the battlefield of the myriad realms? Share everything. About the battlefield of the myriad realms. Everything. Everything. Receiving Zhang Yan's affirmation, the soaring bull knew what to do. It promptly closed its eyes and transmitted all the information it had to Zhang Yan through the soul contract. Seeing a deluge of information flooding in, Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged. He had encountered this situation many times before and was already accustomed to it. After a moment, he looked at the soaring bull with a strange expression. This soaring bull truly was. Shaking his head, he realized that this creature was merely a newborn cub with not even the inherited information properly organized. However, the real challenge lay ahead. Compared to the information received from the heart of the world, the information from the soaring bull was not extensive, but it was so chaotic that organizing it would take a considerable amount of time. What surprised him was that the soaring bull had even transmitted its own inheritance to save trouble. The inherited information from the soaring bull was extremely important to Zhang Yan. Although he had the cultivation information from the Taiping Heavenly Book, the inheritance from the soaring bull contained much more information regarding the laws of the earth, which was highly relevant. This inheritance was crucial for Zhang Yan. Seeing Zhang Yan close his eyes, the soaring bull sighed in relief. The inheritance was something he intentionally gave, and it could be considered a token of allegiance. As for his own safety, he did not worry at all. Although he had just been born with the inherited memories, he possessed considerable knowledge and could not be treated as an ordinary cub. Glancing at Zhang Yin, who was busy organizing information with his eyes closed, the soaring bull nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied. While still unfamiliar with the race, he recognized Zhang Yin's combat strength and growth speed. To have defeated him after consuming the accompanying spirit mine, he had already resigned himself. I hope you can stand out in this newly formed continent. Thinking of this, the soaring bull felt a surge of enthusiasm. An hour passed, and Zhang Yin opened his eyes, looking at the soaring bull with a peculiar expression. He had learned about the earth-shaking divine bull tribe, and indeed, as the soaring bull had said, they were nurtured by the earth and had no fixed birth channels or tribes. Such a situation regarding the earth-shaking divine bull tribe left Zhang Yin quite astonished. After observing the soaring bull for a moment, he shifted his gaze. Since the bull had already provided its inheritance, what more could he ask for? Having acknowledged the soaring bull, Zhang Yin immediately bestowed the enhancement of the earth domain upon the soaring bull. With the enhancement applied, the soaring bull was momentarily taken aback, its eyes nearly bulging out. Naturally, he understood the concept of domains, but this was not something that should appear at this time. Turning to look at Zhang Yin, he was filled with astonishment. After the initial shock came overwhelming joy. As for any hatred or dissatisfaction, those feelings had vanished without a trace, leaving only pure delight. With the earth domain, even without his accompanying spirit mine, he was confident he could break through to the third stage in the shortest time possible. The third stage was undoubtedly a massive watershed. In a confrontation between the first and second stages, the difference in the quality of spiritual power created a huge disparity in strength, yet a second stage could still fall when besieged by multiple first stages. But facing a second stage, the third stage would be a complete crushing posture. The outcome would not depend on number. Zhang Yin was unaware of the thoughts in the mind of the sky-soaring bull, nor did he wish to know. He completely focused his attention on the information he had just received. First, it was about this continent. This continent had just been selected as the trial ground for novice civilizations. Of course, although it was called a novice civilization, it did not prohibit higher civilizations or races from entering. If you encounter them, you can only consider yourself unlucky. This was not important as Zhang Yin had mentally prepared himself to compete with all the beings of various races. What concerned him was the time when this continent would open for the competition among various races. Although the battlefield of 10,000 realms had no restrictions on the races or civilizations that could enter, there were still regulations for the beings that entered. That was novices. Only those who had never entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms could enter this continent. On this point, Zhang Yin was quite satisfied. Now, beings from various races had been fighting on this continent for a year, and he considered himself to have entered late. As time passed, more civilizations would join. A year. He wondered what stage those civilizations that entered first had developed to, and Zhang Yin felt a mixture of worry and excitement. A year was not too late. He was not worried about those races that enhanced their strength with source points. Moreover, the races that cultivated their own source with source points needed time as well. Even if the battlefield of 10,000 realms was rich in spiritual energy, it was not something that could be achieved overnight to become a strong individual. At least with his current strength, he could rank in the upper middle tier, even if not in the top tier. Such strength was enough to establish himself in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Since this was the case, Zhang Feng and the others also needed to prepare for entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms. As for the future, it would depend on their abilities and see who could grow faster. In terms of growth speed, he was not inferior to anyone. In the century-long novice continent, he could rapidly grow during this time. By the end of the novice period, he would have the strength to protect himself. Putting aside the inheritance of the sky-soaring bull, the information received from it revealed an interesting piece of news. Territory mode builds cities competition among various races. Interesting. Building territory was something he was already engaged in. If that were all there was to it, Zhang Yin wouldn't find it interesting. To establish a territory, a village construction order was required. The function of the village construction order was to have the battlefield of 10,000 realms recognize the existence of this territory. With the establishment of the territory, the lord could bind the entire village, saturating it with the aura of his own laws, thereby gaining a boost in combat power while also providing a shortcut to advancement. As long as the lord of the established force was capable to a certain extent, their strength would be significantly higher. Seeing this, Zhang Yin smiled. Was there any difference between this village and his domain? His earth domain itself was to saturate other lands with his own aura, thus gaining enhancement. However, thinking about it, this enhancement came from his innate talent, while others could achieve the same effect simply by having a village construction order which displeased him. However, even with a village construction order, not everyone could use it. Without third-tier strength, one couldn't even activate the order. At present he did not believe that any beings in this newly formed battlefield of 10,000 realms had reached third tier. Zhang Yan's gaze turned to the sky-soaring bull. Little bull, bring out the village construction order you have. Beings like the sky-soaring bull born and nurtured by the earth would naturally be granted a village construction order. They were born on this continent, and they were the natural guardians of this land. Had it not been for meeting him, given the growth rate of the sky-soaring bull, it would eventually have a place here. As for the lack of support from a race, the effect of the village construction order would manifest. After establishing the territory, countless followers would naturally appear behind him. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's call, the sky-soaring bull was taken aback for a moment, then promptly spat out the village construction order from its mouth. It naturally understood the function of the village construction order, but after feeling the effect of Zhang Yan's earth domain, the order's effect was not significant for it. Moreover, it couldn't even use the territory construction. Now it could directly sit back and enjoy the benefits, which it was more than happy to do. Without reluctance, the village construction order flew towards Zhang Yan. As Zhang Yan grasped the village construction order, he gazed at the entirely black token adorned with intricate golden runes, feeling a sense of seriousness. Not to mention anything else, just the aura emanating from the golden patterns made him feel the token's extraordinary nature. A great item. After playing with it for a moment, Zhang Yan intended to put the token away. However, in the next moment, a faint golden light radiated from the token. The golden light was not blinding, but it startled Zhang Yan's heart. This change also made him abandon the idea of putting the token away. Flipping the token over, Zhang Yan frowned slightly. There were no prompts, and the token itself did not convey any information. Even when using the probing technique, he only obtained the basic information of the village construction order, leaving him quite helpless. As his mental power surged out to contact the token, it was similarly ineffective. No information was fed back. Since mental power failed, he could only focus on his spiritual power. He activated the technique, channeling a trace of spiritual power into the village construction order. Don't. The shout was from the sky-soaring bull, but it was already too late. That trace of spiritual power had merged into the village construction order. This is bad. Upon hearing the sky-soaring bull's alarm, Zhang Yan's heart tightened, feeling that something was amiss. Sure enough, as the spiritual power merged with the village construction order, the brilliance on the order surged instantly, filling the entire small stone house. If it were just that, Zhang Yan would not be so anxious. But the current problem was that the village construction order was stuck to his hand, and the spiritual power within him was uncontrollably rushing towards the order. As more spiritual power flowed in, the light from the village construction order began to penetrate the small stone house, rapidly spreading outside. Damn it, I can't stop it. Zhang Yan regretted it in his heart, but there was no time for regret now. Feeling the speed at which his spiritual power was depleting, Zhang Yan frowned tightly. In just 10 minutes, he would be completely drained by the village construction order. I will fight it. Since he couldn't stop, he would keep going. He did not believe that such a small village construction order could take his life. Sitting cross-legged, he began to absorb the external spiritual energy to replenish his loss. A vortex of spiritual energy formed, and a large amount of spiritual energy poured down, easing Zhang Yan's frown somewhat. Watching Zhang Yan's actions, the sky-soaring bull laid down on the ground, a look of desolation on its face. Oh, my life is truly hard. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. The speed at which the village establishment order absorbed spiritual energy remained unchanged, and Zhang Yan's expression grew increasingly grim. His rate of absorbing spiritual energy had its limits. This amount of spiritual energy could not keep up with the absorption speed of the village establishment order. To last half an hour was already his utmost effort. Just when Zhang Yan was about to give up, the village establishment order suddenly halted its absorption of spiritual energy, and a crack appeared on its surface. Before Zhang Yan could react, the village establishment order in his hand shattered into pieces, scattering like countless luminous points toward the ground. What is happening? Not only Zhang Yan, but even the nearby Chengtian was filled with questions, unsure of what had occurred. However, as these luminous points landed on the ground, Zhang Yan felt a jolt of spirit. These points actually merged into his domain. Congratulations to Zhang Yan of the Blue Star Civilization in the Tianqian Great Universe for being the first to establish a territory in the Trial Continent, rewarded with 10 sources of the Tianqian Great Universe and 10 origin points. Off. Just as he was still astonished that the luminous points from the village establishment order merged into his domain, an emotionless voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. The first to establish a territory. 10 sources of the world. 10 origin points. The sudden joy made Zhang Yan involuntarily gasp. Who would have thought that he would be the first to establish a territory in the Trial Continent, and the rewards would be so generous? After seeing the information sent by Chengtian, he had given up hope of establishing a territory. Only those at the third tier had the qualification to establish a territory and currently his strength was far from sufficient. Yet despite being at the second tier, he had actually succeeded in establishing a territory. Who would believe that? With the territory established, he understood the reason for its success. The rules of his domain overlapped with those of the territory, and the establishment of this territory was entirely due to the power of the Earth domain. Without the Earth domain, he would not have been able to establish a territory, even if he were drained of energy. Territory, Earth domain. Buildings none. Characteristics: soil fertility within the territory, 100 life recovery speed of citizens within the territory, 1 per minute building sturdiness within the territory, 100 cultivation speed within the territory, 100 spiritual energy concentration within the territory, increased by 100. Army Earth Elementals 8. Looking at this brand new panel before him, Zhang Yan's heart was in turmoil. Did he just transform his domain directly into a territory? Soon Zhang Yan shook his head. Rather than saying he transformed his Earth domain into a territory, it would be more accurate to say that his Earth domain absorbed the characteristics of the territories from the battlefield of 10,000 realms and evolved. You succeeded. At this moment, Chongtian approached, looking at Zhang Yan in shock. It was a consensus that territories could not be established before reaching the third tier. He never expected to encounter a freak like Zhang Yan. That was a territory that could help them grow stronger rapidly. Having a territory and not having one were completely different levels, incomparable. Especially now Zhang Yan was only at the second tier, yet he had a third-tier territory support. He could hardly fathom the speed of Zhang Yan's growth. It seems so. After responding to Chongtian, Zhang Yan set aside the matter of the territory. He already had the Earth domain, and all the enhancements were maxed out. Now that he had the characteristics of a territory, there was no significant change overall. It wasn't that Zhang Yan ignored him. His attention was completely focused on the heart of the world within his body. World origin. The disasters appearing on Blue Star were due to the lack of world origin. Now he had obtained 10 sources at once. How could he not be excited? 10 sources of the world. Even if he did nothing, these 10 sources would be enough to maintain the stability of Blue Star for 10 years. At this moment, Zhang Yan thought of nothing else but returning to Blue Star immediately to replenish its world origin. Without hesitation, he chose to return to Blue Star, not even addressing Chongtian beside him. Core of the heavenly Tao space, Tianqin Tower. Zhang Yan's figure suddenly appeared, and looking at the towering high tower before him, a smile crept onto his lips as he stepped into the Tianqin Tower. Entering the Tianqin Tower, his figure vanished once again, appearing at the very top of the tower where the newly born heart of the world was hidden. Looking at the fist-sized heart of the world, without hesitation, he directly tossed in 5 sources of the world, which merged into the heart of the world. As for why there were only 5 sources, that was naturally because Zhang Yan needed them. It should be noted that Zhang Yan still had a massive heart of the world in his possession. Fortunately, the heart of the world in his hand did not need to maintain the stability of the world, otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. He was willing to sacrifice for his world, but only under conditions that did not affect himself. Moreover, he had been striving for the stability of Blue Star, so it's only right for him to receive some reward. For this, Zhang Yan felt no embarrassment. As the world origin entered the heart of the world, the previously dim heart began to emit a faint purple. Feeling the situation of the heart of the world, Zhang Yan's previously smiling face suddenly stiffened. Is this TMD the world origin? Indeed, there were differences between the world origins. He had not studied it carefully during the battlefield of 10,000 realms. He did not expect that the world origin rewarded there was fundamentally different from the world origin he had seen before. Zhang Yan had long realized that the core world origin was different from the ordinary world origin, but he never expected the difference to be so great. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yan gradually calmed his emotions. Sigh, let's make do with it. At least the effect is still good. Thinking this way, Zhang Yan felt much better. The world origin is the world origin, although it did not meet his expectations, it was sufficient to stabilize Blue Star. Simultaneously with the return of the world origin, the speed at which the Tianqin Great Universe absorbed chaotic energy greatly increased. For at least the next 10 years, he would no longer have to worry about the world's collapse. With the increase of world origin, the gaze from the battlefield of 10,000 realms also increased, indicating that the number of people to be drawn into the battlefield of 10,000 realms would need to be reassessed. With this in mind, Zhang Yan posted a notification on the Heavenly Tao network. With his notification, someone would inform the Elder Pavilion of Daxia, and they would be well prepared. Casually browsing the information on the Heavenly Tao network, he decided to return to the battlefield of 10,000 realms. After all, he had just entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms and was attacked by Chongtian, then returned to the Heavenly Tao space. Only a few hours had passed. There was nothing important that required him to stay on Blue Star. Master, you have returned. The Chongtian could hardly believe that the master who had just left would come back so soon, leaving him quite puzzled. You should go cultivate. There's no need to stay here. Zhang Yin had not yet thought of how to arrange for the Chongtian, so he simply let him go cultivate. At your command, master. Zhang Yan's order was just what he wanted, feeling the enhancement from the earth domain he had long wanted to cultivate. Now with Zhang Yan's command, the Chongtian dashed out of the small stone house, found a random spot, and began his cultivation. Seeing this, Zhang Yin shook his head and no longer paid attention. These two items should be used, though I really don't know what role these special buildings in the Multiverse Battlefield will play. In his hand appeared two scrolls, the blueprints for a residence and an altar. The residence was a perfectly normal building. However, if this so-called residence had no special function, he would give up on it. After all, with the small stone house built by the stones, he wasn't lacking a place to live. As for the altar, although he didn't understand its purpose, it was undoubtedly more important than the residence. But none of this mattered, whether building the residence or the altar, he could afford it. Although the drop rate in the Multiverse Battlefield was dismal, he had accumulated tens of thousands of copper coins, enough for him to indulge. Using the two scrolls was just like using the village construction order. He only needed to input his spiritual energy. As the energy flowed in both scrolls, emitted a faint glow before disappearing. Was that it? Did I succeed? This left Zhang Yin somewhat puzzled. His focus had been on the scrolls, yet he hadn't noticed any changes around him. Opening the territory panel, he discovered the information for the residence and the altar, indicating that they could be constructed. Indeed, establishing a territory was the difficult part. The rest was simple. He pointed to the buildable icon, and a message appeared. There were two options for constructing the residence. One was to build it himself and enhance it with the energy from the copper coins, and the other was to spend more copper coins along with the required materials to build it with one click. Seeing the requirements for construction, Zhang Yin nodded in satisfaction. He walked out of the small stone house, turned around, and pointed to the small stone house to choose the residence construction. The copper coins were with him, and as soon as he chose to build, he noticed that the number of copper coins in his space bag decreased by 100. 100 coins. Noticing the reduction in the number of copper coins, Zhang Yin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How many copper coins did he get for slaying a foreign creature? With this deduction of 100, it was indeed quite expensive. Since he had already used it, he naturally wouldn't regret it. Besides, would he just let the copper coins sit there and go to waste? As Zhang Yin made his move, a faint halo enveloped the small stone house. Before he could step closer to examine it, the halo dissipated. With the disappearance of the halo, a message appeared before Zhang Yin. Residence 10001000, energy recovery speed 50, cultivation speed 5. Recovering energy and increasing cultivation speed, it's worth it. This 100 copper coins was well spent. Zhang Yin was very satisfied upon seeing the effects of the residence. Increasing the cultivation speed. Although it was only 5, every bit helps. Since the residence had such an effect, what about the altar? Thinking of this, Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately took action. Just like that, with a thought, a layer of earth and stone rose up, forming a massive altar 10 meters high. To be honest, if it weren't for the limited space in the camp, he would have wanted to build it even larger and more magnificent. But for now, this would have to suffice. Later on, if possible, he would expand it. The altar was black and yellow, and strange patterns began to emerge on its surface. These patterns contained all of Zhang Yan's insights inscribed onto it using the power of runes. As for the source of these runes, they naturally stemmed from the patterns blooming within his body's meridians. Although he only had a vague understanding of the runes within him, it did not hinder him from inscribing them. He couldn't say much else, but he knew that this method was the most fitting. An altar should be built as well as possible. After the altar was completed, Zhang Yin let out a long breath. Although the construction of the altar was quick, it consumed quite a bit of his energy. You better not disappoint me, he muttered, then pointed to the altar and selected the construction option. A large amount of copper coins disappeared, and the altar, like the small stone house, began to glow with a faint halo. With the appearance of the halo, it was clear that he had succeeded. 100 copper coins looks pretty good. He spent the copper coins, and now he would see the effects of the altar, hoping it wouldn't let him down. Unlike the small stone house, the halo above the altar lasted a full 5 minutes before slowly dissipating. Altar 100-001-0000, effects 1. Sacrifice. Performing a sacrifice grants a random buff, lasting 1 month 30 days per use. 2. Summon. Can randomly summon a citizen human race. Due to the altar's special nature, it can randomly summon special citizens of the earth element. 10 per day? Oh, it can be used like this. He truly did not expect the altar to have such functions. Summoning citizens could take the game to a whole new level. In the Multiverse Battlefield, countless races compete, and the scale of battle is bound to grow larger. But now there was an additional situation of summoning citizens. He really couldn't imagine what the future battles would evolve. However, thinking about it, it was normal to have such a situation. If he only needed some cannon fodder, there were many temporary ways to gain combat power. Cloning, creating, duplicating. These could all be realized in the Multiverse Battlefield. The combat power of these citizens was unknown, but they were still a lord's citizens, an extension of the lord's power. With citizens present, the lord could better construct and develop the territory, focusing on improving his own strength. Of course, this function was dispensable for many civilizations. Civilization itself represents quantity. Without a sufficient number of races, civilization cannot be formed. This function of summoning citizens in Zhang Yan's view was more for special races like the Chongtianyo, which are few in number. For a rare special race, the ability to summon kin was undoubtedly a good function. Just imagine countless earth-shaking divine cattle charging together. What a scene that would be. Instead of overthinking, it is better to take direct action. He wanted to see for himself what this so-called summoning function was all about. Summon 10. Regardless of the circumstances of the summoned subjects, he needed to be prepared. If the summoned subjects possess great strength and are worth cultivating, he would need to be cautious. If he could summon them, then other beings from different realms could do so as well. When the numbers reach a certain threshold, a qualitative change will occur. As Zhang Yan's thoughts settled, the runes on the altar began to shine, and 10 beams of light shot forth, landing before him. As the light dissipated, 5 men, 3 women, and 2 small earth elementals appeared before him. Looking at the 10 figures, Zhang Yan did not immediately check their conditions, but instead glanced at the amount of copper coins he had. Surprisingly, there was no cost associated with the summoning of the subjects. His gaze settled upon the 10 figures before him. The 5 men and 3 women had well-proportioned bodies, but their looks were ordinary. Although their eyes weren't dull, there was a scarcity of brilliance. They were clearly not mentally challenged, but they also didn't appear very intelligent. The 2 small earth elementals caused Zhang Yan's brow to furrow slightly. Compared to the earth elemental spirits he had summoned, these 2 small earth elementals seemed stunted in growth, standing only about 1.5 meters tall, and their bodies were not plump. They looked incredibly frail at first glance. Detection technique. The detection technique was cast, revealing the attributes of the 10 individuals. Subject: Dezhuang, LV 100 life, 110110 energy, 50-50 constitution, 11 spirit, 5 talent, none skills, lumbering LV2, farming LV2, gathering LV2, construction LV1. Subject: Shui Hua, LV 100 life, 80 energy, 50-50 constitution, 8 spirit, 5 talent, none skills, farming LV1, gathering LV3, weaving LV3. Subject: 2 Dan, LV 100 life, 150150 energy, 150150 constitution, 10 spirit, 15 talent, earth element control skills, earth spike, earth escape, earth shield. After reviewing the attributes of the 8 individuals and the 2 earth elementals, Zhang Yan furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. To be fair, their attributes were quite good. Even if the 8 human subjects lacked combat skills, their attributes were still considerably stronger than those who had recently awakened in Blue Star. Thus, it can be said that these summoned subjects possessed talents that surpassed those of Blue Star. If such attributes were not worthy of cultivation, then humans from Blue Star were truly useless. However, what surprised him were the attributes of the 2 small earth elementals. Although the 2 looked weak, their attributes were astonishing. While their attributes were not as strong as the earth elemental spirits he summoned, they were significantly superior to those of the other human subjects. More importantly, they possessed talent. That's right, talent. Among the 20,000 vanguards, how many could awaken their talent? Now, even the randomly summoned subjects had awakened talents, which was quite unexpected for him. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yan nodded, realizing the situation. The altar's ability to summon small earth elementals with talents should be attributed to the runes he inscribed. Although they were summoned from the altar, one could also say that they were new lives created by Zhang Yan through the combination of talent and the altar. Understanding this, a smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. If he relied solely on his talent for creation, it would take him a year to gather just over 300 earth elemental spirits. Now, with the presence of these small earth elementals, the army in his mind could take shape rapidly. Calling for the stones, he instructed them to take the 2 small earth elementals away. Zhang Yan's gaze then fell back on the 5 men and 3 women before him. You will split into 2 teams. The men will go to cultivate the fields, and I will bring the seeds later. The women will help deal with the materials in the camp. Oh, and you can solve your own meals. The materials are in the warehouse. Since the territory was established, the safety of the camp was assured. With the territory in place, beings from other realms would not randomly descend into his camp, significantly reducing unexpected situations. Moreover, the establishment of the territory was news that not only Zhang Yan received. As the first lord to establish a territory, his existence was spread along with the grand will of the myriad realms battlefield. Although people may not recognize him face to face, once he speaks his name, anyone would think twice about their strength. Reputation precedes one, and it is not just mere words. The only downside is that in the future, to gain experience, he would have to stay away from his territory. Not only would there be no beings from other realms descending in that direction, but also when those beings enter his territory, there would be a warning prompting them to avoid it. Even if they are unaware of the territory's information or have just stepped into the Myriad Realms battlefield, they would still make such a choice. Anyone who can arrive at the Myriad Realms battlefield naturally possesses a degree of intelligence. Even if their intelligence is low, they still have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. However, this is also good, at least he won't be disturbed by trivial matters. Cultivation cannot be achieved through just a day or two of hard work. His current cultivation speed is essentially cheating. Although a significant portion of the world origin's power was consumed in transforming his talent, the remaining energy was sufficient for rapid advancement. The reason Zhang Yin does not ascend in one leap, but continues to cultivate step by step, is that the energy contained in the world origin is too vast, and its essence is too high for him to refine at present. Currently, he could only slowly grind through cultivation, gradually releasing the energy contained within the world origin. Even so, it allowed Zhang Yan's strength to rapidly reach the second tier. Though only at the second tier without any fortuitous event, and with slow cultivation, it would take him at least 10 years to reach this level. This is still due to the transformation from the world origin power. Otherwise, an ordinary human from Blue Star would need decades of hard work to reach his current level. Otherwise, a novice protection would not last 100 years. For those truly powerful civilizations, 100 years is merely a moment's rest. Continue to cultivate. The strength brought by cultivation increases faster than killing beings from other realms for experience, and Zhang Yin naturally knows how to choose. Moreover, with the establishment of the territory free from disturbances, Zhang Yin naturally chose to devote himself fully to cultivation. The enhancement from the domain, the characteristics of the territory, the functions of the small stone house, coupled with the giant spirit Bodhi's violent absorption of spiritual energy, made his cultivation speed increase by another notch. A spiritual energy storm once again formed in the territory where Zhang Yin resided. What a monster! Watching the spiritual energy storm forming around Zhang Yin, the Chongtianyo couldn't help but drop his jaw while training not far away. Although his own cultivation speed was not slow and had the support of his territory, compared to Zhang Yan's pace, it truly felt like a small fry before a giant. Glancing at Zhang Yin, Chongtianyo closed his eyes and began his own cultivation. As a member of the earth-shaking divine cattle, he was inherently powerful with an adult strength of at least the third tier. Moreover, he was currently on the battlefield of 10,000 realms, a native being of that very battlefield. Naturally, his future would not be limited to the third tier. However, he also had his own pride. Being defeated by Zhang Yin left him somewhat unconvinced. He couldn't match Zhang Yin yet, because he had just been born and had not yet matured. Once he matured, he believed his future achievements would definitely surpass Zhang Yan's. As for the so-called contract, he had submitted and signed it, but who said that signing a contract meant he couldn't compete? But seeing Zhang Yan's cultivation situation, now Chongtianyo couldn't help but start to feel anxious. Blue Star, the Heavenly Dao Space. Looking at the information emitted by Zhang Yin within the web of the Heavenly Dao, Zhang Feng, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Chenyu gathered once again. The clan leader has posted the information about the void beings on the Heavenly Dao web. Let's all share our thoughts. Zhang Jun scanned everyone and slowly spoke. We must attack, and it must be an offensive attack. If we allow them to accumulate too many, they could pollute the land of the Heavenly Dao space, and we would be in even more trouble then. After expressing his opinion, Zhang Chenyu sat down. I agree with your view, we must strike. However, we know nothing about the attributes of those void creatures. We must be fully prepared. Zhang Jun glanced at Zhang Chenyu, and then turned his attention to the still pondering Zhang Feng. Speaking of combat strength, aside from Zhang Yin and the old man, Zhang Feng was the strongest. But with Zhang Yin on the battlefield of 10,000 realms, as for the old man, they were not yet at the point of sending an elder to the battlefield. Regarding the strength of the void beings, I believe we can handle it. What we should be most concerned about is whether these void beings will gather and act together or act individually. With Zhang Yin and the old man absent, they had plenty of cards in hand. As for firearms, they had as many as they needed, and they were well equipped with cannons too. After receiving confirmation from the Elder's Pavilion, they had no worries at all in the Great Xia. Are you scared? Oomph. You damn sissy, explain yourself to me. Zhang Feng had never gotten along with Zhang Jun, and the only reason he was having a civil conversation here was for Zhang Yan's sake. If it were anyone else, Zhang Feng would absolutely not say anything. But as soon as Zhang Jun pointed out even a slight flaw in him, his anger would flare up. Zhang Feng stood up, glaring at Zhang Jun with a look that said he would beat him if he didn't clarify. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, the others exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. Although they didn't speak up, their gazes towards Zhang Jun had already changed. Zhang Jun was not even acting effeminate. How could he be called a sissy by Zhang Feng? There's a story here. With this thought in mind, their curiosity could no longer be suppressed, and they quietly began to watch the drama unfold. Initially seeing Zhang Feng quite docile and no longer as irritable as before, they felt their relationship had eased and made a small joke, but unexpectedly Zhang Feng exploded. However, it was no longer just Zhang Feng's explosion. Zhang Feng's comment about being a sissy made his breath catch, and his anger surged. Goodness, it wasn't just Zhang Feng who had an issue with him, he was also very dissatisfied with Zhang Feng. He knew his own situation. Yes, he was a bit effeminate, but he had been trying hard to suppress it. During his time in Zhangjia village, others had not witnessed that side of him. What? Want to fight? Zhang Jun also stood up, glaring at Zhang Feng. In their childhood, Zhang Feng often bullied him due to his robust physique, which had led to their enmity. Even though he couldn't defeat Zhang Feng, he had never backed down. Moreover, now with the awakening of his talent and a surge in strength, he could no longer contain his urge to beat Zhang Feng. Alright, you want to get beaten, huh? Zhang Feng laughed in anger. He had long wanted to give this sissy another. As they spoke, the figures of the two disappeared from the spot and arrived in the heavenly Dao space. There simply wasn't enough space in Zhangjia village for them to unleash their full potential. Seeing this, Zhang Qinyu and the others also swiftly entered the heavenly Dao space. With a spectacle to watch, they naturally wouldn't miss it. As for the void beings, although they were concerned, it was not yet their primary focus. As long as there were no extraordinary beings among the incoming void creatures, the firearms in their hands would be overwhelmingly dominant. Upon arriving in the heavenly Dao space, the two landed in an open area and immediately began to fight. Although the sounds of their fight were not loud, it quickly attracted a large crowd of onlookers. The people from the branches of Zhangjia village had no grasp of their strength. They only knew they were very powerful, which was why they dared not cause trouble in Zhangjia village. Now seeing the leading figures of Zhangjia village, Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun, fighting, they certainly would not miss this excitement. Word spread quickly, and more people gathered in the heavenly Dao space. Neither Zhang Feng nor Zhang Jun paid any attention to this. They were focused solely on each other. Although they were not on good terms, they had not reached the point of being enemies. Both of them understood that this fight was necessary. Only after fighting could they work better together. Zhang Feng, the true king of soldiers in the army, had already reached the physical limits of the human body even before the trial. After awakening in the trial, his physique had reached 15 points, and his mental strength was also at 8 points. Coupled with his awakened talent, the giant rock-heavy armor, his strength surged tremendously. Zhang Jun, also a soldier, had a decent physique as well. Although he hadn't reached the human limit before the trial, he was still a top soldier in the army. After the trial, his physique barely reached 11 points, and mental strength was 10 points. However, the awakening of the talent enhancement halo provided a boost of over 80. With an 80 overall enhancement, he had completely surpassed Zhang Feng in attributes. However, attributes are just numbers. How much one can utilize depends on individual ability. Moreover, Zhang Feng possessed the giant rock-heavy armor. Even if Zhang Jun had an advantage in attributes, defeating Zhang Feng was still uncertain. No one knew how this battle would end, and everyone craned their necks, quietly watching the duel between the two. Your turtle shell cannot protect you. With an 80 overall enhancement, Zhang Jun disdainfully glanced at Zhang Feng. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming strength. Humph. Zhang Feng snorted coldly, not uttering a word, but instead countering with a heavy punch. As Zhang Feng charged forward, Zhang Jun chose to confront him head-on without dodging. Both were well aware of each other's strength, yet after the trial, they had never fought, so this clash was merely. With their collision, a loud explosion echoed. Humph. After the impact, both quickly retreated. Zhang Jun looked at his fist, grunting softly, his expression somewhat grim. He had emerged victorious from this clash. His attributes surpassed Zhang Feng's, giving him a slight edge in physical power. However, the turtle shell on Zhang Feng also caused him discomfort. At the same time, he experienced an unexpected disadvantage. Just as their fists were about to collide, he suddenly felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. It was gravity. Zhang Feng had unleashed his unique ability. In that instant, as he was pushed back, he began to gauge Zhang Jun's strength. He could fight, but it would not be easy. This conclusion darkened his expression. His talents, whether in defense or support, were top-notch. Yet even so, against absolute power, he truly had no way to deal with Zhang Jun in the short term. If he couldn't defeat Zhang Jun quickly, he would lose. Zhang Jun's enhancing aura had no consumption. He could keep attacking indefinitely. As for himself, fully utilizing the giant rock-heavy armor, lasting 20 minutes would be impressive. However, Zhang Jun didn't give him much time to think. He charged forward. In a prolonged battle, Zhang Jun could win, but he did not desire such a victory. Moreover, he had a strong urge to beat Zhang Feng, so he rushed forward. As he approached Zhang Feng and felt the gravity press down again, his brow furrowed, yet he did not halt his assault. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was naturally pleased. As their fight progressed, the sounds of their blows echoed, igniting the excitement of the onlookers. This was not the flashy choreography seen on television, but rather a genuine clash of physical prowess. Both were ferocious in their attacks, which also meant their stamina was depleting rapidly. Zhang Jun, under the weight of gravity, was consuming even more energy. Facing Zhang Jun's fierce onslaught, the consumption of the giant rock heavy armor surged. At this moment both were struggling, but neither would concede. Give up. You're no match for me. What a sissy. Put in a bit more strength, are you just tickling me? Both of them were tough-tongued, each calculating their own strategies. Overall in this battle Zhang Jun held the advantage. Low energy consumption, high enhancement. Though Zhang Feng's strength was decent, his awakening was recent, and the spiritual energy within him had yet to reach the limit he could control. This lack of energy was a major flaw. Fortunately, the giant rock-heavy armor had the ability to gather the earth's strength to restore his stamina, allowing him to endure longer. If his spiritual energy were cultivated to its limit, Zhang Jun would definitely be at his mercy. But that was in the future. Currently, he was clearly at a disadvantage. However, for Zhang Jun to make him concede was out of the question. Zhang Feng steeled his resolve and began to attack recklessly. With the giant rock-heavy armor in place, although Zhang Jun's punches struck him with some pain, that very pain drove him to unleash even greater power. Even if he ultimately lost, he wanted to make sure Zhang Jun suffered. Indeed, Zhang Feng's frenzy made it difficult for Zhang Jun to cope. His full attribute enhancement had significantly increased his defensive capabilities, but it could not match the additional benefits of the giant rock-heavy armor. Every punch from Zhang Feng delivered real damage. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to clash so fiercely. Injuries were one thing, but being crippled would be a lifelong consequence. But now, after the trial with health bars above their heads, as long as their health bars were not empty, they were fine. Thus, they only needed to keep an eye on their health. Both hailed from military backgrounds. Their combat methods were not far apart, yet unlike before, neither used grappling techniques. Thus, they consistently engaged in a fighting style solely based on punches and kicks. One could not grapple, and the other had no effect. However, this was better. It was purely a contest of raw strength. Whoever fell first lost. On the other hand, the noise generated by Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun drew the attention of the old man, who was meditating. After learning what had transpired, he chuckled and approached to watch the two in battle. As they were both his juniors, he wanted to see what level they had reached. However, as their fierce clashes continued, the old man's expression began to darken. What is this? Who taught them? One is a king of soldiers, and the other is also quite capable at top. Though these were all pre-trial situations and could only serve as a reference, the combat of the two was truly hard to watch in the old man's eyes. They had some combat skills, but not many. The absence of grappling was noted by the old man. But surely one cannot fight without grappling. Seeing their health bars continuously decrease and reach a critical point, the old man sighed and rushed out. The sudden entry of the old man startled both, but their punches were thrown too quickly, and it was too late to retract. They both cursed inwardly, trying to forcefully pull back their fists. Before either could move, the old man caught their fists, and with a flick sent them both flying. His movement was fierce yet graceful. Although Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun were flung away, the damage they sustained was minimal. Old man, why are you here? If you get hurt, my little great-grandson will definitely skin me alive. Quickly rising, Zhang Feng ran to the old man's side. Zhang Jun said nothing, quietly joining the old man glanced at them, snorted, and said, follow me. Without saying more, he headed toward a small stone house. Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless, yet they had no choice but to follow. They dared not disobey the old man's words. As the three figures disappeared, the surrounding area began to buzz with excitement. Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun were their current leaders. While they were present, no one dared to discuss, but with both gone, they naturally couldn't restrain their tongues. The enhancement from the domain, the characteristics of the territory, the functions of the small stone house, coupled with the giant spirit Bodis, who says otherwise? I awakened my talent earlier and was somewhat unconvinced by them, but now it seems I can't compare at all. What did you say? You dog thief, die. How dare you lie to me about not awakening your talent? Enough arguing. I'm more curious about the identity of that person from earlier than about Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun. As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent. Everyone who came to the heavenly Dao space knew that Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun belonged to the top tier here. They had all witnessed the battle scene earlier. Indeed, the fighting power of the two was incredibly strong. If they were to fight, they wouldn't last long at all. Yet such two individuals were directly thrown out together, which undoubtedly proved the old man's strength. Regarding the existence of the old man, they truly had no knowledge. After arriving at Zhangjiao village, the ones they interacted with the most were Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun. Now, with such a powerful figure suddenly appearing, how could they not be curious? However, the existence of the old man was not a secret. Soon information about him began to spread. Upon learning the identity of the old man, all eyes turned toward him, mixed with a hint of respect. So what happened? Why did you fight so fiercely? Upon entering the small stone house, the old man's face darkened as he looked at the two, feeling some anger in his heart. Both of them were his juniors. If it were an ordinary fight, he wouldn't even take a glance. Getting beaten is also a form of training. But this time was different. A glance at their health bars made him even angrier. Although he was an old man who had never played such games during this time, he had gained some understanding of so-called games, naturally knowing that a health bar represents a person's life. Now looking at the two's low health, if he hadn't intervened, one of them would have surely lost their life. Old man, we were just playing around, we were being careful. Faced with the old man's questioning, Zhang Feng instinctively began to make excuses. In the army he was decisive, right is right, wrong is wrong, and there was nothing wrong with admitting it. But in front of the old man, he genuinely felt a bit intimidated. Playing around. Look at the health bars above your heads, you two brats. The old man was angry and wanted to teach the two a lesson, but upon seeing their health bars, he had to suppress the urge to act. Ugh. Hearing the old man's words, the two reacted, noticing their health. Their faces changed dramatically as they looked at each other, a flash of anger crossing their eyes. What a dog thing. Brother, I wanted to spar with you to resolve our conflicts, but you are hitting me to death. Zhang Feng was left with only 9 health points, while Zhang Jun, though better off, was also down to just 13 health points. With such health, 2 more punches would surely end their lives. The downside of the Myriad Realms Battlefield is that while health bars can save them, even a fatal wound would slowly recover. However, the downside is that without receiving a fatal injury, it is easy to get carried away. Today the two had clearly gone too far and gotten carried away. At this moment, they both fell silent, lowering their heads and not daring to look at the old man. They indeed had gone overboard today. Had the old man not intervened, the consequences would have been unthinkable. If either of them had fallen, the other would have surely faced dire consequences. Sai, go take a rest. You are all grown up, and I can't control you anymore. Although the old man said nothing, it made the two feel even worse. After leaving the small stone house, Zhang Feng glared fiercely at Zhang Jun before turning to leave. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Zhang Jun was not angry. Instead, he wore a broad smile. He acknowledged that they had gone a bit too far today, but it made him feel great. From childhood to now, he could never defeat Zhang Feng, always being the one who got beaten. Even when he fought back, he still ended up at a disadvantage overall. But today was different. Today he had thoroughly suppressed Zhang Feng and gave him a good thrashing, which made him feel refreshed. Had it not been for Zhang Feng's protective shell, he would have knocked Zhang Feng out long ago. No matter what, he felt great, utterly ecstatic. Zhang Jun left happily. As time passed, this incident quickly spread through the Heavenly Down network, opening their eyes and providing them with enjoyment. It was far more engaging than those blockbuster movies. This also heightened many people's enthusiasm for cultivation. Of course, alongside their enthusiasm, their desire for so-called upgrades grew even stronger. Most of them were young people very familiar with matters regarding game upgrades. Since the game interface had appeared, it was natural that upgrades were also possible. Although they did not know how much improvement they would gain after upgrading, they knew that upgrading would undoubtedly enhance their strength. As long as their strength could improve, they would have hope of surpassing Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun. The previous discovery of void creatures had made them quite worried, but now they were eager for these void creatures to hatch. With weapons in their hands, it would be frustrating not to shoot a few rounds. As for how to deal with these void creatures, that naturally required further discussion, but how to discuss, it was not something they needed to think about. Debates on the Heavenly Down network were unending, but one piece of information caused a momentary pause before things became even more lively. Not for any other reason, but because Zhang Yin opened the passage to the Myriad Realms Battlefield. It should be noted that previously, to ensure someone would go to the Myriad Realms Battlefield to seek death, Zhang Yin had used his authority to prevent them from going. Although the dangers of the Myriad Realms Battlefield had been widely discussed, if someone truly went against the odds, it would really be the end. Now that they could enter the Myriad Realms Battlefield, everyone became excited, rolling up their sleeves and fantasizing about slaughtering everything once they entered. However, upon seeing that there was only one passage into the Myriad Realms Battlefield, they were left dumbfounded. After the trial, the information they received indicated they would be randomly teleported into the Myriad Realms Battlefield. Why was there only an option for teleportation into the Earth domain now? Although they felt puzzled, many were online asking questions, but Zhang Yin had already entered a state of cultivation, so naturally no one was there to answer their questions. But it didn't matter, being able to enter the Myriad Realms Battlefield with a designated arrival location suggested that the Earth domain was a safe place. In the Great Xia, in the city of Luo Elder Pavilion. What is this? The Grand Elder looked at his secretary Qin. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Qin Yu had brought him a pile of nearly obsolete ancient texts. Grand Elder, these are books that record the stories of Zhang family village. Finding these books was completely in this world of Great Xia, there are no significant breaks in history, and the dynasties that have passed are not as numerous as those in Zhang Yan's past life. So many things have naturally been left behind, including these books. However, the quantity of these books exceeds anyone's imagination. Moreover, these books were not retrieved from those collections, but were discovered in a compartment while renovating the old imperial palace. Upon discovering these books, the workers renovating the palace did not dare to touch them and reported it to the authorities. Fortunately, there were no treasures like gold or silver inside, otherwise they might have concealed their findings to share the spoils, for one should never underestimate the greed in people's hearts. Oh, I must take a look at this. Qin Yu's words piqued the Grand Elder's curiosity. Though the Grand Elder was quite knowledgeable about Zhang family village, it only made him more intrigued. He carefully picked up a book, and as soon as he touched it, he realized something was amiss. The paper of this book is unusual. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. Being kept in a secret chamber and able to last for hundreds of years, the paper quality must indeed be extraordinary. The Grand Elder merely glanced at it before losing interest. In the current Great Xia, producing such paper is quite easy, and besides, he was not an archaeologist here to study these things. Upon opening the pages and seeing the dates, the Grand Elder was taken aback. Surprisingly, these are relics from the Tang dynasty. Was Zhang family village still active during the Tang period? As he continued reading, the Grand Elder's expression turned peculiar. This ancestor of the Zhang family was indeed audacious. This ancestor of the Zhang family threatened the Tang emperor to preserve the bloodline of the remaining Sui royal family. If not for the records in this book, who would dare to believe it? As he read further down, it detailed various dynasties of Great Xia. Among them, during the early establishment of the Song dynasty, the bloodline of the Tang royal family was preserved, and during the Ming dynasty, the bloodline of the Song royal family was also safeguarded. One can only wonder what thoughts the ancestors of Zhang family village had. Clearly a rebel leader, yet he would go to such lengths to protect the royal bloodline of a nation. It truly baffles the mind. The Great Xia experienced numerous wars and several periods. Tang, Song, Ming, and then the Republic, without any other nations established by foreign tribes, yet all these states have documented Zhang family village, which is truly astonishing. Although it leaves one speechless, the contributions of the Zhang ancestors to Great Xia were not insignificant. They had certainly engaged in assassinating foreign leaders, or else Great Xia would have faced many more foreign states. After finishing all the contents, the Grand Elder rubbed his head. In history, the successive clan leaders of the Zhang family were quite active, yet their actions left one perplexed. What do you think? The Grand Elder turned to Qin Yu. However, he was not asking for Qin Yu's opinion. When these books were sent to him, a copy had also been sent to their advisory group, so he was inquiring about the conclusions drawn by the advisory group. They seek something. If seen from an extraordinary perspective, one could say it is fortune. Fortune. The existence of fortune is debatable, but reaching this conclusion is truly astonishing. Yes, receiving Qin Yu's response, the Grand Elder nodded. Zhang family village was left by Zhang Jiao and naturally belonged to the Taoist lineage, so it was quite normal for them to have some involvement with fortune. According to history, and what we know, after Zhang Jiao's failed rebellion, the remaining Zhang family village existed in seclusion and only revived during the Tang dynasty. At that time, though the clan leader of Zhang family village was strong, they had lost the capability to rebel. Yet for the sake of fortune, they saved the bloodline of the Sui royal family. To save them, they might have to sacrifice the last fortune of the Sui. As for what followed, we speculate that the incident regarding the Sui royal bloodline made the Tang wary of Zhang family village, constantly monitoring them, which deprived them of any opportunity to rebel. If they dared to rebel, the lives of others in Zhang family village would not be spared. And then it was the same with the Song and Ming, continuing to the present. Everything makes sense now. Although this is merely speculation, it is not far from the truth. As for whether it is true or not, no one could tell him. It's all just speculation. The Grand Elder made a conclusion, and Qin Yu stopped pondering further. We have also reached conclusions regarding Zhang family village and Zhang Yan. Saying this, Qin Yu produced another document and placed it before the Grand Elder. The document contained numerous opinions, with some suggesting to foster good relations, others advocating for absorption into the organization, and even more suggesting control. With so many conclusions and various opinions, the Grand Elder couldn't help but laugh in anger at the contents of the document. Fortunately, these do not represent their views, they merely expressed all possible scenarios. After reading the contents of the document, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, recalling the encounter with Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was very young, had sufficient responsibility, yet was also quite impatient. However, what Zhang Yan truly thought in his heart, even with his years of experience in reading people, he could not discern. If it were just Zhang Yan, just Zhang family village, even with extraordinary power, it would still be a joke against the current might of Great Xia. But now, with a myriad of worlds battleground and an external threat, he had to consider carefully. Moreover, according to the information coming from Zhang family village, they could enter a heavenly Tao space, a place where they had no possibility of intervening. If they can't even find the location, how can they intervene? The most crucial point is that the essence of the world is insufficient now and could be destroyed at any moment, thus he dared not act recklessly. The losses caused by the two previous global tremors are clear to him as the Grand Elder of Great Xia. If such global tremors occurred a few more times before this world could be destroyed, humanity would perish first. Now he could only trust Zhang Yan. However, resting a nation's hope on a single person is naturally impossible. Zhang Yan must stabilize, but they also need to cultivate their own strength at least to enter the heavenly Tao space and obtain first-hand intelligence. Issue my orders. This is the battlefield of all realms. The spiritual energy is so rich. Quick step aside, don't block the path. The news of the battlefield of all realms being open caused quite a stir, but thankfully under the restraint of Zhang Feng and the others they didn't rush in all at once. However, they still needed to enter the battlefield of all realms, so they formed a combat team to first explore the situation here. As soon as they arrived, they felt all the cells in their bodies come alive. There is spiritual energy in the heavenly Tao space, but it is quite thin. With more people cultivating it greatly affects their practice. Since they have not yet stepped into the extraordinary, they cannot forcibly retain the spiritual energy within their bodies. They can only let it flow through their bodies, leaving just a little behind. Otherwise, the little spiritual energy in the heavenly Tao space would be completely absorbed by them. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? A series of exclamations drew everyone's attention to one. There stood a huge stone house built right in the center of the camp. But what surprised them was not the size of the stone house, but the spiritual energy storm gathering above it. This commotion was undoubtedly caused by someone absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Here in the battlefield of all realms, especially in the territory of the earth, it was clear that only those capable of cultivating and absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy could be present. Looking at the massive vortex of spiritual energy, they felt an overwhelming envy. They couldn't even allow the spiritual energy to enter their bodies in large quantities, making their envy turn a deep shade of purple. Seeing Zhang Yan's cultivation commotion also sparked their desire to cultivate. Having just undergone awakening, their enthusiasm for cultivation had not diminished, and soon others began searching for places to practice. To be honest, some people were more inclined to hunt exotic creatures rather than cultivate. Just like cultivation, they were equally passionate about leveling up. But soon they were stopped by a tall earth elemental spirit. The Father God has commanded that no one is allowed to go outside. The deep, resonant voice silenced the surroundings for a moment, followed by astonished gasps. You can talk. Everyone gaped in surprise at the earth elemental spirit before them. Previously they thought this was just a little worker summoned by the clan leader. However, the earth elemental spirit then ignored them and went about its work. For the earth elemental spirit, constructing the territory of the earth was also a form of cultivation. Moreover, the passive nurturing of the earth constantly facilitated their cultivation, so their strength wouldn't diminish just because they were working. Seeing that the earth elemental spirit paid them no mind, the crowd gradually dispersed. They had no doubts about the spirit's words. If they couldn't go outside, then they couldn't. Moreover, they hadn't fully explored the entire territory yet, and their novelty towards it hadn't worn off, so they didn't feel as urgent about being allowed outside as they had imagined. As they moved about, news of everything regarding the territory of the earth quickly spread back to Blue Star, causing a massive influx of people into the territory. Fortunately, while issuing the village construction order, his territory also expanded in the battlefield of all realms, otherwise the influx of so many people would have overwhelmed this small camp. However, the influx of people greatly displeased the charging bull. If it weren't for Zhang Yan's sake, he would have charged out long ago. After all, more people would lead to chaotic spiritual energy affecting his cultivation. In the end, the charging bull had no choice but to unleash the power of the earth, encircling a piece of land and pushing everyone around him out. The commotion caused by the charging bull soon attracted the attention of those who hadn't noticed the situation. If it were humans or earth elemental spirits, they wouldn't have found it strange. But the appearance of a cow here seemed a bit odd. Why is there a cow here? I don't know. It should be brought by the clan. After all, the clan leader didn't say that only humans could enter the battlefield of all realms. It should be the clan leader's cow. Oh, no one else has the ability to bring a cow into the battlefield. This is strange. Oh, why don't you cast a detection spell to see if my detection spell is malfunctioning? Looking at the string of question marks revealed by his spell, he finally realized something was off. What the hell, it really is strange. Prompted, the others curiously cast their detection spells. However, this scene truly irritated the charging bull. He just wanted to cultivate in peace, but with all these detection spells being cast at him, how could he focus on his training? He only recognized Zhang Yan. He didn't care about anyone else. Not retaliating was simply out of respect for Zhang Yan. He was not one to be bullied. With the roar of the bull, a terrifying wave of energy spread out instantly, sending everyone who had gathered around flying. Along with the bull's roar, there was also a hint of pressure. Though being sent flying didn't cause them much harm, that faint pressure made them glance at the charging bull with a hint of subtle fear. Of course, humans are forgetful, That hint of fear quickly vanished without a trace. After all, this was their own territory, and they wouldn't be that timid on their own ground. However, even without fear in their hearts, they no longer wished to provoke the charging bull. Thus the terror of the charging bull spread, bringing a sense of calm to the area. For the charging bull, he lacked nothing in potential. All he needed was time to grow. Zhang Yan's territory could double his growth rate, and he truly did not want to waste a single moment. He needed to grow, he wanted to become stronger, and avoid being beaten again. The charging bull had quieted down, but the citizens of the territory were beginning to feel restless. Under Zhang Yan's arrangement, these citizens were doing the tasks within their capabilities. They had decent intelligence, but due to their newborn state, aside from their skills, they were quite ignorant of the outside world. They too needed to grow. In this regard, they had an advantage over the people of Blue Star, but also faced irreconcilable flaws. For a lord, they were the most loyal servants, but their potential and flaws made it difficult for them to grow. Faced with the influx of large crowds into the territory, they appeared out of place, quickly realizing the anomaly and drawing the attention of many. Thus, these citizens were surrounded by the crowd. Who are you? From which branch? I have never seen you before. Indeed, I have no impression of them either. What is going on here? Could they be from Zhangjia village, brought here by the clan leader? Not at all. I am from Zhangjia village, and I have not seen. Even among those from the same village, there are individuals who do not recognize each other. However, that is rare. There are a total of 8 people here, and not a single one is known to him. How is that possible? Hello, we are the citizens of the Earth domain. One citizen spoke up, but then fell silent. They had just been summoned, and did not know much, so naturally they spoke little. However, although their words were few, they contained a wealth of information. The moment the term citizen was mentioned, the surroundings fell silent for a brief moment. The term citizen does not apply to them, meaning these individuals were summoned by the clan leader. Indigenous people, or something else. The questions in their minds fueled their curiosity about the origins of these people. The Earth domain is quite lively now, with cultivators practicing wandering about spread across various corners. Zhang Yan, who was currently cultivating, sensed this vitality. He had to admit that the functionality of the territory, once integrated with his domain, was unexpectedly effective. This could be considered a foothold in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. With this thought, his tense nerves relaxed considerably. However, the world is indeed strange. He merely wished to take advantage of a period of calm to cultivate diligently, yet trouble still found him. This time, it wasn't the creatures of the myriad races that approached, but rather a vortex of void suddenly appeared at the edge of his territory. The moment the vortex of void appeared, Zhang Yan noticed it immediately, forcing him to halt his cultivation. What is this thing? In his perception, the sudden emergence of the void vortex was too abrupt. Approaching the vortex, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Yan's eyes. However, he didn't need to ponder for long, as a piece of information transmitted into his mind. Void Trial. Demon Beast Siege. The information in his mind left Zhang Yan stunned for a moment before he finally reacted. It turned out that the battlefield of 10,000 realms had no intention of letting them rest. The establishment of the territory indeed provided him with a stable environment, preventing those from other races from encroaching upon his territory and driving away other foreign beings. In such an environment, unless under special circumstances, it was possible for them to develop steadily for decades. Even with the upgrade system in place, advancing to the 3rd tier would still require years of effort, and that was in the context of smooth sailing through slaughter, injuries, and encounters with formidable foes would pose obstacles in their path. Moreover, even if they advanced to the 3rd tier, obtaining the village establishment order would still be a considerable More importantly, even though the battlefield of 10,000 realms encompassed a vast land, it was impossible for the 3rd tier to be located near his territory. Thus, being able to develop steadily for 10 years was something Zhang Yan naturally welcomed. His strength's enhancement temporarily did not require extensive slaughter. Simply cultivating and realizing his potential would elevate his prowess. In 10 years, no, at most 3 years, he could step into the 3rd tier. This was calculated without considering any slaughter or seeking opportunities, merely sitting in quiet cultivation. Thus, he had no fear of the invasion of other foreign beings. For someone like him, who steadily cultivated to the 3rd tier, he dared to say he could take on 10 of those superficial 3rd tiers. Yet the battlefield of 10,000 realms did not want him to have any leisure. Even before he could complete a full cycle of cultivation, trouble had already come knocking at his door. The appearance of this vortex of void disrupted his rhythm. The void vortex was essentially a portal which would periodically deliver batches of demon beasts. Only by exterminating them could one survive. If it were just that, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. Just demon beasts, and if they dared to come, they would be killed. However, the problem lay precisely in the strength of these demon beasts. Since the battlefield of 10,000 realms had pulled them into this realm, it naturally didn't intend to let them live easily. The battlefield sought cannon fodder, not corpses. The invasions of these demon beasts were quite regular, Although the types of demon beasts varied, their strengths were largely similar. Every day there would be 10 waves of incoming demon beasts. In the first 3 waves, the demon beasts that appeared were all unranked, most of them in the stage of just condensing extraordinary seeds. The 4th to 6th waves would see the emergence of first-tier demon beasts mixed with a large number of unranked ones. The 7th to 8th waves would feature second-tier demon beasts appearing alongside a significant number of somewhat weaker varieties. As for the final wave, 3rd-tier demon beasts would appear. Seeing this, Zhang Yan was taken aback. There was no comparison between 2nd and 3rd tiers. Currently facing 3rd-tier demon beasts, he could only be beaten mercilessly with no other possibility. Even encountering the weakest of them would yield the same result. The information in his mind truly frightened him. However, thankfully, he still had control over whether to engage or not. Seeing that he could exercise control, he finally sighed in relief. Indeed, he had established a territory, but it was built through clever means. To have a second-tier individual face issues meant for a 3rd tier was simply a recipe for disaster. Once the information in his mind was fully digested, he truly understood why the battlefield of 10,000 realms continuously sought out worlds in the chaotic sea for cannon fodder. The original intention behind the establishment of the battlefield of 10,000 realms was to serve as a combat arena. To ensure fairness, the powerful beings who created the battlefield did not leave behind any contingencies. Ultimately, excessive slaughter led to the dispersal of souls which the battlefield absorbed, causing it to gradually grow stronger. Perhaps due to its inherent nature of slaughter, the will born within the battlefield of 10,000 realms remained unaffected by the aura of slaughter. Thus, driven by instinct, it sought to maintain the stability of the battlefield. However, the battlefield of 10,000 realms was still a battlefield. Too much slaughter had a significant impact on it. The aura of slaughter and negative tribulation energy made the battlefield utterly unsuitable for survival. The native beings born from these auras possessed only the consciousness of brutal slaughter, exacerbating the already dire situation of the battlefield. However, under an unexpected circumstance, the will of the battlefield of 10,000 realms discovered that the death of these demon beasts would feed back a trace of pure energy to him, leading to a bold plan. The plan is bold and quite insane. It aims to attract beings from countless worlds to hunt the monsters born in their homeland. However, while there are benefits to this approach, the drawbacks are equally significant. These monsters are, after all, native creatures of the myriad battlefield, and their mass death would greatly impact the battlefield itself. In order to attract the beings of the myriad worlds, the battlefield has already exposed itself to the sea of chaos, making it impossible to escape. Even the mighty beings who created the myriad battlefield can only curse in frustration, for who would have thought that a place they designated as a battlefield would give rise to a world consciousness. Once the myriad battlefield was exposed to the sea of chaos, it could no longer be theirs alone. The sea of chaos is vast, and with so many worlds there are naturally many powerful beings born. Faced with this situation, they have no choice but to make concessions. For them, retreating is not unacceptable. Since the myriad battlefield is not under their control, they gain little by not retreating. As there are no benefits to be had, they might as well give face to those powerful beings. Not only for themselves, but other powerful beings also shook their heads and left upon arriving at the myriad battlefield. In such a place filled with slaughter and calamity, how could they linger unless they were eager to perish? However, abandoning the myriad battlefield feels like a significant loss. Though dangerous, it also serves as an excellent training ground for some juniors. Moreover, the myriad battlefield is a vast world. Despite being filled with the aura of slaughter and calamity, it does not impede the birth of rare treasures. In such a resource-rich place, they naturally do not want to give it up. Consequently, the myriad battlefield gradually grew under their tacit approval. To obtain better training, they continuously invested resources into the myriad battlefield, which led to the birth of such rules. However, with the will of the myriad battlefield growing stronger, these rules, while accepted, are not controlled by them. If it were just a matter of not being controlled, it wouldn't be a big deal if their goals have already been achieved. But the problem, a world as powerful as this is something everyone wishes to obtain. Even if they give it up, they would take some actions to impose restrictions on the myriad battlefield. However, they found that there are too many powerful beings in the myriad battlefield. Everyone wants to take action, but none can do so. By the time the myriad battlefield truly grows, it will be too late for them to act. As the myriad battlefield grew, it unexpectedly broke through the confines of this sea of chaos and began to extend into other chaotic seas. It is precisely because of this that the myriad battlefield began to face resistance, and true war commenced. The Tianxian Great World, where Zhang Yan resides, encountered problems during this time. To protect the Tianxian Great World, a series of arrangements were made. After enduring endless years, the myriad battlefield evolved into its current form. Zhang Yan never expected that establishing a territory so simply would yield him so much hidden information. The myriad battlefield truly has no intention of hiding anything. At the same time, it also made him understand the origins of these monsters. They are indeed native beings, but cannot be controlled. They lack even the qualification to be cannon fodder, serving only as his resources. Yet the will of the myriad battlefield cannot act against these monsters. It can only allow the lords to take. There is also an intention to cultivate these lords, as the war in another sea of chaos has not ended, it has merely become more covert. These lords serve as his aid in invading that chaotic sea. These monsters are not only his resources, but have also become resources for these lords. Unlike the slaughter of ordinary alien beings, the drop rate and experience from slaughtering monsters have significantly increased. However, since the benefits are given, obligations must also be fulfilled. The myriad wars are not mere play. The moment his territory was established, it signified that he had truly come into contact with war. Only upon reaching the third tier and becoming a lord can one discuss war and witness the true myriad battlefield. The void vortex before him is a reward given to him. Killing these monsters daily alleviates his concerns about gaining experience. However, the void vortex has not yet fully formed and will require some time, prompting new plans in his mind. He does not know how many monsters will emerge from the void vortex, but preparation is essential. In his thoughts, these monsters possess decent strength, although they are stronger than Zhang Feng, and the others using firearms to gain experience is feasible. With him present, surely even monsters not reaching the first tier won't cause any trouble. With his thoughts in place, Zhang Yan contacted Zhang Feng and the others through the Heavenly Dao network, instructing them to prepare. Once he notified everyone that needed to be informed, Zhang Yan sat cross-legged and began to wait. He does not want to waste even a moment, although he no longer has the support of the small stone house. Accumulating even a little is worthwhile. He does not despise any amount. The void vortex grew larger, and upon receiving the notification, Zhang Feng and the others beheld the enormous black vortex. Before they could approach, they already sensed a sinister aura enveloping them, causing them to stand still in fear. Zhang Yan sensed the situation of Zhang Feng and the others, and could only sigh helplessly. They are still too weak. Weakness means they do not even have the qualification to stand here. Thinking of his own situation, is it any different? Without a certain level of strength, he does not even have the qualification to know the truth of the myriad battlefield. However, he cannot demand too much from Zhang Feng and the others. It is already good that they did not flee upon entering the myriad battlefield. Start setting up defenses. I do not ask much of you, just shoot to gain experience. Zhang Yan did not elaborate further. If they cannot even accomplish this simple task, they might as well go to sleep. Return from whence you came. No one felt dissatisfied with Zhang Yan's words about gaining experience. They have yet to encounter the true dangers of the myriad battlefield, yet they dare not be the slightest bit careless. Now that a big shot is leading them in leveling up, if they still complain, it would be foolish. Yes. After a loud shout, everyone began to act. Zhang Feng brought only 500 people chosen from his main combat personnel. Both in strength and talent, they are among the best. The firearms had long been prepared, piled high in the heavenly Dao space. Originally meant for dealing with void creatures, they were now being used directly. Zhang Jun also received the news and immediately rushed over to deploy his amplification domain. The activation of the amplification domain requires minimal spiritual power. Moreover, the amplification domain can autonomously absorb the spiritual energy from the world, which minimizes his consumption. Upon Zhang Jun's arrival, Zhang Feng glanced at him and then ignored him. Having had a fight, although he feels quite displeased, he has already let it go. After all, it is not a matter of life and death. That little grudge is truly insignificant. Zhang Jun's amplification domain does not provide an immediate boost. Instead, the enhancement gradually increases. It takes about 5 minutes for the amplification to reach its optimal state. Feeling his power gradually increasing, the amplifier smirked, and the lingering displeasure in his heart vanished without a trace. You're quite the perceptive one. Zhang Feng mumbled, starting to prepare as well. Even though he was just gaining experience, he aimed to do it well. With Zhang Jun's flamboyant demeanor catching up in strength, he could not afford to lag behind in levels. Zhang Yan did not interfere with Zhang Feng and the others' preparations. However, after checking the time for the formation of the void vortex, Zhang Yan turned and left. He found the sky bull, withdrew it from its cultivation state, and took it out of the earth domain. The sky bull was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Yan's actions, but it had to bow its head under the roof. Sky bull, you are responsible for this direction. Clear all the foreign creatures around the territory. Yes. After giving the command to the sky bull, Zhang Yan also began to take action. Although the void vortex was a reward from the multiverse battlefield, it also carried dangers. He did not want a group of oblivious foreign creatures to disrupt him while his energy was being drawn by the vortex. After entering the extraordinary phase and gaining a significant boost in physique, traversing the territory of the Earth domain was a matter of mere moments. When his energy was being drawn, a sudden attack from a foreign creature could catch him off guard. There were still over 10,000 people within his territory, and with their weak prowess they could instantaneously lose their lives. Naturally, he sought to avoid any unforeseen incidents. It's somewhat amusing that since arriving at the Multiverse Battlefield he hadn't stepped out of the camp even once. Entering the forest, the anticipated battles did not occur, not even a glimpse of a creature appeared. Thinking about it, the Earth domain had just been established, and the announcement across the continent was still fresh in their minds. Given them 10 times the courage, they would not dare to provoke the Earth domain. Now, entering within 10 miles of the Earth domain would trigger a warning, so the foreign creatures had long since fled to who knows where. However, there were always unfortunate souls. Those who just descended found themselves here unable to distinguish directions and having a hard time escaping the radius of the Earth domain. After circling around his domain, when he met with the Sky Bull again, the foreign creatures that fell by his hand were surprisingly fewer than 5. The situation on the Sky Bull side was similar to Zhang Yan's. It had also idly wandered. With no gains, Zhang Yan led the Sky Bull back into the territory. In response, the Sky Bull remained silent, but was secretly pleased. For them, the earth-shaking divine bulls leveling up was merely a secondary concern. Their inherent potential was their greatest assurance. They scorned the idea of acquiring power through deceitful means. Not just the earth-shaking divine bulls, but other races with considerable potential would choose to cultivate on their own unless absolutely necessary. Only the ignorant, weak races would lose themselves in the power gained from leveling up. Of course, there were also beings that became powerful through leveling up. Opportunities abound in the Multiverse Battlefield, and unexpected occurrences were quite normal. But who could guarantee that such an opportunity would come to oneself? To become powerful, one should not rely on chance. Solid footing is fundamental. However, speaking of the earth-shaking divine bull race, one must mention the state of Blue Star. With the physique of the Blue Star people upon entering the Multiverse Battlefield and leveling up, even knowing they could directly use origin points to enhance their potential, very few would take that route. The Multiverse Battlefield was far too dangerous. Without Zhang Yan's presence, most others arriving there would merely be fodder. Truly growing strong was a rare feat. In such circumstances, when leveling up, the first thought would naturally be to increase their combat power, known as attribute allocation. Cultivation. Without Zhang Yan disseminating the techniques, they wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. Everything had to be explored step by step. Most civilizations in the multiverse had come this way. Only a few powerful civilizations had their own cultivation techniques, not needing to acquire them from the Multiverse Battlefield, and such civilizations grew the fastest. However, with Zhang Yan's unparalleled strength suppressing them, they were given time to grow naturally, not needing to directly enhance their combat power for survival. Returning to the Void Vortex, Zhang Yan began to set up the surroundings. To avoid affecting others, he surrounded the area with stone walls. After a busy half-day, everything was ready and the Void Vortex had stabilized completely. The stabilized vortex was beyond imagination, with a diameter exceeding 50 meters. Such a void passage hovered in midair, emanating an ominous aura that sent chills down the spine. Zhang Feng and the others had retreated a mile away. The pressure from the Void Vortex was too immense, and they felt they would go mad if they didn't move further back. This wasn't something that could be resisted merely by willpower. Zhang Yan was not surprised by this outcome, as not only they, but even he could not approach the Void Vortex. This situation also eliminated the possibility of him blocking the entrance. With everything ready, after notifying Zhang Feng and the others, he began the first wave of the monster trial. At Zhang Yan's command, the Void Vortex suddenly shook and wisps of black-red aura surged out from it. The monsters had yet to appear, but the emanating black-red smoke already raised everyone's anxiety. Roar, roar, roar. Before the crowd could regain their composure, a series of savage roars echoed from the void. They're coming. Everyone's hearts tightened, involuntarily gripping their rifles, loading their ammunition immediately. Although they were mentally prepared, the vortex's actions disrupted their rhythm. Suddenly, a flash of light from the Void Vortex and a multitude of monsters appeared within 100 meters, numbering at least several hundred. The monsters that emerged were bizarre and varied. Beasts, birds, insects, all kinds of creatures gathered roaring together. After their roars, they all fixed their gazes on Zhang Feng and the others a mile away. To these monsters, all beings were their enemies. If there were no other creatures, their kind would be their foes. They were nothing more than a group of savage beasts driven by instinct. Boom, boom, boom. Although the appearance of the monsters was somewhat unexpected, Zhang Feng and the others quickly reacted, firing their artillery and simultaneously opening fire with their rifles. Regardless of whether they could kill them, at least they had taken action. Once these monsters were eliminated, they would also gain a portion of the experience. Monster: Swift Wind Demon Wolf. Physique 33. Spirit 30. Talent: Devour Wind Element Control. Monster: Earth Demon Bear. Physique 38. Spirit 32. Talent: Devour Earth Element Control. Monster Burrowing Demon Worm. Physique 35. Spirit 30. Talent Devour Earth Element Control. While the artillery shells flew, Zhang Yin did not forget to cast a detection spell on these monsters. However, the information obtained was surprising. While their attributes were detected, their levels and health points were not. But considering these were aspects faced only after the third-tier health points were already irrelevant thereafter. Health points were merely a safeguard for the weaker beings. The multiverse battlefield would naturally not protect these monsters. Artillery shells fell, bullets flew, and the earth roared. It must be said that these technological creations do struggle against extraordinary beings quickly evaded by them. However, in the face of large numbers of enemies under fire coverage, even extraordinary beings would meet their demise. Boom, boom, boom. 100 giant cannons fired simultaneously, instantly covering the entire horde of monsters. Roar. Although some of the monsters at the edges evaded the bombardment of the giant cannons, the majority were left either lifeless or severely wounded under the terrifying barrage. And this was not the end. The shells were reloaded for another round of bombardment. As for those lucky enough to have dodged the explosions, there were still those with rifles. After all, it was a firepower coverage. Though the power of the rifles was not comparable to that of the giant cannons, their lethality was certainly not negligible. If they were first-tier monsters, their attacks would naturally be useless. However, these monsters had only just condensed their extraordinary seeds. In such a situation, as long as the bullets hit them, the damage caused should not be underestimated. As the cannon fire roared, everyone's eyes began to redden, adrenaline surged, and they went completely mad. The first wave of monsters was beyond Zhang Yan's expectations, but the performance of Zhang Feng and the others truly brightened his eyes. Indeed, as his strength increased, he had lost interest in the conventional weapons of Blue Star. Yet the emergence of such a situation still caught him off guard. However, this was only as far as it could go. When faced with monsters of above first-tier strength, these weapons would merely make noise. The extraordinary power had too high a resistance to such physical damage. Of course, there is the saying that one force can break all laws. The technological weapons on Blue Star are not limited to these, and more powerful weapons do exist, but deploying such items would be too costly and wasteful. As Zhang Yin was lost and thought the giant cannons had already fired 3 volleys. By the end of the third round, most of the monsters had been blown to bits, vanishing like streaks of light. The energy produced by these monsters was partly absorbed as pure energy by the myriad realms battlefield, partly became their spoils and experience, while the remaining remnants were collected into the void vortex, waiting for rebirth. Thus all that remained in sight was a desolate expanse. We won. Seeing this scene, some began to cheer. Watching their cheers, Zhang Yin furrowed his brows. Celebrating prematurely is certainly not a good sign. Among those monsters, many possessed the earth elemental control talent. With such a talent, how could their defensive and life force be so easily extinguished? Sure enough, in his perception, there were 5 massive figures burrowing towards Zhang Feng and their defensive line from beneath the earth. Zhang Yin chose not to remind them, as teaching someone a lesson often instills a lesson that lasts a lifetime. Though he chose not to remind them, if anyone truly encountered danger, he would still step in to ensure their safety. Boom. Amidst their cheers, a colossal figure erupted from the ground, sending rocks flying and instantly injuring several people. Not good. Get out of the way. Some quick-reacting individuals raised their guns, calling out in alarm. However, the bullets they fired barely inflicted any damage upon the monster before them. The earth elemental armor enveloping the current monsters minimized the threat from their firearms. As for the giant cannons, now that the monsters were right in front of them, there was no place left for the cannons to be utilized. The crowd scattered in panic, but with another 4 massive figures bursting forth from the earth, the scene descended into utter chaos. At least they had their health bars, who, although they were injured, their lives were not in immediate jeopardy. Everyone stay steady. Zhang Feng shouted angrily as he charged forward. In his heavy armor state, his defenses were maximized. Even when facing these powerful monsters, he could withstand a few blows, showcasing Zhang Feng's extraordinary talent. Moreover, with the augmentation from Zhang Jun, his strength surged even further. But it must be noted that he was not facing ordinary creatures, but rather the brutally powerful monsters. No matter how strong he became in the face of the monsters before him, he was destined to be sent flying. Zhang Yin observed everyone's performance, feeling quite dissatisfied. Especially Zhang Feng, as the commander. Why was he trying to play the hero? If even he, the commander, was struggling, how could the others perform any better? However, facing such formidable monsters, just managing not to collapse was already a commendable feat. As Zhang Feng was knocked back, the front line lost its support, and the monsters charged forward, overwhelming them beneath an endless barrage of bullets. Gazing at the monsters descending upon him, the soldier below felt a wave of despair. Yet at this moment of hopelessness, a massive figure stood before him, blocking the monstrous form. Upon closer inspection, it was Do Bing. Seeing Do Bing, he momentarily froze. Right? I still have Do Bing. He finally reacted, activating the Do Bing he had been nurturing within. His action completely awakened everyone. Yes, they still had Do Bing as a trump card. In their panic, they had actually forgotten about this ace, which was truly inexcusable. As everyone became aware, a large number of Do Bing were summoned, instantly filling the battlefield with their presence. Seeing that someone had finally reacted and summoned Do Bing, Zhang Yan first sighed in relief, nodding inwardly, realizing there were still smart individuals among them. However, the next scene darkened his expression. Only 5 monsters remained in front of him. Even though a single Do Bing was no match for these monsters, was it really necessary to summon so many? Sigh. They still lacked experience and needed to practice. As the curtain of battle fell, the corpses of the 5 monsters vanished, leaving behind a field of spoils. But now everyone's focus was not on the spoils. They were all gravely watching the ground outside their defense line, fearing that another monster might leap out. Among the 500 people, there were naturally those with perception talents. They immediately used their abilities to take action. After sensing the surroundings, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's over this time, it's really over. After saying this, he slumped down onto the ground. The previous battle had been completed effortlessly, but after being frightened by the 5 monsters, they truly felt exhausted mentally. Looking at the people collapsed on the ground, Zhang Feng steeled himself and approached Zhang Yan's side. Staring at Zhang Yan, who was fixated on him, Zhang Feng could not utter a single word. He didn't know what to say. This operation was originally meant to help them gain experience, but they were also aware that while gaining experience was one thing, this was also a valuable trial for them. Go back. Zhang Yan's brief words stunned Zhang Feng, who then lowered his head and left. In Zhang Yan's estimation, with firearms in their hands, Zhang Feng and the others should be able to withstand at least the first 3 waves, gaining considerable experience. However, human calculations cannot match the heavens, and a single mistake led to significant losses for them. Although they could adjust and continue fighting, Zhang Yan saw no need to do so. Now they should return to reflect on their experiences to prevent future mistakes. He could provide them with a safe space, but he was not a babysitter. They needed to grow on their own. They arrived with great enthusiasm, but left dejected. This piqued the curiosity of those waiting from afar. The previous cannon fire had already attracted their attention. With so many cannon shots, it was clear they were in battle with something. However, without any notifications, they could only await the result within the city walls. Seeing someone return with weapons and equipment, they immediately rushed forward to inquire. Yet they were destined not to receive the information they desired, as Zhang Feng and the others could not possibly disclose what had just transpired. It was too embarrassing. This situation left many puzzled, and they were filled with confusion. Despite their bewilderment, guesses began to form in their minds. Since they had come to the battlefield of all realms, and since it was a battlefield, battles were naturally inevitable. The recent barrage clearly indicated that a fight had taken place. With this in mind, their curiosity intensified. What kind of alien race had they been fighting against? No one provided them with answers, so they could only speculate. Seeing Zhang Feng and the others leave, Zhang Yan once again gazed at the swirling void. There were 10 waves of monsters in total, and only 1 wave had passed. He naturally would not pause, just because Zhang Feng and the others had left. However, before commencing the second wave of monster attacks, he first retrieved a treasure chest from in front of the void. As long as he could withstand 1 wave of monsters, he would receive a reward. For beings capable of establishing territories facing such a group of weak monsters, this reward was essentially free. Although the reward might not be very substantial, Zhang Yan knew this well, yet he could not suppress his curiosity. After retrieving the chest, he examined it briefly before losing interest. The treasure chest was only 10 centimeters in size, featuring no peculiar patterns and emitting no special aura. It was merely an ordinary box. Upon opening the chest, he was greeted by half a box of copper coins. Indeed, such a small treasure chest would not contain anything too valuable. Not feeling disappointed, he quietly collected the copper coins within, and the chest in his hand transformed into light and vanished. He looked once more at the void, then glanced at the charging Neo and the lined-up earth elementals behind him. Initially, he thought the strength of the earth elementals might not keep up, but considering their abilities on Blue Star, he decided to let them remain quietly as NPCs. However, since arriving at the battlefield of all realms, and after upgrading, replenishing their essence, and with Zhang Yan's explosive increase in strength, their power had directly stepped into the first tier. The growth of the earth elementals exceeded his expectations, which is why he specifically brought them along today. If Zhang Feng and the others could gain experience, so could these elementals. However, unlike Zhang Feng and his group, the earth elementals would need to earn experience through sheer strength. Faced with monsters not yet at the first tier, they could not withstand an encirclement. But if their numbers increased to 10, it would become a reverse encirclement. The difference between the first tier and those below, it was entirely another level. Although this gap had not yet reached an insurmountable extent, 1 fighting 10, 2 fighting 30, or 3 fighting 80 was a simple matter. There were 10 earth elementals brought by Zhang Yan to the battlefield of all realms, and they could easily withstand the encirclement of thousands of monsters. Moreover, the earth elementals were protected by the rules of the battlefield of all realms, possessing health bars. As long as their health did not run out, they were unafraid of any damage, though as long as their health was intact, they could continue fighting. This enhanced their advantage even further. He waved his hand, allowing the earth elementals to take the field. Since this battle would be close quarters, the elementals stepped forward as Zhang Yan signaled. Seeing this, Zhang Yan chose to continue. The void vortex was activated once more, and this time a radius of 200 meters was enveloped, revealing hundreds of monsters once again. Glancing at the attributes of the monsters, he noticed they had indeed grown stronger, though they had not yet reached the first tier. Just as the descriptions indicated, nothing unexpected occurred. The earth elementals charged forward, advancing side by side. As they surged ahead, their bodies began to... They were earth elementals, not humans. Even without Zhang Yan's giant physique talent, their forms would increase with their strength. A larger size is also an advantage. Once their size reached its limit, they towered over 10 meters. Watching the enlarged earth elementals, Zhang Yan felt curious about how much his own size had reached. Since breaking through to the second tier, he had not fully unleashed his giant physique. With this thought, Zhang Yan felt a surge of eagerness. However, as this was the battle of the earth elementals, he suppressed that impulse. While Zhang Yan was pondering, the earth elementals had already approached the monsters. The growth of their attributes and strength had increased the size of these monsters significantly, yet they could not compare to the earth elementals. As their feet struck the ground, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, lifting the monsters that had just steadied themselves high into the air. No, to say they were lifted would be less accurate than to say they were pierced through. The spikes of earth shot up, piercing through a large group of monsters. The elevation of their tier not only enhanced their strength. In terms of spells, they could use them from the moment the extraordinary seed formed. Their power was impressive, but not lasting enough to function as a standard combat method. At this stage, their main method of attack remained close combat, with spells only serving as trump cards. Now the earth elementals could already employ spells as a regular combat method. One could only serve as a trump card while the other could be used regularly. The difference was clear. This wave of attacks was sudden, providing the newly stabilized monsters with no time to react. Being penetrated did not necessarily mean death, but they had no health bars, and for them, being pierced was already a severe injury. Thus, after unleashing a spike attack, the earth elementals leaped over, wielding massive weapons to strike at the monsters behind. Though the earth elementals excelled in strength and constitution, their agility was not high, but it depended on who they were compared to. Before the monsters could react, the earth elementals had already swept away another large group. Ultimately, the earth elementals were considered a type of spell-based being. As their strength grew, their primary method of attack remained spell-based. So as the weapons fell, even before the monsters could rise, another spell attack formed. From a distance, Zhang Yan looked on, feeling somewhat shocked. He had considered many ways for the earth elementals to defeat these monsters, but he never expected them to do so cleanly and efficiently. If this continued, not to mention 1,000 monsters, even 10,000 would not be enough for them to kill. This could already be described as a massacre. These monsters had no power to fight back. Faced with the powerful earth elementals, the monsters also could not just stand by and began using their trump cards. Each of these monsters had their own talents, so spell attacks were naturally not an issue. As wave after wave of spell attacks came, the movements of the earth elementals finally slowed down considerably. After all, if these monsters were so weak, they wouldn't have become such a significant threat in the battlefield of all realms. No surprises, nor will there be any. The crushing advantage in hard power has destined the downfall of these monsters, providing valuable experience for Shirtu and his companions. I must say, the experience gained from these monsters is truly significant, or just from this wave alone it allowed Shirtu and his companions to level up by an average of 2 levels. The grim expressions on Zhang Feng and his companions' faces are naturally due to this. After all, such a golden opportunity to gain experience was squandered. Who wouldn't feel upset? However, with Zhang Yan's command, they had no choice but to leave and reflect on their actions. After a wave of monsters, Shirtu and his companions returned to Zhang Yan's side. Although they had dominated throughout, their health had still dropped significantly. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. The saying, "many ants can kill an elephant," is not just a saying. However, being spirits of the earth element, the power of the earth continuously provided them with energy, and coupled with the amplification from the earth domain, their health quickly recovered, with over half of what they lost in the recent battle already restored. Without a doubt, they obtained the clearance reward, receiving half a box of copper coins, and then continued on. The third wave of monsters was even more numerous, occupying an area of 300 meters around the void vortex. The appearance of so many monsters was nearing the position of his prepared defense line. Before Zhang Yan's command was issued, Shirtu and his companions charged out. In this regard, Zhang Yin felt no concern. The threat posed by monsters of a lower tier was minimal. However, there were unexpected circumstances. Among the third wave of monsters, one particularly notable entity stood at a towering 15 meters tall, clearly a mini-boss. Using the detection spell, it was identified as the infernal armored demon with a physique of 50 and a spirit of 50. While it hadn't broken through to the first tier, its combat power was another matter. Though these monsters lacked intelligence, operations in the Myriad Realms Battlefield naturally encountered issues. Monsters would not resist the manipulations of the Myriad Realms Battlefield, yet the specifics of the situation were unclear. The current situation was quite normal, as if these monsters were silently rebelling. Indeed, upon seeing the earth element spirit, the monster instinctively charged forward. The monsters along the way were knocked aside, as it instantly reached Shirtu and his companions. The speed of this monster was astonishing. It leaped over Shirtu and his companions' spell attacks. They were quite surprised, having never expected a monster to evade their magical onslaught. Despite their astonishment, as a type of stone being, Shirtu remained composed, pressing forward without a word. They held an exceptional confidence in their physical prowess. With a thud, Shirtu collided with the infernal armored demon, a shockwave radiating outward. In terms of physical strength, they were surprisingly evenly matched. While inferior in tier and attributes, the infernal armored demon was quite formidable in strength. Shirtu held back the infernal armored demon, while the remaining earth element spirits charged towards other monsters. The infernal armored demon did not intervene, for it battle and slaughter were what it craved. As for kinship, unfortunately, it had no concept of kin. If it weren't for sensing other living beings' auras, it might even consider these monsters as mere sustenance. A single clash allowed Shirtu to recognize the strength of the infernal armored demon before him. Yet it also ignited a thrill within him. His father deity was watching from behind. He had to perform well. The aura from his father deity grew ever stronger, and he did not want to be abandoned. However, it must be said that the infernal armored demon before him was a being forged from battles among monsters, and for a moment Shirtu truly found himself at a loss. With spell attacks and physical collisions, after several rounds, both began to sustain injuries. Naturally, the infernal armored demon was genuinely hurt, while Shirtu simply experienced a drop in health. The injured infernal armored demon became even more frenzied, igniting fire elements on its weapon, unleashing a torrent of dark red fireballs toward Shirtu. Shirtu was enveloped in a thick layer of rock armor, augmenting his size, while spikes from the ground and howling boulders in the air showed no signs of stopping. It must be said that being extraordinary means being extraordinary, as long as the gap isn't too great. A stalemate could last a day and a night without issue. Currently, Shirtu and the infernal armored demon were in such a state. To be honest, Zhang Yin was somewhat astonished to witness this. The only time he had witnessed such a situation was during the encounter with the Sky Bull, but that creature had fled after just 2 blows. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a similar predicament. Indeed, as time passed, the other earth element spirits had finished their battles, while Shirtu was still engaged in a fierce exchange. However, this was the Myriad Realms Battlefield, not a place for casual play. Seeing that Shirtu was still fighting, the other earth element spirits quickly surrounded him. As for any talk of honorable combat, they had never even heard of it. With one Shirtu holding back the infernal armored demon, the arrival of a group ensured that, unsurprisingly, within a minute the battle came to a close. Shirtu and his companions reappeared before Zhang Yin, their health now below half. The advantage in numbers was truly not to be underestimated. Although the monsters were weaker, it still led to them losing over half their health. With everything concluded, Zhang Yin nodded at Shirtu and his companions, their performance this time exceeding his expectations. Upon receiving a new treasure chest and opening it, his eyes lit up. Inside were not the copper coins he had imagined, but several shimmering silver coins along with a gray-black scroll. While Zhang Yin could overlook the silver coins, the scroll was indeed a valuable item. Thinking back to the 2 scrolls he had previously obtained, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Arrow Tower. It was a simple name, just like when he had received the residential blueprint earlier. Considering the effects of both the residential building and the altar, he couldn't believe the Arrow Tower wouldn't have any special effects. However, it was not the time to ponder those matters. After storing the scroll, Zhang Yin looked once more at the void vortex. But this time he wouldn't let the earth element spirits go in. As for battles of equal levels, the outcome was not the only concern. At time was also a factor. With only 10 earth element spirits, they couldn't effectively stem the tide of monster incursions. His territory lay just behind. If 1 or 2 monsters broke in, the consequences would be dire. The inhabitants within his territory were far too weak to withstand the onslaught of the monsters. The 4th wave of monsters would be even more numerous, and he had to personally enter the fray. Furthermore, it wouldn't suffice for him to go alone. The Sky Bull had to join the battle as well. The Chongtian Nyo has risen. It's time for us to stretch our muscles. Glancing at the city wall behind him, he pondered. but ultimately decided not to raise it further. There was no need, the city wall merely provided a sense of security and held little practical value now, unless he inscribed formations on these walls in the future to enhance their defensive capabilities. Moreover, since he had personally taken action, how could those monsters possibly breach the city wall? Facing second-tier monsters with first-tier ones was indeed a case of bullying the weak. Furthermore, considering the number of monsters, he had summoned the Chongtian Nyo. If two second-tier beings couldn't handle some first-tier monsters, they would truly be in trouble. However, the unexpected came as a complete surprise. He initially thought that since the range of each wave of monsters had expanded by 100 meters, their defense could still hold out for 2 more rounds. But unexpectedly, the first wave of monsters approached their defenses directly. This outcome was both surprising and somewhat inevitable. Every 3 waves constituted a round. Since the third wave had already spawned a boss, the fourth wave would naturally increase in difficulty. Sensing this situation, Zhang Yin instinctively mobilized the spiritual energy within him while controlling the earth power beneath his feet. With the enhancement of the domain, the spells he cast were entirely beyond what the stones could compare to. With a single spell, the area was enveloped within a radius of 500 meters, launching all the newly appeared monsters skyward. There were no exceptions, nor would there be. Many monsters possessing earth attributes had high resistance to earth-type spells, but this resistance also had its limits. Facing Zhang Yan's spells, it made no difference whether they had resistance or not. In an instant, a large amount of experience began to flow in. Watching the experience orb surge into Zhang Yan's body, the Chongtian Nyo's eyes were filled with resentment. Although most of his strength came from training and growth, it did not mean that leveling up was of no use to him. The origin points gained from leveling up were what allowed him to break through limits. Naturally, he would be pleased to level up 2 more times. Of course, he merely grumbled about it in his heart. Seeing the earth spikes he had instinctively used, Zhang Yin was somewhat speechless. He had originally intended to exercise a bit, but now it seemed there would be no opportunity. As for the remaining waves of monsters, Zhang Yin chose to cancel them and did not intend to continue. His established defense was only over 500 meters, too close, and the next wave of monsters would directly refresh within the city. Although he was not afraid and could easily handle them for the safety of the people in the city, he chose to temporarily give up. The void vortex remained there, refreshing every day, and he could challenge it at any time. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his insufficient strength. If the territory he occupied could double, he would dare to continue challenging until he reached his limit. However, expanding the territory was not something that could be done just by saying so. The current territory combined with his earth domain expanded at a lamentable speed, and he could only gradually make progress. Moreover, it was not the right time for a large-scale expansion of the earth domain. Those who know their own affairs are aware that his strength was still insufficient to support the expansion of the domain. His strength was only at the second tier, not yet at an invincible level. He should be cautious. The more he knew, the more he respected the myriad worlds battlefield. Putting away the treasure chest that appeared again, Zhang Yin turned and left. Returning to his large stone house, he took out the chest and opened it. Unsurprisingly, he was greeted by half a chest of silver coins and a scroll. He did not expect to receive 2 scrolls, so simply ones that had eluded him before. In that case, he would have to keep challenging the void vortex. Mission Scroll Invasion. As someone who can establish a territory in the myriad worlds battlefield, you now possess sufficient strength. It's time to showcase your brutal side by invading a randomly hostile otherworld. The otherworld's level is random. Proceed with caution. Rewards based on the degree of invasion and the level of the otherworld gain a large number of origin points and world origin power. 235959. What? This scroll turned out not to be the architectural blueprint he imagined, but a mission scroll. Moreover, was this invasion serious? Also that time, surely it wasn't a joke. However, looking at the rewards behind it, he couldn't help but feel he was finished. He couldn't withstand such temptation. Origin points and world origin power. Both were things he desperately needed. What a guy. The myriad worlds battlefield truly knows how to play upon people's hearts. With such rewards, even those lacking strength would be tempted to try. Confirmed he was not a person of unwavering resolve, he chose to accept. Coming to the myriad worlds battlefield was a gamble, and he did not mind continuing to gamble. Thinking of it, he directly used the mission scroll in his hand. Since it was an invasion, he naturally could not be careless. After all, it was an entire otherworld. Who knew what dangers lay within? After contemplating, Zhang Yin still notified the elder, and then contacted Zhang Feng, who was giving a lecture, to prepare everything he believed he could. Once everything was ready, he pulled the Chongtian Nyo and arrived at an open space. Taking out the mission scroll, it transformed into a stream of light, beginning to coalesce in midair. As soon as the spatial gate successfully coalesced, Zhang Yin could commence his mission journey. Invasion of other worlds carried risks, but it was not absolute. Moreover, this spatial gate was one way for otherworldly beings. Even if the invasion failed, as long as he retreated quickly, there would be no issues, no reverse invasion would occur. Otherwise, this mission scroll would never have been so easily obtained by Zhang Yan. The myriad worlds battlefield sought invasions not to allow people to use it for reverse invasions. It was precisely because of this information that he decided to accept the invasion mission. He might encounter similar tasks in the future. If he was too afraid to even try, he might as well return to Blue Star and sleep. However, developments often take unexpected turns. The time required for this invasion channel to form and the speed of the spatial gate's formation were much too slow. Perhaps it was due to distance. This spatial gate needed at least a day's time to fully take shape. Seeing this duration, Zhang Yan finally understood what made invading other worlds difficult. The formation of the spatial gate took a day's time, and during this time it had long been discovered by beings from the other world who had then blocked the gate. Storming in under such circumstances would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Thinking of the trouble he would face, Zhang Yan felt a headache coming on. Who knew what the situation was on the other side? Storming into an unknown world without any intelligence was no different from seeking death. The time is still early. It won't hurt to wait until tomorrow to challenge the magical beasts. After contemplating for a moment while gazing at the spatial gate before him, Zhang Yan made up his mind. Let's go. It's time to cultivate. With that, he called upon the soaring celestial bull and turned to leave. Once back in his large stone house, Zhang Yan did not immediately begin his cultivation, but returned to Blue Star. In comparison to the myriad battlefield, Blue Star is truly his root. Due to the explosive growth of his power, the entire heavenly Tao space has now fallen under his dominion. All that remains is to nurture it and deepen his control over the heavenly Tao space, transforming it completely into his own realm. In response, Zhang Yan nodded in satisfaction. The heavenly Tao space is the front line of Blue Star, and the more stable it is, the better. With the domain expansion in the heavenly Tao space completed, the remaining focus will be on the domain above Blue Star. The characteristics of his previous territory have merged into the Earth domain, allowing the domain above Blue Star to benefit as well. Now the Great Xia above Blue Star is completely enveloped by his domain, marking the preliminary completion of his plan. As for whether to expand outward, after a moment's thought, Zhang Yan shook his head. The Great Xia in this world is the most powerful nation, its territory vast and expansive. It is precisely because of this that all nations hold a wary mindset towards the Great Xia. The Great Xia is too powerful. They must tread carefully. Regardless of their mindset, Zhang Yan harbors no goodwill towards them. He knows well the effects of his Earth domain, and he does not wish to expend great effort to expand it only for others to reap the benefits. Even if the Earth domain does not provide them with boosts, the land within the domain has indeed become more fertile, and the output of resources has increased significantly. His territory cannot accommodate so many races. With such strength, why would he not deepen his control over the domain? Only by continuously imbuing the domain with his own aura can the Earth domain grow stronger, and he would receive greater benefits. Thus, this return to Blue Star is to draw the boundaries. Although he does not decide to expand the domain outward with the Earth domain and himself present the land he occupies naturally receives the world's blessings. Therefore, even if his Earth domain does not actively expand, as the world recovers and spiritual energy revives, the world will gradually grow larger, and naturally his domain will be the most affected. As a result, the Great Xia and the lands beyond it will become two completely different worlds. After returning to Blue Star, Zhang Yan contacted the Grand Elder and recounted the situation. The Grand Elder was quite surprised, but internally pleased. At the very least, from this matter, it can be seen that Zhang Yan still holds strong feelings for the Great Xia. However, while Zhang Yan spoke simply as the Grand Elder of the Great Xia, he had many more considerations, but it didn't matter. No nation on Blue Star dared to challenge the Great Xia. Wait a moment, young Zhang. After notifying the Grand Elder, Zhang Yan intended to hang up, but was stopped by, "Oh, is there anything else?" "Please go ahead, Grand Elder." Although he didn't want to meddle too much in Blue Star's affairs, he wouldn't mind lending a hand if something truly required it. However, considering the current state of the Great Xia, they really don't need his assistance. "Zhang Clan Leader, we have completed the preparations you previously notified us to undertake. We have also done our utmost to prepare for the resurgence of spiritual energy. However, in our contingency plan, while our weapons will still be useful in the early stages of the resurgence, we lack the strength on an individual soldier level. Could you possibly send someone to support us in various regions?" Upon hearing the Grand Elder speak, Zhang Yan understood immediately. He was quite aware of the power of modern fire. Even with the resurgence of spiritual energy, it would take a considerable amount of time for wild beasts in the wilderness to evolve to a level capable of resisting firearms. Therefore, although the situation is severe, the Grand Elder remained relatively relaxed. However, as the Grand Elder mentioned, they believe in the power of their weapons, but if they encounter special incidents, regular soldiers may not be able to cope effectively. For example, against wild beasts that burst into cities, deploying cultivators like Zhang Yan is naturally a wise choice to avoid collateral damage. The main issue is that the Grand Elder is considering the future of the Great Xia. Bringing up these matters now will make it easier than discussing them later. Moreover, when that time comes, whether anyone will be willing to take charge will become a difficult question. This is no exaggeration. Information from the Myriad Battlefield has not been concealed from the Grand Elder and the others. They are aware of the situation there. With abundant spiritual energy suitable for cultivation, many are unwilling to stay on Blue Star. If things have become this way, what will the future hold? The Great Xia is their root. No matter how good the environment in the Myriad Battlefield is, they cannot abandon Blue Star. While they are still unaccustomed to the environment in the Myriad Battlefield, as long as Zhang Yan issues a task, they will not easily refuse. Alright, I will arrange it right away, but I need a set of rules regarding the form this will take. Zhang Yan understood the Grand Elder's intentions, and not wanting to neglect Blue Star readily agreed. However, even though he agreed, he would not hesitate to seek benefits where he could. After all, those coming to establish order now are all from the Zhang family. When else would he find the time to seek benefits for his kin? The Grand Elder also picked up on Zhang Yan's underlying meaning and naturally agreed without hesitation. Using some benefits to achieve the desired outcome was something he had no objections to. Then it settled. After hanging up, the Grand Elder glanced at Qinyu behind him. Did you hear everything? Go. After arranging matters, the Grand Elder turned his attention to the documents before him. As he examined the contents, a cold smile appeared on his face. These disgusting entities also need to be cleared away. Zhang Yan was completely unaware of what was happening with the Grand Elder, but it didn't matter. If he wanted to, with his current strength and power, there was much he could accomplish. It was merely a matter of whether he was, if not for sensing a situation arising within the territory above Blue Star, he wouldn't even want to return to Blue Star. Isn't it more enjoyable to cultivate in the Myriad Battlefield? Strength is everything. As for the remaining trivial matters, he can leave them to others to handle. Drawing boundaries at the border. I never expected I would one day undertake this task. Feeling the situation within his domain, Zhang Yan shook his head with a smile and let go of his mind, merging into the domain. Zhang Yan had already devised a plan in his heart regarding how to draw boundaries. As long as it was within his domain, it would exert pressure on other races in the world. With the pressure of his domain upon them, it would become exceptionally difficult for them to invade the territory of the Great Xia. This task could be accomplished with just a thought from him. However, the domains on Blue Star were too fragile. The newly formed domain had an almost negligible suppressive force, and under violent impacts, it might even dissipate. In response, Zhang Yan had no choice but to inform the Grand Elder in advance, advising them to be cautious. However, he wasn't overly worried, as there were currently no extraordinary beings on Blue Star. By the time the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived to give birth to extraordinary beings, his domain would have long stabilized. Although his Earth domain was powerful, its effectiveness on the living beings within the territory of Great Xia was not as effective as he had imagined. Previously, he had considered whether to suppress all species other than the human race within Great Xia, which would make the human race the sole overlord of this continent. However, after some thought, Zhang Yan abandoned that idea, as it would disrupt the ecology within Great Xia, leading to the death of many living beings who could not adapt to the new environment. It was better to allow these beings to remain within the territory of Great Xia and grow. Although this decision might bring some crises to Great Xia, overall the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. After traveling back and forth along the borders of Great Xia, he erected stone tablets as boundaries. As for the previous boundary markers of Great Xia, they had nothing to do with him. Having stated that the previous markers were of Great Xia, he naturally followed his own preferences now. If anyone had the ability, they could come to find him. After setting up several stone tablets that he deemed reasonable, Zhang Yan nodded in satisfaction and returned to Zhang family village. Upon returning to Zhang family village, Zhang Yan summoned the heads of the various branches. Patriarch. In the shrine of the old man, everyone gathered again, and upon seeing Zhang Yan, they bowed in unison. In the past, they might have looked down on Zhang Yan, viewing him as just a young man of their age. However, after witnessing extraordinary power, their attitudes had quietly changed. Everyone, please take a seat. To be honest, Zhang Yan had summoned them numerous times over the past few days, but since the establishment of the Heavenly Down Network, he had left matters to it, and had not called them together again. Now that Zhang Yan had gathered them again, something must have happened which made them dare not be the slightest bit negligent. Tap, tap, tap. Zhang Yan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, surveying the crowd. Zhang Chenyu, Zhang Siyu, and Zhang Chao. These were all young men responsible for a branch. Today, news has come from the Elder Pavilion. To ensure the security of various regions, they need us to station ourselves in different locations. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows. To be honest, they had no intention of causing trouble in Great Xia, nor did they think of doing anything, but the extraordinary power they wielded made them much more vigilant. The idea of being scattered made them tremble. Their strength had indeed increased, but in this era of firearms their level of power was hardly sufficient. It was only in Zhang family village, and within the heavenly Dao space that they felt true safety. They had come to regard the heavenly Dao space as their territory where no danger would arise. This was their instinctive thought. But now, someone actually wanted to disperse them throughout Great Xia. Being separated, they genuinely felt no sense of security. Of course, this was just the thought of a few individuals. Among them were quite a few who held power and influence at home. Even if problems arose, they could ensure their safety, and then return to the heavenly Dao space. In the heavenly Dao space, no one could threaten them. However, despite thinking this way, if they were really to be dispersed, they still felt some unease. Patriarch, we can accept the task from the Elder Pavilion, but with our current strength, it would be useless for us to go. Zhang Xiyuan thought for a moment, and stood up to ask. Indeed, if they could do something for Great Xia, they wouldn't mind. But the current issue was that their own strength was insufficient. It would truly be a burden for them to hold down a fort. It would be better to prepare a couple more guns than to have them stationed. You are right, but also not entirely. The current Blue Star has not yet seen a revival of spiritual energy, and there is nothing for you to do. Your task now is to cultivate and enhance your own strength. Whether in the heavenly Dao space or the myriad realms battlefield, there are no restrictions. It's not practical for so many of us to be crowded in Zhang family village, and it's unnecessary. Moreover, there must be someone at home to protect it. Once Zhang Yan said this, everyone exchanged glances, and they already knew Zhang Yan's decision. Indeed, they also had families. With no revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, it was naturally very safe, and they had not considered the situation of their families. Now they were like workers going out to earn a living, and it wouldn't be too late to return home for the new year. However, with Zhang Yan's reminder, they awoke to the reality. The revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star was underway, and with such a drastic change in the environment, who knew what might happen? For the safety of their families, they indeed needed to prepare early. Think about it. As for how to act, you can decide for yourselves as long as you do not neglect your cultivation. You also mentioned that in case of emergencies you can enter the heavenly Dao space, and since you are dispersed in various places, you can also gather directly in the heavenly Dao space. After saying so much, Zhang Yan paused, surveying the crowd once more before slowly continuing. In fact, even if the Elder Pavilion had not given this task, some of you would still need to return with a portion of people. Currently, over 20,000 of us have passed the trials, but this number is far from sufficient for the myriad realm. On this return, you also have a task, which is to recruit people to expand our influence. Especially those with talent, bring as many as you can. The gap between the talented and the untalented is immense. He would gather as many as he could. With the conversation reaching this point, they naturally could not refuse and had no choice but to leave with these thoughts. Watching them leave, Zhang Yan nodded. They were an extension of the influence of Zhang family village, and as they ventured out, the power under his command would grow ever stronger. Young master, are you really just letting them go? Zhang Feng looked at the departing crowd somewhat puzzled as he turned to. In his heart, having these people under his control was the only truth. Once they scattered, who would still care about him? Even with the Dao space in play, various issues would still arise. You idiot! Zhang Jun sighed, unable to hold back as he saw the foolish question from Zhang Feng. You coward, why does it concern you when I talk to young master? In response to Zhang Jun's sigh, Zhang Feng shot back directly. Regardless of whether he was at fault, as long as Zhang Jun spoke, it became Zhang Jun's fault. His logic was quite reasonable. Seeing Zhang Feng like this again, Zhang Jun shook his head and decided to ignore him. If he ignored him, he could only feel distressed within himself. After having fought once, his mood had improved, and he had come to terms with it. Zhang Yan didn't bother to explain Zhang Feng's question. Zhang Feng just hadn't figured it out yet, but he would understand on his own soon. Yunbin, how is your domain coming along? Any progress? Upon hearing Zhang Yan's question, Zhang Yunbin stood up excitedly. Young master, it's truly amazing. Previously, when I expanded my Qingmu domain, I could control all the plants within it, but this control was very taxing and consumed a lot of energy. Now I have nourished a small forest within my domain, and I have already mastered controlling the trees there effortlessly. The attacks initiated by these trees have also become significantly stronger. Moreover, even if I leave the arranged domain to go elsewhere, my domain has become much stronger. Zhang Yunbin was very excited. Within just a few days, he had made such significant progress. How could he not feel thrilled? Most importantly, as his understanding of his Qingmu domain deepened, his own physique attributes had surprisingly increased by 3 points. An increase of 3 points in physique attributes. How could he not be happy or excited? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, turning the scene into his personal lecture. Even the bickering Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun couldn't help but look at Zhang Yunbin. Both of them were very familiar with Zhang Yunbin. Especially after the last conversation with Zhang Yan, they had paid more attention to this person who had always been transparent. However, at that time, Zhang Yan had sent Zhang Yunbin to farm, and the two of them were busy with their cultivation, managing the Dao space, and the earthly domains in the myriad battlefield, thus neglecting Zhang Yunbin. But no one had expected that in just 2 days Zhang Yunbin would surprise them so much. Zhang Yunbin made such great progress, but what about themselves? Coming back to reality as they looked at themselves and felt their own strength, they felt a bit ashamed. It was no excuse to say they were busy and didn't have time to cultivate. These were merely excuses. As long as one wanted to, they could always carve out time to cultivate. Listening to Zhang Yunbin's explanation, they gradually became confused. Wait, Binzi, where did you place your domain? Being interrupted, Zhang Yunbin was not dissatisfied, but his excitement was somewhat dampened. In the Dao space. What's wrong? The land in the Dao space is very fertile and quite suitable for plant growth, and there is also spiritual energy in the Dao space. It is the best place for planting. With nothing to hide, Zhang Yunbin spoke openly. It can be like this. As Zhang Yunbin spoke, Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun exchanged incredulous glances. The two had the same thought. Since the Dao space had already become Zhang Yan's domain, they naturally needed to find other places. It was precisely because of this that they hadn't started taking action. Is that not okay? Zhang Yunbin was still a bit puzzled. Then he realized and turned to look at Zhang. Uncle, I'm sorry, I placed my domain in the Dao space. That won't affect you, will it? Zhang Yunbin felt somewhat awkward, only now realizing that Zhang Yan's domain had already occupied the Dao space. Zhang Yan looked at the awkward Zhang Yunbin, shook his head to indicate it was fine, then shot a fierce glare at Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun. It's fine. As long as there are no conflicts between the domains, they are not hostile and can be layered. With Zhang Yan's reassurance, Zhang Yunbin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just focus on cultivating. My earthly domain can fertilize the land and gather spiritual energy, which will greatly benefit you. You're doing well. After praising Zhang Yunbin a couple more times, Zhang Yan turned to Zhang Jun and Zhang Feng. As for Binzi, I won't say more. If you two don't put in the effort, be careful about being eliminated. There are many people and talents on Blue Star. You must understand that you are only a few days ahead. This little lead is not much. I understand, young master. I will spend more time on cultivation from now on. Zhang Feng accepted his mistake and vowed to change. Zhang Jun was much quieter, but also nodded vigorously. Regarding this matter, Zhang Yan did not dwell on it. He was not afraid of the two making mistakes. He feared their arrogance and the refusal to correct their errors. As for what to do next, he didn't need to teach it personally. Zhang Yunbin had already perfectly demonstrated how to cultivate. Zhang Feng's talent was also in the earth attribute and land attribute, which shared much in common with his own talent. It was expected that Zhang Feng's strength would undergo a tremendous transformation in the future. As for Zhang Jun, he really had no good suggestions. However, they had plenty of ideas. As long as they cultivated seriously, there would always be a suitable way for them. There are always more methods than difficulties. As for the rest, there was no need to continue inquiring. After only 2 days, how could there be so many matters? Everyone go cultivate. Remember, cultivation strength is everything. After dismissing the three, Zhang Yan walked towards the depths of the temple. There was the place where the old man lived. He could ignore others, but he had to care for the old man at all times. After all, he was the only family he had in this world. Arriving at the old man's door before Zhang Yan could knock, the old man opened the door first. Clearly, the old man had been waiting for Zhang Yan's arrival. Upon entering the old man's bedroom, Zhang Yan found the furnishings to be quite simple, with only a bed, a table, and a chair. Zhang Yan was not surprised by this. The old man was a Taoist and had no special needs, so his life was naturally simple. Sitting on the chair observing the old man across from him, Zhang Yan noted that his vital spirit was not much different from that of a young adult. Seeing this, Zhang Yan couldn't help but marvel at the power of the extraordinary, which could bring about such significant changes in a 100-year-old man. You little brat actually dared to come here. As Zhang Yan settled down, the old man's sarcastic voice reached his. In response, Zhang Yan could only shake his head and smile wryly. Forget it. Just as he was about to say something, the old man interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I don't care what you old man do, but I'm very dissatisfied with what you've done. Is the universal battlefield a good place? Is it a place for you to show off your heroism? You need to know your own position. You are a leader, the hope of Blue Star. Zhang Yan quietly listened to the old man scolding, secretly taking notes in his heart. However, he could not agree with the old man's views. In the old man's eyes, since it was war, there would naturally be sacrifices. These were normal situations. He was very dissatisfied with Zhang Yan's caretaker-like approach. Zhang Yan understood the old man's thoughts, but he simply did not want to act that way. To say he would take on the entire Blue Star alone and become some kind of hero was not his intention. Right now, he only wanted to do things within his capability. If his strength was insufficient and he needed help, he naturally wouldn't take unnecessary risks. However, as his strength grew, his confidence also swelled. Otherwise, after realizing the brutality of the universal battlefield, he wouldn't have dared to venture there. It was his strength that gave him the courage to face it. After listening to the old man's lecture for a long time, it was only until midnight that the old man finally sent Zhang Yan away. Before leaving Zhang, Yan left 2 spirit stones for the old man to use for cultivation. The spirit vein planted could only produce this much. If he used it for cultivation, whether it could support him for even 2 minutes was questionable. However, giving it to the old man should allow for some decent breakthroughs in his strength. After leaving the old man's residence, Zhang, Yan shook his head slightly, then smiled silently before leisurely departing. Instead of going to the Dao space or the Universal Battlefield, he returned home. Tomorrow the invasion channel would form, but he had no idea what the outcome would be. A night of contemplation did not affect him. Early the next morning, after a casual wash, Zhang Yan once again arrived at the Universal Battlefield. He sensed the situation in his territory, then sent out his divine sense, mapping everything within the territory into his mind. Everything was normal with no surprises. However, when his divine sense swept over the void whirlpool, it passed straight through without sensing anything. Zhang Yan was not surprised by this. After all, it was something created by the Universal Battlefield, so some anomalies were to be expected. He moved, arriving at the edge of his territory, looking at the still spiraling void whirlpool, nodding in satisfaction. This was truly a treasure trove. Although he could only challenge it once a day, the rewards were indeed substantial. By the second day, Zhang Feng and the others had returned. Their expressions were determined, their blood surged as they constantly motivated themselves, vowing that the previous day's situation would not happen again. Watching Zhang Feng and their actions, Zhang Yan did not approach, merely observing from a distance. These people would be the backbone of his future forces. He felt no wrong in sharing these resources with them. As for the benefits he could gain when these individuals grew stronger, he had not considered. By the time they matured, he would have already ascended. Although this was just a whimsical thought of his, who could truly predict future events? He was very confident in his growth speed. Turning to look at the invading portal still forming, Zhang Yan stood frozen. It was not that the spatial gate had formed, but the size of this gate completely exceeded his expectations. 50 meters wide and 200 meters high, the spatial gate truly shocked him. Waves of energy rippled across the gate, causing alarm. One could only say it was worthy of being a channel for invading a world. Moreover, what was even more alarming was that this was not the limit of the spatial gate. It was still expanding rapidly, clearly in the final explosive phase of expansion. Fortunately, the position of the spatial gate was on the edge of the territory. Otherwise, many areas of his territory would have to be rebuilt. Watching the crowd gathering not far away, he had some understanding. The void whirlpool was relatively normal in size, with the city walls blocking it. Although it couldn't completely shield the view of the people inside the city, it did not reach the level of attracting a crowd. However, the spatial gate was different. It was too large to ignore. Moreover, there was no one preventing them from approaching, so a large crowd began to gather and watch. Seeing the crowd, Zhang Yan frowned slightly, but did not drive them away. Curiosity was natural for these people, but very few would dare to approach the spatial gate. They would be curious about the unknown, yet they would also be fearful. Additionally, since the spatial gate had not fully formed yet, the spatial fluctuations alone exerted unimaginable pressure, deterring anyone from daring to approach. However, there were some fearless individuals braving the pressure to stand not far in front of the crowd. They were not truly unafraid. They dared not get too close. Their real aim was to squeeze out their potential and seek a breakthrough. Seeing this, Zhang Yan shook his head, truly amazed at the thoughts in their minds. However, he did not think highly of such a cultivation method. This method of cultivation had existed for too short a time. Once the spatial gate formed, this pressure would disappear, naturally no longer assisting them in their cultivation. Of course, this was just Zhang Yan's personal opinion. His cultivation took too much time. For others, any improvement, no matter how small, was welcome. Turning away, no longer paying attention to the expanding spatial gate, he refocused on the void whirlpool. After clearing out a few waves of monsters, he could head to the spatial gate. Zhang Yan did not have to wait long, as Zhang Feng and the others had arrived early. After a night had passed, their anger still simmered. Previously, when Zhang Yan had not arrived, they naturally did not take any action. Now that they saw Zhang Yan's arrival, their gazes fixed intently on him. "Young master, we are all ready." Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with unwavering determination as he looked at Zhang Yan. After losing face here yesterday, they were determined to make a comeback today. Of course, it would be even better if they could gain more experience. Yesterday, many of them had directly leveled up. Although under Zhang Yan's instruction, they had focused their origin points on their own essence, the effect of the origin points was immense. Their power was still weak, but even without training, their attributes had visibly increased. Some even saw improvements in their physical and mental attributes, which was no different from applying the origin points directly to their attributes. Do not underestimate this slight enhancement in attributes. After the trial, many had already reached the peak of what a human could achieve. With the training over the past few days, although their physical abilities had not reached the human limit, they were not far off. The enhancement in attributes had directly broken through their physical potential. This slight enhancement in attributes represented a fundamental improvement, effectively doubling their power. Who wouldn't be envious? Now that the opportunity had arisen, if they failed to seize it again, their young master would surely be completely disappointed. Ready, let's begin. I do not wish for any more surprises. Although he knew that Zhang Feng and the others understood what to do, he couldn't help but voice his concerns once more. After all, they were childhood friends and fellow villagers. He genuinely wanted to see the day they would grow into capable individuals. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded vigorously, his face filled with determination as he dashed towards the formation. Seeing that they were all prepared, Zhang Yin made a mental gesture and commenced today's challenge. Similar to yesterday, the area was still filled with monsters within a 100-meter radius. Although the monsters were different, their strength was not much varied. Seeing this, Zhang Yin felt completely at ease. The first wave of monsters was met with cannon fire, and this time Zhang Feng and the others managed to remain unscathed. Once all the monsters had disappeared, Zhang Feng and the others were overwhelmingly excited, their pent-up anger having been released. Without hesitation, after collecting the treasure chest, Zhang Yin directly initiated the second wave. Though they had not encountered the second wave of monsters yesterday, they had received information about them from Zhang Yin. By this point, their excited hearts had gradually calmed down. They glanced at their guns, hoping that they would not encounter any issues when facing the second wave of monsters. As the second wave of monsters appeared, cannon fire erupted. Boom, 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 the sounds of explosions mingled with the roars of the monsters. The force was considerable, but the damage. Zhang Yin shook his head upon witnessing the scene. Although these monsters were not much stronger than the first wave, their attributes were generally above 40 points. Though the difference wasn't great, their defenses had undoubtedly improved significantly. The power of guns and cannons was considerable, but against extraordinary strength their effectiveness was greatly diminished. Yet the power was still there, even if it was weakened, the result remained unchanged. Massive numbers of monsters were swiftly eliminated. The saturation strike was such that it couldn't be stopped. There was no room for evasion. However, they only had this one chance to unleash their firepower. The monsters were too close. In just 2 or 3 breaths, they had rushed right before them. Facing the monsters that had closed in, Zhang Feng and the others had long been mentally prepared. The soldiers in the front row summoned their bean soldiers. Compared to their own strength, their support still relied on the bean soldiers. With 600 to 700 monsters approaching, they hadn't even reached half, and over half of those were already injured. In this situation, releasing 200 bean soldiers was enough to withstand the monster charge. Of course, it was merely a desperate defense. The strength of the bean soldiers remained at their initial state and had not significantly improved with the awakening of their host. With a physique of 30 points, achieving this level was already commendable. The grenades in their hands continually fired, barely inflicting a small amount of damage. Seeing this, Zhang Yin did not hesitate and ordered Shi and the others to charge out. In a direct confrontation, these already weakened monsters were no match for Zhang Feng and the others and would eventually be eliminated. However, the elimination of these monsters could lead to some injuries. Zhang Yin had long been prepared for the possibility of injuries in battle. But for now, it was only a training exercise. Any injuries that occurred were beyond his acceptable limits. With Shi and the others joining in, this wave of monsters was quickly cleared. As the monsters fell, Zhang Feng and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although with the bean soldiers blocking them, they were not afraid of these monsters. It must be said that the aura emanating from these monsters was overwhelmingly powerful, and as they got closer, it felt suffocating. At the same time, their gazes towards Shi and the others had completely changed. They were too strong. While their bean soldiers could only barely resist the monsters, Shi and the others were slaughtering them. This disparity both shocked and inspired them. At this moment, Zhang Feng and the others had reached their limit. If more came, they truly wouldn't be able to hold on. However, since they were there to gain experience, Zhang Yin naturally would not drive them away. As the third wave of monsters approached, a small boss monster also emerged with both numbers and strength significantly increased. Zhang Feng and the others initiated their cannon fire while Shi and the others followed up with their spells. After that, it was up to Zhang Feng and the others to ensure that no monsters slipped through to the city. Watching Shi and the others in battle, Zhang Feng and the others were even more shocked. The more they understood, the more they yearned for the power possessed by Shi and the others. Zhang Feng had previously been proud of the power he had gained, but now he realized that his strength was truly insignificant. The fourth wave is mine. Before the third wave of monsters had even been cleared, the charging bull arrived by Zhang Yan's side. He was quite displeased about yesterday's situation, but since Zhang Yan was his master, he naturally could not oppose him. Yet with a child's stubbornness, he also put forward his request. Zhang Yan found it somewhat amusing, but did not. Although the monsters appearing from the void vortex could provide him with many good things, he couldn't just stay there every day. He had his own matters to attend to and needed to train. Since the charging bull had made this request, he naturally, alright. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's simple agreement, the charging bull did not think much of it, and happily, the expansion of the territory is still too slow. After the third wave of monsters was cleared, Zhang Yin looked at the battlefield before him, feeling somewhat contemplative. He was very eager to know what kind of monsters would appear in the next wave and what rewards would come with them. However, if he truly let loose, it was possible that the monsters would directly fill his territory after appearing. In such a scenario, he would indeed be thrown into chaos. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. If that situation really occurred, he would likely prepare in advance and avoid such unforeseen events. Madman, you all retreat. Understood. To be honest, Zhang Feng felt a bit reluctant to leave now. After all, who wouldn't be unwilling to miss out on such easy experience for leveling up? However, since Zhang Yin had spoken, he naturally wouldn't go against him. Wait a moment. What do you say, young master? Upon hearing Zhang Yin call him, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy and immediately perked up. From now on, bring more people over every day? 500 is not enough. Yes, young master. Zhang Feng felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought he could continue staying to gain experience, but it turned out to be just this. Zhang Feng left, and Zhang Yin shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Zhang Feng and the others a chance, but the fourth wave of monsters was somewhat outrageous. A slight mishap could lead to injuries. For their safety, retreating was indeed the best outcome. However, this retreat was different from yesterday. Today they finally regained their footing. Thus, even though they chose to retreat, they did not leave, but instead watched Zhang Yin from a distance. They also wanted to see what kind of monsters would appear next. They didn't have to wait long. After their retreat, Zhang Yin initiated the fourth wave of monster challenges. As they looked at the monsters that appeared less than 30 meters from the city wall, Zhang Feng and the others collectively gasped. They truly did not expect the fourth wave of monsters to appear right in front of their defense line. If they had still been near the defense line, those monsters could have jumped and landed on them, delivering a heavy blow. No one dared to underestimate the attack power of these monsters. Before they could recover from the shock of the monster's appearance, they were jolted awake by a thunderous roar from the celestial bull. The celestial bull leaped into the air above the monsters, and with a roar its body began to swell, returning to its original size. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was left in shock, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. They had seen the celestial bull before and knew it was extraordinary, but they never expected it to appear before them in such a form. The celestial bull was unaware of Zhang Feng and the others' thoughts, nor did it care. Right now its focus was solely on those monsters. Yesterday's Zhang Yan's sweeping action had left it quite astonished. It acknowledged that it couldn't defeat Zhang Yan, but it just wanted to prove itself. Despite having a bit of a childish temperament, it no longer cared. In an instant, the celestial bull jumped into the air, its body swelling, and then it stomped down. A terrifying wave surged forth, instantly engulfing most of the monsters. Seeing this, Zhang Yan was also somewhat surprised. He was well aware of his attack range. If it weren't for the existence of the domain, his attack range would not have been that vast. However, the celestial bull's attack range was indeed astonishing. But this is still not enough. Zhang Yan noticed this situation. As the attacker, the celestial bull also realized that its attack hadn't covered all the monsters. Feeling anxious, it summoned a surge of earthy yellow spiritual energy, launching a wave of earth spikes that finally enveloped all the monsters. For the celestial bull, the issue of insufficient attack power simply did not exist. As long as it was within the range of its attack, there would be no reduction in power. Dust filled the air, shrouding the entire battlefield and obscuring everyone's vision. However, Zhang Yan knew that they had already secured victory. As a fellow second-tier being, Zhang Yan understood that facing the attack of a second-tier celestial bull, these monsters had no hope of survival. Indeed, after the attack landed, the celestial bull charged out triumphantly, coming to Zhang Yan's side. Zhang Yan did not hesitate to praise the celestial bull. However, that was about all. It was impossible for him to offer any rewards, as he himself was nearly out of resources. Yet even that brief praise left the celestial bull immensely satisfied. It snorted and swaggered over to stand behind Zhang Yan. The celestial bull knew that today's matters were far from over, so it did not rush to leave. Zhang Yan put away the treasure chest in his hand and turned to Zhang Feng, waving him over. Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately ran over, looking at Zhang Yan. Today they had vented their frustrations and felt truly exhilarated. Thinking of Zhang Jun, who was still in the heavenly Dao space, studying his domain, his mood improved even more. Look, there's the spatial gate over there. Keep people stationed there and don't let anyone approach. Yes. Without asking further, Zhang Feng immediately went to carry out the order. Zhang Feng had already checked out that gigantic spatial gate. It was a passage for invading another world. At first he was shocked, but recalling the strength of his young master, he understood. Indeed, with such powerful abilities, it was no surprise to him. It was merely an invasion of another world. This is the battlefield of all realms. They might encounter it often in the future. With that thought, his mood settled. Now that the young master had asked him to guard it, it might be because this spatial passage was about to form. After all, it led to another world, and naturally, they couldn't allow just anyone to intrude. After Zhang Feng left, Zhang Yan directly flashed to the altar and summoned the 10 subjects for today. Summoned 10. 3 men and 2 women, 5 earth element earthlings, somewhat different from yesterday. While it was a bit unexpected, it was also within reason. Random summoning is all about randomness. Likewise, he let the little earthlings go find stones while the remaining subjects acted on their own. They came equipped with skills. Even if he left them alone, they would still perform their duties. Not bothering about them, he truly didn't know how to arrange these subjects. Returning to his large stone house, he created today's earth element spirit, and then took out the treasure chest he had received today. Although the items in the chest were not particularly precious, the thrill of opening a blind box was genuinely delightful. Unsurprisingly, the first thing he opened was a large pile of copper coins. Truly good items were not so easily obtained. Arrow Tower. Zhang Yan frowned upon seeing the only blueprint rolled out today. Arrow Tower, capable of constructing an automatic attacking arrow tower with an attack range of 200 and damage of 30. It can accommodate 10 ranged shooters, enhancing their attack distance by 50 and vision by 100. Construction requirements: 100 copper coins, 200 wood. How should one put it? Anyone who has played tower defense games is certainly familiar with the concept of an arrow tower. However, the current issue is that the conditions for constructing a territory are so high. With such strong capabilities already, is the arrow tower still useful? Moreover, is that fixed damage serious? Although he wasn't sure how significant 30 damage was, he couldn't help but think that the arrow tower was trash. The only decent feature is the increase in range and vision for ranged shooters. But even that is merely decent and truly offers little benefit to him. Trash. Zhang Yan uttered this word with a dark expression before putting away the arrow tower blueprint. He had already concluded how to deal with this arrow tower. He genuinely did not understand what was going on in the battlefield of 10,000 realms to the point of churning out such. You might say you're incorporating some game rules, but can you at least be reasonable? Zhang Yan sighed deeply while continuously complaining in his heart. The battlefield of 10,000 realms is the ultimate authority, or what could he say? As time slowly passed, Zhang Yan did not cultivate, but waited in front of the spatial gate. No matter what the situation was on the other side of the spatial gate, he needed to clarify it. Since he had arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 realms, war was the theme here. There was no escaping it. Finally, after 2 hours, the spatial gate ceased its expansion. The current spatial gate had reached a width of 100 meters and a height of 300 meters, truly a colossal behemoth. Even with the towering trees around, nothing could obstruct the gigantic portal of the spatial gate. However, the previous intimidation still lingered, and no alien beings dared to come check it out. The spatial gate no longer expanded, and the terrifying energy ripples it emitted were slowly retracting. Zhang Yan did not give any commands as Zhang Feng and the others acted on their own, keeping watch over the spatial gate. Due to the massive size of the spatial gate, Zhang Feng had to temporarily recruit many more personnel. Another half hour passed, and the energy fluctuations on the spatial gate concealed themselves, stabilizing completely. Seeing this, Zhang Yan finally made his move. Spirit of Earth Element summoned. Since he was going to scout, he could not afford to be weak. He and the Charging Bull had the strongest powers. They were the best candidates. However, Zhang Yan himself would not take risks, as the Charging Bull was merely a cub, though powerful unforeseen accidents could occur. Therefore, the most suitable choice on site was Stone and his companions. However, compared to Stone and them, Zhang Yan had even better options. After all, Stone and his companions were real beings now. It was best to avoid unnecessary risks. The Spirit of Earth element which he had fixed could be considered a true being, and what Zhang Yan was using now was just his summon, a one-time Spirit of Earth element. Such a Spirit of Earth element, even if destroyed by alien beings on the other side of the spatial gate, would not cause Zhang Yan any heartache. The Spirit of Earth element quickly coalesced, taking on a towering figure over 20 meters tall, casting a large shadow. Everyone was somewhat astonished at the sight of the Spirit of Earth element. Undoubtedly, this was a second-tier Spirit of Earth element, far stronger than Stone and his companions. Before everyone's eyes, the Spirit of Earth element stepped into the spatial gate. No one knew what the outcome would be, but that did not dampen their excitement. Previously, after learning the rules of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, they had prepared themselves mentally for the invasion of Blue Star, but now they were invading others. This unexpected twist greatly boosted their morale. Once the Spirit of Earth element entered the spatial gate, it found itself in an incredibly vast white tunnel. However, before Zhang Yan could use vision sharing to explore the situation inside, he suddenly found himself in a forest. As soon as the Spirit of Earth element emerged, it prepared for defense, as no one knew what the situation on the other side of the spatial gate was like. Through the Spirit of Earth element's perspective, Zhang Yan observed the scene before him with great curiosity. However, before he could ponder further, an unexpected event occurred. The body of the Spirit of Earth element trembled violently, emitting surging waves of energy that caused the entire forest to shake. What's going on? Seeing the spirit of earth element encounter problems, Zhang Yan's expression grew serious. Could it be that some powerful being from this world has made a move? He thought to himself. Not knowing what had happened, Zhang Yan could only watch from the sidelines. However, even though he felt anxious, he did not show it, not wanting to pressure Zhang Feng and the others. The body of the spirit of earth element was expanding, and in an instant it swelled to 100 meters in size, yet the spirit of earth element showed no signs of stopping. Through the feelings of the spirit of earth element, Zhang Yan did not detect anything amiss. In fact, it even gave him a sense of liberation, a refreshing feeling. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and the body of the spirit of earth element expanded to 100 Zhang, before finally coming to a halt. After sensing the condition of the spirit of earth element, Zhang Yan found that its power had not changed. It was merely capable of exerting greater strength. For instance, the spirit of earth element could previously exert a force of 100 pounds in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, enough to push someone back. But now in this alien world, the same 100 pounds of force could obliterate a person. As his thoughts raced, Zhang Yan had already grasped all the changes. This variation arose from the differences between worlds. Neither the battlefield of 10,000 realms nor Blue Star showed any discrepancies, because both did not belong to the category of small worlds. Feeling the current situation, Zhang Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while also feeling a sense of gratitude. When he accepted the heart of the world, he had a choice. One option was to keep the original world level unchanged, but subsequently bear the energy costs of repairing the world, which would slow his growth rate. The second option was to preserve only Blue Star, discarding the other places in the Tianqian Great Universe. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yan chose the latter. In his heart, even if the Tianqian Great Universe was inferior, it was far better than those small worlds. Indeed, he had made the right bet. This is getting interesting. If it were a dangerous world, he might have to think twice, but since it was a small world, he would not hold back. Since that is the case, the appearance of the spatial gate had already attracted the attention of the beings in this world. However, this world is merely a small one, and the strength of its inhabitants is not formidable. Conveying messages is not an easy task. Even if they receive the news, it would not be easy for them to rush over. The emergence of the earth element spirit caused the entire world to fall silent for a moment, and all the beings nearby seemed paralyzed with fear. Once they snapped back to reality, they scattered and fled as if a pod had exploded. Due to visibility issues, although these beings from another realm ran far away, they appeared the same in the eyes of the earth element spirit. At the same time, Zhang Yan also got a clear view of these alien beings. However, upon seeing them, although these alien beings were humanoid, what were those 4 tentacles behind them? Seeing them made Zhang Yan feel a wave of nausea. He did not understand why, but felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. He knew that it wasn't just the strangeness of these alien beings that triggered such aversion. If that were the case, these alien beings would, regardless of their odds against the earth element spirit, charge forward without hesitation. It seems there is no danger. The earth element spirit expanded its perception, and finding no surprises in the surroundings, prepared to step into this alien world. Although the situation in this alien world was still unclear, the current intelligence was already sufficient for him. After all, invading a strange world wouldn't come with complete information. As for adventure, it was naturally somewhat risky. But so what? This was not a game, this was war. Under the gaze of Zhang Feng and the others, Zhang Yan's figure stepped into the spatial gate and vanished from their sight. Upon seeing this, they exchanged glances and nodded resolutely. Without waiting for Zhang Yan's command, they too stepped into the portal. Is this the alien world? As the scenery brightened upon arriving in the alien world, Zhang Yan's divine sense spread out. After all, the earth element spirit was merely a summoned creature with limited perception. He felt more at ease coming himself. In an instant, the scene within 100 miles was imprinted in his mind. The sights he perceived left him momentarily stunned. Although he had experienced sensing everything in the Great Xia, while on Blue Star, that was only possible under the influence of the Earth domain, now, in this unfamiliar alien world, it relied solely on his own perception. Of course, this was not the most important aspect. The crucial point was the concentration of spiritual energy in this world, which exceeded his expectations. The spiritual energy concentration in the 10,000 realms battlefield was already high, but here, it was equally impressive. If it weren't for the small size of this world and the limited total amount of spiritual energy, one could only wonder what kind of powerful beings could be nurtured here. However, now that all of this was about to belong to him, it inevitably made him a bit excited. However, to fully control this small world, he still needed to clear out those alien beings. With this thought, a chilling, killing intent erupted from Zhang Yan. He did not know these alien beings, nor did he know whether they were good or evil, but it did not matter. A dead friend is better than a living foe. This was a good place, and they would become the nourishment for his growth on Blue Star. Why are they all coming in? Sensing the movement from the spatial gate behind him, Zhang Yin furrowed his brow slightly, but the next moment he relaxed again. Compared to the 10,000 Realms battlefield, this place was truly a suitable environment for cultivation. After all, the 10,000 Realms battlefield was far too dangerous. With abundant spiritual energy and trial targets and channels for gaining experience, there was no place more suitable for Zhang Feng and the others than here. As for whether any accidents would occur, Zhang Yin certainly considered that. As long as Zhang Feng and the others did not act recklessly in this small world where no second-tier strong beings had ever emerged, and even first-tier ones were scarce, if they could not survive, it could only be said that it was their destined calamity. The existence of the Bean Soldiers was not for them to play with. Once his Earth domain was expanded, there would be no... With this thought, Zhang Yin gathered spiritual power in his hands, and then infused it into the ground before him. He was already quite familiar with expanding his Earth domain. There is actually resistance. This was somewhat different from what he had anticipated in such a small world. Unless it was a special existence, he should not have faced any resistance when expanding his Earth domain. But now that resistance had appeared, he had to exercise more caution. However, the next moment he felt joy in his heart as he sensed a surge of force that caused the resistance to vanish without a trace. This was the power of the 10,000 Realms battlefield, and it seemed that the battlefield fully encouraged those of us who occupy territories in alien worlds. Yet the existence of that resistance left a knot in Zhang Yan's heart. An existence that could contend with the 10,000 Realms battlefield was certainly not a simple one. However, since the 10,000 Realms battlefield supported him, he naturally could not back down. He immediately increased the output of spiritual power and swiftly expanded his Earth domain. Upon breaking through to the second tier, what increased was not just the total amount of spiritual power, but also the quality of his spiritual power. The spiritual power, nourished by the essence of the earth, was completely incomparable to the previous spiritual power. Without resistance, the land within 100 miles of his divine sense was instantly marked with his imprint. This occurrence left Zhang Yin momentarily stunned. Was it really this simple? Indeed, his Earth domain was quite domineering. However, previously on Blue Star, without sufficient spiritual energy, he hardly had room to exert it. Then he entered the 10,000 Realms battlefield, but what kind of place was that? It was not a territory he could casually seize. Now in this small world, his Earth domain had truly showcased its domineering side. This also gave Zhang Yin a clearer understanding of his Earth domain. While he was lost in thought, Zhang Feng and the others stepped out from the spatial gate behind him. Upon seeing Zhang Yin and the massive figure not far away, they were somewhat bewildered. Was that the Earth element spirit? It hadn't looked like this when they entered. What had happened? However, now was not the time for them to ponder, as a change occurred the next moment. Zhang Yin turned to look at Zhang Feng and the others, who stood frozen, a smile appearing on his face. It seems the greatest danger is right here. What a surprise! As Zhang Yin observed the changes in Zhang Feng and the others, he refrained from making any other moves and began to observe more closely. Although there was unlikely to be any danger here since they were his companions, it was still important to keep an eye on them. The first to undergo a transformation was Zhang Feng, whose body began to swell. If he hadn't experienced something similar before, Zhang Yin might have thought Zhang Feng would explode at any moment. It's a racial talent. Remembering the giant spirit true body, Zhang Yin felt a surge of excitement. The advantages of the giant spirit true body were immense, incomparable to any enhancement from talents or secret techniques. This was an enhancement to the very essence of a person. Due to the difference in power, Zhang Feng's body stopped swelling once it reached 4 meters, while others barely reached 3. The growth of the giant spirit true body depended on one's foundational strength. Such a situation was very normal. Of course, Zhang Yin also noticed some shortcomings. Although it was merely a speculation, it was close to the truth. If one's physique did not exceed 10 points, awakening the giant spirit true body would be impossible. Insufficient strength provided no support for awakening the giant spirit true body, making it impossible to awaken. However, it seemed irrelevant after passing the trials of the Myriad Realms battlefield, as long as they began to cultivate. The people of Blue Star could easily reach the limits of the human body. Just like those entering the Myriad Realms battlefield, now very few had a physique below 10 points. With cultivation methods and ample spiritual energy, there was no fear of not being able to enhance their strength. However, to exceed the limits of the human body. No, to be accurate, there was no unified standard for the human limits, as everyone's body was different. It should be said to surpass one's own physical limits. Some individuals, despite having a physique of 10 points, possessed greater strength than others with 11 points. The main difference lay in the efficiency of utilizing spiritual energy. Breaking through one's physical limits allowed one's body to undergo a qualitative change, making it more adaptable to the presence of spiritual energy. This was the crucial first step into the extraordinary. If spiritual energy was not close to you, how could you absorb it to become stronger? How could you condense the extraordinary seed? Could one solely rely on their own vitality to refine it? Roar! Before Zhang Yan could think further, a roar interrupted his thoughts. It was Zhang Feng. The swelling of his body hadn't caused him much pain, but the explosive surge of power made him let out an uncontrollable roar to vent the power that had surged within. Seeing Zhang Feng in such a state, Zhang Yan truly wanted to slap him to bring him back to his senses. With that thought, he acted accordingly. Spiritual power transformed into a large hand and struck Zhang Feng to the ground. Initially dazed, Zhang Feng quickly regained his senses and immediately got back up. However, upon standing, he was stunned. Young master, you. Zhang Feng became somewhat flustered. The height difference and the visual disparity left him completely bewildered. During Zhang Feng's moment of confusion, the others also began to regain consciousness, and the first thing they saw was the figure blocking their view. Zhang Feng's transformation left them all stunned, and not a single voice was heard. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Since no words could express their current feelings, the exclamations of disbelief echoed to convey them. Take a look at your attribute panels. Although the attribute panels might not be accurate, they were undoubtedly the best way to understand one's own body. After Zhang Yan's voice sounded, the scene fell silent once again. Although they were shocked by their own changes and wanted to share it with others, upon hearing Zhang Yan's voice, they remembered the existence of the attribute panels and immediately began to check. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of gasps filled the air as their attribute panels likely underwent a tremendous transformation. Young master, I've become so strong, and my physique has reached 20 points. Seeing his physique of 20 points, Zhang Feng was exceptionally excited. When he first awakened, his physique was only 15 points, and even though he had trained afterwards, the time was too short, and he only gained a slight increase. This time he directly increased his physique by 4 points. How could he not feel exhilarated? Moreover, this increase of 4 points did not merely represent an increase in that amount of power. With the giant spirit true body combined with his current physique, he dared to say that he could defeat the previous version of himself 100 times over. While this was a figment of his imagination, it clearly indicated the magnitude of his recent enhancement. The others also awakened. Most of them were Zhang Yan's fellow villagers, and with this good news they naturally... Previously, Zhang Yan's disappearance had slightly dulled their relationship, but during this time Zhang Yan's actions had begun to earn their respect for this young master who had grown up with them. However, due to their identities, they did not always crowd around Zhang Yan like Zhang Feng. But as time passed and familiarity grew, they couldn't help but gather around Zhang Yan to cheer. Looking at the crowd cheering in front of him, a smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face as he raised his hand to signal for everyone to quiet down. Seeing Zhang Yan's gesture, the crowd immediately stopped cheering, though the fervor in their eyes showed no sign of diminishing. Go! As they quieted down, Zhang Yan softly called out, and streams of spiritual power enveloped them, transforming into sets of rock armor. The previous swelling of their bodies had not come without side effects. Running around naked was one of them. Seeing the hundreds of people around him in such a state, Zhang Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Upon noticing Zhang Yan's actions, the crowd was first taken aback, then shocked. Goodness, they had been so caught up in excitement that they hadn't realized their state of undress. However, it was fortunate that they were not the only ones. As long as they didn't feel embarrassed, the awkwardness fell on others. Young master, how do I get smaller? Teach me fast. The most affected Zhang Feng immediately pounced towards Zhang Yan upon realizing his state. He could condense rock armor himself, so he had no worries. No. Zhang Feng's plea was doused by Zhang Yan's single chilling word, leaving him utterly bereft. At first Zhang Feng was bewildered, but then realization dawned. His little young master clearly shared their condition. The very fact that he still retained such a physique meant there must be a way to shrink. Little young master, don't toy with me. I know you have a method to make us small. Zhang Feng's wailing drew everyone else's attention. They all looked pleadingly at Zhang Yan, hoping he would provide a solution. The change in body shape made them uneasy. Yet the sudden surge of strength gradually steadied them in front of others, cooling their tempers. Truly nothing. You cannot even control the spiritual energy within your own bodies. Even if there were techniques, you could not employ them. The words struck with crushing finality. No, please. Zhang Yan's words landed like the heaviest blow. Enough, stop. He looked at Zhang Feng and shook his head with an amused, reproachful smile. Don't trouble yourselves with thoughts of shrinking for now. Once you condense the seed of transcendence, everything will fall into place. Now I issue my command. Zhang Yan's face turned solemn, and the scene fell silent. Whatever doubts lingered in their hearts, they were to be set aside. Zhang Feng. Present. Do you see this world? It is a small realm that poses no defense against us, rich in resources and brimming with spiritual energy. Take it. Zhang Feng answered, and at once began to issue orders. Zhang Yan did not speak of the world's dangers, nor did he reveal any other intelligence. No one asked further. By Zhang Yan's nature, he would never assign them an impossible task, and they trusted. Indeed, the world held hazards, but a little risk to cultivate Zhang Feng, and the other's ability to solve problems was acceptable. Zhang Chao, Zhang Qing, Zhang Hao, Zhang Tao, Zhang Yuan. Those called by Zhang Feng rose one by one. They met Zhang Feng's gaze with resolve. 50 per team. Eliminate every obstacle. Yes. Because they had rehearsed, Zhang Feng's arrangements were swift and precise. Earlier they had considered moving in groups of 5, scattering in all directions. This was not a game. A 5-man team would be courting death. With their present strength, to neglect forming larger units would be suicidal. For safety, they organized into squads of 50 before deploying. Zhang Yin nodded at their formation. The creatures of this world appeared oddly uniform. His reconnaissance showed they all shared similar features, likely a single race. Their numbers suggested that the beginnings of a small civilization were not far off. But such considerations meant little. They were all meant to die. If they were beasts like the soaring ox, they might be contracted and controlled. As for these alien creatures from beyond the domain, better to leave them be. He truly feared being led astray by their path. The multiverse is vast, and transcendent powers are myriad and strange. One must be cautious to the utmost. Becoming nourishment for their growth would be their truest fate. With the Earth domain spread and the campaign begun, Zhang Yin would show no mercy. To study the beings here, Zhang Yin reached out and snatched a foreign creature that had not yet left the bounds of his Earth domain. It appeared in his palm. How disgusting. Fortunately, Zhang Yin had used an energy projection rather than touching it directly. With a disdainful gesture, he flung the creature to the ground. The creature was stunned by the sudden change of surroundings. Once it grasped the scene, it fixed Zhang Yin with a savage, hostile gaze. Zhang Yin detected fear in its eyes, yet the look also betrayed brutality. This was a bloodthirsty, he murmured to himself as he began his examination. Though he had encountered many alien beings on the battlefield of myriad realms, these specimens did little to stir his curiosity. Around 1.5 meters tall, with 4 powerful tentacles at the rear, likely serving as primary weapons. Their claws resembled hands, an evolutionary adaptation perhaps. Remarkably, its skin bore scales, lending solid defense. Its round head supported a pair of floppy dog-like ears and a cavernous maw that would deliver a punishing bite. Muttering to himself, Zhang Yin inspected the tentacled creature from every angle. Look, this is your target. Having finished, he tossed it before Zhang Feng and the others. At the sight of the tentacled beast, they all frowned. Their strength scales with size. The larger they are, the greater their power. Zhang Yin said no more. Only by engaging them could they accurately measure these alien foes. They did not press further. After a brief observation, the squads dispersed in formation. This time they carried no firearms. Although firearms would have given them an advantage and could be carried thanks to their storage packs, this was meant to be their trap. These tentacled creatures offered them an outlet for their frustrations. Unable to return to their original sizes, yet each felt a simmering irritation. They needed release, not a slow, careful study of an alien species. Teams spread out, but maintained prudence. This little world posed no danger to Zhang Yin, but that did not mean it was safe for the others. Caution could not be neglected. Seeing Zhang Feng and his men depart, Zhang Yin nodded slightly and settled into a cross-legged posture to replenish his own spiritual energy. The expansion of the Earth domain did not come without cost. His spiritual energy had been heavily drawn down, otherwise extending the domain would have been far too easy. Fortunately, the Earth domain could autonomously absorb spiritual energy to expand, sparing him a greater strain. Still, before fully recovering, Zhang Yin felt uneasy and ordered Shi and the others to accompany them. The creatures of this world were not weak and existed in great numbers. Zhang Feng's force alone could not. He sighed at the sheer numbers. Though he could slowly consume this realm with the Earth domain and make it his, how long that would take remained uncertain. Expansion was no leisurely affair, and the many tentacled monsters presented resistance, making the world harder to seep into. If he could, Zhang Yin would have gladly slain those tentacled beasts with his own hands. Coach Wei found a tentacled lair. They had barely advanced when someone spotted the nest of the tentacled creature. The spatial gate opened at random. It was only natural for strange beings from another world to be nearby, and Zhang Feng and the others did not dwell on it. Lead the way. Hearing that a tentacled nest had been found, Zhang Feng's heart leapt. Whether for experience or for release, he strode forward and surged ahead. The others, stirred by Zhang Feng's cry, followed after him. When they reached the edge of the lair, they paused for a moment, then gave chase in a single direction. Whether there were more tentacled beasts in the nest, they could not be sure, but the inky strands in the distance left no doubt. It was a horde of tentacled creatures. The appearance of the spatial gate had unsettled the lair's inhabitants, yet this was their territory. They were powerful and fearless, merely wary of this unknown phenomenon. Only when the massive form of the Earth elemental spirit appeared did true panic erupt, and they fled. Indeed, their physique was strong, and they ran with astonishing speed. But among them were elders and juveniles who could not keep pace. They began to flee, yet did not get far. Zhang Feng and the others had not lingered in this other world long, so they easily tracked them. "Coach, they are all old, weak, sick, and lame," someone reported. Though they could not discern the creature's finer features, they could make basic judgments about the living beings before them. Upon reaching that conclusion, Zhang Feng frowned and declared spare none. Clearing out the old and infirm would cost them time, yet it was their mission to cleanse this other world. "Kill!" came the cry. At Zhang Feng's command, everyone drew their broad blades and surged forward. Blades fell, and purple-green blood spattered instantly, throwing the tentacled creatures into frenzy. The tentacled beasts were bewildered. They had never seen two-legged creatures like these, and were enraged by this. They had fled their domain because of that towering stone being not, because of Zhang Feng and his group. Born vicious, even the old and weak still unleashed combat power, not to be underestimated. In the opening moments, Zhang Feng's blades were swift and keen, felling many tentacled beasts, but that only lasted briefly. The elder creatures erupted and shoved Zhang Feng and the others back. To Zhang Yan, such tentacled beasts were trivial and weak. But it was Zhang Feng and his companions facing them, now not Zhang Yan. Though weak in many ways, their scales remained hard. Even without weapons, their claws were sharp, and the 4 tentacles on their backs struck with power. They were armed to the teeth. In overall attributes, ordinary tentacled beasts were comparable to the group. Without the giant spirit true form, they might not have overcome these foes. Of course, these were the old, weak, and infirm, and did not pose a grave threat, but eliminating them still required. They owed a debt of thanks to Zhang Yan. The rock armor he had casually formed earlier offered sturdy defense, allowing them to unleash their attacks without worrying for their own safety. "Damn, all of them are tough." Zhang Feng glanced at his broadsword with displeasure. The heavy blade he had prepared now felt like a mere shard. After his body had grown, it would be more satisfying to use his fists. Muttering under his breath, he sheathed the small blade and charged with his fists. There were over 200 tentacled creatures here. Excluding the weakest juveniles, only 50 or 60 seasoned ones could truly fight. He dispatched the enemies before him, but the others were somewhat flustered. They had defense, yes, but in terms of offense they were still severely lacking. These elder tentacled beasts, though diminished, possessed keen battle experience. Without a crushing strength advantage, Zhang Feng might not have resolved them so easily. Watching the others struggle, Zhang Feng frowned and chose not to intervene. Instead, he swung his fist at a nearby juvenile. They had come to another world. There was no room for misplaced sympathy. An enemy was an enemy and had to be cleared away. Among those fighting was Zhang Ning, only 19 and a college freshman. He had answered Zhang Yan's call and joined the first wave of the trial. As a student, he had seldom fought before. He had never experienced such a blood-soaked battle. After the trial, he felt both astonished and exhilarated. Transcendent power sent his teenage vanity into overdrive. Awakening a talent filled him with boundless excitement. His talent was gigantification, the ability to enlarge his entire body. When Zhang Yan first saw it, he had thought Zhang Ning had awakened a racial talent and obtained the giant spirit true form. Now, having awakened the giant spirit true form, his gigantification talent had a broader stage. Though his attributes were inferior to Zhang Feng's, his size made them roughly comparable. Large body, great strength. Yet his fundamentals were poor. Facing a tiny opponent, he could only grit his teeth and pummel with blunt fists. Although the adversary could scarcely retaliate, he still felt a sting of shame. He was only the second to finish his opponent. The size difference was simply too great. Having finished his fight, Zhang Ning finally exhaled and looked on with amusement. Everyone in their group possessed a talent, and most were combat-oriented. Whether elemental or special, their talents greatly enhanced their combat effectiveness. Yet few unleashed their talents to slaughter on the spot. If not for Zhang Ning's physical talent, they would have had to rely on sheer bodily strength. The reason was simple: it consumed too much. A talent was like an alternate spell. Even when their basic strength was lacking, it could erupt into devastation. Zhang Feng had only just awakened his talent. Once he used it, he could withstand attacks from creatures that had already condensed transcendent seeds. His rock armor played a major role in that resilience. Transcendent power was transcendent power. If someone could conjure even a single flame with their talent and land the strike, that tentacled creature would be instantly slaughtered. "Die for me." The roar echoed continuously, yet each swing of the alloy saber was evaded by the opponent, who even managed to counterattack. This truly reflects the real situation for most people in battle. Thankfully, they wore the rock armor condensed by Zhang Yan, otherwise they might have suffered even more. The poor battle experience left Zhang Feng, the chief instructor from Zhangjiao village, with a grim expression. However, realizing that his fellow villagers lacked real combat experience, he could only sigh helplessly. Fortunately, not everyone was in such a situation. Among them were several who had military backgrounds and had experienced real combat, thus maintaining decent combat capabilities. However, he had greater hopes for his fellow villagers, as the disparity in talent was simply too great. Even though they had all awakened their abilities, their overall attributes still lagged behind slightly. Once their combat experience improved, the gap would become even more pronounced. Yet they were ultimately a group of elderly and weak individuals. Combat power was one thing, but endurance was another. In less than 10 minutes the battle came to a close. Everyone gathered together. Zhang Feng stepped forward. Was it enjoyable? Zhang Feng did not blame them. After all, lacking combat experience was not their fault. What he needed now was to boost their morale. Only with unwavering determination could they go further. Cultivation cannot merely rely on absorbing spiritual energy. Mental and willpower training must not be neglected. Seeing Zhang Feng ask this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. They were indeed somewhat dissatisfied with their performance, especially those who had only dealt with the enemies at the last moment, feeling rather awkward. They understood their own strength better than anyone else. It was precisely because of this understanding that they were even more unwilling to lose face in front of outsiders. They were all right, but those who had slain the enemies in the middle kept their heads bowed in shame. Indeed, they had been the first to kill the enemies, but they had also witnessed their comrades' embarrassment. Seeing their comrades, they felt as though they were witnessing their own situations in front of the enemies. It goes without saying that upon reflection, their circumstances were quite similar. I asked you, was it enjoyable? Seeing no one respond, Zhang Feng raised his voice again. Enjoyable. Everyone responded with loud agreement. Their performance might not have been satisfactory, but they truly felt exhilarated. Especially the thrill of bloodshed had ignited their spirits. As long as you enjoyed it. Zhang Feng first showed a smile, then immediately turned serious. You have all never seen blood and lack combat experience. This is normal. No one is born with these experiences. Combat experience is acquired step by step. We all understand the situation on the battlefield of the myriad realms. If it weren't for the young master leading the way and protecting us, where would we have such a good opportunity to train and grow? Now that the young master has provided us with such a great training opportunity, we must seize it. We must ensure that we make progress after each battle. I do not wish to see anyone stagnating when we return. Now let's depart. Without any unnecessary words, Zhang Feng pointed to the distance and shouted, then continued. They had only just left Zhangyan for less than 10 miles and naturally had to keep moving forward. Other teams like Zhang Feng's were also beginning to encounter enemies one after another. However, unlike Zhang Feng's team, they first encountered the beasts of this world. After all, it was impossible for a different world to have only one species. It was entirely normal for other groups to exist. Faced with such groups, they chose to exterminate them without a shred of mercy. Of course, there were some smaller beasts they opted to spare. This was because they were too weak and it was not worth their effort to capture a trivial beast at full strength. It was unnecessary and a waste of time. The journey proceeded very smoothly, and each otherworldly creature they killed granted them experience, which fueled their enthusiasm even more. However, in a different world, even a small world must have some hidden trump cards. The moment Zhang Yan's domain expanded, this small world instinctively sought to resist. Yet faced with Zhang Yan's power from a higher dimension, it felt somewhat helpless. It was already on the verge of ascension, and as long as it could ascend, it could become a small 1,000 worlds, possess a bright future, and give birth to its own world will. But now that it was invaded, even if it was powerless, it had to find a way. However, this small world had not yet condensed its own will, it could only instinctively struggle. Spiritual energy surged as a large amount of it gathered, attempting to cultivate beings capable of defeating the local creatures of Zhangyan. That was the extent of what it could do. Zhang Yin was unaware of these developments, nor did Zhang Feng and the others have any idea. Even if they did, Zhang Yin would only smile dismissively. If a powerful being could be casually nurtured to defeat him, then what was the point of his cultivation? With confidence in his own strength, Zhang Yin feared nothing. As his power grew and his strength advanced, even if Zhang Yin tried to control his inner self, the confidence within him became increasingly strong, and his aura fundamentally changed. However, it was still too soon for him to notice. Time slowly passed. A day went by and Zhang Feng and the others completed their final kill of the day, returning to Zhang Yan's side. Looking at the straightened figures standing before him, Zhang Yin nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the effects of the slaughter were indeed quite good. Checking the time, Zhang Yin planned to take Zhang Feng and the others back to the battlefield of the myriad realms. But then he froze. In their current state, how could they return? Though it wasn't something to be ashamed of, it still made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Zhang Yin looked at everyone. Are you all ready to go back? Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Yin needed to ask for their opinions. At Zhang Yan's inquiry, the scene fell silent for a moment. The daytime battle had made them forget the changes in their bodies, but Zhang Yan's voice made their hearts tighten. Let's go back. Zhang Feng did not consider the thoughts of others. He firmly stated his decision. What could they do back on the battlefield of the myriad realms? Naturally, they could grind for experience at the vortex of the void. There could be no pause in leveling up. he could not stop his journey to grow stronger, nor did he want to miss any opportunity to enhance himself. Since Zhang Feng had spoken up, the others quickly reacted. Yes. If they waited until they could control their own bodies before going back, who knew how long they would have to wait, and how many opportunities to grow stronger they would miss. Shit, you all stay behind. Since Zhang Feng and the others were preparing to return to the Multiverse Battlefield, it was only right for Shirtu and the others to remain here. As for the occupation of this other world, that was not something that could be accomplished in just a day or two. There were too few people, which was also a source of his helplessness. If he could recruit people directly on Blue Star, he would eagerly gather hundreds or thousands. However, even if he couldn't occupy this place, he could still scavenge some resources. During this day, Zhang Feng and the others were not solely engaged in battle. They had also collected some ores and spiritual fruits they encountered. However, Zhang Yin looked down on those items, and since this was their first operation, they decided to distribute those things among themselves. The initial stage is always the most difficult. There is no way around it. Moreover, the number of people is a minor issue. The real key is the number of strong individuals. Speaking of which, he was still the one holding things together. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of frustration. Could it be that all transmigrators are destined to be burdened? Furthermore, he could not neglect Blue Star. The moment he accepted the heart of the world, he became bound to this. Although this binding could be undone, the current issue was that Zhang Yin himself was unwilling to unbind. As he saw Zhang Feng and the others step into the spatial gate, Zhang Yin turned to look at the sky of the small world. Gazing at the somewhat illusory full moon, his eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of a cold smile. He knew that occupying this small world was not so simple. Besides the innate resistance of the small world, there was also interference from an external force. Sure enough, after just one day it appeared. Under normal circumstances, he would have faced considerable trouble, but the existence of the Earth domain allowed him to occupy a position of complete advantage. However, these matters were beyond Zhang Feng and the others. Naturally, he had to handle them alone. Come on, everyone come. I truly hope you can bring me a surprise. After muttering this, Zhang Yin turned and entered the spatial gate. Returning to the Multiverse Battlefield, he scanned the area and found Zhang Feng and the others waiting nearby. Of course, it wasn't just Zhang Feng and the others standing here. Many of Zhang Jun's young and strong individuals had gathered as well. The news about the other world was not kept secret, so they were all aware of the situation. Undoubtedly, they also wanted a share of the pie. Watching Zhang Feng and the others level up and grow stronger, they were already a bit envious and resentful. Now that there was another place to upgrade, they could no longer sit still. If the old man hadn't learned of the situation and intervened to prevent Zhang Jun and the others from entering the other world, it would have long been overcrowded. Being stared at by those bright, shining eyes, Zhang Yin felt a sense of amusement. However, getting stronger was not merely a matter of words. Be quiet. Zhang Yin raised his hand to signal them to quiet down. There were too many people gathered here, making a racket. A hint of pressure laced his voice, making the scene so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Do you know where this place is? This is the Multiverse Battlefield, a massive meat grinder. I brought you here to let you fight, to let you battle. Getting stronger and surviving is the only theme here. Now I see the enthusiasm you all have for becoming stronger. You have also taken action to strive for improvement, and I am quite satisfied. Although Zhang Yin did not conduct any events after he opened the passage to the Multiverse Battlefield, those who came to the battlefield did not slack off. However, they were too aggressive. The explosive increase in power made them somewhat lost. At first, Zhang Yin spoke lightly, and everyone looked at him with smiles. Clearly, they were quite satisfied with their lives now. The passage to the other world will open, but the condition for entering the other world is a physique of 11 points or above. Zhang Yan's change in tone caught them off guard. They had thought Zhang Yin would directly open the other world right in front of them. After all, cultivating and becoming stronger is one thing, but awakening racial talents is another. During the day, they had received news that entering the spatial gate in front of them would allow them to awaken their racial talents in the subsequent other world. With such a good opportunity, they believed their clan leader would not stop them, which led to their gathering here. The awakening of racial talents also has its conditions. This is what Zhang Yin wanted to express. Indeed, you all have worked hard, but it is still not enough. Calmly training and cultivating will help them settle their restless hearts. Being aggressive is not a problem. However, arrogance is unacceptable. His words held neither blame nor encouragement. They were very calm. Yet they all understood, and their restless hearts gradually calmed down. Seeing them quiet down, Zhang Yan's figure suddenly disappeared. The crowd then dispersed, leaving only the guards standing in front of the spatial gate. Returning to his cultivation stone chamber, Zhang Yin did not practice, but stared at the door of the stone chamber. He knew someone would come soon. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, a hurried figure burst in. It was Zhang Jun. There was nothing surprising about it. Although he had fought with Zhang Feng, which had somewhat reconciled them, seeing Zhang Feng's substantial improvement in power left him feeling somewhat unhappy. There were too many people just now, so he hadn't spoken. Now that there was no one, he naturally came directly. Zhang Jun, I knew you would come here. What's the matter? Feeling envious, huh? Before Zhang Jun could even sit down, Zhang Feng's deep voice echoed in the room. After growing larger, Zhang Feng's voice had also taken on a rougher tone. This big fool. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Zhang Jun cursed inwardly and chose to ignore it. He believed in the principle that as long as he was not embarrassed, the one who felt awkward would be others. Seeing this, Zhang Feng had no choice but to quiet down. His discord with Zhang Jun was his own issue, but causing a disturbance in front of his own young master was his fault. However, just like Zhang Jun thought, as long as he was not embarrassed, the one who felt awkward would be someone else, Zhang Feng in this case. Having grown larger and unable to revert, returning to the Multiverse Battlefield made him feel even more uncomfortable. Coming to see Zhang Yin, Zhang Feng intended to show off in front of Zhang Jun, but more so, he wanted Zhang Yin to help him return to his normal size. Not to mention that Zhang Yin had no way to help Zhang Feng, only knew that the child who cried would get the candy. No matter the outcome, as long as he cried, there would certainly be a reward. Upon seeing the arrival of Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun, Zhang Yin nodded slightly. It was quite normal for the two to come. Their presence was always a constant in lively gatherings. Before long, Zhang Qinyu also arrived, followed closely by Zhang Xiyuan and others. It was rather amusing who, despite the triviality of the matters at hand, they gathered together at such frequent intervals. Zhang Yin felt somewhat exhausted by this situation. He wished to delegate the tasks, but he was the only one capable of commanding respect here. This group of people hailed from various places, each with their own network of relationships. Even the least impressive Zhang Xiyuan, if brought out, would astonish you with his network of connections. The struggle for the ancestral home could easily be regarded as a joke. The notion of buying the ancestral home was utterly impossible. Those who knew the truth remained silent, while those who stood up were merely foolish individuals unable to grasp reality. Take Zhang Xiyuan's aunt's family for instance. Even if the ancestral home were given to them, would they dare to accept it? They would likely encounter an accident on the very day they took possession. Otherwise, do you think the 500 young men that Zhang Xiyuan brought came from nowhere? Regardless of their origins, their identities should not be underestimated. With status and background, their capabilities speak for themselves. They each possess their own pride. Without his presence to keep them in check, they would have long since caused a ruckus together. Today they came to Zhang Yin, naturally seeking his support. Like Zhang Feng, they believed that showing their faces more often before Zhang Yin would yield rewards, as the child who cries receives candy. However, now that they had made their appearance, when it was time to speak up, they found themselves at a loss for words. Gathering daily, there were simply not that many matters to discuss. Little young master, since Zhang Feng has gone to another world, let us handle the matters of firing the cannons during the day. Others remained silent. But it was not as if there were no topics to discuss. Now, as Zhang Jun took the initiative to step forward, all eyes converged on him. They were already well aware of the situation regarding the daytime cannon fire, and many among them wished to participate. Leveling up, they had yet to experience it. Although they had not gone through it themselves, they had witnessed the changes in Zhang Feng and his team. With enhanced strength, who wouldn't feel excited? However, in the team, led by Zhang Feng, there were also many of their own clansmen, leaving them without even an excuse to intervene. But they couldn't just keep watching. Yet with Zhang Yin presiding over them, they lacked even the courage to speak up. You're talking nonsense. Before Zhang Yin could say anything, Zhang Feng jumped in. Though one could also gain experience and level up in the other world, battling monsters could yield even more rewards. Otherwise, why would they return from the other world at all? Zhang Jun chuckled, not even glancing at Zhang Feng. Since Zhang Feng was present, he would undoubtedly speak out. But so what? All the benefits were being reaped by him. Could the others not even have a taste? Though this was the truth, the experience gained from defeating monsters was exponentially greater in the other world, making it hard for him to let go. Zhang Jun was truly infuriated by Zhang Feng's words. They were all at the starting stage, yet they were the main combatants. What was wrong with allocating more resources to them? This was not Zhang Feng being selfish or looking down on others, it was simply a fact. There was only one void vortex, and each day only so many monsters appeared, far from enough for everyone to share. The other world behind the space gate, although accessible to anyone, was of little use if they couldn't defeat those tentacle monsters. Without the means to gain experience, they would just be wasting their time, and they might encounter life-threatening dangers at any moment. All right, Zhang Yin spoke up, causing Zhang Feng to halt whatever he was about to say. Most of us who have come to the 10,000 Realms battlefield are young and strong, and there is no distinction like that of warriors. However, the disparity in talent allows them to quickly form combat power. This is a fact. There's no need to rush regarding the matter of leveling up. Everything will proceed as usual. The experience gained from the monsters produced by the Void Vortex was merely a drop in the bucket for their thousands of people. It would be more worthwhile to go absorb spiritual energy through cultivation than to divide that little bit of experience. Zhang Yin made a final decision. Although Zhang Jun was reluctant, he did not continue to speak further. To be honest, Zhang Jun felt a bit of regret. Previously, he thought that with his own enhancement field, the team he led would surely grow faster than Zhang Feng's. But as time passed, he felt more and more that he was missing out. This was the present. He couldn't even imagine how much more he would miss in the future. This was the fundamental reason he couldn't sit still. Yet now that Zhang Yin had spoken, it was all too late. Zhang Jun felt somewhat moody while Zhang Yin observed him and found it somewhat amusing. Junzi, your strength is still considerable. You can certainly form a team to enter the other world behind the space gate. There's no need to envy Fengzi and the others. Among our batch of 20,000, most are young and strong, and Zhang Feng certainly cannot select only those with good talent. There are indeed quite a few among Zhang Jun's subordinates with aptitudes exceeding 10 points. With their strength, they could fully enter the other world for leveling up. Even if their strength was lacking, couldn't they use firearms? After comforting Zhang Jun, Zhang Yin turned his gaze to Zhang Chenyu. Chenyu, is there any news from Blue Star? As Zhang Yin called his name, Zhang Chenyu stood up. Zhang Chenyu had essentially become their intelligence officer, and many gathered daily to obtain information about Blue Star from him. No matter how good the 10,000 Realms battlefield was, Blue Star was still their homeland, and they naturally couldn't ignore it. Zhang Yan's earlier arrangements had also awakened them to this fact. Blue Star was their root. Clan leader, the recent turmoil within the Great Xia has not been significant. The situation has stabilized now. However, the losses to the countries outside of Great Xia have been quite severe, and they are seeking an explanation from us. More than half a month ago, during the first global turmoil, although the impact was large, the damages were still within our acceptable range. After all, everyone suffered losses, and they could only complain a little. However, this time was different. Thanks to the suppression of Zhang Yan's Earth domain, the impact on Great Xia was minimal, almost negligible. Naturally, all of this reached the ears of foreign nations. To shift the blame, they directed their anger toward Great Xia. They all acknowledged that Great Xia was strong, but they simply could not stand to see others do well, or perhaps their inexplicable confidence led them to believe that Great Xia could do nothing to them. The reason was simple. Too many countries were now targeting Great Xia. As he spoke, Zhang Chenyu became somewhat agitated, his tone shifting, growing more fervent with each word. Huff. I apologize, I've been rambling. After taking a pause, Zhang Chenyu offered an apology. It's all right, but you don't need to worry about the matters of Great Xia. It's fine, but you don't need to worry about the matters of Adaxia. Regarding the issue raised by Zhang Chenyu, Zhang Yin said little, not wanting to elaborate, as the elder had clearly stated yesterday not to let him worry. With the elder and others present, there would be no problems for the Daxia. Work hard in your cultivation. If your strength is strong enough, no one will stop you from going alone to destroy a nation. Zhang Xiyuan, if you have something to say, go ahead. While comforting Zhang Chenyu, he noticed that Zhang Xiyuan wanted to say something, but kept hesitating. Clan leader. Seeing this, Zhang Xiyuan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed to Zhang Yan. Oh, so formal. This kid has something on his mind. Everyone witnessed this scene, and their curiosity began to grow. In response to the clan leader's summons, over 500 of our clans, young and strong, will mobilize, and we have no complaints about this. But they all have families, and many things cannot be hidden. Moreover, given the task assigned by the clan leader, many now wish to return to their hometowns. So today, I want to take this opportunity to say goodbye to the clan leader. Oh, you've made your decision so soon. Zhang Xiyuan pondered for a whole day about whether to leave. Staying by clan leader Zhang Yan's side naturally brings unimaginable benefits and opportunities. But there are no feasts in the world that do not end. What truly made him decide was that he had come to an understanding. Even if he stayed in Zhangjiakan, it would be difficult to see Zhang Yan. Instead, it was in the heavenly Dao space and the battlefield of 10,000 realms that he could interact with Zhang Yan. Thus, whether to leave Zhangjiakan would not greatly impact him. Instead, after leaving, he could do more things. He also had his pride, as staying here meant being overshadowed by too many people. Having thought it through, Zhang Xiyuan made his decision. It's fine to leave. What about you? Who else wants to leave? Clan leader, I, and those on the main battle will stay. Others, clan leader, I too. Once someone took the lead, they naturally followed suit and expressed their own thoughts. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yan nodded, showing his agreement with their decision. Wait a moment. Upon seeing Zhang Yan's approval, they all sighed in relief, but just as they were about to leave, Zhang Yan's voice suddenly rang out. Clan leader. They did not know what else Zhang Yan wanted to instruct, their gazes converging back onto Zhang Yan. I have another task for you. After you go back, have more children. More children. Zhang Yan's words caught them off guard, but they quickly reacted. Yes, clan leader. Seeing them all agree wholeheartedly, Zhang Yan nodded in satisfaction before letting them leave. You too as well. As the figures disappeared, Zhang Yan turned around and glared at Zhang Jun and Zhang Feng before scolding them. Go back. Before the two could say anything else, Zhang Yan began to usher them away. Once everyone had left Zhang, Yin let out a long sigh. I need more people. A void vortex, an alternate world, and he couldn't neglect Blue Star. He felt stretched thin. The situations he would face in the future would only increase and his pressure would only grow, leaving him quite helpless. There was nothing he could do, not a single solution. What he lacked were powerful individuals who could assist him. The only one meeting his requirements was Cheng Tianyou. However, Cheng Tianyou had his own tasks, which were to protect the Earth domain of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. If it weren't for Cheng Tianyou's presence, he would never have stepped through the space gate to venture into that alternate world. His strength had increased too quickly, and others on Blue Star could not keep up with his pace. Even the Earth element spirit he created had fallen behind too much. For this reason, he could only slow down his own pace. If it were only him, he would have already begun to roam the battlefield of 10,000 realms in search of opportunities. There are still 10 days left. Zhang Yin muttered to himself before entering a state of cultivation. The next morning he arrived once again before the void vortex. Zhang Yin calmly watched as Zhang Feng and the others prepared to face the onslaught of monsters. Amidst the cannon fire, one monster after another was reduced to fragments, becoming the sustenance for their growth. Collecting treasure chests, and then on to the next wave, everything went very smoothly. The void vortex was a benefit granted by the battlefield of 10,000 realms with no unexpected incidents. However, in Zhang Yan's eyes he saw more. The expansion of his Earth domain in the battlefield of 10,000 realms had begun to slow down. It was not that his Earth domain had weakened. On the contrary, the Earth of the battlefield of 10,000 realms provided tremendous power, making the current Earth domain quite strong. Feeling the Earth power that was bestowed upon him, Zhang Yin felt quite refreshed. Yet it was a fact that the expansion of the Earth domain was slowing. Previously, he had placed the void vortex at the edge of the Earth domain and set up defenses over 500. In his expansion plan, even if their defensive position remained unchanged, the void vortex would gradually move further away from them. Now, with 3 days past, the position of the void vortex relative to their defenses had not changed much. Having experienced the previous rapid expansion of the Earth domain, the current speed of expansion felt like a tortoise's crawl. Since the Earth domain was connected to him, he naturally understood why this change occurred. The growth of the Earth domain was originally tied to Zhang Yan's strength, but after absorbing the village construction decree, it had begun transitioning toward a third-tier domain. It was not surprising that it slowed down when a second-tier Zhang Yan attempted to set up a third-tier domain. If it weren't for the domain's ability to grow automatically, the range of his domain might have stagnated until Zhang Yan reached third tier before it could continue to expand. While Zhang Yan was contemplating these matters, Zhang Feng and the others had already dealt with the third wave of monsters. As for the fourth wave, they were not able to touch it, nor did they even have the qualifications to earn experience. It was still Cheng Tianyou that cleared the wave. Having had such an experience, Cheng Tianyou's actions this time were even more casual. After resolving the monsters, Zhang Yan collected the treasure chests and opened them directly. It seemed today's luck wasn't very good. There were no task scrolls or building scrolls, just a pile of coins. Seeing this, Zhang Yan snorted in dissatisfaction before putting them away. Stepping up to the altar, he summoned today's citizens. 8 people to Earth. After glancing at them, Zhang Yan calmly arranged them. Everything flowed naturally. After completing all this, Zhang Yan finally looked towards the massive space gate in the distance. Compared to the monsters in the void vortex, the alternate world behind the space gate could bring him far more enjoyment. I hope it won't disappoint me. In the other world behind the spatial door, as soon as he laid down his Earth domain, he gained a clear understanding of this realm. Neither the instinctive retaliation of this other world nor the beings within it posed any danger to him. What truly intrigued him was the impending arrival from beyond this realm. The Earth domain connected to the land of the other world, naturally allowing him to perceive many pieces of information. Among them, he sensed a power about to descend upon this small world. This power was formidable, yet it did not instill a sense of crisis as he had imagined. This strange feeling naturally piqued his curiosity. Stepping once more through the spatial door, Zhang Yan instinctively glanced into the void. That was the core of this small world. It is not the right time yet. Zhang Yan shook his head and averted his gaze. Although his strength was considerable, he was still far from being able to confront the consciousness of an entire world. Even if this world had not yet condensed its own world consciousness. Turning to look at Zhang Feng's team, they had already left the spatial door, heading into the distance to begin their slaughter for the day. Besides Zhang Feng and others, many individuals had also entered the spatial door today. They did not want to miss the awakening of their racial talents. However, not many had come here, with fewer than 100 individuals. Although their talents had awakened greatly, enhancing their strength, breaking through their physical limits to reach an 11-point level was not a simple matter. After just a glance, Zhang Yan lost interest. He had his own matters to attend to and could not focus solely on. Although he had laid down the Earth domain, and it could expand autonomously. If he did not pay attention, it would be impossible for the Earth domain to completely occupy the land of this small world. The world would instinctively reject the Earth domain. However, with Zhang Yin present and empowered by higher dimensional forces, the Earth domain could expand uncontrollably. Of course, if it were only this, he would not have come to this small world. The Earth of different worlds possesses subtle differences in power. Although the status of this world was not high, the Tao essence contained within its land was indeed substantial. Moreover, due to the simplicity of the power, Zhang Yin found it easier to absorb and comprehend. As he expanded his Earth domain, it also absorbed the power of this world's land. Thus, for Zhang Yin, now expanding the Earth domain in the other world was even more beneficial than the gains he acquired while cultivating in the myriad realms battlefield. In comparison, Zhang Yin understood how to make his choice. Furthermore, cultivating in the small world allowed him to plunder the spiritual energy of this realm, reducing its ability to resist. Zhang Feng and the others launched a massive offensive, slaughtering and plundering resources while simultaneously weakening the power of this small world. The size of this world was not large, merely around 2,000 kilometers in radius. If all went well, it would not take long for his Earth domain to complete its coverage. With a thought, a stream of spiritual power was condensed and then struck into the Earth. The Earth domain began to expand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to surge. Under the guidance of the Earth domain, this spiritual energy was drawn into it, becoming the nourishment for its expansion. The expansion of the Earth domain had always been within his perception. However, just now he received a rather unusual piece of information. It was a refreshing and joyful emotion. Was it the will of this world? Zhang Yan's brow furrowed in confusion. What Zhang Yin did not know was that at the core of this world, a purple golden light orb was constantly jumping and rejoicing. Clearly, this world had already condensed its own world will, but it had yet to fully take shape. It was naturally aware of Zhang Yin and their invasion. Moreover, a supreme will had already instructed it on what to do. To thwart the invasion and drive away the However, having just condensed its world will, it lacked any autonomous will. Only when it fully took shape could it break free from its instincts. Although it was now considering how to drive away Zhang Yin and the others instinctively, it felt joy at the expansion of Zhang Yan's Earth domain. The invasion of higher dimensional power, though dangerous, was also filled with temptation. If it could obtain this power, its birth would accelerate by several times, or even dozens of times, with the hope of evolving into a higher world. For Zhang Yan's Earth domain, it represented a grand opportunity. Of course, its instinct alone would not lead to many thoughts. It merely sensed that the Earth domain could bring it benefits, which caused its initial thoughts of expelling Zhang Yin and the others to diminish significantly. Consequently, Zhang Yan's Earth domain underwent rapid expansion, directly occupying 1/10 of the size of this world. This scene left Zhang Yin utterly bewildered. Earlier, he had been contemplating whether some unforeseen event had occurred, wondering if he should be more cautious. But this change stunned him, leaving him in awe, yet it brought him the most joy. The world will of this realm actually ceased its resistance. Upon this thought emerging, Zhang Yin genuinely did not know how to express it. No, it was not that it had given up its resistance. It was the Earth domain. Indeed, the expansion of the Earth domain was beneficial to a world, and thus this world naturally no longer sought to resist. But after all, we are the invaders, so. Zhang Yin laughed heartily. This world wants to absorb his Earth domain while driving them away, which was right. Well, then I'll play along with you. Zhang Yin grinned, his eyes squinting with delight. Giant spirit, true body. Releasing the restraint on himself, the giant spirit, true body manifested, and Zhang Yan's height continued to increase. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. It was only when Zhang Yan's height reached 500 meters that he came to a halt. His transformation naturally garnered the attention of others. At 500 meters tall, he resembled a small mountain. Looking at Zhang Yan's gigantic form, and then at their own height of around 3 meters, they felt somewhat dejected. Absorb, now. In ignoring all others' reactions, Zhang Yin let out a hearty laugh as he felt the explosive power surging within his body. With but a thought, vast currents of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy began converging toward him. Since this world did not resist his Earth domain and even actively facilitated its expansion, he naturally had no intention of disappointing such benevolence. Previously, he had never even contemplated manifesting his gigantic spirit body, fearing he might alarm the world's sovereign will and provoke unforeseen calamity. Yet now that such an opportunity had arisen, failure to seize it would render him utterly worthless. A torrent of spiritual energy gathered, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Indeed, the emergence of the gigantic spirit body startled the world's sovereign will. At that instant, Zhang Yin distinctly sensed the spiritual energy of the realm congealing, actively impeding his absorption. Still, Zhang Yin had anticipated this. and he diverted spiritual energy from within his body into his earth domain. And as he did so, the sovereign will visibly grew satisfied. In its perception, everything in this world belonged solely to itself. Thus, when absorbed spiritual energy was released anew, and even accelerated its own growth, it withdrew all resistance without hesitation. A maelstrom of spiritual energy surged forth, pouring into Zhang Yan's body, imprinted with his essence, then flowing onward into his earth domain. In witnessing the swirling tempest, those nearby snapped back to awareness, eyes blazing with sudden brilliance. Was this not a ready-made opportunity? In truth be told, they were grievously weak, daring not even to draw spiritual energy inward consciously. Instead, they could only endure its passive flow through their bodies during physical training, hoping to temper their flesh. Faced with such a spiritual maelstrom, they ought to have fled, but one factor kindled hope. They dared remain. That factor was innate talent. And possessing talent meant their bodies inherently harbored vessels capable of containing spiritual energy. Though they could not actively absorb such energy, their innate affinity tempered its destructive force, allowing them to withstand its onslaught. Once they proved capable of enduring the maelstrom's assault, hesitation vanished. In this was the true weight of talent, and used it remained merely a hidden trump card. Yet when truly wielded, the two were incomparable. And the spiritual maelstrom raged on. Even Zhang Feng and the others felt its reverberating influence. They turned, gazing upon Zhang Yan's towering figure standing astride heaven and earth, and awe flickered across their eyes. And this is our clan chief. This was their pillar of strength. And with Zhang Yan standing resolute behind them, they too marched forward, fearless, unyielding, ready to slay their enemies and kill. As Zhang Yan's earth domain expanded, it granted them ever greater augmentation, fueling their ferocity and inflaming their morale. Even against the primary tentacled abominations native to this alien world, they now fought with Perhaps their movements were too slight, or perhaps this world simply deemed the deaths of a few tentacled monstrosities inconsequential, for their slaughter met with scarcely any resistance. All unfolded auspiciously. In returning to Zhang Yan, as immense quantities of spiritual energy flooded into his body, profound changes began stirring within him. His stature, already 500 meters tall, began rising slowly, steadily. The world's sovereign will had truly gone mad. To accelerate the expansion of his earth domain, it summoned such staggering volumes of spiritual energy that, even after Zhang Yan refined much of it and channeled the surplus into his earth domain, torrents still remained within him, rapidly elevating his cultivation. Within a mere 2 hours, his physical constitution soared to 170 points, while his spiritual energy surged to an unprecedented 140 points. Utterly insane. He had never imagined such explosive advancement in so short a time. Nate believed his period of rapid growth had ended, that even under optimal conditions reaching the third realm would require at least a decade. Yet in just 2 hours his attributes had risen by dozens of points. And if this pace continued, would he ascend to the third realm within mere days? Though he entertained the notion, he knew it impossible. This microcosm was finite in scale. At his current rate of earth domain expansion, he would fully envelop its terrestrial expanse within half a day. Half a day, even with the world's spiritual energy flooding him, could not suffice for third realm ascension. And moreover, he dared not grow complacent. Destiny, however veiled, held immutable laws. Deceiving a world's sovereign will was perilous, even if that will operated purely on instinct. Only Zhang Yan could survive such an overwhelming deluge. Any other being would have burst apart long before. Spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, igniting golden filigree that blazed along their surfaces, each new luminous pattern coalescing as his cultivation deepened and his frame swelled further. With his body strengthening, the influx accelerated, effortless, euphoric, intoxicating. In power surged, cultivation climbed unstoppable, and Zhang Yan had no desire to halt. Yet all things must conclude. In the moment his earth domain fully enshrouded the world's landmass, the sovereign will abruptly cease the spiritual deluge, leaving Zhang Yan deeply disgruntled. So it was, used then discarded. Truly heartless. And still he had gained immensely. His complaint was but playful grumbling. He opened his attribute interface, glanced at his stats, and could no longer maintain composure, bursting into unrestrained laughter. Constitution 180 and Spirit 170. His constitution had risen by 15 points, but his spirit had surged an astonishing 55. One must understand these attributes did not scale linearly, but exponentially. And he could now declare, with absolute certainty, that he could effortlessly dominate 100 prior versions of himself. And before he could savor his newly amplified might, he detected movement from the sovereign will. And seeking ascension now. And having fully overlaid his earth domain upon the microcosm, he instantly gleaned deeper truths. This world already hovered upon the precipice of ascension. Such colossal accumulation of spiritual energy existed solely to prepare for that transcendence. Even without Zhang Yan's intervention, ascension loomed near. Now empowered by his Earth domain, ascension became imminent, yet attempting it openly beneath his gaze. How naively presumptuous. How naive. Zhang Yan murmured softly, then instantly flashed to the world core of this realm. In the past, even though the world's sovereign will possessed only instinctual awareness, he had dared not step into this sanctum uninvited. But now his Earth domain fully enveloped this world. He already commanded over a vast portion of its fundamental authorities. Entering the core no longer posed any peril. If he waited until all sentient life in this world vanished, the sovereign would lose even the faintest capacity to resist. Yet now it sought ascension, and Zhang Yan could not stand idly by. Once the sovereign fully coalesced, everything would change. Na, endowed with conscious agency, would no longer be so easily subdued. No. It was no longer merely a matter of subduability. And the real danger was that he himself might be expelled entirely. And such an outcome was neither unthinkable nor implausible. After all, this was an entire world. How readily could it ever be mastered? Consider the myriad realm battlefield, originally conceived only as a battleground. What has it evolved into today? Yet here before him the sovereign will was ascending, and Zhang Yan would not permit it to unfold unchallenged. Arriving at the world core, he beheld a pulsating orb of violet gold light, absorbing streams of radiant energy and condensing them inward. And begone. Zhang Yan's sudden appearance caused the luminous orb to freeze mid-pulse. Then a thunderous surge of will detonated within his mind. Clearly the sovereign had grown desperate at his intrusion. And fear not. I am here to aid you. Zhang Yan grinned, preparing to link with his Earth domain and begin stripping away the world's sovereign authorities. The Earth domain's pervasive coverage granted him direct dominion over more than 60% of the world's foundational authorities, a threshold sufficient for full sovereignty. An incompletely formed sovereign possess negligible resistance. And still, as the will of an entire world, complete subjugation would require months of sustained effort on his part. But it was worth it. Non-nascent world. This realm was worth every moment of his time. Yet before the sovereign will's earlier attempt to expel Zhang Yan from the core had apparently stirred the world heart slumbering within him. Zhang Yan had long pondered how to harness the world heart dwelling inside him, yet had employed it only once to store primordial world essence. Now, sensing the ambient resonance of external world essence, the world heart surged with restless vitality, and without Zhang Yan's command it spontaneously manifested outside his body, hovering exposed within the world core. The world heart's emergence froze time itself throughout the core, and even the previously vibrant orb of sovereign hung motionless in midair, utterly still. Excellent. In Zhang Yan's eyes gleamed, an involuntary exclamation escaped his lips. And truly one force was born to counter another. And if his mastery over this world had been achieved through cunning artifice, the world heart wielded absolute, overwhelming supremacy. The world heart began to rotate, its gravitational pull sweeping toward the sovereign will. And world essence was its ultimate nourishment, having sensed it could not, let it escape. Yet this sovereign will was the very essence of a world, and they stood at its heart where its authority ran deep. Thus, although the world heart suppressed the sovereign will outright, plundering its essence remained impossible. And, as expected, the path is never simple. Zhang Yan observed this without surprise. But this was not the world heart's domain alone. Zhang Yan stood here too. Having seized control over 60% of the world's primordial essence, he activated his sovereign authority to directly influence the sovereign will. Caught between Zhang Yan's dominion and the world heart's irresistible gravity, the sovereign will drifted helplessly toward its fate. The instant the sovereign will drew near, it was absorbed, fully consumed, by the world heart. And after orbiting twice within the world core, the world heart withdrew silently back into Zhang Yan's being. Staring at the now empty world core, Zhang Yan stood momentarily stunned. And he had braced himself for a protracted campaign. Yet victory had arrived in a manner so surreal it defied imagination. Regaining his composure, he settled cross-legged upon the ground, focusing inward to sense the world heart's state. Ni's understanding of it remained woefully shallow, and how to cultivate its latent potential left him deeply perplexed. No insight emerged, no epiphany illuminated his path. Sigh, my strength remains far too feeble. With greater power he knew he would surely unlock the world heart's true function. Yet such contemplation could wait. What mattered now was assessing the magnitude of his gain, a world's primordial essence. Even a nascent world yielded no meager harvest. Turning his consciousness inward, he beheld the quantity of world essence now stored within the world heart. At the sight of that number, Zhang Yan drew a sharp, involuntary breath. 150 strands, exactly 150 strands of world essence. Naturally, the world essence of a nascent world paled beside that of Blue Star, or even the portion previously awarded to him by the Myriad Realm Battlefield. Yet it remained world essence, authentic, potent, and in staggering abundance, 150 strands. Not quantity he had never dared envision. No, I must remain calm. Yes, calm. And he forced composure upon himself, only to burst into unrestrained laughter the next instant. How could he possibly stay calm amid 150 strands of world essence? Ha ha ha. And within the alien world core, Zhang Yan's wild, triumphant laughter echoed ceaselessly. Do you comprehend the crushing weight he bore upon learning that Blue Star retained only 3 strands of world essence, doomed to collapse within 3 years? Even the Myriad Realm Battlefield's reward had eased his burden scarcely at all. He bore it silently, never revealing his anguish. To the world he projected serenity, unwavering confidence, but only he knew the abyss of pressure gnawing at his soul. He could have delayed entering the Myriad Realm Battlefield until after repelling the void beings, and he could have set aside the quest scroll and proceeded deliberately. Yet inner urgency compelled him again and again toward perilous gambles, and was caution not wiser. And yet haste availed nothing. He could only retreat into relentless cultivation, seeking solace in discipline. Each increment of strength lessened his burden. Each rapid ascent preserved his sanity. And he dared not imagine how he would endure should his power stagnate confronted by such unbearable weight. Laughing until exhaustion claimed him, Zhang Yan sank into silent slumber right there within the world core. So refreshing. Upon waking up, Zhang Yan felt invigorated. How long had it been since he last slept? It seemed that since his awakening he had not slept at all, always replacing sleep with cultivation. Stretching lazily, Zhang Yan stood up. Yet in the next moment his expression stiffened. He realized that the time he had slept was not right. A whole week he had actually slept for another week. The previous deep slumber was due to the transformation of the world's origin, while this time it was purely a matter of sleep. It seems that the elevation of his cultivation had set him apart from ordinary beings in terms of sleep patterns. Imagining those mythical beings who could sleep through the rotation of the sun and moon countless years, passing a week of sleep for him was indeed not excessive. I just hope there won't be any issues in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Although the battlefield was under the watch of the Bull of Heaven, if a problem did arise there was a chance the Bull might not be able to stop it. With that thought, Zhang Yan stepped out of the core of the world. Having already mastered this small world, his mind effortlessly encompassed the situation within it. Zhang Feng and the others were still battling, still engaged in slaughter, showing no signs of change due to Zhang Yan's absence. Though Zhang Yan was not physically present, the support of the Earth domain remained, so they were not worried about his safety. Aside from Zhang Feng and the others, more individuals had arrived in this small world. Unwilling to remain ordinary, they naturally embarked on the path of battle. However, compared to Zhang Feng and his group, the others were much better prepared. Armed with firearms, most beings in this small world could not withstand their devastation. Zhang Feng and the others naturally observed this situation, but they felt no envy and did not change their methods of combat. Though close combat was dangerous and less efficient, it allowed them to gain much more in battle. Whether it was combat experience or refining their own cultivation, they reveled in it. They did not wish for their cultivation to advance, while their combat experience remained abysmal. They were a combat team, not mere decorative figures, and must not be the subject of ridicule. During this week they experienced countless battles. Not to mention combat experience, what they gained the most was courage in battle. In their previous lives on Blue Star they had never encountered such slaughter. Faced with those alien beings they inevitably felt a measure of fear. This refers to everyone, including Zhang Feng. Confronted with the unknown, fear always arises in this week they encountered all kinds of beings which not only broadened their horizons, but also instilled in them the courage to take the initiative in battle. Now even if they stood there, Zhang Feng and his group exuded an intimidating aura. After glancing at their condition, Zhang Yan planned to leave. This small world was already under his control. The powerful beings that were originally gestating had also ceased. Now the strongest beings in this small world were merely a few tentacle monsters with attributes exceeding 30 points, serving as practice for Zhang Feng and his group. Standing once more before the spatial gate, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He hadn't expected that in just 2 short days of entering this small world, he would have gained control over it. Such words would be hard for others to believe. Stepping through the spatial gate, he returned to the battlefield of 10,000 realms. This time he felt relaxed, his mood exceptionally pleasant, and a smile graced his face. Since nothing was amiss in the small world, the likelihood of issues arising in the battlefield of 10,000 realms was also low, which made him quite composed. Whether it was the heavenly Tao space or matters on Blue Star, he seldom interfered, entrusting everything to others. Even in his absence, everything continued running smoothly. Without disturbing anyone else, he quietly returned to his residence. Even without personally inspecting, he could understand everything about his territory. As information streamed in, it provided him with a clear understanding of the changes in his territory over the past week. His decision to leave the Bull of Heaven on guard was indeed correct. The opening of the Void Vortex was something the Bull of Heaven could manage, and he could also handle the altar's recruitment of citizens. Although he was not present, the entire territory did not miss any necessary tasks. Otherwise, the experience acquisition from the Void Vortex and the recruitment of citizens would have to come to a halt. However, an unexpected occurrence brought him some surprise. He sensed that some of the citizens he had previously recruited had actually leveled up. It was noteworthy that he had not arranged for them to level up. With no place to gain experience, they had silently leveled up. How could that not astonish him? Seeing this surprise, he naturally wanted to investigate further. These were his citizens, and their information was completely transparent to Zhang Yan as the Lord. I see now. It was due to self-training skills. They inherently possessed one or two of their own skills, and training these skills could also yield some experience. However, upon reviewing the speed of experience acquisition, Zhang Yan shook his head. Though this was a good way to level up, it was not suitable for him. No matter how much effort he put in, he could not fill the massive experience gap he had. As for the others, without any skills, they had nowhere to put in effort. As for transforming bean soldiers into skills, just think about it. Who would dare to solidify a skill with limitless potential? They would see if he could kill them or not. But how could he acquire skills? To be honest, the drop rate in the battlefield of 10,000 realms was truly disheartening. After some thought, Zhang Yan informed Zhang Yunbin through the Heavenly Dao network to lead these farming citizens. He also wanted to see if the citizens' planting skills were the same as those on Blue Star. Skipping over the citizens, he took a roundabout glance before focusing on the treasure chest in his stone house. These treasure chests were dropped by the Bull of Heaven and had not been opened. With a wave of his hand, the chests opened automatically. Copper coins and silver coins disappeared collected. What remained were some bizarre items or scrolls. It must be said that the drop rate of these magical creatures was quite decent, as they consistently brought him unexpected surprises. The items were automatically categorized, leaving only 5 scrolls, 3 tokens, and 2 stones emitting a strange glow before Zhang Yan. Looking at these items, a smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. Although there were not many items, the excitement of seeing something different each time he opened a chest was always thrilling. From these opened items, he could gain more insight into this unfamiliar battlefield of 10,000 realms. Quest scroll, go ahead. Although he has already conquered that other world, it is clear that the matter is not yet concluded. He will not let his guard down until the rewards from the Multiverse Battlefield are issued. He knows that another force is approaching that other world. Only by dealing with the intruders can he truly feel at ease. Blueprint for civilian housing. Already have it. Next one. Communication tower blueprint, one-time use. Wow, it truly has everything. However, with the Heavenly Down net in place, this item is useless, and it's a one-time use, truly garbage. He disdainfully tossed the communication tower blueprint aside, and then looked at the remaining 2 scrolls. He refused to believe that all these scrolls were trash. Ruined dungeon scroll. What is this? As expected, the 4th scroll revealed something he had never seen before. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows, surprised and puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he put the scroll away. Not knowing what it was, he would naturally not experiment recklessly. Only one was left. He picked up the scroll, and the information on it emerged. Vagrant signpost blueprint, one-time use. Upon seeing the name, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. An item that can enhance the inhabitants is truly excellent. Although he seemed indifferent to the inhabitants in his territory, he had always been paying attention to them. His own inhabitants proved that they were not worthless with their potential. If it weren't for the limited resources in his possession that only allowed him to cultivate a portion of them, he would have already started training these inhabitants. After finishing looking at the scrolls, there were 3 tokens left. The tokens emitted a ghostly glow with strange patterns appearing on them. If not held in hand for inspection, one could hardly tell what was different about them. Inhabitant refresh token. Not bad. Still, it can't be all right. It really is incredible. 3 came at once. Putting away the inhabitant refresh tokens, Zhang Yan felt a bit speechless. Although these inhabitants were good, he really did not have much time to manage them now. Even the inhabitants in his territory were currently in a free-range state. However, thinking that these inhabitants could level up on their own, he decided to summon them right away. Now he only had 2 stones left. He thought these 2 stones should be a type of rare mineral. Oh wow. Originally, he thought they were just 2 rare minerals, but to his surprise, something remarkable appeared. Resource secret realm key can open a door to a random resource secret realm. The realm is free of danger, and the door remains for 1 day. Although he did not know what he could obtain in this so-called resource secret realm, the absence of danger made Zhang Yan make a decision. Both were resource secret realm keys. He did not look into them too much. With a decent haul, a smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. First, he would refresh the inhabitants for today, and then proceed to recruit. The first refresh yielded 5 people and 5 soil. The second refresh yielded 9 people and 1 soil. The third refresh yielded 6 people and 4 soil. A total of 20 people and 10 soil were recruited. It was evident that the chance of summoning humans was significantly higher, as Blue Star was primarily human. The inhabitants had been summoned, and now it was time for the resource secret realm. However, just as he was about to act, he stopped. Opening it here was not a wise choice. After all, it was a secret realm, and he did not know how vast it was, plus this secret realm had a time limit. Therefore, he had to prepare well. With this in mind, Zhang Yin clenched his fists. Although he did not know how many good things he would obtain, the more people there were, the more he could take out. Thus, he posted a special announcement on the Heavenly Downnet. Announcement: resource gathering in the secret realm. All those without tasks, please bring your gathering tools and gather at the central square of the Multiverse Battlefield. Time 1 hour. A very ordinary pinned announcement. However, since this information was issued by Zhang Yin, it was anything but ordinary. Everyone who knew Zhang Yin regarded him as an idol, holding deep respect and sincere admiration in their hearts. Since Zhang Yin had spoken, all who saw this message began to feel excited. Secret realm. The Multiverse Battlefield has such a thing. Gathering resources. Chief, wait for me. Uncle, your tools are complete. I will borrow them first and treat you to dinner later. Brothers, is anyone forming a team? Young master, should we go back? A single message from Zhang Yin sent everyone into a frenzy. Fortunately, they had an hour to prepare, otherwise they would not have spoken on the Heavenly Downnet. Instead, they would have already rushed to the Multiverse Battlefield with their tools. However, to be honest, they didn't even know what resources to gather, so the tools they prepared were quite varied. Sides, host, shovels, baskets, bags. They brought quite a lot of what they could prepare. This clearly indicated a desire to seize everything. Zhang Yin, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, he also recognized his influence from this, which made him quite pleased. With a substantial influx of world origin power, everything he saw made him smile, and his mood was very pleasant. An hour was not long, but it was enough for everyone to set aside what they were doing and prepare. Upon arriving at the central square of the territory, everyone had already lined up. They held various tools in their hands, their eyes shining with fervent light. Greetings, Chief. Upon seeing Zhang Yin, everyone shouted in unison. Zhang Yin raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the sight quieted down, he spoke. Do you know why I gathered you all here today? That's right, it is to plunder resources. Are the resources in the Multiverse Battlefield rich? Are the spiritual fruits tasty? We have all experienced the benefits these resources bring us. The resources in the Multiverse Battlefield are also endless, but those resources come with bloodshed. Today I will take you into a secret realm filled with resources and devoid of danger. So tell me, how should we proceed? Plunder, plunder, plunder. The shouts continued, making them even more excited. Upon arriving at the Multiverse Battlefield, they enjoyed the feeling of being bathed in abundant spiritual energy. In the surrounding areas of the land domain, they also tasted the so-called spiritual fruits. For them, while the Multiverse Battlefield was dangerous, it was also a unique paradise. Now that Zhang Yin told them he would take them to a secret realm full of resources and free of danger, how could they not go wild? Silence. Resources are plentiful, but without rules, chaos reigns. However, all resources gathered later will be collectively handed over and uniformly distributed. Does everyone have any objections? The scene fell silent, and no one expected Zhang Yin to say such a thing. However, someone quickly reacted. Clan leader, we have no objections. Everyone, we are all part of the Zhang family. What should we do if we encounter good resources once we enter the secret realm? Are we supposed to fight for them? Resources are endless, but what we can bring out is limited. We should follow the clan leader's lead and scour the secret realm for all resources. Let's not miss anything. I believe the clan leader will not treat us unfairly. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted accordingly. They trusted Zhang Yin and did not believe he would hoard the resources. Moreover, whether those resources were of interest to their clan leader was another matter. Once they realized this, everyone agreed to Zhang Yin's proposal. Most importantly, they understood that everything they had now was brought by Zhang Yin. He was essentially supporting them. Currently, it was Zhang Yin who was working for their benefit. If they still could not see the situation clearly, then they would truly be foolish. No matter what, they had to show their stance in front of Zhang Yin. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Zhang Yin activated the resource secret realm key in his hand. As the resource secret realm key was activated, a spatial door 20 meters high and 10 meters wide instantly appeared before him. Indeed, the distance connected by the spatial door also influenced the time it took to form. Let's go. Since it was a resource secret realm without danger, what were they waiting for? Stepping through the spatial door, the scenery changed in an instant. As Zhang Yin looked at the scene before him, his nose twitched slightly. A refreshing fragrance swept past, making him feel somewhat intoxicated. What a good place. Even without having explored the situation in this secret realm, he had already made his judgment. Moments later, the spatial door behind him shook and figures appeared before him. Zhang Yin waved his hand and said nothing. The meaning was understood. They should charge forward. The resources were right in front of them, so when else would they act? It's a spiritual fruit. I've had it before. Hurry and pick it. There's even a patch of rice over there. Could it be spiritual rice? Hurry and gather it. Everyone get moving. Take whatever you can. Seeing everyone rush out in droves, a smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. This was a spiritual plant secret realm truly beyond his expectations. The battlefield of the myriad realms also had spiritual plants, and the number was considerable. The spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs they harvested from their territory allowed all 20,000 of them to taste them, showcasing the richness of the resources in the battlefield. However, no matter how abundant the resources in the battlefield were, they could not compare to the abundance found here. Moreover, the quality of the resources here was clearly higher than what they encountered in the battlefield. Before long, their gathering team encountered difficulties. If it were just ordinary spiritual fruits containing spiritual energy, then collecting them would be easy for anyone. But if the spiritual plants were above first tier, then mere beings could not just touch them. The growth of spiritual plants was inherently difficult, and they naturally had protective means. Defense was the most common means of protection. For spiritual plants of first tier, significant effort was needed to, just like that patch of spiritual rice. The moment they discovered the spiritual rice, they were surrounded. However, when they tried to take action, they found that the rice stalks were as hard as steel, rendering their sickles useless. Even those with golden attributes needed great effort to cut through a single stalk. The hardness was truly indeed, sometimes lacking strength means that even when resources are presented before you, you still cannot seize the opportunity. If given a chance, you must be capable. Naturally, Zhang Yin also saw the situation before him and was somewhat speechless. He thought of any possible accident, but truly did not expect this kind of situation to occur. What is this? Zhang Yin was at a loss. However, it was fortunate that spiritual plants above first tier were not everywhere in this resource secret realm. More still were ordinary spiritual plants. Ordinary spiritual plants were their main target. What they wanted was quantity to fill their needs. Only with enough cultivation resources could their strength advance by leaps and bounds. After most people realized they could do nothing about those first-tier spiritual plants, they began to give up. It wasn't that they did not want to try, but compared to other resources that could be easily obtained, acquiring resources above first tier was not very cost-effective. Over 10,000 people swarmed like locusts, quickly occupying this secret realm of only 10 miles in diameter. They took everything they could from the initial spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs. With ordinary spiritual fruits gone, some began to confront the first-tier spiritual plants hidden. Others even started to water and dig the soil. In their eyes, these things also contained good spiritual energy, and they naturally did not want to miss out. Zhang Yin naturally took action as well, targeting those high-tier spiritual plants. Just because others could not handle them did not mean Zhang Yin could not. Moreover, Zhang Yin's actions were even more excessive. The power of the earth surged, and one by one spiritual plants were uprooted and sent through the spatial door. Although the resources in the battlefield of the myriad realms were plentiful, their blue star was impoverished. Everything they could bring back must be taken. The destructive harvesting left no thought of preserving this secret realm. This secret realm is a bit small. Although the harvest was substantial, seeing the barren expanse of the secret realm after just half a day, Zhang Yin couldn't help but click his tongue. For this secret realm, he had gathered everyone he could, and the result was this. Fortunately, he had more than one resource secret realm in hand. However, after thinking for a moment, he stopped his actions. Not for anything else but to rest. In the secret realm, Zhang Yin also took action but did not take away the work of others. By doing it himself, he would cherish what he obtained. He was not tired, but others were exhausted. Lacking strength, they could only rely on their innate abilities. But the consumption of using innate abilities was truly too great. Looking at the clan members who collapsed on the ground, their faces still showing smiles, Zhang Yin silently chuckled twice and then vanished. With the resource secret realm already in hand, he did not mind taking a moment. As for the statistics and distribution of these resources, there was no need for him, the leader, to take action. After a moment's rest, Zhang Jun called for the gathering of the collected materials. Scavenging was easy, but categorizing was difficult. Looking at the materials before him, Zhang Jun felt overwhelmed. This harvest is quite good. That kid Yin Bin will be overjoyed. With thoughts of the spiritual plants he had collected, Zhang Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Spiritual plants can be cultivated, providing him with a continuous source of resources. There are many Blue Star people, and there will be even more in the future. Although these resources are plentiful, if a cultivation frenzy truly erupts, these resources would merely be a drop in the ocean. Shaking his head, he decided not to overthink it, as that would only exhaust him. Resources are never too many. One should naturally gather as much as possible. However, the Myriad Realms battlefield is not like other places. Who knows what kinds of monsters will emerge. He does not believe that a being like the Sky Bull exists purely by chance. A second-tier existence is truly nothing in the Myriad Realms battlefield. If he had truly attained invincible strength, Zhang Yan would have long since rushed out to unleash a massacre. Whether for experience to level up or to eliminate threats, he would take action. However, while the idea is beautiful, reality is harsh. The surrounding area of the Earth domain is his territory, and no one has any objections to his plundering. But the outside world is different. A strength alone is not enough. Wisdom is a necessary condition for entering the Myriad Realms battlefield. Thus, avoiding being schemed against is also a means of survival in the battlefield. Zhang Yan and his Earth domain are already quite famous. It is only natural that wise beings would plot against him, and it is unavoidable. Although he knows he cannot evade it, he still suppresses his inner impulses. There can be risks and impulses, but they must be accompanied by a detailed plan. Without any plan, impulse is merely impulse, and adventure is merely adventure. It could lead him down a wrong path. After the excitement, Zhang Yan realized that he seemed to have nothing else to do, leaving him somewhat speechless. After thinking for a moment, he could only calm himself down to cultivate. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will retreat. However, while he was supposed to focus on cultivation, thoughts of the resources he just brought back made him a bit greedy. First, there are the spiritual rice grains. He has never tasted them before. Besides the resources left with Zhang Jun, he has plenty in his own spatial domain, so there is no need to go out to fetch more. Looking at the spiritual rice, Zhang Yan couldn't help but swallow. However, when he actually took the spiritual rice out, he found it was not what he had imagined. It resembles rice in shape, and one could say it is rice, but the grains on it are entirely different from what he had seen before. The heavy rice ears are larger than corn cobs, and the grains are as big as dried jujubes. Though the color is similar, it is somewhat dark yellow. He had not examined it closely when he collected it. It grows in a similar shape, and the plant is the same, so it should not be wrong. Even if it were wrong, what does it matter? If he says it's rice, then it's rice. With a surge of spiritual power, the grains of rice fell from the rice ear in his hand. Looking at the jade-like grains in his palms, smooth and shiny, they dazzled him. If one did not know that these were plucked from a plant, they might mistake these grains for treasures. How should I eat this? Looking at the jujube-sized grains in his hand, Zhang Yan frowned slightly. Just boil it. After a moment of consideration, Zhang Yan decided to boil it directly. However, being a first-tier spiritual material, it cannot be cooked using ordinary methods. Soon a large pot formed under Zhang Yan's spiritual power, and then a clear spring appeared flowing into the pot, and finally, he placed the spiritual rice inside. There was nothing fancy, just simple boiling. However, the flames beneath the pot were spiritual fire that Zhang Yan had condensed with his spiritual power. As the spiritual fire rose, the spiritual water in the pot began to boil. The temperature was so high that even spiritual water evaporated at an astonishing rate. This is truly bizarre. If the temperature is too low, it may not cook properly. If the temperature is too high, the water cannot withstand the boiling. It seems that even simple cooking is a technical skill. However, there are still ways around it. It only requires consuming some extra spiritual power. Enveloping the large pot before him with spiritual power, everything returned to calm. Under high temperature and pressure, even first-tier spiritual materials can only be boiled down. Of course, for higher-tier ingredients, one can only use alchemy methods to consume them. In less than 10 minutes, the pot lid was lifted and a rich fragrance wafted out. Upon smelling this fragrance, Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as he took a deep breath. Although he did not know how it would taste, just by the aroma he knew it would surely be good. The spiritual water in the pot had evaporated, leaving only the dark yellow shiny grains. Though he only boiled the grains from 2 rice ears, the resulting rice filled a large pot. Not minding the heat, Zhang Yan was not afraid of this bit of heat. He pinched a grain of rice and bit down, releasing an even stronger fragrance. As a grain of spiritual rice went down, it was instantly digested in his stomach, releasing a cool wooden elemental spiritual power, prompting him to emit a satisfied grunt. This wooden attribute spiritual power was weak and negligible for him. After all, the spiritual energy he casually absorbed was greater than the spiritual power contained in this grain. But if it were just like this, Zhang Yan would not pay too much attention. However, it is essential to note that this first-tier spiritual rice contains spiritual power, not merely spiritual energy. Spiritual energy needs to be absorbed and transformed, but spiritual power can directly integrate into the body, enhancing cultivation. Moreover, the most important aspect is that this spiritual power is exceptionally gentle. Just think, if there were enough spiritual rice, then Zhang Feng and the others could directly skip the initial accumulation stage, leading to a dramatic increase in strength. If that were the case, he would have more time to do other things. However, just thinking about the amount of spiritual rice he harvested in the resource secret realm gave him a headache. If the 10-mile radius of the secret realm were all filled with spiritual rice, it would indeed be considerable. But how could that be possible? The quantity of spiritual rice is scarce. Even if gathered together, it is questionable whether it would reach 2,000 gene. Thinking about how he directly boiled a large pot, he felt he should be damned. These should have been kept for seeds. To cultivate spiritual plants of this level 1 requires decades of optimization, otherwise they cannot be grown. Moreover, the resources needed to cultivate spiritual plants are incalculable. But it truly tastes divine. He picked up a grain of spiritual rice and stuffed it into his mouth. No point in overthinking, it has already been boiled and cooked. These are things he worked hard to obtain, why shouldn't he enjoy them? Changing his mindset makes a difference in his mood. Life is already difficult, why should he create discomfort? Boss, what is this? It smells so good. Before Zhang Yan could savor it carefully, the Chongtian Neo rushed over, drawn by the aroma. As for the so-called spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, and spiritual medicines, he had consumed countless, yet few had truly awakened his appetite like this. Even when it came to spiritual materials, the difference between cooked and raw was still quite evident. In the past, Chongtian Neo never considered eating cooked food. Even after following Zhang Yan, he had never eaten cooked food. The food brought by Zhang Feng and the others contained no spiritual energy, so Chongtian Neo naturally didn't even bother to look at it. Upon seeing Chongtian Neo approach Zhang, Yin snorted twice and waved his hand to serve him a bowl. Want more? Sorry, the rest is all his, no one else can have it. So stingy. Looking at the large bowl in front of him, Chongtian Neo fell silent for a moment, then muttered before gulping down the spiritual rice. Although his body had shrunk, his appetite had not diminished in the slightest. The spiritual rice in front of him could only satisfy his curiosity. However, once the spiritual rice entered his belly, Chongtian Neo's eyes lit up. Although the spiritual rice didn't have a significant effect on him, the taste was something he had never experienced before. Moreover, spiritual rice could directly increase one's spiritual power, which sent a jolt of excitement through him. It not only satisfied his cravings, but could also enhance his cultivation. This was hardly enough. Thinking this, his big cow head turned towards the large pot in front of Zhang Yan. Get lost. He himself didn't have enough, yet he still wanted more. He was truly being greedy. Zhang Yan started to chase him away. No, chase the cow away. Little uncle, I'm here. Before Chongtian Neo could be driven off, a voice called out. It was the voice of that brat Zhang Jun. Damn it, he should have sealed off the stone house earlier, and now it was too late. The scent had lured him here. If it were just Zhang Jun, it would have been fine. He could have easily sent him away, but sensing the presence of the old man behind Zhang Jun, he had to suppress his emotions. He tossed 5 grains of rice at Zhang Jun. Get lost. Remember, put away all the spiritual rice obtained from this resource secret realm for seeding. Alright. Zhang Jun arrived quickly and left just as fast. This brat, he had his mind set on this. Seeing Zhang Jun's actions, the old man snorted coldly. Never mind him, great-grandpa, come try this freshly prepared spiritual rice, it's a good thing. Haha, of course. The old man laughed heartily and sat down directly opposite Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan took out bowls and chopsticks and served the old man. Looking at the rice grains in the bowl, which were the size of red dates, the old man was somewhat surprised. As he took a bite, the old man frowned slightly. It was a bit hard. If not for the transformation from his cultivation, he might have had trouble biting it. Even if he could bite it, eating it was quite difficult. Only Zhang Yan and Chongtian Neo showed no reaction to it. Seeing the old man like this, Zhang Yan also guessed the situation and felt somewhat helpless. This spiritual rice was indeed cooked, but it was still first-tier spiritual rice, and he couldn't do anything about it. If possible, he could have chopped the spiritual rice before cooking, but that would cause the spiritual essence within to dissipate. To ensure the effectiveness of the spiritual rice, he could only cook it whole like this. After swallowing a grain of spiritual rice, the old man exhaled deeply. So refreshing. Although it was hard to eat, once the spiritual rice went down, he naturally experienced the benefit. Just 1 grain made his complexion flush slightly. It must be said that the potency of this spiritual rice was indeed substantial. The spiritual energy within him stirred as the old man began to digest this harvest. During this time, he had used the spirit stones and plenty of spiritual fruits and medicines obtained from the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Speaking of which, aside from Zhang Yan, the one who had made the most progress among them was the old man. Seeing this, Zhang Yan chuckled and began to guard his formation nearby. As for Chongtian Neo, upon seeing the old man and Zhang Yan enjoying their food, he quickly left. If he couldn't provoke them, he could at least avoid them. However, the smile that had been on Zhang Yan's face quickly faded. It was not for any other reason, but because the old man's body began to change. Could it be that it's a racial talent awakening? Does this mean that as long as we from Blue Star gather the extraordinary seeds, we can awaken? Zhang Yan thought so, and now the old man was experiencing the same. As for Zhang Feng and the others, they were merely taking shortcuts. Thinking back to the pain he endured during his own awakening of the giant spirit true body, he started to worry about the old man. It was not that he looked down on the old man, but the old man's body was indeed aging. As for regaining youth after awakening, that was merely superficial. The old man's body began to swell, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir. Seeing this, Zhang Yan hesitated not, and gathered a large amount of spiritual energy. The racial talent awakenings of Zhang Feng and the others could only be considered half awakenings. Their demand for spiritual energy was not very high, and the spiritual energy in the other world was abundant, so Zhang Yan did not need to worry about them. But the old man's situation was different. Remembering the scene of his own awakening of the giant spirit true body, he had to prepare more. Under the stimulation of a massive amount of spiritual energy, the old man's giant spirit true body officially entered the awakening state. As the spiritual energy poured in, the old man's body began to become full, and then it started to swell. The speed of the swelling was rapid. However, since the old man was seated, it was hard to say how tall he was now. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. An hour passed, and the old man finally stopped swelling. Looking at the old man's state, Zhang Yan's expression was quite remarkable. The old man had become young again. Originally, after awakening, the old man's hair started to darken, making him look like he was in his 50s or 60s. And now his hair was completely black, resembling a middle-aged person, leaving Zhang Yan somewhat dumbfounded. No, brother. No, great-grandfather, this joke has really gone too far. You've only just stepped into the extraordinary realm. Are you about to become an immortal? The old man's breathing gradually stabilized, and the spiritual energy around him began to calm down. But Zhang Yan's heart could not calm down at all. Not to mention Zhang Yan, although the old man had not opened his eyes, his heart was also churning with immense waves. Having lived so long, the old man was naturally very familiar with his own state. But now what did he feel? The vitality in his flesh was it something a 100-year-old man could possess. This breakthrough had completely exceeded his expectations. Compared to the last time he awakened, this time, he could say he had undergone a transformative change. Have I awakened the giant spirit true body? Upon opening his eyes, the old man surveyed his surroundings, slightly taken aback. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and after consuming a grain of spiritual rice, he was given the chance to advance. Since the opportunity for a breakthrough had presented itself, he naturally would not hold back and immediately began the process. But haven't I condensed the extraordinary seed? How could the giant spirit true body awaken? What has happened? A series of question marks emerged in his mind. In his impression, it seemed that one could only awaken the giant spirit true body after entering another world. Just as the old man was filled with doubt, Zhang Yan's voice reached him. Master, you should first shrink down before anything else. Hearing Zhang Yan's voice, the old man regained his composure. The power of the earth element surged, and a suit of armor materialized around him. The formation of the armor brought a hint of surprise to the old man's face. He had not expected that merely condensing the extraordinary seed would lead to such a significant change in his talents. With the armor formed, the old man closed his eyes once more. While shrinking down was important, he couldn't lose face, especially in front of the younger generation. Thus, even if it took extra effort to condense an entire suit of armor, he was unwilling to stand naked in front of Zhang Yan. Observing the old man's actions, Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Whether it was the giant spirit true body or other cultivation matters, he had discussed them with the old man long ago. Therefore, the method to shrink his form didn't need to be taught. The old man could comprehend and execute it on his own. Indeed, in less than 10 minutes, the old man's body began to gradually shrink. However, similar to Zhang Yan's situation, although he had shrunk, his current form was still significantly larger than before. However, this was merely a minor issue that could be adapted to over time. After shrinking his form, the old man opened his eyes again. Congratulations on awakening the giant spirit true body, master. So it truly is the giant spirit true body. What is going on? Why did I awaken so suddenly? Hearing that he had indeed awakened the giant spirit true body, the old man curiously began to inquire. It should be because you condensed the extraordinary seed. The condensation of the extraordinary seed allows us to directly awaken our racial talents. Is that so? That makes sense. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's explanation, the old man understood. Come, master, eat some spiritual rice. You've just broken through, and you must stabilize yourself well. As he spoke, Zhang Yan directly pushed a large pot beside the old man. After awakening the giant spirit true body, the demand for spiritual energy was immense, and the spiritual rice before him was just right for the old man. All right, I won't be polite then. The old man was well aware of his own situation. Moreover, he had no intention of being polite with Zhang Yan. Watching the old man devour the spiritual rice, Zhang Yan felt very pleased. This time, the old man truly had no worries about lifespan, which was something no one had anticipated. However, although the spiritual rice was excellent, it was still a first-tier spiritual item. Given the old man's newly condensed extraordinary seed, He could only consume 3 grains at most before needing to absorb and refine. Observing the old man Zhang, Yin could no longer contain his curiosity and cast a probing spell on him. Name Zhang Feng LV10100, HP 6, 206, 20 Spiritual Power, 305, 305 Constitution, 31 Spirit, 35 Talent Earth Element Control Racial Talent Giant Spirit True Body. Upon seeing the old man's attributes, Zhang Yin nodded. Previously, the old man's attributes had already reached a level sufficient to condense the extraordinary seed, but due to insufficient accumulation of spiritual power, he had fallen far behind, which prevented him from breaking through. However, with the spiritual materials obtained from the Myriad Realms battlefield and the spirit stones sent by Zhang Yin, these resources allowed the old man's spiritual power to directly complete what would take others years to accumulate. Now stimulated by the spiritual rice, the old man completed his breakthrough directly. Looking at the old man's attributes, there was still a vast space for growth. With 35 points in spirit, he could wield even more spiritual power. Currently, with 305 points of spiritual power, he was still far from enough. However, with the presence of spiritual rice, none of this presented a problem. After examining the old man's attributes, Zhang Yin felt a complete sense of relief. However, there was still one thing that puzzled him. That was the issue of lifespan. The old man was already 100 years old, which was quite normal for some healthy, elderly individuals. Some people were simply born long-lived. There was nothing that could be done about that. In this regard, Zhang Yin could only remark that the old man had a good approach to health. Yet after encountering extraordinary powers, the changes in the old man were truly astonishing. Just after awakening, changes began to appear in his body. Zhang Yin could still understand this. After all, a stronger physical constitution could extend lifespan, which was reasonable. However, although the old man appeared younger physically, the actual increase in lifespan was not that significant. Nonetheless, even so, Zhang Yin could ensure that the old man would not face any issues within the next 20 years. 20 years is a long time, and during this period he was confident he could find a good solution. As for killing monsters to level up, the old man should not participate. He did not want any accidents to occur with him. Yet this time the condensation of the extraordinary seed left Zhang Yin completely stunned. He himself was young, and even after condensing the extraordinary seed, did not notice any significant changes. As for his perception of lifespan, his strength had increased too rapidly, and the changes were too great. He had not been given the time to properly feel it. At this point, Zhang Yin dared to say that as long as he wasn't killed by someone, he could live indefinitely. But is it moreover, without any basis, it left him quite puzzled about the issue of lifespan. Now looking at the old man's attributes, and then at his current appearance. Sensing the surging vitality emanating from the old man, he could completely affirm that even after 50 years, or even 100, the old man wouldn't need to worry about lifespan. This discovery truly shocked him. Is lifespan really that inexpensive? This left Zhang Yin in. The time was too short, and there was no experience to speak of. Everything relied on his feelings and guesses, and he simply could not comprehend the changes. By the time night fell, Zhang Yin still had not come to an understanding. During this time, the old man had awakened several times and consumed spiritual rice repeatedly. The spiritual power contained in the spiritual rice was easy to absorb, and under the effect of the large amounts of spiritual rice, the old man's spiritual power had reached the accumulation limit. Even if he continued to eat the spiritual rice, the growth rate would slow down. Thus, after reaching his spiritual power limit, the old man ceased his cultivation. Spiritual power 720720, spirit 3636. This was the old man's harvest from one afternoon. One must say the effect of the spiritual rice is indeed domineering. There is still more than half of the spiritual rice in the pot. One must admit this ear of rice yields nearly 100 grains of spiritual rice, and the production is indeed impressive. After cooking so much, the old man only consumed a portion, yet he made such significant progress. The importance of this spiritual rice has undoubtedly elevated several levels. After stopping his cultivation, the old man chose to leave. As for the remaining spiritual rice, he firmly refused to consume any more. With his status, no one would dare to question him for eating a bit of spiritual rice. However, he also understands the preciousness of the spiritual rice. Having stabilized his realm, he would no longer compete with these young ones for resources. Zhang Yin knew the old man's thoughts, but did not dwell on them. Regarding the remaining spiritual rice, Zhang Yin thought for a moment and let out a sigh. The efficacy of the spiritual rice far surpasses that of those spiritual fruits, and it can be directly transformed into one's own cultivation power. Naturally, one should not waste it for the sake of mere culinary desires. He waved his hand to gather the spiritual rice from the pot, planning to distribute it to Zhang Feng and the others later. As for the others, they would have to wait. The amount of spiritual rice left is only enough for planting. As for when he would obtain more spiritual rice, next Zhang Yin contemplated as he looked at the remaining resource, secret realm key, in his hand. There is still one resource secret realm he left. He wondered if the resources inside would be the same. However, it was already evening, and everything would have to wait until tomorrow. At that moment, Zhang Jun's figure reappeared before him. At a glance, Zhang Yan sensed the difference in Zhang Jun's aura. One must admit the effects of the spiritual rice are truly remarkable. Given Zhang Jun and the others' condition, absorbing the external spiritual energy to convert it into internal spiritual power is extremely difficult. Yet in such circumstances, a majority of the spiritual power within the spiritual rice could still be absorbed. Although there might be some waste, it is still far better than absorbing 100 units of spiritual energy and losing 99. Not bad. How many grains of spiritual rice have you consumed? How is the effect? Upon hearing Zhang Yan's question, Zhang Jun became excited. Uncle, is this really spiritual rice? Is the effect somewhat unusual? Indeed, he had only consumed a single grain of spiritual rice. If spiritual rice is somewhat hard for the old man, then for Zhang Jun, he could only nibble at it slowly. Thus, in an entire afternoon, he merely digested 1 grain of spiritual rice. But just that single grain had increased both his physique and mental attributes by 1 point, and most importantly, his spiritual power had directly increased by 3 points. Having activated his talent, his spiritual power stood at 2020. After this period of cultivation, his spiritual power saw a remarkable boost, reaching 2,222. This was still due to the consumption of several spiritual fruits. One must admit, accumulating in the mortal realm is exceedingly difficult. But now, just in one afternoon, his spiritual power limit increased by 3 points. How could that not excite him? In this regard, Zhang Jun's situation is completely different from that of the old man. The old man's significant increase was merely partially attributed to the spiritual rice. His exceptionally strong attributes enabled him to convert spiritual energy, far exceeding that of Zhang Jun, with the spiritual rice serving merely as an auxiliary. If Zhang Jun were given the same spiritual rice, he would absolutely not be able to directly increase his spiritual power limit by hundreds. How can it not be spiritual rice? However, let me correct one thing, your understanding may be erroneous. The spiritual fruits you consumed earlier, you surely don't believe that they truly contain spiritual energy, making them real spiritual fruits to you. This was something Zhang Yan had not mentioned before, as he did not wish to dampen their enthusiasm. However, as a core member under his command, certain truths Zhang Jun would eventually need to know. Those things merely absorb some spiritual energy. How much benefit can you really gain from eating them? This spiritual rice has genuinely reached the first tier level. If it weren't for the fact that this spiritual rice is a plant, moving it would be quite difficult. Otherwise, with your small frames, you wouldn't even be able to approach them, let alone harvest the spiritual rice. Oh. Zhang Yan's words left Zhang Jun dumbfounded. He truly did not know. So are we not even as good as a stalk of rice? What do you think? This hit hard. Zhang Jun felt dazed. So they were that weak. Alright, don't think too much. You have only just begun to cultivate. Believe in yourselves. He merely stated the facts to Zhang Jun, not intending to discourage him. He knew when to stop. Yes, uncle, I will strive to cultivate diligently. By the way, uncle, we have already counted the resources obtained today. Here is the list. Zhang Jun quickly adjusted his state, and then took out a list. Although they brought back a considerable amount of items from the resource secret realm, their numbers were also substantial. Counting them was not a difficult task. Spiritual rice, 2,760 pounds. Upon seeing this number, Zhang Yan's eyes lit. Based on his estimation, being able to obtain 2,000 pounds of spiritual rice would be satisfactory, yet he never expected it to be as much as 2,760 pounds. Just this one item brought a smile to Zhang Yan's face. Spiritual fruits, 106,541 pounds. This number Zhang Yan merely glanced at before moving on. These were merely fruits that had absorbed spiritual energy. He truly did not care about them, as the quantity of such things was far too great. Of course, this was his perspective. For others, it truly was a significant harvest. Fruit trees, 2,156 trees. With the fruits already there, they wouldn't let the fruit trees go to waste. Next came the spiritual herbs and similar items, which were even less valuable than the spiritual fruits. Zhang Yan glanced at them and lost interest. As for the most abundant spiritual soil and spiritual water, Zhang Yan didn't even bother to look. He simply had them transported back to Blue Star. After all, these contained spiritual energy, and for the barren Blue Star, it was still a good harvest. As for how to utilize them after being transported back to Blue Star, that was not Zhang Yan's concern. Zhang Yan lightly tapped his fingers on the table in front of him, lost in thought. Junzi, distribute the spiritual fruits. Let them cultivate well. Take out a portion of the spiritual rice. I will cook it, and then let everyone have a taste. Thank you, uncle. Hearing Zhang Yan's arrangement, Zhang Jun's heart filled with joy, and he immediately ran out. Seeing Zhang Jun like this, Zhang Yan felt somewhat speechless. Though the quantity of spiritual rice is small considering its effects, he still decided to use a portion to enhance their overall strength. A grain of spiritual rice is about the size of a jujube, but slightly lighter, weighing about 10 grams or so. There are over 30 grains in a pound. For 20,000 people, even 1,000 pounds wouldn't be needed. Taking out less than 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice for everyone to have a taste is not a bad choice either. The emergence of spiritual rice is a delightful surprise. The collective growth of the clan's strength is what Zhang Yin hopes to see, and it is his will. Zhang Jun moved quickly. In less than 10 minutes he returned with several people to Zhang Yan's stone house. After placing down the spiritual rice, everyone but Zhang Jun excitedly left. It was evident that they already knew what was about to happen. Hep. Zhang Yin chuckled lightly before beginning his actions. With the previous experience, a huge stone pot was condensed using his spiritual power. Then came the addition of spiritual water. Everything was so simple and natural. However, Zhang Jun, who watched all this, felt a surge of envy. He had certainly seen quite a bit of extraordinary, yet their extraordinary abilities appeared rather weak, nowhere near as free and effortless as Zhang Yan's display. Reflecting on his own talent, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although his talent was strong, it lacked any distinctive features. Even if he wanted to mobilize the spiritual power within him, he couldn't create the elaborate scenes that others could. Especially when facing Zhang Feng, he felt an overwhelming envy. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Although Zhang Yin was busy, he noticed Zhang Jun's expression. Zhang Jun's talent determined his characteristics. But talent is talent. It does not mean there is no possibility for change. Uncle, what do you think my fighting style will be in the future? Haven't you already thought about it in your heart? In response to Zhang Jun's question, Zhang Yin did not answer, but instead countered with a question. But? No buts, but what? A single but made Zhang Jun's eyes light up. Have you ever considered that because you have talent you have determined the direction of your future development? So have you thought about how those without talent can determine their future direction? As he finished speaking, Zhang Yin once again focused his gaze on the large pot before him. If possible, he wanted to refine these spiritual rice into pills for use. In the inheritance he received from the Taiping Heavenly Book, there was knowledge regarding alchemy. Although this inheritance did not leave behind any specific pill formulas, the alchemical knowledge allowed him to refine a considerable amount of what he desired. However, he had never thought of developing alchemy, so he had not studied it extensively. Even without a formula, he could still refine pills that would increase cultivation using the spiritual rice in his hands. But he had never attempted alchemy, fearing he might waste the spiritual rice. Steaming was simple, yet it could fully preserve the efficacy of the spiritual rice. Uncle, I understand now. You want me to learn by myself, to cultivate, to comprehend. Zhang Jun's eyes were bright. For those without talent to achieve anything, they must constantly learn, cultivate, and make greater efforts to keep pace with those who are endowed with talent. Since those without talent can achieve this, then he as someone with enhancement talent could certainly do so, and after all, his enhancement talent boosted not only his physical strength, but also aspects like root bone quality and comprehension. Haven't you come to this realization? In response, Zhang Yin did not want to say anything. Such a simple principle, if one did not understand it, would be truly foolish. Zhang Jun chuckled awkwardly. Enhancement was merely his talent, but it did not limit his future development. He had been foolishly competing with Zhang Feng and misled himself. That dog Zhang Feng must know this. He is truly despicable. After realizing all this, Zhang Jun began to silently curse. In his heart, anything that felt wrong was Zhang Feng's fault, and that was just fine. Ignoring Zhang Jun's thoughts, Zhang Yan's spiritual rice in the pot was already cooked. Junzi, why haven't you informed everyone? Do you expect me to distribute the rice to you? He disdainfully shooed Zhang Jun away. Then he waved his hand and cast the large pot out of the stone house. His stone house was not large enough to withstand such back and forth commotion. Cultivation, I have indeed been lax. Ignoring external matters, Zhang Yin directly entered a state of cultivation. The other world is not a battlefield of myriad realms. Many changes in the other world are hardly perceptible. Now that he had returned to the battlefield of myriad realms, he naturally had to thoroughly investigate. As the spiritual power circulated, he did not hasten to absorb the converging spiritual energy from the outside, but allowed the spiritual power to flow within his body. With each surge of strength, he felt both joy and helplessness. Every time his strength surged, he had yet to gain a clear understanding of his power before the next moment saw another surge, leaving him no time to adapt. When facing the Heavenly Bull, if his overall strength had not far surpassed the Heavenly Bull, and the bull had just recently been born, he would have really struggled to subdue it. Today's task was not to cultivate, but to adapt. To adapt to his surging power, to adapt to the circulation of spiritual power within him. With the talent to edit techniques, there was nothing more Zhang Yin could change in his techniques. He just needed to cultivate step by step. However, the operation of techniques also requires a process of proficiency. Spiritual power traversed the meridians. The golden patterns within the meridians shimmered, radiating waves of inexplicable Tao. These golden patterns represented his comprehension of the power of the earth, embodying Zhang Yan's Tao. The moment spiritual power flowed through it deepened Zhang Yan's understanding of the Tao of the earth, refining his spiritual power further. Only with the refinement of spiritual power could more strength be contained. Again and again it became faster and more effortless. As the spiritual power circulated, Zhang Yan gradually mastered the power within his body. Only the power one controls is truly one's own, otherwise it is a castle in the air, a silver spear with a wax head, good in appearance, but useless. Zhang Yan was very satisfied with his ability to quickly control the power within him. However, during the process of spiritual power circulation, some issues gradually emerged. Such performance, however, did not allow Zhang Yan to feel too much joy. If measured by martial arts standards, it would not be inappropriate to call Zhang Yan a generation's martial arts master. Yet such control was merely an ability inherent to his level, which is why Zhang Yan felt neither joy nor sorrow. What he lacked was not this control, but the ability to unleash powers beyond his own strength. Divine abilities sigh. After murmuring this phrase, Zhang Yan let out a long sigh. His current strength was entirely manifested through his physical power. As for divine abilities and techniques, he primarily wielded a few concerning the manipulation of earth energy. Speaking of which, with the domain of earth at his command, his comprehension vastly surpassed that of other beings at his level. Yet comprehension is merely the first step. The true ability lies in how one can actualize that understanding. However, the application of power cannot be comprehended overnight. He could only focus his thoughts on the enhancement of his cultivation. Though it may seem a bit boastful, what Zhang Yan thought was indeed the truth. This was merely the after effect of his sudden surge in power. Given a choice, he would not forego the opportunities at hand. Divine abilities can be understood at any time, but right now his strength was undeniably on the rise. As he opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashed, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him instantly calmed. After spending an entire night, his cultivation had not made significant progress, yet he had managed to integrate the surging power. With a physique of 180, he was not far from reaching 200. This visible progress was truly intoxicating. His mental acuity had also reached 170 points, completely matching the rhythm of his physical prowess. However, such an opportunity was a one-time affair, and he could not guarantee that the next world would present a similar situation. Although he still held a task scroll in his hand, encountering such a naive world consciousness was genuinely not so easy. Watching the sky brighten, Zhang Yan slowly stretched and stepped out of the stone house. Knowing that the Sky Bull could manage his territory in his stead, he entrusted the recruitment of subjects and the operation of the Void Vortex to the Sky Bull. As he exited the stone house, the subjects had already been summoned, and the Void Vortex had begun its operation. Hearing the booming sounds of cannon fire, Zhang Yan smiled slightly and directly stepped into the spatial gate. The affairs of this small world were not yet fully concluded. He still needed to keep an eye on things. He genuinely feared that the outsiders would act without martial ethics and cause destruction in his absence. Of course, the most important thing was that he sought to fully control this small world. As mentioned before, the expansion of the Earth domain involves both superficial occupation and complete infiltration. Currently, he had only superficially occupied this small world. It was merely because his power level was higher that he had gained more authority over this small world. What he needed to do now was to thoroughly permeate the earth of this small world, marking it with his imprint. For Zhang Yan at this moment, this was no challenge at all. It merely required the passage of time. Moreover, this time would not be long. Upon entering the small world, a familiar feeling of control surged in his heart, causing Zhang Yan to squint in delight before sitting cross-legged. Deepening the infiltration of the Earth domain does not require spiritual power. As long as Zhang Yan stood atop the Earth domain, he could accelerate its operation and permeation. Thus Zhang Yan could fully cultivate here or do other things as long as he did not leave the small world. However, since he was here, Zhang Yan naturally would not do nothing. Before engaging in other activities, he swiftly arrived at the core of the small world. Looking at the numerous purple-golden mist emanating from the world core, he felt a surge of joy within. With the mass slaughter of beings, this small world had once again condensed a significant amount of world essence. Indeed, to completely plunder a small world was not such a simple task. Even after collecting the essence of the world consciousness, there remained some remnants. However, he did not come here merely to observe these mist-like remnants of world essence. Much like the situation on Blue Star, when a world loses its essence, it begins to encounter problems. Yet this was still a small world, and given that it was on the verge of promotion with dense spiritual energy within, even if problems arose, they did not manifest. Now what Zhang Yan could do was release some world essence to stabilize this world, otherwise this small world would truly be rendered useless. Of course, he harbored another thought, though he was uncertain whether he could achieve it. Moreover, there was another crucial issue. This small world did not belong to the chaos sea he resided in. To fully occupy this small world might pose some unknown risks. Under normal circumstances, one would occupy this small world first, then plunder everything from it, ultimately destroying the world. This is a war between two chaos seas, and the destruction of worlds is a common occurrence. However, looking at this small world teeming with spiritual energy, Zhang Yin truly felt a tinge of reluctance. To reach this level of development was not something that could be achieved overnight. It really gives one a headache. I hope the Multiverse Battlefield can lend some strength. Although the Multiverse Battlefield would not pay attention to his small calamity, if he were truly able to completely occupy this small world, the Multiverse Battlefield should not stand idly by. Holding such thoughts, Zhang Yin took direct action. The heart of the world was summoned forth. The appearance of the heart of the world made the entire small world erupt in cheers. The world essence was absorbed by the heart of the world, and now the small world regarded the heart of the world as its core. It was precisely because he sensed this change that he conceived the idea of moving the entire small world back to occupy it. If Zhang Yin placed the heart of the world at the core of the world, then this small world would directly become his private possession, and the world would immediately begin to ascend to the level of a small thousand worlds. The heart of the world of Blue Star, though lacking the world essence, did not mean it was rendered useless. The heart of the world from a higher dimensional world was truly a paramount existence for this small world. However, Zhang Yin could not possibly do that. Keeping the heart of the world by his side was the safest option. With the universe still in flux, he did not dare to leave the heart of the world in this small world. What he needed to do now was guide to draw this small world next to their Tianqian great universe, and then thoroughly possess this small world. As for how to guide something across two chaos seas, that distance was indeed a challenge. Thus Zhang Yin had to observe the attitude of the Multiverse Battlefield. If the Multiverse Battlefield sensed Zhang Yin's actions, how could it possibly refrain from offering assistance? Seeing that his own kin was putting in such effort, this elder brother naturally could not just stand by. The Spatial Gate is an extension of the power of the Multiverse Battlefield, who under the guidance of the Spatial Gate, he could potentially pull this small world back. Go for it. Keep it up. Quietly encouraging himself, Zhang Yin began his actions. With the idea of bringing this small world under his control, he no longer cared about the force approaching the small world. The small world had been taken away by him. No matter how strong the force was, it would be of no use. If they had the ability, they should come to the chaotic sea where the battlefield of myriad realms is located. As the heart of the world began to operate, the entire small world started to tremble violently. Spiritual energy surged, the earth shook, fierce winds swept through, and thunder roared across the sky, resembling a scene of apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, the emergence of such a scene would result in two outcomes. The first situation is quite straightforward: the world begins to collapse. The second outcome is that the world begins to ascend. Undoubtedly, the small world was facing the second result, world ascension. However, Zhang Yin would not allow the small world to ascend now. If he were simply taking away a small world, there might not have been an issue. But if it were a small thousand worlds, then the problem would be serious. With his current abilities, he was not yet capable of achieving such a staggering feat. He was very self-aware. One should act according to their abilities. Even this small world was a result of his recklessness. Stabilizing the heart of the world, preventing this small world from ascending. Then he began his drawing plan. The heart of the world in his hand belonged to the Tianqian Great Universe, inherently possessing the coordinates of the Tianqian Great Universe. Now drawing it was quite easy, with no chance of getting lost. As Zhang Yin moved, there were also movements on the other side of the spatial gate. The gate shimmered unpredictably. The movement of the small world posed a risk of shattering this spatial gate. But this spatial gate was formed by the battlefield of myriad realms, so it was not that simple. Soon the spatial gate stabilized. Perhaps sensing Zhang Yan's actions, an inexplicable force descended upon this small world. Subsequently, the spatial gate burst forth with radiant light, and a terrifying pulling force appeared. Zhang Yan, at the core of the world, naturally felt the arrival of this force, which brought him joy. Indeed, the battlefield of myriad realms had made its move. If he relied solely on himself, drawing this small world back would take an unknown amount of time, and success was not guaranteed. After all, the migration of the small world would expose it entirely to the chaotic sea. Encountering anything in the chaotic sea would not surprise Zhang Yan. The probability of the small world being destroyed during the drawing process was over 99. Therefore, Zhang Yan was also taking a gamble this time. The worst outcome would be if the battlefield of myriad realms did not intervene. He would scrape everything from this small world and then withdraw. As for danger, what danger? By then he would have returned to the battlefield of myriad realms, who would still care about this small world. As for losses, indeed, he would lose the land domain of this small world. But this loss was entirely within his acceptable range. Otherwise would Zhang Yan be foolish. If he hadn't considered all situations clearly, he wouldn't be so impulsive. But the fact is he had gambled correctly. However, Zhang Yan's actions indeed made others furious. The two chaotic seas had fought for countless years, and the worlds destroyed in the war were innumerable. But regarding the destruction of these worlds, neither the battlefield of myriad realms nor this unknown chaotic sea cared at all. The chaotic sea was constantly nurturing endless worlds. This was their confidence. But for someone like Zhang Yan who directly moved an entire world back, this was quite infuriating. Soon the other party also made a move. However, the other party and the battlefield of myriad realms were of the same rank. Wanting to take action was not that simple. Moreover, the battlefield of myriad realms had already gained the upper hand, and it had lost the initiative. However, the other party was not without means. Previously, Zhang Yan had sensed a force descending upon this small world. But since the small world had already begun to move, he naturally did not regard the other party as a threat. Yet under the influence of the unknown force from the other party, this force began to rapidly approach the small world, arriving in an instant. The arrival of the other party was quite loud. Zhang Yan at the core of the world naturally sensed their presence, causing his expression to change slightly. Facing the unknown, he naturally did not dare to be careless. He truly did not expect the other party's actions to be so swift. But since he could not evade, he would confront it. As for danger, he did not feel much, or what he feared was the existence that would oppose the battlefield of myriad realms, not the beings that were descending. The spatial gate, the method of the other party's arrival, was also in the form of a spatial gate. Perhaps due to the proximity and the interference of that unknown force, the spatial gate formed in an instant. Before Zhang Yan could react, figures began to emerge from the spatial gate. Is that actually the human race? Seeing those appearing figures made Zhang Yan's brows furrow slightly. Since he encountered the battlefield of myriad realms and learned about the existence of myriad realms, he no longer regarded the blue star human race as the only human race. Although he thought that way, it was still the first time he encountered a human race from another world, which naturally piqued his curiosity. At the same time, new thoughts arose in his mind. But this thought could only be acted upon after defeating the other party. Glancing at them, the basic information of the opponent appeared before his eyes. Clearly, a military force had emerged. The strength of the army was unknown, but just from their aura they were all above the first tier. The aura of this army made Zhang Yan frown. If it were only like this, would it be too weak? Zhang Yan's gaze fell once more on the enormous spatial gate. Sure enough, under Zhang Yan's gaze, three figures emerged from the spatial gate. Seeing these three figures made Zhang Yan's pupils constrict. Second tier, and there were three of them. Although he did not know the exact strength of the other party, since they could reach the second tier, their power would undoubtedly be formidable. Is this the task world? I truly did not expect this small world to offer such generous rewards. My lord, please be cautious. We may be facing a madman from the battlefield of myriad realms this time. Seeing their lord's relaxed demeanor, one behind could not help but remind. Upon hearing this reminder, the youth referred to as the lord also changed his expression. If you can't talk, then don't speak. Mentioning the battlefield of myriad realms made his heart tremble. Although the chaotic sea he was in was not safe, it could still be considered harmonious. But compared to the battlefield of myriad realms, it was truly like a small witch meeting a great witch. The battlefield of myriad realms was a place even more terrifying than those abyssal lands. Crow's mouth. Seeing his companion mention the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the other person couldn't help but curse under his breath. Form the formation. Realizing he had misspoken, he could only change the subject and began directing the troops to form their battle array. Zhang Yan naturally heard their conversation. With his ability to comprehend language, he understood their words. However, it was precisely because he understood that he felt a bit stunned. Is the battlefield of 10,000 realms that terrifying? Just mentioning it is off limits. He truly didn't feel much about it. His journey had been smooth sailing, and the strongest opponent he encountered was just the Chongtian Yo. After his surprise, Zhang Yan no longer thought too much. He knew too little about the battlefield of 10,000 realms. These people were just in time to provide him with more information. Seeing that there was no movement behind the spatial gate, Zhang Yan stepped out of the core of the world. He suddenly appeared above the army, instantly drawing the attention of everyone below. With so many people staring at him, Zhang Yan felt no embarrassment, and without giving them a chance to react, he immediately began to take action. Boom. The earth shattered, gravity suppressed, and soil spikes shot into the sky. Apart from the 3 second-tier fighters, the remaining first-tier army was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Fighting in the domain of the earth, Zhang Yan had a significant advantage. He was somewhat surprised that the 3 second-tier fighters managed to evade his attack, but it also felt reasonable. After all, they were second-tier. How could they possibly fail? The 3 second-tier powerhouses soared into the air, their eyes fixed intensely on Zhang Yan, a mix of shock and fury in their gazes. That was the foundation he had painstakingly cultivated for decades. To have it so directly wasted made his heart bleed. Along with his rage, the leader felt a chill in his heart. There was no need to ask, no need to check. Zhang Yan's identity was becoming increasingly apparent. A being from the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Only beings from that battlefield would come at him without any hesitation. The event he most dreaded was unfolding. However, seeing that Zhang Yan was alone and had no army behind him, it slightly eased his heart. Though the army he had brought didn't play a role, he shouldn't underestimate them. In the military formation, they as second-tier fighters were also bound and unable to gain an advantage. If it hadn't been for Zhang Yan's sneak attack, resolving the army in his hands wouldn't have been so simple. But the situation had already occurred. His army was gone. Zhang Yan had appeared too suddenly, and they had sensed no aura at all. Fortunately, there was only one opponent. They should be able to cope with it, right? Just the fact that Zhang Yan came from the battlefield of 10,000 realms made them feel immense pressure. Even with 3 against 1, they were still uncertain. After sensing Zhang Yan's aura, they discovered that he was also second tier, which slightly reassured them. Regardless, in a battle of the same tier, even if they were at a disadvantage, they could still escape. It was truly too difficult to kill an enemy of the same tier. Of course, this was referring to themselves. They were confident they could keep their lives under Zhang Yan's hand. Especially upon discovering that Zhang Yan was also a member of the human race, their confidence returned once more. Sensing the change in the trio's gazes, Zhang Yan found it amusing, yet he had no intention of holding back. His earlier strike had already allowed him to gauge their strength. Though they were second tier, and their combat power was decent, they paled in comparison to him. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he had hoped they would bring him some surprises. With a thought, the power of the earth surged, and instantly a wall of earth rose before the spatial gate, blocking their retreat. This was to prevent them from escaping. To reach the second tier, they must possess some means of survival. If they wanted to escape, he might truly not be able to keep them. Not good. Bastard. The 3 of them naturally noticed Zhang Yan's movements, their faces changing drastically. Of course, their discomfort wasn't just because Zhang Yan had blocked their retreat. Their grim expressions were due to Zhang Yan looking down on them. They were 3 second-tier powerhouses. In a 3-on-0 situation, blocking their retreat was clearly a blatant display of contempt. As their strength increased, they became increasingly concerned about their pride. Zhang Yan's actions undoubtedly rubbed their faces in the dirt. This kind of disdain was something they could not endure. Die. 3. Though one among them was the leader, their long years of collaboration meant their tacit understanding needed no elaboration. The 3 of them simultaneously launched an attack on Zhang Yan. Each held a weapon, one with a spear, another with a blade, and the leader surprisingly wielded a dagger. The spear-wielding man was the first to approach Zhang Yan, thrusting his spear with a sonic boom. If it were just this, Zhang Yan wouldn't even bother to glance. It wasn't arrogance, he truly had confidence in his sheer power. Even without activating his Titan form, this kind of attack wouldn't be able to breach his defenses. However, when the spear reached him, it unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Seeing this, Zhang Yan instead let out a sigh of relief. If the human before him was of that level, he truly feared they might unleash something significant. Before Zhang Yan could react, the middle-aged man with the blade had already reached above him, swinging his long knife mercilessly. As for the leader, he was the fastest, but struck last. Because the opponent had circled to Zhang Yan's back like a poisonous snake, he suddenly stabbed forth with the dagger in hand. One must admit the trio coordinated exceptionally well. An ordinary second-tier fighter would have to endure such an attack. But how could Zhang Yan be an ordinary second-tier fighter? Though he could withstand it, he didn't want to get hurt, nor did he wish to test whether his defenses could endure their onslaught. At the moment the spear struck Zhang Yan, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. This sudden change did not escape the trio's notice, and their expressions changed dramatically. Not good. As they realized Zhang Yan was from the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the trio had no intention of holding back, launching their full-force assault. Initially, as they thought their attack had landed on Zhang Yan, they felt secretly pleased. Knowing their companions, while they understood that as long as their combined attack landed on Zhang Yan, he would either die or be severely injured. They had encountered many second-tier enemies, but none had been able to withstand the might of their combined assault. Because those who could withstand their combined might would never let them leave. But now Zhang Yan's figure had disappeared, leaving only a phantom in its place. This left them alarmed, and they hurriedly tried to pull back their strength. But as their attacks had already landed on Zhang Yan's phantom, retracting their power was not so easy. A deafening roar erupted, and 3 disheveled figures were sent flying backward. The 3 of them instinctively moderated their strength, but it was precisely because of this that they were also thrust away. Zhang Yan gazed at the 3 figures, soaring away, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To battle in his domain was truly foolish. With just a teleportation ability, the situation became utterly unresolvable. However, seeing the 3 of them flying backward, Zhang Yan naturally would not let such a good opportunity slip away. He swiftly followed up with a punch. Zhang Yan's fist loomed large before him, and the middle-aged man wielding a blade reacted quickly, raising his weapon to block. Can you withstand this? Explode. With all his might unleashed, the fist collided with the long knife, sending the middle-aged man flying. Zhang Yin did not wish to complicate matters. He struck with full force, providing them no time to react. Yet Zhang Yan's quick response was matched by the opponent's swiftness. Before Zhang Yin could continue his assault, the man with the long spear hurled his weapon into the air. Sensing movement behind him, Zhang Yin furrowed his brow and dodged. However, this evasion granted the opponents a chance to regroup. The three of them once again gathered, their expressions grave as they looked at Zhang Yin. The previous skirmish had been brief, but immensely perilous. Although the middle-aged man had managed to block Zhang Yan's attack, he still sustained internal injuries. Yet being a second-tier warrior, his recovery ability was remarkably strong. Within this short span, he had healed a significant portion of his wounds. Zhang Yin naturally noticed this, causing his complexion to darken. The detection technique had become ineffective against such high-level warriors, who otherwise he would have used it first. Yet it mattered little. Even though he had unleashed all his power in the previous attack, he had still gauged the strength of the three. They were inferior, and one could say they were far from his level. Especially in terms of strength, even without using the giant spirit form, he could easily crush them. However, after reaching the second tier, the spiritual energy was nourished by the Taoist essence, enhancing the body with this refined energy. Their recovery was incredibly formidable. Unless there was an overwhelming strength advantage, killing them would be exceedingly difficult. Currently, the small world was in the process of migrating, making it unsuitable to waste time in this battle. Hence, Zhang Yin intended to end it swiftly. However, before he could act, the three had already taken action. A scroll appeared and was thrown into the air. Although Zhang Yin was unaware of what this scroll contained, his instincts urged him to prevent it from activating. However, he had no choice. The one activating the scroll was a second-tier warrior of the same level as him, leaving him no time to react. A wave of terrifying energy rippled out from the scroll. Seeing the flashing wave, Zhang Yin was startled and attempted to retreat. Yet the speed of the ripple was swift, providing him no time to respond. As the wave approached, Zhang Yin instinctively activated his rock armor for defense. Although uncertain if it would hold, it was certainly better than doing nothing. As the wave enveloped him, everything around Zhang Yin froze. This scroll could actually halt time in the vicinity. Don't hold back, kill him. Using the scroll caused a twinge of pain on the Lord's face. After all, he had just employed a time stop. Simply using this single scroll caused him more pain than if his army had been wiped out. With such a significant loss, they would certainly not let Zhang Yin escape. Having already suffered significant losses, they had to recover some of their investment this time. As for fleeing, he had previously considered it, but after using the time-stopping scroll, he completely abandoned that thought. Being at the same second-tier level, and having been affected by the time-stopping scroll, if he fled now, he would truly become a laughingstock. The reason he had thought of using his trump card without hesitation was that he felt secure. Facing Zhang Yin, who he knew he couldn't defeat, he naturally had to use all his cards and spare no effort to end the battle quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Heart-piercing stab. As a second-tier warrior, how could he lack the courage to fight? The other two naturally understood their lord's intent. They were originally a united front, one shares glory and one shares loss, so they naturally had to follow their lord into battle. Clang. The dagger emitted a chilling gleam and landed without reservation on Zhang Yin. Just this collision startled the lord. It did not pierce through. No, not only did it not pierce, but it also did not leave a mark at all. His expression changed dramatically, and he immediately began to retreat. The other two were a step behind the lord and did not perceive the anomaly. It was only when they saw their lord retreating that they sensed something was off and attempted to pull back. However, retreating now was too late. The time-stopping effect was indeed formidable, and Zhang Yin had not reacted in time. But it must be noted that they were currently in a small world controlled by themselves within the domain of Earth, where various enhancements were maximized and resistances stacked. Under such circumstances, in an instant the power of time enveloping him began to disintegrate. Although the control was lifted, Zhang Yan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that despite not holding back aside from using the giant spirit form, he had exerted all his strength, yet even so he was still affected. It seemed one could not underestimate anyone in this world. Watching the two attacks descending upon him, Zhang Yin had no intention of dodging this time. The strongest lord had been unable to breach his defenses, giving him full confidence in his protection. He then unleashed two punches before the two could react. They were swiftly sent flying. This attack struck the two solidly, unlike the previous one partially deflected by the long knife. This blow left them heavily injured. As for the two attacks that landed on Zhang Yin, they had no effect whatsoever. Being on the same second tier, the gap between them was simply incomprehensible. Lord, run! Despite being heavily injured, the middle-aged man with the long knife still shouted out. This cry took Zhang Yin by surprise. But could they escape? Giant spirit form. With a thought, the giant spirit form was unleashed, and an overwhelming pressure spread out. Ah! Zhang Yan's manifestation of the giant spirit form left the Lord, who was about to flee, stunned in place. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Our enemy is just a human, right? The Lord completely broke down. Under that overwhelming pressure, he had lost all thoughts of fleeing. There was no escaping now. Zhang Yan did not care about his thoughts. Having activated the giant spirit form, he would not hold back. He reached out with his giant hand, capturing the Lord in his palm. Humph. One hand grasped the Lord while the other struck at the remaining two, who were instantly obliterated into dust without any resistance. Looking at the vanished figures, Zhang Yan furrowed his brow slightly. He had been too forceful. Regardless, they were both second-tier powerhouses, and their bodies could have been of some use. Now that they were gone, Zhang Yan felt a twinge of regret. However, it was merely a minor regret. He then turned his gaze to the figure he held in his hand, a smile appearing on Zhang Yan's face. He had just heard them call him Lord, which naturally piqued his curiosity. He could also be referred to as Lord, but what intrigued him was how the other party, also a second-tier, had become. Moreover, they had mentioned the battlefield of all realms, indicating their clear understanding of it, which further intrigued Zhang Yan. However, although the other party belonged to the human race, they were clearly enemies and not from the same chaotic sea. Thus, he could not use ordinary means to obtain information. Soul-searching was undoubtedly a good choice. With that thought, he proceeded to do just that. Although he had no secret techniques for soul-searching, after reaching a certain level, divine abilities emerged naturally. He had experienced receiving information through the soul many times, but taking the initiative to probe for information was a first for him, so it was somewhat crude. As the soul was invaded, the Lord let out a piercing scream. Wait, there's a soul protection mechanism. The soul-searching was successful, but deep within the other party's soul lay a protective mechanism. Zhang Yan was quite familiar with this. To ensure that information does not leak, many beings in various worlds exhibit such traits. Blue Star was no exception. The connection of the heavenly Tao net is not merely for simple communication. Upon discovering this situation, Zhang Yan naturally did not hesitate. Since he could not obtain all the information he desired, he at least aimed to intercept part of it, otherwise wouldn't his efforts be in vain. Immediately, Zhang Yan's divine sense surged violently, extracting the information he sought. In an instant, the Lord convulsed and lost all breath. Zhang Yan snorted coldly, discarding the corpse from his hand. He did not obtain much information this time, but it thoroughly shocked him. Firstly, there was the understanding of the battlefield of all realms. Secondly, there were descriptions regarding strength. Lastly, there was an introduction to the territory. Everything exceeded his realm of understanding. This Lord was named Reese, and it was evident that he was also a Lord. The specifics were unknown to him, as the information was obtained violently, resulting in much loss. However, he did gain considerable insight into the other party's territory. Establishing a territory did not necessarily require reaching the third tier, which Zhang Yan himself had misunderstood. Of course, it could also be said that the territory Zhang Yan learned about was fundamentally different from others. Other territories could build those miraculous structures similar to Zhang Yan's territory. Yet the issue was that territories also had levels. Generally, these lords directly became lords during trials in their homeland, and the consumption of becoming a lord was borne by the worlds themselves. Before entering the war in the chaotic sea, their main task was to build territories and increase strength, which was much safer than in the battlefield of all realms. At least in their homeland, with local powerhouses watching over them, the talents could naturally grow more. Undoubtedly, the lord before him was one of those who had grown. This was quite different from the battlefield of all realms. The chaotic sea where the battlefield of all realms resided also had its own trial rules. However, the blue star where Zhang Yan resided belonged to the Tianqian Great Universe, part of the vast world, and its status was inherently high, so it could not be treated as a common lord to nurture. Thus, those who became lords on the novice continent of the battlefield of all realms were fundamentally different from the lords emerging from smaller worlds. This brings us to the classification of strength. Regardless of the territory, it ultimately comes down to strength. According to Rice memory, as long as one reaches the first tier, they can gain the world's recognition and can apply to become a local lord. Of course, the first tier mentioned here is not the same as what Zhang Yan imagined. It refers to breaking through human limits in attributes, reaching 11 points, which qualifies as a first-tier powerhouse. Reaching 21 points qualifies one as second tier. Continuing this way, reaching 91 points is ninth tier. Exceeding 100 points in attributes denotes a saint domain. Surpassing 200 points classifies one as a demigod. Looking at it this way, Zhang Yan's strength was clear as day, saint level, or rather high saint level strength. With such strength, crushing these three newly initiated saint-level individuals was naturally as easy as pie. Therefore, Zhang Yan's territory was far from ordinary. It was the embryonic form of a divine domain. With this thought, many unreasonable aspects became clear. So I have become this strong already. Zhang Yan murmured, unable to help but laugh aloud. It turned out he could already be called a powerhouse. However, Zhang Yin quickly reined in his emotions. Although this unfamiliar classification of strength pleased him, it did not. Moreover, since there was such a classification of strength in the battlefield of all realms, there must be a reason behind it, and it would not appear arbitrarily. Thus he could only use. Lastly, there was the introduction to the battlefield of all realms. In Rice's memory, he had only clashed with enemies from the battlefield of all realms once, and even then it was in a supportive role. However, it was precisely because of that action that he came to understand the existence of the battlefield of all realms. After all, they did not belong to the same chaotic sea. Even though the two were constantly at war, the information about the battlefield of all realms was not accessible to everyone. Thus, the information Zhang Yan obtained from Rice was limited. Yet even so, it allowed Zhang Yan to glimpse another side of the battlefield of all realms. The battlefield of all realms indeed nurtures these local beings, which is partly its original intention, a fact that cannot be changed. However, the brutal side of the battlefield of all realms is represented by the local monsters that have emerged. Even though the demon race has a violent, erratic nature and chaotic reasoning, they at least possess a shred of rationality. But the monsters within the battlefield of all realms are driven solely by a desire for slaughter, and the negative calamity aura on them makes all beings feel threatened. In the face of those monsters, one could either flee or kill them. However, once you kill these monsters, you risk becoming tainted by calamity aura. With calamity aura upon you, who will live? It is such an unreasonable situation. Are those monsters really that fierce? Seeing the information about the monsters in the Myriad Realms battlefield, Zhang Yin was somewhat dumbfounded. He had fought against the monsters in the battlefield and had not noticed anything unusual. It was even more impossible to be burdened by tribulation aura. However, considering that those monsters were benefits for him, there must be some restrictions in the Myriad Realms battlefield. Understanding this, Zhang Yin no longer thought much about it. As for the remaining information, it was just some daily matters of Rice, which Zhang Yin directly crushed and discarded. After learning so much, Zhang Yin inexplicably felt much more relaxed. Although he knew he was still like an ant in front of those great beings, at least he could speak for himself. He had stepped into a higher tier and was no longer the lowest existence. When all the lives of these invaders perished, the massive spatial gate also vanished, signifying the ultimate victory obtained by the Myriad Realms battlefield. At the same time, the enhancements on the Myriad Realms battlefield had begun. Congratulations, Zhang Yin of the Heavenly Qian Great Universe, for perfectly completing the invasion task. Reward 10 source points, 10 lesser 1,000 world sources. Ep. Upon seeing that the task was completed and the rewards were issued, Zhang Yan's expression brightened, but he was somewhat stunned when he saw the meager reward. Is that all? Although these rewards were considerable, they did not meet his expectations. Congratulations, Zhang Yin of the Heavenly Qian Great Universe, for exceeding the task requirements, capturing a lesser world. Reward 50 source points, 10 middle 1,000 world sources. Now that's more like it. After putting in so much effort, how could the reward be so little? Feeling joyous, Zhang Yin immediately checked the rewards this time. He directly consumed the source points, enhancing his own origin, which Zhang Yin was well aware of. The sooner he used it, the sooner he would enjoy the benefits of increased origin. What he valued most was not the source points, but the reward of world sources. 10 lesser 1,000 world sources were the same as the rewards he received when establishing territory last time. However, the 10 middle 1,000 world sources excited Zhang Yin. Although they were not the grand 1,000 world sources he had imagined, they would significantly compensate for the losses of the Blue Star world. No wonder Zhang Yin was excited. The disparity between world sources of different world levels was immense. Even though he had plundered 150 world sources in the lesser world, whether those could be converted into a grand 1,000 world source for the Blue Star was a question. There is no fixed ratio for the conversion between world sources, but all depends on the level of the world, and there is no such concept as conversion, only absorption. With the rewards in hand, Zhang Yin let out a sigh of relief. This meant that he was truly safe this time. However, safety did not imply that he would have nothing to do next. He had not yet fully colored this lesser world into his domain. He really wondered what a complete Earth domain was like. Thinking of this, Zhang Yin also became excited. Things in the lesser world happened very quickly and did not disturb others. The only ones to suffer losses were the indigenous people of this world. As for this, Zhang Yin showed no indication. If he didn't personally clean up those beings, they could only pray for better luck. Zhang Yan's figure vanished and reappeared at the core of the world, releasing the heart of the world, beginning the thorough refinement of this lesser world. In the outside world, shortly after the battle ended, Zhang Feng and the others, after completing today's bombing tasks, once again entered this lesser world. Zhang Yin did not clean up the indigenous people of this world. That task was left for them to practice on, and they were very clear about this. Thus, cleaning up these indigenous people was their task, and they naturally would not slack off. Moreover, they needed to accelerate their actions. Zhang Yan had said that anyone with a constitution attribute of 11 or above could enter this lesser world. What would they do once inside? That would naturally be to awaken their racial talents. But what after awakening the Titan form? Naturally, it goes without saying, they would go kill monsters. They were naturally anxious since their business was about to be stolen. Moreover, this was Zhang Yan's decision. They had no power to change it. Even if they could change it, would Zhang Feng do? They were of the same clan. If he dared act, someone would dare to suppress him. Moreover, it would be an unresisting suppression. So what he could do was to speed up and seize resources. This way no one would say anything. If one had no ability, they could only blame themselves. The lesser world was not large, but due to the need for advancement, it had birthed over 1 million beings. The tentacle monster race occupied the most, taking up 2/3 of the population. That was indeed a considerable number. At first, everything went smoothly, and Zhang Feng and the others were killing joyfully. Even when facing unresisting factors, they had the bean soldiers to back them up, which made them fearless. On average, thousands of tentacle monsters fell under their hands each day. But thousands were insignificant compared to tens of thousands of races. Thus, it was only during the initial days that these otherworldly creatures were caught off guard, and Zhang Feng's actions proceeded smoothly. However, as Zhang Feng and their presence as enemies became exposed, larger tentacle monster tribes began to organize and attack them, even revealing the location of the spatial gate. The spatial gate was too large to hide. A week passed, and those tentacle monsters had already started to advance towards the spatial gate in an organized manner. Zhang Feng and the others naturally noticed this, so after completing today's bombing, they decided to let go of the bombing tasks. They were also worried that these tentacle monsters would block the gate, otherwise where would they put their faces? Having just arrived in the lesser world today, they began to set up defenses. There were too many enemies and they had no choice. They even brought in hot weapons for better fortification. With heavy artillery in rows and missiles in heaps, they brought everything they could. Of course, hot weapons were the last resort. It was not yet at the point where those things needed to be used. They had already regarded this lesser world as their own. It would be best if it could avoid being turned into ruins. However, they did not know that a brief war had occurred here before they entered the lesser world. The appearance of the second spatial gate had naturally caught the attention of the local beings here. Naturally, they had also witnessed Zhang Yan's battle. Though the battle ended quickly, it left them with an indelible impression. With such an occurrence, their plan to besiege Zhang Feng and the others was naturally delayed. Move quickly. And you all, if you intend to participate in the battle, don't slack off. Zhang Feng shouted loudly. Now, during the preparation stage of the war, he would show no mercy to anyone. Here, everyone must follow his command. If they refuse to obey, they might as well roll back to the Multiverse Battlefield. He didn't want any unexpected incidents during the counterattack from the aboriginal beings of this small world. With storage spaces at their disposal, they prepared quickly. In less than 2 hours, everything was ready. However, even though they were ready, they were surprised to find that the enemy had made no movements at all. Though puzzled, Zhang Feng and the others did not want to sit idly by. Immediately, Zhang Feng sent people out to scout. There were quite a few with scouting talents. After all, it was about enhancing their bodies. Talents like eagle eye and foresight were abundant. Soon news reached Zhang Feng. What a mess this was. Were these tentacle monsters not united? Now they were scattering. Confused, Zhang Feng also recognized that this was an opportunity. All troops, listen up. Form teams of 10 and start moving. With Zhang Feng's order, everyone's hearts jolted with joy. Hadn't they come to this small world just to kill monsters and level up? As for why they didn't act in teams of 50, it was because they were previously unfamiliar with these tentacle monsters, and the decision was made for safety. Now that the tentacle monsters were in disarray, it naturally gave them an opportunity. 10 people per team was just right. Moreover, they were not acting alone. They could swiftly support one another in case of unexpected events. Of course, this only applied to Zhang Feng's team. The other scattered personnel had to form their own teams. After a unified roar from the crowd, they charged out of the camp. As for the position, naturally, there were people to guard it. They didn't need to worry about that. Shurtu and the others were the last line of defense at the spatial gate. Soon Zhang Feng and his team engaged the tentacle monsters in close combat. However, at the moment of contact, both Zhang Feng and the others felt something was off. Having had over a week of contact with these tentacle monsters, they had gained a deep understanding of them in this small world. The moment they made contact, they noticed the problem. These tentacle monsters had weakened. Indeed, the strength of the tentacle monsters had diminished, but more importantly, they had become stronger. The spirit rice they consumed yesterday was not for nothing. Even just a single grain of spirit rice was enough to significantly enhance their strength. Furthermore, with the enhancement from Zhang Yan's earth domain, their strength surged once more. As for the tentacle monsters, they not only lacked the support from their native world, but were also weakened by the earth domain. Therefore, with both sides' strengths increasing and decreasing, they sensed something was amiss with these tentacle monsters. Upon realizing this, everyone's eyes lit up. To be honest, their inherent strength was actually inferior to that of the tentacle monsters, but due to various factors they could now engage in a back-and-forth combat. Under such circumstances, however, they still felt somewhat constrained in battle. Although this helped significantly with their combat experience, who wouldn't want to gain more experience? The enhancement of hard power was what they truly desired. However, they did not want to disappoint Zhang Yan's expectations, though otherwise they would have started shooting with guns long ago. Let alone facing stronger opponents, guns were not useless. With the firing rate of guns, as long as they were not up against extraordinary energy, no tentacle monster could withstand those small bullets. Even the scales on those tentacle monsters would be instantly shredded. Brothers, these disgusting creatures have weakened. Immediately someone roared, both as a reminder to comrades and to rally themselves. Roar, kill. The soldiers, initially puzzled, confirmed their thoughts upon hearing this, and their morale surged. However, those tentacle monsters were not pushovers either. While Zhang Feng's side was bolstered by morale, the tentacle monsters began to converge. After all, Zhang Feng and his team were the confirmed enemies of these tentacle monsters, and their gathered target was Zhang Feng and the others. As for the previous battle in the sky, they forgot about it because of Zhang Feng's appearance. Now all that remained in their eyes were the figures of Zhang Feng and his team. As the tentacle monsters began to gather, Zhang Feng and the others naturally took notice. Everyone assemble. In the web of the heavenly Tao, Zhang Feng directly issued a new command. In less than half an hour, numerous teams fought while gathering, converging around Zhang Feng. As Zhang Feng's side completed their gathering, the tentacle monsters naturally assembled together as well. Due to the convergence of personnel, the battle experienced a brief pause. Zhang Feng looked at the tentacle monsters gathering in the distance, furrowing his brows deeply. Instructor, should we retreat to the position? Seeing Zhang Feng's furrowed brow, someone finally spoke up. Facing such a massive number of tentacle monsters, anyone would feel apprehensive. There's no need. Although there are many tentacle monsters here, from my rough count, there are only about 5,000, but we should be able to handle them. The people around Zhang Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths upon hearing his statement. Goodness, are you speaking human language? These are 5,000 tentacle monsters, not 50 nor 500, but 5,000, boss. How many of us are there? 500. That's a tenfold disparity. Zhang Feng's words left everyone stunned. What? Are you scared? In an unknown fight, they are not weaker than us. We're not afraid of that. Now that they have weakened, while we have grown stronger, would we be afraid? Then what are we waiting for? Moreover, don't you want to try the power of our battle formation? Speaking of battle formations, Zhang Feng also grew a bit excited. Now is the era of firearms. Although there are requirements for battle formations, they are not as significant as one might think. However, in the era of cold weapons, battle formations have never been useless. Zhang family village just happened to have those collections. After understanding the situation of the Multiverse Battlefield, Zhang Yan had pulled these things out and handed them to Zhang Feng. Since they were the main combat core, Zhang Feng would naturally not leave these battle formations unused. Thanks to the education from the great Xia, the practice of battle formations went quite smoothly. However, that was merely practice. How they would perform in actual combat would depend on the situation. Now that Zhang Feng had brought it up, he naturally had the intention to give it a try. Zhang Feng's words lit up everyone's eyes. Indeed, the battle formation was originally a means of defeating the strong with the weak and overcoming the many with the few. Now that they had a chance to verify it, they naturally became excited. What are we waiting for? Brothers, form up. Brothers, form the formation. Having decided to launch a grand offensive, they naturally had no hesitation. With the battle array in place, they were utterly unafraid, even against 10 times their number. Moreover, they still had the bean soldiers in use. The existence of bean soldiers was truly akin to a game-breaking advantage. With their lives assured, they naturally fought with all their might. As Zhang Feng and the others began to form their formation, the tentacle monsters also started to stir. Both sides were engaged in battle, pausing only for their kin to gather. The fighting showed no signs of stopping. The movements of Zhang Feng and the others undoubtedly provoked these tentacle monsters. Fortunately, the training of their battle array was executed perfectly. In an instant, the formation was established. The great shields were set up firmly on the ground, and massive long spears were erected. It must be said that Zhang Feng and his team were exceptionally well prepared. In a normal personal fight, these shields and long spears would be of little use. However, in a battle array, these items proved to be extraordinarily effective. When the tentacle monsters charged in front of them, Zhang Feng and the others had already arranged their formation. When the claws of those tentacle monsters struck the shields, they were momentarily taken aback. Though these tentacle monsters were powerful and their claws exceptionally sharp, the sharpness did not exceed that of metal, let alone the high hardness alloy from Blue Star. Thus the shields remained unmoved, and in the next moment the long spears thrust out, directly piercing through the body of the tentacle monster, delivering a chilling blow. These tentacle monsters did not have health bars to prolong their lives, being pierced through meant certain death. In the next moment, another tentacle monster rushed forward, meeting the same fate. Raise shields thrust. Advance raise shields thrust. After the initial discomfort, everyone's eyes lit up. Advance, advance, advance. No one expected that such a simple shield formation would cause these tentacle monsters to collapse utterly. While Zhang Feng and his allies went wild, the tentacle monsters began to cower. They were brutal, but not without fear of death. Thus, after just a few advances by Zhang Feng and his team, the tentacle monsters suffered thousands of casualties, while they themselves had none. With such a strategy, the tentacle monsters were genuinely terrified. They were not afraid of death, but truly saw no hope of victory. This was a slaughter. Stepping on the corpses of the tentacle monsters, Zhang Feng and his team continuously advanced, exhilarated by the kills. No one expected the power of the battle array left by their ancestors to be so fierce. But in the next moment, the tentacle monsters attempted to flee, causing their advance to momentarily halt. After all, the weight of the giant shields made it a considerable burden for them, even with their strength surpassing human. Chasing while holding the great shields was clearly not a good strategy. Abandoned shields form the spear array, prepare. Seeing this, Zhang Feng shouted loudly. Since the opponent began to scatter, he did not mind, making them even more chaotic. Shields retracted, and everyone grabbed their long spears to charge out together. As Zhang Feng commanded, he couldn't help but sigh. Oh, if they had suitable mounts, their charge would be even more magnificent. Though he thought this way, it was incredibly difficult to achieve. Having become extraordinary beings, they naturally looked down upon ordinary mounts, yet extraordinary beast mounts were too rare, leaving him with only dreams of it. Shaking his head to dismiss those thoughts, he charged forward with the army. While he was the commander, he also needed to gain experience to level up. As the army charged, the tentacle monsters they encountered were directly struck by multiple attacks, crushed underfoot. There was no mercy, only endless slaughter. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating, overwhelmingly so. They had never imagined such efficient slaughter. The long spears formed a forest unmatched. The tentacle monsters, already in disarray, dared not resist. Roar, 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 roar. Naturally, nothing in the world could ever be perfectly as one wished. Just as Zhang Feng and his team were about to annihilate the tentacle monsters, before them commotion arose from afar. Other tentacle monsters had sensed the disturbance and gathered over. Upon seeing that there was a battle here, and that their enemies were Zhang Feng and the others, without hesitation the tentacle monsters rushed forward. Noticing the situation around him, Zhang Feng's heart jolted, and his expression slightly changed. Dealing with tentacle monsters that outnumbered them tenfold was already their limit. If another spear array charged in, casualties would definitely occur, which was something he did not wish to see. Change formation, shield formation, prepare. Although they were bloodthirsty, when Zhang Feng's voice rang out, everyone immediately halted their actions and began to reform. It must be said that after becoming extraordinary beings, their adaptability was no match for ordinary people. In 1 second they were a spear array, and in the next a shield formation was already formed. After changing formations, Zhang Feng did not order a retreat, but rather continued to advance. The slaughter just now had not drained them significantly, instead it had boosted their morale immensely. Now they could not retreat, they could only advance. Soldiers are forged through training. Moreover, today they had witnessed the might of the battle array, and naturally, they wanted to see their own limits and the limits of the formation. Kill. After a furious roar, they took steps forward once more. They had no idea how many tentacle monsters were coming in the second wave, nor did they care. They were left with only one thought: advance, advance, and advance. Kill, leave no trace behind. They only stopped their steps when there were no enemies in front of them. They did not know how many waves of tentacle monsters they had slaughtered. Their bodies were now covered in the sticky green blood, and they were utterly exhausted. Yet the final outcome was beautiful. Oh, looking at the tentacle monsters that had scattered in flight, smiles appeared on their faces. However, this time, they did not pursue. They no longer had the strength to chase. Even so, facing their exhausted selves, not a single tentacle monster dared to approach for battle. Those tentacle monsters were genuinely afraid. Oh, looking at Zhang Feng and the others, their eyes were filled with terror. Zhang Feng looked at his fatigued comrades before him and smiled. He had fulfilled the target set by the young master, and not only that, but he had exceeded it. Training soldiers is how one truly becomes strong. Others felt the same. They had noticed their own changes and undergone a complete transformation. Young master, this is the result you wish to see, right? And that scoundrel Zhang Jun, ha. Is it over? Zhang Yin suddenly opened his eyes in the core of the small world. He felt that the small world had stopped moving, or it should not be moving, just not as swiftly as before. This is the cessation of the Multiverse Battlefield's pull on the small world. Soon Zhang Yin reached this conclusion. As for why the pull stopped, that was naturally due to Zhang Yin. The coordinates of the small world's pull are in the Tianxian Great Universe. Having reached the destination, the Multiverse Battlefield naturally ceased its exertion. After all, it was merely a small world that the Multiverse Battlefield did not even regard highly, treating it as a reward for Zhang Yan. Thus the small world was now positioned at the edge of the Tianqian Great Universe. Realizing this situation, Zhang Yan felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately left the world core. Since he was already at his doorstep, there was no need for him to stay here. With a sweep of his divine sense, he surveyed the situation in the small world, and upon finding no issues, he swiftly arrived at the space door and stepped directly into it. Returning to the Multiverse Battlefield, Zhang Yan turned to look at the space door. Since he had occupied the small world, it was inappropriate for this space door to remain here. Leaving it in the Multiverse Battlefield meant it belonged to the battlefield. He intended to move the space door to launching. This was not a fanciful thought, as Zhang Yan could truly accomplish it. Dissolve. Since the task had been completed, Zhang Yan directly dismantled the space door. As for Zhang Feng and the others in the small world, there was no need to worry. He would soon open the space door above launching, allowing this small world to completely become a part of the Tianqian Great Universe. After a brief shimmer, the space door transformed into light and dissipated. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he returned to the heavenly Tao space and then headed back to launching. Indeed, Zhang Yan intended to place the space door directly on launching. If it were left in the heavenly Tao space, the task of developing this small world would fall solely upon those who had undergone trials. Currently, with only this few people, they simply could not spare enough individuals to develop a small world. Thus, it was better to place the space door on launching, allowing ordinary people to take on the development. As for whether those ordinary people would cause trouble, Zhang Yan could only chuckle. Having already begun their cultivation, would he still fear some ordinary people causing a ruckus? Did they think his power was a joke? Arriving at the entrance of Zhangjia Village's school, the entrance featured a small square with some exercise equipment established. This is the place. Now Zhangjia Village had been cloaked, making this spot perfect for the space door. To prevent Zhang Feng and the others from worrying in the small world, Zhang Yan naturally would not waste any time. Communicating with the heart of the world, Zhang Yan instantly sensed the small world. Having sensed it, the next step was to establish the space door. Zhang Yan was not worried about establishing the space door. Possessing full authority over the small world, he could establish it any time. However, the need for the world's essence to create the space door left Zhang Yan somewhat helpless. But there was no hesitation about constructing the space door. With a thought, he communicated with the heart of the world. As Zhang Yan moved, the space before him began to ripple. Indeed, it's simple. Although he knew that establishing the space door was essentially a foolproof operation, Zhang Yan was still somewhat astonished upon seeing it. However, such actions should be minimized in the future. Seeing the 3 units of the world's essence he had diminished, Zhang Yan felt a pang of regret. Yet since he had already done it, he would not regret it. This time the space door formed quickly. In just 2 minutes, the space door had ceased its fluctuations. Looking at the new space door before him, Zhang Yan frowned slightly. Unlike the space door in the Multiverse Battlefield, which stood hundreds of meters tall, this one was only 20 meters high and 10 meters wide, far too small. However, the sudden appearance of such a 20-meter-tall behemoth in Zhangjia Village naturally alerted the villager. Within the 2 minutes it took for the space door to form, a great number of people rushed here, their response speed remarkably swift. Surveying the people around him, Zhang Yan nodded in approval of their vigilance. Though there was still some inadequacy considering their strength, he did not say much. The people around had naturally seen Zhang Yan. Upon seeing him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Zhang Yan was an invincible presence. As long as he was there, no problems would arise. No one stepped forward. They autonomously withdrew to maintain their vigilance. They did not understand what the space door was about, but trusting Zhang Yan was sufficient. In contrast, Zhang Feng and the others in the small world were indeed thrown into a brief panic upon discovering the space door's disappearance. After all, with the space door gone, they had no idea how to return to launching. Thinking about being trapped in this small world for a lifetime, despair washed over their hearts. It was only upon seeing the figures of Shi and the others that their hearts began to settle. Zhang Yan acted swiftly. Before they could deduce the reason for the space door's disappearance, a new space door appeared right in its place. Looking at the slightly smaller space door, Zhang Feng and the others did not know what had happened, but the appearance of the new space door relieved their anxiety. However, before they could relax, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Just moments ago, after realizing the space door had disappeared, they panicked and neglected the tentacle monsters, turning to flee. Because of this, the tentacle monsters assumed Zhang Feng and the others were frightened and naturally pursued them. If it were just a pursuit, Zhang Feng and the others would not have been afraid. But the problem now was that a towering tentacle monster charged directly towards the space door, leaving Zhang Feng and the others dumbfounded. When the space door was forming, no one was allowed to approach, which left their defenses vulnerable. Moreover, this tentacle monster was of an unusual size, its strength far exceeding that of Zhang Feng and the others. The fact that such a powerful tentacle monster did not engage Zhang Feng and the others, but instead lunged for the space door, was both unexpected and alarming for them. Damn it! Zhang Feng roared and charged forward. Alongside him, Shirtu and the others were equally in. If Zhang Feng and the others were merely careless, then the earth element spirits who were supposed to guard the space door were even more incensed upon witnessing this scene. Roar! The earth element spirits launched their collective strike, but undoubtedly facing this powerful tentacle monster, their reactions were a beat too slow, and all their attacks fell into emptiness. Looking at the spatial gate before him, Zhang Yan assessed it briefly before preparing to step inside. However, before he could act, he saw a figure emerge from the spatial gate. Seeing this situation, he initially thought that Zhang Feng and the others were anxious to come out and check. But upon recognizing the figure, Zhang Yan's expression darkened. Since he could sense the situation within the small world, he naturally knew where the spatial gate had landed. In other words, just by switching to a different spatial gate, those tentacled monsters had found a flaw, allowing them to break through. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yan was so infuriated that he started laughing. Although it was normal for there to be oversights when the spatial gate encountered changes. But what kind of place is the small world? It is a place completely under Zhang Yan's control. Yet in such a location still within their defensive line, you're telling me there was an error. While he bore some responsibility for this matter, the issues on the other side with Shirtu and Zhang Feng were far worse. Roar! The tentacled monster that had just appeared let out a furious roar and charged at Zhang Yan. Humph! Zhang Yan snorted coldly, and without moving an inch, the tentacled monster was pressed down. Zhang Yan, already in a bad mood, had no intention of dealing with the tentacled monster. The mere release of his oppressive aura rendered the creature incapable of resistance. The tentacled monster lying on the ground looked at Zhang Yan with eyes filled with terror, and the next moment it turned to ashes. Naturally, those around them also saw the tentacled monster. Its enormous size and grotesque appearance made them feel as if they were facing a great threat. But in the next moment, they saw the tentacled monster lying on the ground, then turning to ashes. They understood what had just happened. At this moment, the gaze they turned towards Zhang Yan was filled with fervor. In the next moment, the spatial gate shimmered, and another figure stepped out. It was Shirtu. Soon after, Zhang Feng's figure also appeared before Zhang Yan. Father God, little young master. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Shirtu and Zhang Feng's body stiffened. They naturally understood the situation, so after muttering a few words quietly, they lowered their heads. What? Have you lost the courage to even look up? Initially angry, Zhang Yan found himself at a loss for words upon seeing Shirtu and Zhang Feng's expressions. He knew that the earlier tentacled monster was the trump card birthed by the small world to confront him. Although it hadn't fully matured, it was still beyond Zhang Feng's capability to deal with. As for Shirtu, seeing his naive appearance, Zhang Yan took a deep breath, and all his anger dissipated. Little young master, Zhang Feng wanted to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. As for Shirtu's silence, just take a look. Where's this? Think about the consequences of my absence earlier. Zhang Yan shook his head, said no more, and turned to leave. Looking at Zhang Yan's departing figure and glancing at the situation around him, Zhang Feng's body trembled, and a wave of fear washed over him. This was actually Zhang family village. Remembering the strength of the earlier tentacled monster, he felt a flash of terror in his eyes, thinking that if little young master hadn't been present earlier, only by having battled these tentacled monsters did one truly feel their terror. Currently, there were no strong fighters left in Zhang family village. If these tentacled monsters were to appear there, the consequences would be dire. In such a situation, he would rather be scolded and beaten by Zhang Yan. Now he could only remain silent. Finally, he quietly stepped back into the spatial gate. After surveying the surroundings, Shirtu promptly followed him. Zhang Feng returned once more to the small world, watching his comrades engaged in battle, his heart burning with rage. You all deserve to die. Roaring, Zhang Feng's figure flashed as he charged forward. He wasn't the only one, as Shirtu followed suit. Originally not intending to take action, he began to command the other earth element spirits to join the fight. The events following the spatial gate were enough to infuriate even the usually composed Shirtu. With the addition of Shirtu and the others, the surrounding tentacled monsters were soon cleared away. The swift conclusion of the battle left Zhang Feng's pent-up anger with no outlet, his expression becoming somewhat ferocious. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, the others felt a twinge of fear and dared not approach to inquire about the situation. Form up. Although he hadn't fully vented his anger, Zhang Feng would not lash out indiscriminately, nor would he release his anger on his comrades. Faced with Zhang Feng's ferocious expression, everyone tacitly remained silent, quickly organizing their formation and standing in front of him. Do you know where the spatial gate leads to now, eh? They'll tell you it's to Blue Star, to Zhang family village. With these words, everyone understood the source of Zhang Feng's fury. Simultaneously, a surge of anger welled up within them. Thinking of Zhang family village beyond the spatial gate, they couldn't help but clench their fists. What are we going to do next? Kill! 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 Everyone shouted, unleashing an endless killing intent. Until the tentacled monsters are completely eradicated, they will not feel at peace. They were very familiar with the situation in this small world. It was a place where Zhang Yan tested them. However, the trial was merely a side note. Their main goal was to conquer this small world and turn it into their. Since it was a backyard, those dangerous beings must be cleared out. Form up and move out. Without further ado, Zhang Feng issued the order to depart. The earlier words had already ignited their anger, and no further morale-boosting speeches were needed. Shitu, I leave the spatial gate here to you. I do not wish for any further issues to arise. It won't happen again. Zhang Feng naturally respected Shitu. After all, his strength was evident, and he was Zhang Yan's representative. But since a mistake had occurred, he bore responsibility, and Shita's fault was not small either. Moreover, now that he knew the situation beyond the spatial gate, he wouldn't be polite with Shitu. Shitu understood Zhang Feng's attitude. Although he looked down on Zhang Feng as a weakling, he was aware that his relationship with his father was profound and couldn't afford to offend him. He was a stone man, but he wasn't entirely ignorant of human sentiments. Furthermore, he had sensed Zhang Yan's anger earlier. He could not afford to be careless now. A single mistake might be overlooked by Father God, but repeated errors would alter how Father God viewed him. He certainly didn't want to end up as a mere gatekeeper. Seeing Shitu agree, Zhang Feng nodded and said no more. He still had faith in Shita's strength. Shenyu, has there been news again from the Elder Council? Zhang Yan returned home without attending to the affairs of the pocket dimension, and Zhang Shenyu promptly came calling. Yes, Patriarch. The senior elder wishes to see you. Zhang Shenyu remained in Zhang family village solely as a messenger, and he took genuine delight in this role. At home, though he was permitted to sit at the table, he rarely had the chance to speak with the Patriarch, an omission that left him quietly frustrated. Yet here in Zhang family village, even serving merely as a conduit for messages granted him visibility and recognition. The senior elder wishes to see me. Zhang Yan frowned faintly. He paid little attention to matters on launching, but indifference did not equate to his roots lay upon launching. He could never truly disregard it. Yet launching had not yet undergone spiritual energy resurgence, nor had its populace begun entering the myriad realms battlefield en masse. Thus his focus remained entirely upon that vast arena. Now that the senior elder sought him personally, something of significance must require his counsel. Very well, I understand. Without further words, Zhang Yan dismissed Zhang Chenyu. Had it been trivial, the senior elder would have issued notification directly, or simply made a call. It seemed he truly had no choice but to go. At that thought, his figure dissolved into nothingness. When he reappeared, he stood before the Elder Council Hall. Though startled by his sudden arrival, the guards surrounding the hall no longer reacted with the panic they had shown during his last visit. Soon Qin Yu appeared before him. Mr. Zhang, please. Saying nothing more, Qin Yu led Zhang Yan inside the Elder Council Hall. Senior Elder, greetings. This time no other elders were present. Only the senior elder himself. Young Master Zhang, please be seated. He gestured for Zhang Yan to sit. Qin Yu poured a cup of tea and placed it before Zhang Yan, and then stepped silently behind the senior elder. Senior elder, may I ask what matter warrants such a personal audience? Zhang Yan's curiosity stirred. What could possibly demand the senior elder's direct consultation? He reviewed every conceivable development across launching, yet found no pressing issue requiring his intervention. Nothing urgent, merely certain details I wish to consult you on, young master. Please, have you perhaps forgotten the 1-month deadline? 1-month deadline. Indeed, the 1-month deadline. The matter of void-born entities falls under your purview, and I presume you've already devised arrangements. Thus I shall refrain from comment. Yet the mass trial presents a vexing dilemma. The senior elder sighed wearily. At those words, Zhang Yan's understanding crystallized. It was he who had first informed the senior elder of the mass trial, and he'd assumed preparations were already underway, so he'd given the matter no further thought. Indeed, that is correct. Did you not say preparations were already complete? Though unaware of their specific measures, he trusted that if preparations had been declared, all would be meticulously arranged. After all, he held no illusions about the collective wisdom of a sovereign nation. Preparations were made, but the myriad realms battlefield remains utterly alien to us. We intend to issue public announcements to alert participants and provide weapons, but how do we identify who intends to undergo the trial? How do we ensure timely warning? Such questions prove exceedingly difficult. Weapons cannot be distributed indiscriminately. The senior elder's words clarified the crux of the difficulty. Firearms indeed could not be handed out recklessly, else chaos would erupt long before any trial commenced. Previously, Zhang Yan would have offered no solution, but that was before. The deeper his understanding grew, the more he grasped the profound authority vested in the great 1,000 worlds. Even within the Myriad Realms battlefield, its denizens wielded exceptional privileges. Foremost among these advanced knowledge of trial commencement, a modest yet invaluable advantage. In lesser realms, the Myriad Realms battlefield would show no such courtesy. Participants would simply be seized without warning. I see. And rest assured, Senior Elder, this poses no obstacle. I shall mark each individual notified of the trial. You'll recognize the sigil instantly. He had thoroughly mastered the scope of his own authority. Imprinting a subtle, imperceptible mark was effortless. Oh, ha ha ha. Excellent. And the Senior Elder asked no further how Zhang Yin accomplished this. He now entrusted him with absolute confidence. With a nod, the Senior Elder signaled Qin Yue, who withdrew from the chamber. And Zhang Yin in turn smiled and inclined his head, preparing to take his leave. Though seated opposite the Senior Elder, he harbored no desire to linger in idle conversation with an elder statesman. Young master, pray do not rush away. Might you spare this old man a few more moments? Zhang Yin reluctantly resumed his seat. Reluctant though he still honored the Senior Elder's stature, and while formidable in strength, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Young master, my next question may seem intrusive. You are free, of course, to decline answering. Zhang Yin suppressed a wry inward sigh. And if it felt intrusive, why ask at all? And he kept such thoughts unvoiced. Seeing Zhang Yin fall silent, the Senior Elder chuckled softly. I am aging. The future belongs to your generation. Tell me, do you harbor any ambition for this position? That simple question sent a ripple through Zhang Yan's mind. But his composure remained flawless, his smile warm and unruffled as he met the Senior Elder's gaze. Youth these days, and governing a nation weighed heavily upon him. Navigating the subtleties of a prodigy like Zhang Yin proved even more taxing. I wish to understand the extent of your cultivation. As you know, some individuals remain obstinate until confronted with irrefutable proof. Sometimes force speaks louder than words. Moreover, this informs the Great Xia's stance toward you. Without concrete knowledge, our assessments remain mere speculation. And the Senior Elder spoke with unvarnished candor, and Zhang Yin listened with equal clarity. Trouble had begun to stir. And this query was both inquiry and warning. How Zhang Yin responded mattered far less than the message itself. On the matter of the Myriad Realms battlefield, the Senior Elder stood firmly behind Zhang Yin, but the depth of that support remained deliberately ambiguous. Everything lay laid bare. Now the choice of response rested solely with Zhang Yin. And this was open strategy, no deception, only clarity. And Zhang Yin gazed steadily at the Senior Elder, and exhaled long and slow. Elder, I thought you wouldn't want to ask. Indeed, he had known that such a day would come, and he had no intention of concealing his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ostentatious, nor would he have revealed his strength in front of others. Among his clansmen, he had indeed leaked quite a bit of information. If that were not the case, even the Daxiao officials wouldn't know about the matters of the Myriad Realms battlefield by now, let alone reach the ears of these elders. Zhang Yan's words surprised the elder. They had speculated that Zhang Yan would directly confess, but the likelihood of such an outcome was low. However, Zhang Yan's response truly exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, that was fine, and he wouldn't have to expend much effort to gather information. Please speak, young friend. Oh, I am all ears, the elder said with great curiosity about what level Zhang. Everyone loves gossip, and he was no exception. Since elder wants to know, I shall speak. With that, a smile crept onto Zhang Yan's lips. To be honest, I don't even know what level I've reached. Upon hearing this, the elder couldn't help but feel a bit. With widened eyes, he glanced at Zhang Yan disapprovingly. Don't look at me like that. Oh, I truly don't know. In my understanding, there are several divisions of realms, but I really don't know what level I've reached. According to the classification of the Myriad Realms battlefield, I am at the late stage of the second rank, but according to some smaller worlds, my strength is at the 8th level of the sacred domain. Different systems express things differently, so it's really hard to say. Zhang Yan's explanation left the elder in a daze. During this time, he had gained some understanding of these mystical realms. The most he had encountered were the realms of cultivation and magic. With varying descriptions of these realms, it was indeed hard to distinguish the differences in strength. In any case, these realms were quite chaotic. Even if someone tried to organize and classify them, without having cultivated them, it would be difficult to clarify. I see. But understanding aside, it was clear that these words were not the results he wanted. As for my strength, let me show it. Zhang Yan pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin, realizing he was truly at a loss for words. If he understated his strength, that wouldn't do, but if he exaggerated it, they wouldn't believe him. Forget it, since elder wants to see, he'll take you to see it. With that thought, Zhang Yan looked at the elder and pointed towards what do you think? Looking in the direction Zhang Yan pointed, the elder understood his intention. He was going to take him out to display his strength. Can others come along? Even if Zhang Yan showcased his strength in front of him, that would only be his observation. Others wouldn't see it, which would not achieve his goal. Moreover, he needed others to analyze it in order to draw a more accurate conclusion. At this point he no longer cared about Zhang Yan's strength. Since Zhang Yan could be so generous in showcasing it, it could only mean one thing: he was already fearless. Such a fearless person truly held no need for testing. Of course you can. Zhang Yan directly agreed to the elder's request. Since he was going to showcase it, he would do so grandly. Moreover, he wanted to see what kind of conclusion these Dasha teams would come up with. With that thought, Zhang Yan felt pleased. Good. The elder picked up the phone on the table and dialed out. They had long since drawn conclusions regarding such results, and had already prepared. If Zhang Yan refused, then it would have all been in vain. Clearly, since Zhang Yan agreed, their preparations had not been in vain. News from the elder spread, and the prepared team quickly gathered in front of the elder pavilion. Please. Since they were all prepared, they would begin directly. Ignoring the elder's gaze, they waved their hands, and the two figures vanished from the office along with the testing personnel. This sudden change startled the guards, but fortunately there were those who understood the situation, stabilizing the situation at the elder pavilion. When Zhang Yan and the others reappeared, they had already arrived at a desolate mountain. The connection of the signal also allowed the elder pavilion to locate the positions of the elder and the others. The elder and the other testing personnel looked around at the unfamiliar environment, their hearts also in shock. This ability of spatial transformation brought them immense shock. They were actually aware of Zhang Yan's elusive abilities as he had used it many times. But experiencing this ability firsthand left them feeling astounded. Young friend, your spatial transformation ability is truly unfathomable. Indeed, for this world without extraordinary powers, such means constituted an unfathomable ability. As long as Zhang Yan wished, he could appear anywhere, and there was simply no way to guard against it. Zhang Yan smiled, but did not offer any explanation. While he could perform spatial transformations, it was not a spatial ability per se, but rather an innate ability of the Earth domain. He understood this point well enough to let others think as they may. Though this was a test, it was also his moment to establish authority. No matter the ability, as long as it produced a shocking effect, it was a good ability. The accompanying personnel began to take notes. This time's spatial transformation, how many people were involved, the distance of the transmission, all of these were meticulously recorded. Sir, would you prefer to demonstrate according to your own ideas, or follow the testing procedures? At this point, a middle-aged man approached Zhang Yan. He was unfamiliar with Zhang Yan, and the elder had not provided them with Zhang Yan's information. But he knew what today's purpose was: to test this extraordinary individual. Testing an extraordinary person. His heart was filled with enthusiasm. Occupying a high position, he knew much more than an ordinary person, but precisely because of this he cherished this opportunity even more. I'll do it myself. Those so-called procedures were simply unimportant. All right, sir, we will cooperate fully with it. Without further ado, just a commitment to cooperate fully expressed their determination. No need, you just watch. He was there to establish authority, not to be directed by them. As for how much could be tested, he was curious, but didn't care much about it. Titan true form. Indeed, since he was to establish authority, he would present his strongest form, but surely nothing would be more shocking than the Titan true form. This. Everyone's jaws dropped as they watched Zhang Yan's body begin to swell. Even the Grand Elder, who was somewhat aware of the situation, retained a hint of skepticism, having never truly witnessed the giant spirit body. Now seeing Zhang Yan's movements, the term giant spirit body floated into his mind. If the Grand Elder felt this way, one could imagine the reactions of the others. Though they had undergone training and were not lacking in experience, they were all rooted to the spot in the face of the giant spirit body. Zhang Yan naturally noticed their expressions, which made him grin. Indeed, nothing could compare to the shock of the giant spirit body. Just stepping into the second tier, while his giant spirit body had yet to fully mature, his height already exceeded 20 meters, which was incomparable to the second-tier Earth elemental spirit. However, it should be noted that the giant spirit body had not yet matured. The growth of the giant spirit body requires a vast amount of spiritual energy. Compared to the Earth elemental spirit, Zhang Yan's strength was undoubtedly far greater. The second-tier Earth elemental spirit had a height of over 100 meters when entering the small world, and Zhang Yan himself would naturally not be lacking. After entering the small world and being infused with spiritual energy, his giant spirit body was in its complete state. Now as Zhang Yan released his giant spirit body, though it could not exceed 300 zhang, as in the small world it surpassed 100 zhang. Standing before them was a towering figure 100 zhang tall, over 300 meters in height, resembling a mountain, leaving them dumbfounded and speechless. There was no need for testing. Such a massive form alone made them feel utterly powerless. As researchers, they were all too aware of the immense power such a colossal body could wield. Moreover, with such a massive body, how strong could its muscle density be? Just thinking about it made their heads feel like they were about to explode. They simply could not fathom what weapon on Blue Star could harm someone like Zhang Yan. A nuclear bomb. As soon as this thought crossed their minds, it was immediately extinguished. Perhaps a nuclear bomb could indeed harm Zhang Yan, but Zhang Yan was not foolish enough to stand there and take the hit. Undoubtedly, that was utterly impossible. Let alone the notion that a large body would limit movement that would only deceive those who know nothing. They even questioned whether a nuclear bomb could keep up with Zhang Yan's speed. As for testing, what testing? With Zhang Yan standing there, they knew there was no need for any tests. Reflecting on the testing procedures they had previously discussed, they chuckled, realizing they were all unnecessary. Strength, what could they use to test it? Speed, they had the means to test it, but it was unnecessary. A spatial transition was an unbeatable solution. As for other extraordinary abilities, there was no need. Everything was unnecessary. Moreover, if it was just a larger body, they wouldn't be terrified, but the overwhelming pressure accompanying it made them too afraid to even entertain the thought of resistance. This psychological quality is lacking. Zhang Yan chuckled and began to shrink his size. Sigh. Let's go back. The Grand Elder sighed, choosing not to say more. He had run out of words. Although they had speculated a lot about Zhang Yan's strength after witnessing his colossal giant spirit body today, he found himself devoid of other thoughts. The only thing he felt fortunate about was that Zhang Yan was born in the Great Xia. Zhang Yan, seeing this, nodded. With the spatial transition, they returned to the Grand Elder's office. After returning, the Grand Elder Zhang Yan chose to leave. This time the Grand Elder did not stop him. Soon the other elders who received the news gathered in the Elder Pavilion, but Zhang Yan no longer cared about what they did. Although the testers had been stunned, the recording was still running, capturing everything that had transpired. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. From the Grand Elder's words, he sensed a warning. Someone was up to mischief. Zhang Yan paid it no mind, but it was still a hassle. The Grand Elder's hesitation to deal with them was also a concern. After all, what they needed now was stability to better face the impending crisis. There might be some vested interests involved, but it didn't matter now. After Zhang Yan displayed his power, the Grand Elder and the others made a definitive decision. They would show no mercy towards those foolish enough to cause trouble. Returning to the Tao of Heaven Space, Zhang Yan was the first to arrive at the Tianqin Tower. The last time he visited the Tianqin Tower, he had infused 5 strands of small 1,000-world-level world origin into this newborn heart of the world. Observing the extra wisp of mist in the heart of the world, he felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, even lacking world origin, the heart of the world was unimpressed. Clearly, those 5 strands of small 1,000-world-level world origin had been dispersed, absorbed by the heart of the world, and transformed into large 1,000-world-level world origin. Although not even a single strand of large 1,000-world-level world origin had been produced, it was sufficient to alleviate the situation in the Tianqin universe. However, this amount of world origin was simply insufficient. Not to mention the spiritual energy revival caused by the world's awakening, all of these would consume world origin. But fortunately, the core of the Tianqin universe was now on Blue Star. As long as the spiritual energy revival on Blue Star did not pose any issues, everything would be fine. He shook his head, pushing away his excessive thoughts. Although the spiritual energy revival would consume a significant amount of world origin, that world origin merely transformed into spiritual energy and did not disappear, so its impact on the Tianqin universe was not substantial. Moreover, though it's called spiritual energy revival, it is actually the revival of the laws. The revival of the laws is what will completely activate the Tianqin universe. He took out the heart of the world from within himself and extracted 10 strands of small 1,000-world-level world origin from the 5 strands of middle 1,000-world-level world origin, infusing them into the new heart of the world in the Tianqin universe. By binding this universe, he would need to consume a vast amount of resources to support it. It seemed like a loss, but the intangible benefits made Zhang Yan relish the experience. With the infusion of the power of origin, the heart of the world shone brilliantly. In an instant, those world origins were dispersed. Indeed, it was as such. Even lacking world origin, it would not settle for less. Seeing this, Zhang Yan merely smiled and did not concern himself too much with it. High-level world origins provide unimaginable benefits to the world. Using lower-level world origins to operate the world's laws would undoubtedly lower the world's grade. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, and the pressure within Zhang Yan began to gradually ease. After staying in the Tianqin Tower for half an hour and finding no unexpected events, he swiftly left. As Zhang Yan departed, the Tianqin Tower fell silent, once more leaving behind the slowly revolving heart of the world. After exiting the Tianqin Tower, Zhang Yan arrived at the edge of the Tiandao space, checked on the conditions of the void creature's eggs, and finding no issues, swiftly departed. With the deadline of 1 month approaching, he needed to ensure that no unexpected events would arise. 1 month would mark a turning point. The invasion of the void creatures. The entire populace would enter the myriad realms battlefield. The revival of spiritual energy. All of this culminated in that singular day. If this were to occur in an ordinary world, it would spell disaster. The revival of spiritual energy would not have a significant impact in the short term. Just because spiritual energy revived does not mean powerful beings would emerge. However, the invasion of void creatures is not something that can be easily resolved. The void creatures are not foolish, they will hide and escape. If they manage to escape, once they grow stronger it will lead to an even greater catastrophe. Even if it happens on Blue Star, it won't be possible to eliminate all the void creatures. These void creatures intent on evading capture are not so easily exterminated. But the current issue is that Blue Star possesses the Tiandao space. The existence of the Tiandao space intercepts these void creatures, rendering most of their methods ineffective, turning them into mere nourishment for their growth. However, the void creatures are not the most dangerous threat. It is the entire populace entering the Myriad Realms battlefield that poses the real danger. Of course, the term entire populace here requires quotation marks. If truly all beings were to enter the Myriad Realms battlefield, no matter how vast it is, it would not suffice. After all, it is not just their world that will be entering. Thus, a limit on quotas has emerged. Currently, Blue Star has only 200,000 slots, a result of the vast universe and the myriad worlds. But among the 200,000 who enter the Myriad Realms battlefield, how many will survive? It all depends on the will of heaven. Speaking of which, aside from being able to bring some firearms, Blue Star has no significant advantages. After all, the laws of Blue Star are dormant, and the extraordinary do not manifest. In such circumstances, even if they enter the Myriad Realms battlefield, it is a matter of life and death. In such situations, their survival rate might be lower than that of goblins or orcs. Why does he not allow Zhang Feng and the others to leave the Earth domain to explore the Myriad Realms battlefield? Isn't it out of concern? Consider this: what kind of power do the beings he encountered in the Myriad Realms battlefield possess? The weakest are those big-mouthed monsters, yet they possess strength surpassing the first level. As for those weaker than that, while they exist, they are merely a minority, and he has not encountered many of them. Under such circumstances, he truly fears that once Zhang Feng and the others leave the Earth domain, they might perish immediately. This is still in the context of Zhang Yan providing protection. With 2 days remaining, he must also prepare accordingly. Having circled around Blue Star and the Tiandao space, finding no issues, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he saw the message that popped up on his phone. The message was official, issued by the Ministry of Defense. It indicated that the preparations of the elders were beginning to be activated, which was somewhat unexpected, yet also to be expected. Once something is confirmed, one should not doubt a nation's determination. The content of the information was simple. It merely stated that abnormalities had been detected and immediate assistance was requested from the local authorities. This is the essence of the message, but the fact that it was a notice issued by the Daxia Defense makes it somewhat unusual. This brief message immediately sparked everyone's imagination, leading to various speculations. However, no information about the Myriad Realms battlefield has leaked. The existence of the Myriad Realms battlefield is not a secret, but it is not something everyone can know. This is good. The people of Daxiao still trust the government. With the notification of trials and the government's announcement, there should not be too many issues. Although this announcement was quite vague, it was sufficient to address the impending national trials. As time passed, various messages began to leak. There were too many people in Daxia connected by relations. Even with attempts to conceal, the accumulation of information led many to feel something was amiss. A war is about to break out. This statement spread the most widely, due to the transportation of weapons and pressure from various nations. Weapon depots across the land have been unsealed and local governments are now fully armed. With such a situation arising, even the most obtuse would realize that something was off. Yet Daxiao remained unusually silent, neither dismissing rumors nor attempting to guide. Everything will become clearer once the trials are passed, and the Myriad Realms battlefield is no longer a secret. Just 1 or 2 days' time, Daxia is not likely to descend into chaos due to mere statements. Silently shutting off his phone, Zhang Yan fell into deep thought. Undoubtedly, Daxia's actions were the best. The unsealing of weapon depots not only signifies their readiness for action, but also serves as a deterrent against foreign powers. No one knows just how terrifying a fully prepared Daxia is. As long as they pass this stage of the national trials, Daxia will usher in a true renaissance. Speculation, doubt, rumors, flying across the internet. Along with the incitement from some malicious individuals, it truly is a chaotic scene. Zhang Yan checked the time and realized it was already evening. In 2 days, the designated time will arrive. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. Of course, one could say that there is only 1 day left, since the start time is set for midnight. Just 1 day tomorrow, the time is too short, and there is no need to worry about unexpected events. Looking over the tasks at hand, he found that there wasn't much he could do. One task is to reopen the resource, the other is to reopen the task scroll. After contemplating, Zhang Yan made up his mind. Tomorrow. No, he would start now and loot the resource secret realm in his hands. He could not afford to waste a single moment, The sooner this task is done, the better. He truly fears that he will not have time afterward. As for the other task scroll, he would leave that for later. He cannot guarantee that this task will be as simple as before. Thinking of it, Zhang Yan directly posted the task on the Tiandao network. Although it was already evening, did that matter? After experiencing the previous spiritual rice, everyone was just a tiny grain of spiritual rice has allowed countless individuals to surpass the limits of the human body, raising their physique to 11 points, subsequently unlocking the Titan true form. Though the Titan true form has its flaws in comparison to the enhancement in strength, they hardly mind such minor defects. Moreover, unlocking the Titan true form allows for several times the speed of cultivation. The cumulative benefits have driven them into a frenzy. In the battlefield of all realms, the central plaza is already teeming with people in less than half an hour. Moreover, having learned from the last experience, they are now better prepared. Seeing this, Zhang Yan did not hesitate and directly activated the resource secret realm in his hands. A portal formed and Zhang Yan stepped in first. However, upon entering the resource secret realm, Zhang Yan's brow furrowed. Even the people who followed him were left dumbfounded. Unlike the previous resource secret realms, there are no lush trees or abundant spiritual materials, here only a vast mountain range and desolate scenery that stretches endlessly. As more people entered, they all stood frozen in place. What is going on? Everyone had a question mark hovering above their heads. It's all just stone. What resources could there be? Remembering the spiritual rice they had before, the scene before them left them disappointed. Zhang Yan frowned slightly. He couldn't believe this resource secret realm would be that simple. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yan crouched down and picked up a stone from the ground. The earthy yellow stone was quite ordinary, showing no signs of anything unusual. Applying force with his hand, the stone cracked open, and with a bit more effort it completely shattered. As he looked at the shattered stone in his hand, a look of excitement appeared on Zhang Yan's face. Although the stone couldn't withstand his power and shattered instantly, one must consider, could ordinary stones bear his strength? His strength was immense. Even without exerting himself, ordinary stones would turn to dust. Yet now under his force the stone didn't shatter instantly, but only broke apart when he applied more pressure. With such hardness, how could these stones be ordinary? Even if they themselves looked down on these things, it couldn't be said that these stones were useless. Others saw Zhang Yan's actions, who, when they witnessed the stone shatter, disappointment appeared on their faces. However, Zhang Yan's excitement left them puzzled. Zhang Yan stood up, looking at the massive mountain range in the distance, his heart filled with joy. Even ordinary materials, if abundant enough, hold certain value. These stones are the resources. Zhang Yan muttered, glancing around before raising his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Everyone listen up, dig the mountain. With Zhang Yan's command, everyone was taken aback, but quickly began to act, though not fully understanding. After all, Zhang Yan had brought them too many surprises. Even if they wasted the day, they felt compelled to obey his orders. However, their enthusiasm was low. Faced with familiar spiritual fruits, they had little interest in these stones. Nevertheless, with Zhang Yan's order given, they naturally began to act. Yet soon someone noticed something was off. It was too hard, the ground before them was too solid. Their shovels and hammers left only faint marks on this left them dumbfounded, but after recovering they began to feel excited. They thought if things were that simple, why would the clan leader give such orders? Seeing everyone moving, Zhang Yan naturally would not just stand by. He didn't believe that this resource secret realm could be so simple. Though those stones were decent, he truly did not care for them. Stepping forward, he began to walk away, and as he moved, the true form of the giant spirit unfolded, filling him with formidable power. With limited time, he naturally had to exert all his efforts. He did not believe that this resource secret realm contained only these hard stones. After walking several miles, Zhang Yan stopped. The power of the earth surged, and the ground trembled. Since they were to dig the mountains, the power of the earth was undoubtedly useful. However, in the next moment, as the earth surged, numerous stones were lifted. Looking at the shattered stones, Zhang Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Although his goal was these stones, and his mining speed was fast enough, his storage space was insufficient. Currently, the storage space he used was still the one from his previous backpack. The upgrade only made it larger, but not enough to hold mountains. Then Zhang Yan's gaze turned to the clan members in the distance. Well, best to mine himself and have them transport the materials. He thought this was the best solution he could come up with. Thinking this, Zhang Yan sent a message through the Heavenly Dao network. Because it contained special information, alerts were triggered, and soon someone arrived by Zhang Yan's side. Clan leader. I'll handle the mining, you all take care of the transportation, no problem. With time pressing, Zhang Yan had no leisure for small talk. Yes, clan leader, we have no issues. Since Zhang Yan said so, they had no reason to refuse. Soon over 10,000 people were organized. Zhang Yan's plan was simple, and others naturally had no objections. The main problem was still that the ground was too hard, making the mining process extremely difficult. If they were on Blue Star, they could use large mining machines. However, here in the resource secret realm in the battlefield of all realms, they couldn't bring large machines in. Even if they disassembled them, there would not be enough time to reassemble. But since the clan leader said these stones were valuable, they naturally did not wish to give up. Now that the clan leader was taking action, they were only responsible for transportation. If they could not handle such a simple task, it would make them seem utterly useless. Zhang Yan nodded and began to act. The power of the earth surged as numerous stones scattered. He did not bother to organize these stones, but instead extended downward. Despite Zhang Yan being merely a cultivator, he had no practice in utilizing the power of the earth, yet he felt no unfamiliarity in its usage. It was precisely because of his special affinity for the power of the earth that he noticed something unusual about this secret realm. As the power of the earth extended downward, he surprisingly felt a hint of resistance. This sensation surprised him and also piqued his curiosity. In previous resource secret realms, he had excavated them entirely without any special feeling. Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within this resource secret realm. With that thought, he increased the force in his hands. So the good stuff is all below. As he delved deeper underground, Zhang Yan finally discovered treasures. This is actually a spirit stone. Zhang Yan held a fist-sized white jade stone, excitement evident on his face. He was certainly no stranger to spirit stones, as they could be produced within the spiritual veins of the heavenly Tao space. He was well aware of the effects of spirit stones. Sigh. Spirit stones are undoubtedly valuable. However, they can only be mined for a day. How much can one collect in a day? If possible, he would even consider transporting the entire mountain back. Transport it back. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Yan couldn't help but indulge in fantasies. He had just transported a small world back to Blue Star, and now looking at the mountain before him, he felt a surge of desire. But how to move it? This posed a challenge for Zhang Yan. The previous small world was tamed by subduing its world will, but this one was merely a resource secret realm lacking any world will. Slap. Zhang Yan slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. The Earth Domain. How could he have forgotten about it? Even if this resource secret realm lacked a world will, his Earth Domain could occupy it, allowing him to claim the secret realm with the heart of the world. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. The only issue was the difficulty of occupying this resource secret realm. This resource secret realm is vast. Even if Zhang Yan extended his divine sense to its limits, he felt no boundaries. He wondered why the battlefield of 10,000 realms had turned this place into a resource secret realm. Its area was larger than the small world he had previously obtained. However, realizing he could only stay here for a day, he felt somewhat relieved. It's true that the resource secret realm is large and abundant, but how much can one take out? That depends on one's own abilities. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Even if they had large storage equipment, could they really transport an entire mountain away? Though it wasn't impossible, it raised the question of whether such resources would even attract their interest. In this regard, Zhang Yan was clearly overthinking it. The battlefield of 10,000 realms is vast with abundant resources, but also many people. The act of taking the entire secret realm was something all beings were attempting. It was hardly a monumental task. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. There was no question of whether it was worth taking. He shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. Even if he could occupy this resource secret realm, it wouldn't be something that could be accomplished in a short time. The expansion of the Earth Domain isn't fast and requires time. Moreover, even if the Earth Domain occupied this resource secret realm, how he would return was still an issue. In the end, the Earth Domain could only serve as a coordinate. As for the rest, he could only take it step by step. Leaving a coordinate was merely a thought for himself. For now, he should focus on mining. He unleashed his spiritual power, forming a small piece of the Earth Domain, and then ignored it, continuing with his mining work. Sure enough, as he dug deeper, the spirit stones began to appear in greater numbers, and their quality also showed noticeable improvement. Furthermore, in addition to mining spirit stones, several accompanying spiritual mines began to surface. These spiritual mines are excellent materials for crafting weapons and equipment. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. Pack them all up. Without any hesitation, he tossed the mine stones away. As Zhang Yan dug, the Zhang family members outside began to go wild. If it were just regular stones, they would have valued them and actively transported them, but without knowing the stone's function, their enthusiasm was limited. But as soon as the spirit stones were thrown out by Zhang Yan, everyone went berserk. While they might not recognize the spirit stones, they could still sense the spiritual energy, and let's not forget the existence of the detection technique. Soon news of the spirit stones reached everyone's ears. Looking at the massive pit Zhang Yan had dug not far away, everyone felt an intense desire. If not for a shred of rationality left in them, they would have rushed into the mine. Quick, gather all the spirit stones. Don't let a single piece go. Stop being picky. Oh, everyone move. Get everything back. Don't waste time picking and choosing. Where's our vehicle? Hurry up. While they couldn't bring Blue Star's large machinery to the battlefield of 10,000 realms, they still had their methods. Some people had built quite a few human-powered carts after their previous experience in a secret realm. After all, each of them was now as strong as an ox, making it quick for them to pull the carts. With one cart after another passing through the spatial gate, a massive amount of stones quickly filled the entire territory. Watching the ever-increasing stones, the charging bull couldn't help but twitch its nostrils, catching the scent of divine gold. The charging bull's breathing started to quicken as it looked towards the distant spatial gate, and without hesitation it charged inside. How did the charging bull get in here? Sensing the presence of the charging bull, Zhang Yan furrowed his brow. He had tasked the charging bull with guarding the territory, not running around. Though having the charging bull's assistance might yield more resources, the safety of the territory was of greater importance in his mind. Resources can be obtained at any time, but if the territory is destroyed, he would regret it for life. Master. Upon sensing Zhang Yan's presence, the charging bull froze for a moment, regaining a bit of clarity. However, upon reaching this point, the scent of divine gold became even more noticeable, stirring restlessness in its heart. What's going on? Originally intending to scold the charging bull, upon seeing its agitated state, Zhang Yan's expression shifted slightly. The charging bull was clearly not in the right condition, compelling Zhang Yan to suppress his anger. Master, divine gold, it's the scent of divine gold. There's divine gold here. With that, the charging bull's breathing became increasingly rapid. Divine gold. Hearing the term divine gold, Zhang Yan's eyes widened. He knew what divine gold was. The charging bull had advanced to the second tier simply by devouring a small piece of divine gold. Where is the divine gold? Can you sense it? Zhang Yan's breath began to quicken as well. The effects of divine gold are not limited to enhancing cultivation. The charging bull's actions were undoubtedly wasteful. Moreover, there are many types of divine gold, and not all of them can be devoured or refined. However, divine gold is divine gold. Each type has its unique properties. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's question, the charging bull calmed down. Having come into close contact with divine gold before, it was very sensitive to its scent. However, when it truly calmed down and sensed carefully, it stood frozen in place. The scent of divine gold was everywhere. The scent of divine gold permeated the entire world. How on earth is he supposed to find it? Everywhere is filled with the aura of divine gold. The tone of Cheng Tianyo was stuttering, revealing a hint of confusion. Everywhere. Zhang Yan had a puzzled expression on his face. He had never encountered divine gold, so he naturally had no idea what its aura was like, leaving him quite bewildered by Cheng Tianyo's response. Master, I can't sense the location of the divine gold. In the end, Cheng Tianyo lowered his head. Forget it. If you can't sense it, then so be it. Zhang Yan waved his hand, feeling no regret. He had never come into contact with divine gold. Although he knew it was something valuable, he couldn't grasp its true worth. It was precisely because he didn't know that Zhang Yan didn't pay too much attention. Cheng Tianyo wanted to say something more, but sensing the pervasive aura of divine gold around them, he felt a wave of despondency. This world is so vast, how could he possibly find it? He was aware of the resource secret realm situation, knowing that they only had a day, which was simply not enough time. Let's head back. Keep an eye on the territory. As for the divine gold, it will eventually be ours. Although Zhang Yan felt a surge of excitement in his heart, he didn't show it outwardly. Because he knew that even if he encountered the divine gold, he wouldn't be able to take it. Divine gold comes with its own anomalies, and not everyone can claim it. For instance, the piece of divine gold belonging to Cheng Tianyo was his accompanying divine gold. If they hadn't been together for a long time, it would have been a question of whether Cheng Tianyo could even approach it, let alone devour it. Although he understood this, Zhang Yan began to feel urgency. Previously, he valued the resources contained within this resource secret realm, leaving behind the concept of the Earth domain as merely a thought. But now it was different. The appearance of divine gold had turned this place into a treasure land, and he would not let it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan no longer held back. He continued mining while actively expanding his Earth domain. He hadn't felt it before, but now he clearly sensed the resistance against the expansion of his Earth domain. It should be noted that this was merely a resource secret realm with no world will or other powers interfering. Yet even so, the resistance was comparable to that of the battlefield of myriad realms. Is this the power of divine gold? According to Cheng Tianyo, the aura of divine gold pervaded the entire resource secret realm, so the formation of this secret realm might be related to divine gold. In this case, it would be challenging for him to occupy this secret realm. Could the Earth domain truly withstand the power of divine gold? Zhang Yan was uncertain. Under the power of divine gold, even Zhang Yan, who had full confidence in the Earth domain, felt a bit lost. It had been stated before that the initial expansion of the Earth domain was merely superficial. Only when the Earth domain occupied the depths of the laws could it form a true Earth domain. The current situation was just superficial expansion, yet there was this much resistance. When the Earth domain attempted a deeper expansion, the power of divine gold could erupt, potentially scattering his Earth domain. For this, Zhang Yin had to be cautious. A deeper immersion expansion, huh? Zhang Yin felt a headache coming on. Right now, while he was still in this secret realm and had the support of his spiritual energy, there might not be any issues. However, once he left in a situation where the Earth domain was isolated and unsupported, it was indeed possible that the scenario he feared could occur. Scratching his head, Zhang Yin felt a bit speechless. He had initially thought that with his Earth domain in place, he could eventually occupy this resource secret realm. Once he gained the ability to traverse the chaotic sea, finding this resource secret realm would be as easy as pie. I wonder if that will actually work. Suddenly, with a thought, Zhang Yin took out a scroll from his storage space. It was a scroll for building an arrow tower, a one-time use piece of junk. After understanding the differences in territories, he had lost interest in such buildings. If it weren't for buildings with special effects, he wouldn't even bother to take a glance. Take this arrow tower for example. Although it could increase the range of ranged attacks and could be upgraded, its actual effect was not as significant as imagined. Most importantly, this arrow tower was a one-time use item, making its value even more pitiful. An arrow tower was merely a basic building. There would be plenty of opportunities to obtain more in the future, so he didn't mind wasting one. Immediately, Zhang Yin took out a large amount of materials and began construction. One-time scrolls have their own advantages, namely the speed of construction. In just 3 minutes, a 10-meter arrow tower appeared before Zhang Yin. Ignoring the arrow tower, he focused on sensing his Earth domain. Indeed, the Earth domain within the secret realm also possesses territorial characteristics. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yin's eyes lit up as thoughts surged within him and various ideas began to emerge. The Earth domains of different worlds do not connect, and not all Earth domains possess territorial characteristics. Now that he had a way to enhance the characteristics of his Earth domain, how could Zhang Yin not be pleased? He had thought he would have to wait until his Earth domain was fully formed to connect. This current situation was completely beyond his expectations. By doing this, his Earth domain increased its territorial characteristics, but the speed of expansion would slow down. Although there are pros and cons, it ultimately depends on where it is applied. Like this resource secret realm, the Earth domain, with enhanced territorial characteristics, completely had the confidence to resist the aura of divine gold. With joy in his heart, Zhang Yan's movements unconsciously quickened. A large number of spirit stones and spirit ores were flung out of the mining pit and scattered around. However, Zhang Yan's smile quickly vanished. Not because of anything else, but because he could no longer dig. Yes, he could no longer dig. The deeper he went, the harder the ground became. Even though he could control the power of the earth, he started to feel some strain while excavating. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't dig at all. It was just that if he continued to dig deeper, the efficiency would significantly decrease. Damn it, here I am a dignified second-tier powerhouse, and I can't even mine properly. It's just ridiculous. Zhang Yin cursed, feeling somewhat irritated. Although he knew that digging deeper would yield good things, what he wanted now was efficiency and speed. Moreover, he wasn't just mining. He also had to maintain the expansion of the Earth domain, which was causing signs of exhaustion in his internal spiritual energy. Feeling somewhat speechless, yet helpless, he realized that expanding the Earth domain was his own idea. He couldn't blame anyone else for it. If digging down is difficult, then I can dig sideways. Zhang Yin muttered to himself as he began to dig in another direction. There were spirit stones everywhere in this area. There was no need to stubbornly dig downward. In this small piece of land, I dig and dig. Zhang Yin gasped for breath, gazing at the long tunnel he had excavated, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had no idea how much he had dug today, nor did he need to know. Although he was exhausted, the joy of digging filled him. Despite not intending to dig deeper, the better resources below compelled him to dig at an angle downward. In 2 words, greed. After pausing his actions, Zhang Yin swiftly exited the mine. Upon reaching the surface, he observed the bustling crowd resembling ants with cart after cart of spirit stones and were being transported out of the spatial gate. Zhang Yin couldn't help but smile knowingly. Glancing at the time, he sighed with resignation. There were still 2 hours left. After digging for over 20 hours straight, even with his extraordinary physique, he was feeling the strain. Not only him, but the transport workers above were also on the verge of exhaustion. Fortunately, with the spatial storage, they could transport a considerable amount of, or each time. Otherwise, even with over 10,000 people, they wouldn't be able to keep up with Zhang Yan's digging speed. After all, Zhang Yin only needed to toss the ore out. He decided not to continue digging, as there was simply too much to transport. If they continued at this intensity, they would end up exhausted. Zhang Yin found a high slope to sit down and watched his kin busily at work. After resting for a moment, Zhang Yin stood up to help. With only 2 hours left, he couldn't afford to waste time. However, instead of helping with transportation, he focused on sorting out the spirit stones and ore. These were the resources they desired most. The stones could be discarded. With Zhang Yan's assistance, they extracted spirit stones or were quickly transported out of the resource secret realm. Before the spatial gate was about to disappear, all the resources Zhang Yan had mined had been transported back to the Myriad Worlds battlefield. He took one last look at the time. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. Without a second thought, Zhang Yan dove back into the mine, drilling straight downward. He wanted to see if anything valuable would appear below. Boom! It was a brutal impact. He collected the resources directly into his storage backpack, ignoring the scattered materials. Time was running out. He just wanted to grab as much as he could in the final moments. With such violent extraction, his storage backpack was filled within half a minute. Zhang Yan grimaced and had no choice but to leave. As he stepped through the spatial gate, although there was still some time left, he had no intention of continuing. Turning to look at the vanishing spatial gate, Zhang Yan murmured, "Await my return." There was nothing he could do. With the gate disappearing, he could only say it. As the spatial gate vanished, Zhang Yan finally looked around at his surroundings. Seeing the state of his territory, he was left dumbfounded. Goodness, is this still my territory? Everywhere was piled high with, or even the stone houses he had built were covered. Goodness, it's as if his territory has been buried. Though somewhat speechless, he felt more excitement. With so many spirit stone resources, they would have no worries about resources for a considerable time ahead. Moreover, many experiments could now be put on the agenda, such as formations and forging. He had never dared to start without sufficient resources and had only allowed his kin to absorb the meager spiritual energy of the world for their cultivation. Now that resources were abundant, his mind naturally became active. If possible, he wanted to learn a few auxiliary professions to validate what he had obtained. However, before he could celebrate, his expression turned sour. Now that the territory was filled, cleaning it up would not be a simple task. But these are all resources. Out of sight, out of mind, retreat. Thinking this, Zhang Yan left the Myriad Worlds battlefield and returned to the heavenly Dao space. As for the ores within the territory, they would be left to Zhang Jun and the others. Of course, Zhang Yan's return to the heavenly Dao space was not simply for idleness. It was now the night of the second day, and the public trial was about to begin. He needed to prepare. Along with Zhang Yan, there were also 2,000 men from Zhang Jun's subordinates returning to the heavenly Dao space. Indeed, 2,000 people. Moreover, they were all talent awakeners. Zhang Feng had selected the combat talent individuals, leaving behind those who assisted Zhang Yunbin in farming. As for why they hadn't been trained, it was due to a lack of resources. All personnel rest. Instead of assigning them tasks, he allowed them to recuperate. After a long day, even talent awakeners needed rest. They needed to recover now, or else they wouldn't have the time to do so later. Naturally, they were happy with Zhang Yan's arrangement. Returning from the Myriad Worlds battlefield, they didn't come back empty-handed, as evident from the spirit stones they held. Although they hadn't been prioritized for training by Zhang Yan, they were all talent awakeners, so with resources available, they wouldn't be neglected. Now, with time to rest, they began to study how to utilize the spirit stones. If they hadn't awakened their talents and hadn't become talent awakeners, even if they obtained spirit stones, they could only wear them and slowly absorb the spiritual energy. However, since they were talent awakeners, the situation was entirely different. They could guide the spiritual energy within the spirit stones for absorption. Although the efficiency was modest, it was still far better than passive absorption. Talent awakeners are indeed talent awakeners. The gap in qualifications increasingly brings despair. Before condensing the extraordinary seed, ordinary awakeners without talent, relying solely on physical strength, had no chance of surpassing talent awakeners. Moreover, this gap would persist until the third tier. After all, once they reached the third tier, even the strongest talents would be fully developed, and the remaining path would rely on one's own understanding. This means that before the third tier, one relies on talent, while after the third tier, one relies on comprehension. Although there might be unexpected occurrences, which is not absolute, Zhang Yan wouldn't concern himself with that. There are only so many resources. He would nurture what he could not gamble on unforeseen events. He couldn't afford to gamble, and Blue Star didn't have the resources to let him take risks. Silently retreating from the central square of the heavenly Dao space, he no longer paid attention to the excited warriors. "The young master, why are you here?" Zhang Yan's arrival was immediately noticed by Zhang Yunbin. "I came to check on your Qingwu domain. How is it? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Zhang Yunbin had high expectations for Zhang Yan. Of course there are challenges. Zhang Yunbin's eyes lit up and his smile grew wider. He knew well the saying that a crying child gets candy. If he didn't mention it, how would the young master know he had need? "I need spirit stones, a large quantity of spirit stones." Zhang Yunbin was quite cunning, not revealing how many he actually needed. "Rest assured you won't be shortchanged." Zhang Yan readily agreed to Zhang Yunbin's request, as his purpose for coming here was to deliver spirit stones. To farm, one needs fertilizer. Spirit stones are undoubtedly a premium type of fertilizer. He believed that no one would object to giving Zhang Yunbin a large quantity of spirit stones. Everyone knew the effects of spirit rice, and was eager for Zhang Yunbin to grow spirit rice. Are these spirit plants all fine? Many spirit fruit trees had been transplanted from the secret realm and handed over to Zhang Yunbin. Since he was here, he naturally had to ask. Yes, there are no major issues. They all survived, but the spiritual energy is insufficient, so the spirit fruits produced next time might be subpar. With Zhang Yan's earth domain providing fertility coupled with his Qingmu domain, keeping these spirit plants alive was simple, but growing them, well, had significant shortcomings. As long as they survived, it was good. Don't worry about the spirit stones. The concentration of spiritual energy in the heavenly Tao space is already quite good, but achieving an environment suitable for the growth of these spirit plants requires more than just meeting the concentration standard. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the term spirit field. Fortunately, he had dug out the spiritual soil from the spirit plant secret realm, and with the nurturing of the earth domain, he would soon transform the area managed by Zhang Yunbin into a spirit field. While inquiring, he communicated with his earth domain, sensing the changes in the heavenly Tao space. The heavenly Tao space had long been completely enveloped by his earth domain, but deeper penetration had become considerably more challenging. There was no resistance here, rather the entire world seemed to be assisting him. However, even so, forming a true earth domain would still take a long time. A true earth domain should be the legendary divine realm. The formation of the divine realm naturally depended on Zhang Yan's strength. If his strength was too weak, it would hinder the growth of the earth domain. Although he already knew this result, Zhang Yan still felt a bit downhearted. After taking a stroll around the planting area in the heavenly Tao space, Zhang Yan let out a long sigh. Yunbin, you should have heard about the situation in that small world, right? Yes, does the young master want to turn that small world into farmland? Zhang Yunbin's eyes flashed with understanding, guessing Zhang Yan's thoughts. That's right, food is a priority for the people. We need more population, which requires more resources, and food is essential. Even if that small world cannot form a spirit field, ordinary crops can still be planted. Don't worry, leave it to me. Zhang Yunbin agreed without hesitation. Zhang Feng and Zhang Jun were leading troops, but his talent was truly suited for farming, and he had come to enjoy this lifestyle. If that's the case, he was more than willing to help Zhang Yan more. Alright, once your brother Feng finishes clearing the small world, you can lead people inside. After giving Zhang Yunbin a few more instructions, Zhang Yan turned to leave. He did not exit the heavenly Tao space, but headed to the spiritual vein. This is an underground space within the heavenly Tao space where the spiritual vein was placed by Zhang Yan. He took this spiritual vein very seriously, even though its current output was exceedingly low. After sensing the surrounding spiritual energy concentration, he nodded slightly. There is a significant difference between having a spiritual vein and not having one, which can be sensed from the concentration of spiritual energy. However, this slight increase in spiritual energy concentration was clearly not enough. Immediately, Zhang Yan took out a spirit stone the size of a head. This spirit stone had faint golden patterns shining on it, clearly not an ordinary spirit stone. This was a piece of spirit marrow, considered the core product of a spiritual vein. He truly did not expect to unearth such a treasure at the last moment. Had he known there was spirit marrow, he would have Of course, he did not feel regret. Even if he had continued digging, he might not have found spirit marrow. The appearance of spirit marrow was not fixed, it could appear anywhere within the spiritual vein, and finding it depended on luck. Spirit marrow is a good thing. Even if Zhang Yan absorbed it now, it might increase his attributes by a few points. However, Zhang Yan clearly would not do that, otherwise he wouldn't have come to the spiritual vein. A one-time item cannot be compared to a hen that lays golden eggs. With this spirit marrow, although it would not fully restore his spiritual vein, it could accelerate its recovery and greatly increase its output. Although there would be no immediate gains visible, it was undoubtedly a good investment. Looking at the spirit vein heart partially embedded in the stone platform, Zhang Yan had already made a decision in his heart. After several days of nurturing, while the spirit vein heart had not changed much, the light shining from it had become much more dazzling. I hope this spirit marrow brings me unexpected surprises. With that thought, Zhang Yan brought the spirit marrow closer to the spirit vein heart. The spirit vein heart had no intelligence or instincts, it was merely a lifeless object. However, as the spirit marrow approached, the spirit vein heart began to sparkle faintly. Seeing this, Zhang Yan smiled slightly and placed the spirit marrow on the stone platform. Upon contact with the spirit vein heart, an unexpected change occurred. The spirit marrow dissolved. Indeed, it dissolved. It transformed into a puddle of light golden spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid did not flow away, but instead eerily surrounded the spirit vein heart. As the transformation completed, the spirit marrow solidified once more. Everything felt so natural. Although surprised, Zhang Yan did not overthink it. The now denser spiritual energy around him assured him that this was entirely a good thing. Next, it all depended on the spirit vein heart itself. After all, the recovery of the spirit vein heart was not something that could be accomplished overnight. As the surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly dense, Zhang Yin felt an impulse to cultivate here. However, for just a moment he dismissed that thought. With his cultivation speed, although this spiritual energy was dense absorbing, it would only take a little while. He was genuinely concerned about draining the spiritual energy within the spirit vein heart. Returning to the front of the Tianxin Tower, Zhang Yin paused for a moment before heading back to Blue Star. The smartphone is a marvelous thing, allowing one to keep abreast of worldly matters from home. However, the current Heavenly Dao network is still unable to replace such conveniences. His return to Blue Star was to grasp some information about it. From the Grand Elder, he learned about major events, but the Grand Elder had no time to chat about other matters. Once the smartphone was opened, a flood of information surged forth. The first thing that caught his eye was a discussion regarding the Ministry of Defense. However, the ministry had remained silent, which only intensified the discussions online. Zhang Yin did not show any emotion towards this. The pressure on people these days is immense, and the internet serves as an outlet for venting frustrations. Even trivial matters can spark public opinion, let alone the involvement of the Ministry of Defense. What drew Zhang Yan's attention was the activation of foreign warships. The Xia is quite formidable, which makes them uneasy. Yet during this global catastrophe, the Xia remained unscathed, leaving many feeling quite disgruntled. Finally, with public opinion fermenting, military action was taken. Upon seeing this news, Zhang Yin merely chuckled. The technology in this world is somewhat inferior to that of his previous life on Earth, yet they still possess nuclear weapons. The only difference now is that a Zhang family village has emerged into Xia's history, causing many expected events to change. The extraordinary power is truly unfathomable. It was only with the advent of the modern age of firearms that the extraordinary became less prominent, rendering Zhang family village rather ordinary. However, the existence of Zhang family village has indeed improved the Xia significantly. At the very least, the Xia's foundation has been preserved. Although there have been some invasions in recent times, the lean dead camel is still larger than a horse. The process may have been arduous, but the outcome is promising. Now, after decades of tranquility, the Xia has reached an unprecedented peak. Such a Xia would not attract any hostile forces. However, this global disaster has inflicted tremendous losses to the point where they are unbearable. As for Xia, although it has encountered slight issues, they are entirely trivial. Such circumstances leave them bewildered and fearful. They dread that this disaster is the handiwork of Xia. Simultaneously, they fear even more that such disasters could strike again, landing on their own heads. Facing natural calamities, no one can escape unscathed. The safety of Xia only intensifies. By defeating Xia, they could obtain everything they desire. They are aware of Xia's strength, yet they do not believe it can withstand the onslaught of the entire world. For the sake of their own safety, they have begun to disregard all else. Notions of friendship or mutual benefit have become unnecessary. Only through war can they achieve everything they desire. Gazing at the flood of war news, Zhang Yin frowned slightly. To be honest, he really did not want to worry about such matters. The numerous issues in the Myriad Realms battlefield have already given him a headache. He trusts the Grand Elder and believes in Xia. However, facing such a multitude of nations attacking, it is truly hard to predict what unexpected events might arise. With this in mind, Zhang Yin stood up, intending to take a trip abroad. With his strength, he could easily walk through Blue Star without fear. However, after a moment's thought, Zhang Yin halted his actions. In terms of technology and military strength, Xia is not weak, but it has experienced little warfare in recent years. This time, let it serve as a training exercise. He believes that if any unexpected situations do arise, the Grand Elder will come to find him. After browsing through the trending topics on his smartphone and finding nothing worth noting, he put the device away. Next comes the waiting. He does not know if the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star will bring any surprises. He must remain vigilant on Blue Star to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. It is now 9 p.m., with 3 hours remaining. 3 hours is a fleeting moment. At this time, Zhang Jun and the others have already returned to Blue Star. It is not that spirit stones are unimportant, but home is paramount. Zhang Yin worries about unexpected occurrences, and their hearts are even more anxious. To prepare for the upcoming changes, everyone quiets down and begins to adjust their states. After a day of exhaustion, they have completely lost the excitement of scouring for resources. However, in contrast to Zhang Yin and his group, the entire Xia appears exceptionally busy. The probing of enemy nations, the arrival of a nationwide trial, and the revival of spiritual energy have left Xia unable to afford any relaxation. As for the enemies on Blue Star, they are manageable, as they still possess some experience. Yet against the otherworldly enemies in the Myriad Realms battlefield, they have no means to counter. All they can do is prepare as much as possible for any unexpected events that may come. Time quickly reaches the early morning hours. Of course, this is merely their Blue Star's way of measuring time. The Myriad Realms battlefield recognizes no such thing. However, the time difference will not be significant, and Zhang Yin is certain of that. He is not in a hurry, simply waiting patiently. Indeed, at 1210 a.m., he sensed a peculiar fluctuation. This fluctuation was faint, yet it was exceedingly clear to Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin stood up, his gaze directed toward the depths of the void. However, this fluctuation came quickly and left just as swiftly, and in an instant everything calmed down. Others may not have noticed, but Zhang Yin knew that this world had already changed. The revival of spiritual energy is naturally not such a simple matter, yet the current Tianqian Great Universe is too weak. Even if it wished to announce its awakening to the beings of the cosmos, it would find itself utterly incapable. However, Blue Star has indeed experienced a revival of spiritual energy. Only the spiritual energy on Blue Star has revived. Is this all there is? He remained on Blue Star to prevent any unexpected incidents. But what is the result? Is this it? Zhang Yin felt somewhat speechless. Yet thinking of the current situation of the Tianqian Great Universe, he felt somewhat relieved. The revival of spiritual energy alone is already a commendable outcome. Feeling the spiritual energy beginning to sprout in the air, Zhang Yin curled his lips and then swiftly entered the heavenly Tao space. Upon arriving at the Tianqin Tower, seeing that only a faint glow remained in the heart of the world, the corners of Zhang Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched. Indeed, just a revival of spiritual energy has thoroughly emptied the heart of the world. Fortunately, with the heavenly Tao network in place, the heart of the world can still stabilize, otherwise Zhang Yin would be quite distressed. Oomph. With that, Zhang Yin snorted coldly, but did not hesitate to take out the origin of the world at the level of the small thousand world from his hand and toss it into the heart of the world before turning around with an unsightly expression. Staying here any longer, he feared it might drive him mad. Returning to Blue Star, Zhang Yin sat down cross-legged. Although there were no unexpected events as he had imagined, he still decided to be cautious. His divine sense extended with the earthly domain, allowing him to perceive the situation across the entire Great Xia. Indeed, spiritual energy had begun to appear throughout Great Xia, especially in its famous mountains and rivers, where the concentration was notably higher. In his imagination, after the resurgence of spiritual energy, a large number of mutated creatures would emerge. However, not a single one had even begun to mutate. This situation surprised Zhang Yin. Indeed, the scenarios depicted in novels had not come to pass. While instances of absorption leading to mutations might occur, those would only happen under conditions of a spiritual energy explosion. Given the current concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star, mutation was simply impossible. The conditions did not permit it. This is for the best, at least it gives us more time to prepare. After the national trial, when a large number of strong individuals emerged, even if Blue Star reached the second stage of spiritual energy resurgence and genuine mutated creatures began to appear, they would still be fully equipped to handle it. The news of the spiritual energy resurgence had already reached Great Xia, and they were naturally prepared. In a laboratory, upon receiving the news, they continuously monitored the components in the atmosphere to determine whether spiritual energy had revived. In their imagination, since it was a resurgence of spiritual energy, it would naturally cause changes in the atmosphere. Regardless of whether the legendary spiritual energy was in material or energy form, they would detect it. Just past midnight, they looked at the unmoving instruments, puzzled. Out of trust in Great Xia, they dared not relax even a little. However, at 1210 a.m., they finally detected an unknown component. This minor change immediately caused a sensation, and the news was quickly relayed to the Elder Council. Upon receiving the news, the Grand Elder's spirit focused, and he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He neither wished for the resurgence of spiritual energy to be true, nor did he want to see their previous efforts wasted. This strange psychology left the Grand Elder feeling helpless. But now that spiritual energy had revived, he naturally had to get busy. As the spiritual energy revival commenced, the Multiverse Battlefield began its recruitment. Only beings from the myriad worlds had the privilege of being notified in advance. They had no right to refuse. The quota of 200 remained unchanged, but most of it was concentrated in Great Xia. Though the trial was dangerous, it was also an opportunity. If he could take all the slots, Zhang Yin would have liked to reserve them all for Great Xia. Out of the 20000 slots Great Xia occupied over 18000. The slots would be determined within a day, followed by a day of preparation time. As the Multiverse Battlefield began its recruitment, those who received the trial notification were taken aback. Some were excited while others were terrified. If they were from Great Xia, having received the Ministry of Defense's notification, they would be worried but could still seek help from the authorities. Of course, some were fearful of being dismembered, and they were all a bit cautious. However, they soon abandoned their hiding and chose to go to the authorities. This was because someone had already attempted to do so. Watching the official support shown on the video, everyone fell silent. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of being dismembered, rather the resources provided by the authorities were too overwhelming. Firearms, grenades, bulletproof vests, helmets, shields. Truly they provided as much as one could take. Under such a show of force, who wouldn't be afraid? Clearly this trial was fraught with danger, otherwise the authorities wouldn't have provided such hardcore support. Looking at the weapons they had prepared, such as knives and daggers, they seemed utterly ridiculous. A day was enough for them to change their minds. Such events occurred all over Great Xia, which is why the situation escalated so swiftly. Of course, some officials also began the trial. This was unavoidable. Not to mention the officials, even Zhang family village couldn't escape. Due to Zhang Yan's connections, those around him were even more likely to be selected. Zhang family village was not just comprised of young adults, the elderly and children had yet to participate in the trials. They had given their opportunities to these young people. But now that he was selected, knowing about the multiverse battlefield, they naturally did not think of hiding. The matter of old Master Zhang Feng becoming young again was something they all witnessed. Just then, as Zhang Yin sensed the resurgence of spiritual energy, someone came to his home. Little young master, save me. Yi has been selected for the trial, please help. Before even seeing Zhang Yunbin's anxious voice reached his ears. Can you be more composed? Upon seeing Zhang Yunbin, Zhang Yin scolded. Although Zhang Yunbin was a bit flustered, it was no reason for him to be so panicky. Huff, little young master, I apologize, I lost my composure. After seeing Zhang Yunbin's panic immediately calmed down. Little young master, Yi has also been selected for the trial, please lend your assistance. Despite calming down, Zhang Yunbin still did not forget about his sister. Zhang Yunbin pulled Zhang Yi forward, presenting her before Zhang Yan. Looking at Zhang Yi before him, a smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. Little girl has grown up. Zhang Yi was already 15 years old, considered a young lady. Little young master. To Zhang Yi felt somewhat unfamiliar. When Zhang Yin left Zhang family village, she was only 8 years old, and during that time Zhang Yin was attending school and rarely returned to the village, which made Zhang Yi feel a bit estranged. Moreover, the sudden voice in her mind, combined with Zhang Yunbin not informing her about the multiverse battlefield, left Zhang Yi feeling quite flustered. If Zhang Yunbin hadn't been home today and noticed something was off with his sister along with the mark on her forehead that startled him, he would not have immediately brought Zhang Yi to Zhang Yan. Come, just for your calling me little young master, I will prepare something good for you. With that, Zhang Yan lightly tapped his fingers and a suit of armor appeared around Zhang Yi. Zhang Yan's action startled Zhang Yi, causing her to exclaim, little young master, what is this? Watching the full body armor on Zhang Yi, Zhang Yunbin was also somewhat taken aback. How about it? This move of mine isn't bad, right? Zhang Yin was very familiar with condensing rock armor. However, rock armor was heavy armor. While it offered protection, it also came with significant inconvenience. Moreover, such methods were not allowed during the trials. Otherwise, if everyone could go into the trial like this, then the trials would lose their meaning. Only abilities like the Bean Soldier, which were semi-skill types, still had some usefulness. Thank you, young master. Although Zhang Yunbin did not understand Zhang Yan's intentions, he still expressed his gratitude. Zhang Yan shot a somewhat irritated glare at Zhang Yunbin. Don't worry. This armor has been secured by me and can be taken to the trial. If he could secure the earth element spirit, then securing a set of armor was naturally within his capabilities. Moreover, the armor could grow after being bonded with Zhang Yi. Although this growth required Zhang Yi's nurturing, it was still a small artifact. It was simply regrettable that such armor could not be mass-produced. If it could be mass-produced, then his earth element spirit would not be limited to securing just one per day. Zhang Yi twisted her body, slightly feeling a bit uncomfortable. Although the armor provided by Zhang Yin was lightweight, being full body armor, it still had some weight. Plus Zhang Yi was just a little girl, so feeling uncomfortable was quite normal. However, compared to this slight discomfort, the armor's performance could completely make up for it. And this let's bond. Then Zhang Yin took out a Bean Soldier and placed it in front of Zhang Yi. Looking at the Bean Soldier, Zhang Yi gently received it and said, thank you, young master. Seeing Zhang Yi put away the Bean Soldier, Zhang Yunbin became anxious. Yi, quickly bond with it. With the Bean Soldier you can truly be safe, so I can't help but be anxious. Zhang Yi did not recognize the Bean Soldier and did not understand why her brother was anxious, but she trusted. Zhang Yunbin nodded and prepared to bond. However, looking at her hands, Zhang Yi also felt a bit wronged. Seeing this, Zhang Yin also smiled. The armor also needed to be bonded, or else it couldn't be taken off. Alright, the armor is bonded now, and you can store it away at any time. After helping Zhang Yi bond, she stored the armor away. Feeling the armor that wrapped around her disappear, Zhang Yi became excited. She was a well-behaved child and had never read novels, so this was her first encounter with such a magical occurrence. Watching Zhang Yi play joyfully, Zhang Yunbin also broke into a smile. However, thinking about his sister going to the trial, next a look of worry crossed his face. After playing for a moment, Zhang Yi stopped. Under Zhang Yan's guidance, the Bean Soldier completed the bonding. Everything was ready, and Zhang Yunbin breathed a sigh of relief. Yunbin, I'm here, young master. Don't let E enter the trial just yet, take her to train first. There's still a day left, so don't rush. Now the territory in the Myriad Realms battlefield had been established, and everything could come slowly. Yes, young master, I will take E first. Just as Zhang Yunbin was about to take Zhang Yi away, there was movement at the door again. Seeing the newcomers, Zhang Yunbin was stunned. It wasn't just one person who came, but a whole group. What shocked him even more was the mark on their foreheads. What the heck? Were we not supposed to randomly pull people in? Now so many appeared at once. What was going on? Moreover, among this group, he even saw his grandfather. Young master, this. Turning to look at Zhang Yin, Zhang Yunbin was stuttering and unable to speak. Zhang Yin naturally saw what Zhang Yunbin saw. Looking at the marks on their foreheads, Zhang Yin fell silent. He had considered pulling the older generation from the village into the trials. In the end, they refused, and Zhang Yin had agreed accordingly. Although he knew they could not escape the trials in the future, he also had no choice. He couldn't just leave the young and strong in the village behind. Moreover, even if he provided them with weapons and bean soldiers, they still faced the danger of losing their lives. They were old, and unlike the old man, they were not proficient in martial arts, and were not physically strong. Perhaps they could enjoy their old age in the village. After all, there were limited slots, and the Myriad Realms battlefield might not choose them. But now the situation was that they could not escape, and it was not just one person who could not escape, but everyone. In Zhang Yan's spiritual sense, there were still a large number of people from Zhang family village heading towards them. Aside from these elders, all children over 15 years old had also not escaped. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yan's expression darkened. Although 15 years old could be considered a young adult, a child was still a child. Zhang Yan's anger surged, but there was nothing he could do, and part of this was his fault. Sighing, Zhang Yan walked out of the house. He did not expect such a situation to arise, which was why he was waiting. Now that so many people were pouring in naturally, they could not stay here. Since Zhang Yan's house was at the village entrance, there was a large open space ahead. As more and more people arrived, Zhang Yan's heart sank. Not only Zhang Yan, but the expressions of others in Zhang family village were also grim. After all, seeing their frail grandparents sending them to the trial was completely a gamble with their lives. Even with the bean soldiers, various accidents could still happen. The atmosphere on site was suffocating, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Zhang Yin initially thought that after the recovery of spiritual energy in the Blue Star some troubles would arise, which was why he stayed. But he never expected that the biggest trouble would appear among them in Zhang family village. Chief. Just then an elder stepped forward and walked up to Zhang Yan. Third brother, you. Looking at the elder in front of him, who was third in the family ranking and of the same generation as Zhang Yan, he called him third brother. Chief, you know that there are many soldiers from Zhang family village, and most of us old fellows have retired. We are not afraid of death, and we have lived enough. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. Let this be our chance to contend with fate. After saying this, he bowed to Zhang Yan and then stood tall. Looking at the determined gaze of the other, Zhang Yan could only remain silent. Betting with their lives. Victory would increase their lifespans. Failure would leave no bones behind. They were already old and had no choice. Moreover, they had already been chosen, and retreat was no longer possible. After learning about the Myriad Realms battlefield, they had mentally prepared themselves long ago. All right. Exhaling that one word seemed to exhaust all of Zhang Yan's strength. He waved his hand, and Zhang Yunbin immediately stepped forward. Yunbin, bring out the weapons. Zhang Feng, Zhang Jun. Here. 2. Distribute the bean soldiers. Understood. 2. The bean soldiers were taken out and then distributed. Next comes the training. Training on the use of bean soldiers and firearms. There is no time for them to think once they reach the trial space. Especially those children who are still the flowers of the campus, they know nothing about using firearms. The only good thing is that they were born in Zhangjia village, and under the strict demands of their families they have learned some skills, barely qualifying them with a bit of combat power. With over 6,000 people in Zhangjia village, nearly 4,000 have already passed the trials. Now this batch has close to 2,000. Except for a few hundred children who are too young, Zhangjia village has been thoroughly swept. Weapons were quickly brought in and then distributed. Third brother, you must be careful. I know your legs are not convenient, so you must release the bean soldiers the moment you enter the trial, and then... Suppressing his inner emotions, Zhang Yan explained the precautions to the elders in the village, but in the end he could not continue. Ha! Seeing Zhang Yan like this, the group of elders surrounding him couldn't help but burst into laughter. They have truly let go and didn't want Zhang Yan to worry, so they could only laugh. As the sky gradually brightened, they no longer waited and entered the trial space one by one. Watching one figure after another disappear made the scene even quieter. Suddenly a large hand patted Zhang Yan's shoulder. Zhang Yan naturally noticed the person. It was his great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. The old man was very open-minded about this matter. Having served in the military, he had long since come to terms with casualties. Sigh. The old man sighed. His great-grandson is still young, no amount of words can compare to him figuring it out on his own. After a sigh, he stopped speaking. This time Zhang Yan did not snoop. He really did not want to see anyone fall before him. However, necessary preparations still had to be made. In the Dao space, Zhang Jun took the lead in guarding here. As soon as anyone came out, he would make arrangements. As for Zhang Feng, he was also guarding in the Dao space, but they were not waiting for people from their village, but for other trial participants from Blue Star. Before the people from Zhangjia village took action, some had already entered the trial space on Blue Star. Zhang Feng looked at an old black man in front of him, his face ashen. He slapped him, and before the other could react, his head burst open. The Myriad Realms Battlefield randomly pulls people in. He would not find it strange who he encounters. This old black man was one such case. However, after the trial, his power increased dramatically, leading to a surge in confidence, and with a firearm in hand, he began to boast, claiming he had received the blessing of the divine, and demanded others kneel and submit. Zhang Feng looked at the other's arrogant demeanor, truly confused about how the person's mind worked, and angrily sent him to meet his great-grandmother with a slap. This was not the first time. As such beings increased in number, he gradually lost patience and his strikes became heavier. Fools, all of them are TMD fools. Zhang Feng cursed, genuinely wanting to turn and leave. But this was a task given by Zhang Yan. Even if he gritted his teeth, he had to finish it. The others around were suppressing their laughter, not daring to speak. After all, while they were angry, it did not stop them from enjoying the show. You brat, what are you looking at? Come here. After Zhang Feng had killed the old black man, another person appeared and the other party held a long knife covered in blood with a ferocious expression, looking like a fierce god. Yet now he was trembling all over. The brutal manner Zhang Feng displayed earlier was fresh in his mind. Hearing Zhang Feng call him, he immediately shivered, dropped the long knife, and raised his hands. Brother 3. The fierce demeanor he had when cutting foreign creatures had vanished without a trace, and he started from the Great Xia. Come over. Go register over there. Hearing the other's words, Zhang Feng's tone softened quite a bit. He pointed to the registration desk not far away and didn't bother with him further. There were too many participants in the trials today, so naturally Zhang Feng could not handle everything alone, otherwise one registration could wear him out. All right. Okay, big brother. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the person ran off like the wind. Zhang Feng was too brutal. He really didn't want to stay near such a fierce person, especially given Zhang Feng's height. Due to notifications from the Ministry of National Defense, the people from Great Xia hesitated upon receiving news of the trials, but most chose to go to the government to receive equipment. Of course, some feeling bold thought this was their opportunity, so after making some simple preparations, they chose to enter the trials directly. The young man from earlier was one such case, holding the belief that his fate lay in his own hands. He rushed into the trial space with a long knife. There were many people like him, but very few could come out. For such individuals, Zhang Feng could only curse. Opportunities were given to you. If you do not seize them, do not blame the heavens for being unfair. If they had taken the route through the government, they would at least know many things, and with the weapons supported by the government, their chances of survival would be much greater. Over the course of one night, Zhang Feng encountered all kinds of people, mainly from overseas. Faced with these individuals, Zhang Feng felt quite helpless. Killing is not a solution to problems, but Zhang Feng truly could not endure their way of thinking. The killings during this period had also slightly influenced his character. Such behavior was not only seen by that young man, but also by some overseas people who, faced with Zhang Feng's brutality, they directly chose to flee. That young man was completely stunned, combined with his habits from living in Great Xia. When Zhang Feng told him to register, he truly ran off eagerly. In fact, he could completely ignore Zhang Feng and return directly to Blue Star. As dawn broke, news about the trial space began to circulate. The speed of information transmission online was incredibly fast. Shocking and curious discussions started appearing on the internet. Great Xia did not impose restrictions on this, nor did anyone overseas. The complete disclosure of the Myriad Realms Battlefield information caused those fleets that were originally considering attacking Great Xia to halt their movements. The news of the Myriad Realms Battlefield made them wary. Additionally, previous actions by Great Xia had made them more cautious. Hurry up, you there, go register over there. And you kid with all that government gear on, you don't think you can run. Even if you return to launching, you won't be able to escape. As dawn broke, the government began organizing personnel for the trials. As the number of participants increased, Zhang Feng and his team also became busy. The reason for registration is clear: they are recruiting people. Although they are cooperating with the Great Xia, they will not let anyone with talent slip through their fingers. The Elder Pavilion is aware of such matters, but chose not to intervene. Without resources, they are powerless. Next, they will enter the Multiverse Battlefield, and they still need Zhang Yan's help, which leaves them feeling constrained. Especially after witnessing Zhang Yan's giant spirit form, they completely lost any other thoughts. Strength is everything. It's not that they don't want to stop it, they simply cannot. As for those ordinary people who receive government assistance, they have no idea about Zhang Feng and his team's true identities. In their eyes, Zhang Feng and his group are government officials. After all, the Ministry of Defense has issued announcements, and it's only natural that the Great Xia is prepared. Thus, the registration for these individuals went exceedingly smoothly. While Zhang Feng's side was progressing, Zhang Jun's side began to face difficulties. If some elderly individuals were injured, they could accept that. As long as they passed the trials, minor injuries are of no. Even with severed arms or legs, the miraculous effects of the blood bar can fully restore them. What troubles Zhang Jun now are the crying young girls in front of him. After all, they are girls still young, and despite having defeated the terrifying foreign races, the sight of blood caused them to break down in tears upon seeing Zhang Jun and his team. It's overwhelming, truly overwhelming. Luckily, some elderly individuals came out afterward, allowing Zhang Jun to extricate himself. As Zhang Yin advised, since his body was unfit, he simply lay down and left the fighting to the bean soldiers. Undoubtedly, this is a good strategy. Since they are lying down, the foreign races naturally won't take them seriously. Just like Zhang Yin, who during the trials was an orc, but he didn't even glance at the giant wolf lying on the ground. Thus, under such unexpected circumstances, many of them managed to escape despite encountering dangers in this unbelievable situation. Of course, not everyone returned unscathed. The accidents will always occur. The first to encounter trouble was Zhang Sangu, who faced a technologically advanced foreign race. He lacked Zhang Jun's combat skills, and with just one shot, Zhang Sangu had his arm severed. To have only lost an arm and not his life was already his greatest achievement. The bean soldiers reacted quickly, not giving the enemy a chance for a second attack. The ground spike struck first, and then the foreign race was directly obliterated by the bean soldiers. Fortunately, the bean soldiers swiftly ended the battle. Otherwise, with the pain from his severed arm compounded by continuous blood loss, Zhang Sangu would have likely perished. However, since he cleared the trials, the awakened power directly helped him stop the bleeding, though his lost arm did not regenerate. This would require him to take his time to recuperate before it grew back. In this regard, the blood bar's effect is undoubtedly immense. As long as the blood bar exists, their bodies will never be incomplete. With a bodily defect, accomplishments will be limited. Even when cultivating cannon fodder, the multiverse battlefield would never allow such accidents to occur while one is still weak. When Zhang Sangu covered in blood appeared in the Dao space, Zhang Jun was truly shocked and immediately went to check on Zhang Sangu's condition. Phew, thankfully you only lost an arm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sangu shot a fierce glare at Zhang Jun. You brat, what do you mean by thankfully? Losing an arm is no small matter. I didn't lose any parts on the battlefield, yet I never expected to end up like this in my old age. Zhang Sangu felt a tinge of sadness. He knew of the existence of the multiverse battlefield, but having never played the game, he naturally didn't understand the function of the blood bar. Losing an arm was a heavy blow to his heart. Zhang Jun's words only exacerbated his anger. Sangu, don't be angry, it's just an arm. It's not that it can't grow back. What nonsense are you talking? Zhang Sangu felt sorrowful and didn't want to say much. He didn't believe a word of what Zhang Jun said. He had heard of stories about limbs regenerating, but those were all lies. He had lived for so long, and while he was old, he wasn't senile yet. Haha, Sangu, I'm not lying to you. They'll explain it to you later. Damn it, someone come. I need healing, hurry up. Before Zhang Jun could finish talking to Zhang Sangu, a figure appeared before his eyes. Damn it, I need healing. What are you wasting time for? The figure that appeared was in a tragic state. Their entire body was like a meat pie, and the moment they appeared, a large amount of blood flowed to the ground. This situation was clearly due to severe injuries after the bean soldiers quickly ended the battle. After awakening the panel, the final blood bar held on to their last breath. Such severe injuries without treatment, even with the protection of the blood bar, would eventually lead to death from blood loss. Those who appeared before Zhang Jun were naturally from Zhang's family village. Zhang Yin still had that authority. Of course, this situation required Zhang Yin to place a mark in advance. Those without a mark were teleported to Zhang Feng's side. Among the talented individuals, there are naturally many with healing abilities, but the injuries on this person were too severe, compounded by their age. Blood loss and pain had caused them to lose consciousness. Little master, it's bad. Uncle Air Zhuang is severely injured, come quickly. What? Seeing the message from Zhang Jun on the Dao network, Zhang Yin did not dare to delay. He immediately teleported to the Dao space, and then quickly moved to Zhang Jun's side. Looking at Zhang Air Zhuang, who was covered in blood, and whose body had collapsed, he couldn't help but gasp. Earth's power has healing properties, and with Zhang Yin's second-tier strength, the healing effect of Earth's power is even more formidable. However, Zhang Yin had never studied healing in detail. His current treatment was entirely a case of brute force yielding miracles. A vast amount of Earth's power gathered and enveloped Zhang Air Zhuang. While it didn't restore Zhang Air Zhuang, it did stop the bleeding. As long as the bleeding ceased under the miraculous effects of the blood bar, Zhang Air Zhuang would eventually recover. Seeing Zhang Erzhuang's condition stabilize, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Erzhuang is fine. Junzi, place Erzhuang in that stone house over there. It's rich in spiritual energy. Oh, Sangu, your arm. Ouch. Junzi arranged for another room. After arranging for the two, Zhang Yan became even more anxious and decided not to return, and he would stay here to keep watch. If any more accidents occurred, he would be able to handle them promptly. As expected, the situation unfolded just as he had anticipated, with one injured elder after another being teleported out. It was not due to their lack of effort, nor was it because of the inadequacy of the Do Bing's strength. Rather, they were truly old, though as soon as they were grazed they would fall to the ground and be unable to rise. Fortunately, most of them were in good condition, having successfully passed the trial under the protection of Do Bing. Since the trials were conducted simultaneously, the time of their emergence was not far apart. Soon everyone had come out. Junzi, is there anyone left who hasn't emerged? Go tally them up. With nearly 2,000 people in the trial, it would naturally be good if no accidents occurred. However, what one worries about often comes to pass. No need to tally, 3 people haven't come out. Zhang Jun said with a grim expression. He had been here the entire time, and he was fully aware of how many people had emerged. 3. Zhang Yan's eyes widened. It should be noted that previously, when 20,000 people underwent the trial after simple preparations, there were no casualties. Yet this time, with fewer than 2,000, you're telling me 3 people are missing. Yes, 3. Who are they? Various situations could arise during the trial. If the trial space were large enough, it might waste some time. It was not unusual for them to not have emerged yet. It's Uncle Ergo's sister Zhang Chui and... Who else? Zhang Yan frowned tightly and unconsciously clenched his fists. Zhang Jun was reluctant to say, clearly indicating it was not simple. And Zhang He. Zhang Yan suddenly looked at Zhang Jun. If Zhang Ergo and Zhang Chui encountered problems due to their old age, he could understand, but Zhang He, a 17-year-old young man, also faced issues. How could he believe that? Recalling Zhang He's tall and robust figure, he was entirely another version of Zhang Feng. For such a promising young man to have encountered problems, how could Zhang Yan accept it? Immediately, Zhang Yan waved his hand and summoned 3 screens. He had marked all the individuals so he could naturally check on the 3. The screen showing Zhang Ergo was black, and Zhang Yan sighed helplessly. This situation was self-evident. Zhang Cuy's condition was very poor, she was completely unconscious. As for the alien creature, it lay dead not far away. It seemed Do Bing had perished alongside it. Although she was temporarily out of danger, judging by the injuries on her, if not treated promptly, she could also face deadly risks. However, what relieved him was that she had achieved victory and passed the trial. In such a situation, he could expend a bit of the world's essence to bring her back. Thinking this, Zhang Yan took action and directly pulled her back. Although the essence of the world was precious, she was after all one of his kin, and there was no question of whether it was worth it. However, when Zhang Yan's gaze fell on the 3rd screen, his expression turned grim. What was Zhang He doing? Zhang He stood before an alien creature wielding a long knife and stabbing at his opponent repeatedly. As for why the other party did not resist, one only needed to look at what was pressing down on him. Under Do Bing's violent suppression, the other side completely had no ability to resist. Good heavens, was he here for the trial, or just playing around? This was completely disregarding his own life. Not only was Zhang Yan furious, but even Zhang Jun, witnessing this scene, was equally incensed. He was bearing such great pressure here, yet this guy was playing around. This kid truly needs a lesson. I see his childhood is somewhat incomplete. When he returns, I'll give him a proper reception. Putting away the screens, Zhang Yan glanced at Zhang Chui being carried away, and a flash of sorrow crossed his eyes. Zhang Ergo was gone with not even a corpse left. The trial had failed, and even Zhang Yan could do nothing about it. You see, even if they returned with serious injuries, that would have been better. Zhang Yan left, directly returning to the 10,000 Realms battlefield. As Zhang Yan departed, the news of Zhang Ergo's trial failure also spread. Others may not know, but Zhang Ergo was their first casualty, and it happened even under Do Bing's protection. No one blamed Zhang Yan, they just felt a bit sorry for Zhang Ergo. Indeed, as long as one passed the trial, there was an infinite future ahead. Yet Zhang Ergo failed. This incident also served as a reminder to them all that even with Do Bing's protection, one must not be careless. Life, after all, is one's own. There is only this single chance. As more people passed the trial, the events of the 10,000 Realms battlefield spread wider. Moreover, with the emergence of the national trial, the restrictions that Zhang Yan had previously set also disappeared. Now, as long as one passed the trial, they could teleport freely to the 10,000 Realms battlefield without necessarily having to go to Zhang Yan's Earth domain. The appearance of the 10,000 Realms battlefield brought a temporary peace to the entire Blue Star. Even when the news of Zhang Feng and others killing in the heavenly Dao space spread, no one paid it any mind. People died every day on Blue Star, and no one cared about such trivial matters. However, the fact that the heavenly Dao space was occupied by the Great Xia made them feel quite uneasy. But now that the situation was unclear, they grew even more wary of the great Xia. Zhang Feng looked at the crowd still registering and felt somewhat overwhelmed. Registration was quite simple, just recording the names and talents would suffice. Yet this simple task left them somewhat flustered. The slow registration speed naturally made those stuck here quite dissatisfied. After all, having just gone through a trial, their emotions were not very stable. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on, but there was nothing he could do. With over 100,000 people to register, even the fastest process would take some time. However, there are always more methods than difficulties. After distributing a spirit fruit to each person, everyone quieted down. They had passed the trial, so they naturally all had the skill of divination. Once the attributes of the spirit fruits were revealed, a hint of joy appeared on everyone's faces. Although there were still some grievances, having the spirit fruits meant no one complained. As for demanding more, with divination skills, do you think they did not use them on Zhang Feng and the others? Attributes may not represent strength, but they did not know that. Moreover, even if they understood looking at attributes double and more than their own, they would fall silent. Under Zhang Feng and their scrutinizing gazes, everyone conscientiously lined up for registration. Even those with the thought of taking their fate into their own hands fell silent one by one. Roar! What had been a tranquil celestial Tao realm suddenly reverberated with the thunderous bellow of a tiger, sending tremors through every cultivator's spirit. Stand ready. Zhang Feng froze for a heartbeat upon hearing the roar, then instantly issued the command. His battle formation had remained stationed outside the minor realm precisely to guard against unforeseen anomalies. Truly, Zhang Feng's team reacted with remarkable swiftness. Within 3 seconds of his order, a rudimentary, yet disciplined battle array had already taken shape. Gazing at the colossal feline materializing nearby, Zhang Feng drew a sharp breath. Remarkable. So other beasts were drawn into this trial after all. Though Zhang Yan had warned them beforehand, today's trial had yielded only human participants, gradually lulling Zhang Feng's team into a subtle complacency. In their minds, all who entered the trial had long since completed it, but what unexpected peril could possibly remain? Yet the sudden appearance of the great cat tightened every heart in Zhang Feng's group. They refrained from using divination techniques. Their readings were notoriously deceptive. Even with identical attributes, could a lone human truly match a ferocious tiger in raw power? Were it not for their gigantic spirit body cultivation, granting them formidable stature, they would have been severely hampered confronting such a beast. Ironically, it was the tiger itself that stood dumbfounded. It recognized bipeds well enough, having spent its life in a zoo where they served as its caretakers. But these bipeds felt different. Though its strength had surged dramatically, and though it had intended to unleash that power, the moment it laid eyes on Zhang Feng's formation, it immediately submitted. Aoru. With a soft, subdued cry, it lowered itself onto its belly. Zhang Feng and his comrades stared utterly bewildered, bracing for battle only to be met with surrender. Human-tamed edition. The phrase flashed instantly across their minds. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes, then stepped forward. Unafraid of sudden aggression, if the beast struck, he'd simply strike back harder. Only upon approaching did Zhang Feng grasp the tiger's true scale, over 5 meters long, tail excluded. A wild beast of such magnitude would have lunged without hesitation the moment it sighted them. As Zhang Feng placed his hand upon the tiger's massive head, it merely purred and half closed its eyes in contentment. His intuition had been correct. It was a human-tamed feline. His fingers tracing the broad skull, Zhang Feng's lips curved into a genuine smile. He had fallen for this mighty tiger and resolved to keep it. Zhangjia village possessed ancient beast-taming arts. Whether kept as a companion or ridden as a mount, such a creature would exude awe-inspiring majesty. With that thought, Zhang Feng withdrew an enormous slab of meat from his spatial storage pouch and set it before the tiger. This meat had been gifted by Zhang Yan, its origin unknown, but consuming even a morsel had granted Zhang Feng a palpable surge in cultivation strength. Though the slab was precious, if it secured a binding pact with this titan, every ounce would be worth the sacrifice. The moment the meat appeared, the tiger's attention locked onto it entirely. Zhang Feng tossed it forward, and the beast lunged jaws wide. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's heart leapt, and he acted without delay. Though unfamiliar with intricate contract arrays, he had studied the fundamentals of soul-binding pacts. Out of sheer curiosity, he'd once asked Zhang Yan to inscribe a simplified binding talisman, for amusement perhaps to bind a small pet. He'd never imagined using it on a being of such overwhelming might. Yet fate now demanded action. Even if success seemed unlikely, he would try. Activate. Fortunately, talismans bore no strict usage restrictions. The talisman flared, splitting into 2 radiant streams that darted toward Zhang Feng and the tiger. As the light sank into the tiger's skull, it froze mid-bite, stunned motionless. The talisman's covenant conveyed its meaning clearly, and thanks to its human-tamed nature, the tiger paused only briefly before accepting the bond, then resumed devouring its meal. To the tiger this was merely a change of caretaker, no grand upheaval. Yet Zhang Feng's exhilaration surged uncontrollably. His hand stroked the titan's enormous head, provoking mild irritation. But bound by covenant, the tiger tolerated his touch, merely shaking its massive skull in weary protest. Zhang Feng's elation was plain to all, but none understood its cause, not even his own battle team member. Their cultivation was still nascent as Zhang Yan had yet to fully disclose advanced knowledge, and beast-taming arts remained utterly alien, never even heard of let alone comprehended. Still, ignorance did not diminish desire. Everyone yearned to stroke the giant feline. Threat neutralized. Resume registration. After scanning the crowd, Zhang Feng bellowed the order, then turned back, already ruffling the tiger's fur once more. Captain, no, something's wrong. What is it? Having tamed the tiger and sealed their covenant, Zhang Feng had basked in triumph, until that urgent cry sent his pulse racing anew. The eggs, they've hatched. What a... Full assembly now. Alert all other battle formations. Why had Zhang Feng refused entry into the minor realm for cultivation? Precisely to safeguard the celestial Dao realm against emergent calamities. Now that crisis had arrived, his duty began. Zhang Feng swiftly deployed orders. Registrants watched astonished as his team converged, newcomers ignorant of the unfolding peril. Though unsettled, they held their composure. Once assembled, Zhang Feng's formation surged forth. No teleportation, no divine shortcuts. Only disciplined, determined motion. They carried no mere blades. Firearms, rocket launchers, and tactical ordnance were strapped to their bodies. Against void-born entities, conventional weapons were essential. Void entities posed existential danger, far surpassing any life form within the minor realms. Left unchecked, their innate void corruption would spread lethally, demanding arduous, perilous containment. None knew precisely how grave the threat might be, but if Zhang Yan himself deemed it troublesome, their vigilance was non-negotiable. The celestial Dao realm stretched vast. Exiting the central plaza, Zhang Feng's team mounted motorcycles. Enhanced strength did not equate to foolishness. Conserving energy mattered. Riding was far wiser than running. Upon boarding, they dispersed into 10-member squads, scattering across the realm. Given the realm's immensity and uncertainty over where void entities might manifest, dispersion was the only rational strategy. While Zhang Feng mobilized his forces, Zhang Jun wasted no time, issuing immediate commands to secure the central zone of the celestial Dao realm. That central zone had long been fortified to impregnable strength, awaiting only the arrival of it. Have they arrived? Zhang Yan's heart sank at the news of the void creature's assault. Others had too little information and were unaware of the terror posed by these beings. Zhang Yan felt similarly, but the information he had gathered gave him a certain understanding of these void creatures. Although the details were scant, it was sufficient for him. Eliminating the void creatures was imperative. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yan's gaze fell upon the Dao space. Compared to the earthly domain of other places, he felt a clearer sensation of the earthly domain within the Dao space. Even in the midst of the myriad realms battlefield, he could still sense the Dao space. The emergence of this situation was evidently a sign in Zhang Yan's heart that his earthly domain was beginning to truly take form. The rapid formation of the earthly domain was certainly aided by the world. His contributions of the world's essence were not without meaning. While this situation pleased him, the arrival of the void creatures left him feeling anything but excited. As he sensed the Dao space, Zhang Yan's heart tightened. So many. In his perception, the sheer number of void creatures was almost unbelievable. 200,000. Upon seeing this number, Zhang Yan's breath caught. In that brief moment, he found it hard to remain composed. If these were other mutated beings or alien creatures, he might not have felt so anxious, but these were void. Without hesitation, Zhang Yan transmitted the information he had received to Zhang Feng along with details about the distribution of the void creatures. Once these void creatures were born, they surged into the Dao space, and then scattered. Even though they were dispersed, the number of 200,000 was far beyond what the 500 of Zhang Feng's group could manage. However, Zhang Yan had no intention of gathering others to come. First, their strength was too weak. It would be better for them to remain at the core of the Dao space for defense. Second, the void creatures possessed unique invasive traits that those who had not yet broken through the limits of the human body couldn't withstand. Third, to avoid unexpected occurrences, someone needed to keep watch elsewhere. 20,000 may seem like a lot, but when dispersed it truly appeared insufficient. No matter how well you speak, nothing beats practical combat. Let me see your current strength. Although Zhang Yan felt a bit anxious, he had no intention of making a move. The moment the void creatures appeared, their information was laid out before him. Void Hound. Level LV1. Physique, 13. Spirit, 8. Talent, Tier Void Corruption. Skills, Speed, Sharp Claws. Upon seeing the information about the void creatures, Zhang Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Goodness, 2 talents and 2 inherent skills. This is what a void creature is. Indeed, it is a formidable race capable of threatening the myriad realms. However, if that was all there was to it, the threat wouldn't be too great. Although Zhang Feng and the others were few in number, they could still cope. Furthermore, even if unexpected situations arose, there were still the Bean Soldiers. Moreover, their clan leader would not sit idly by. As for whether these void creatures' strength would exceed expectations, Zhang Yin had considered that. But under the suppression of his earthly domain, even the strongest of them wouldn't pose a situation that Zhang Feng and the others couldn't handle. After receiving the information about the void creatures, Zhang Feng and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet the number of 200,000 still made their hearts tighten. The sheer number, truly overwhelming. With only 500 on their side, and given that they were also dispersed, it made them even more vigilant. The Dao space spanned 100 miles. Even with vehicles, the void creatures, and they were heading towards each other, it wasn't easy to make direct contact. 2 hours later, they finally caught sight of the void creatures. Looking at the dark purple figures in the distance, everyone stiffened, disembarked, and formed ranks in a single motion. Though there were only 2 void creatures, they dared not let their guard down, loading their firearms and waiting for the creatures to approach. They had spotted the void creatures, and naturally the void creatures had noticed them too. The Dao space was flat and open, leaving no room for concealment. Void Hound, long and sinister in shape, standing about 1.5 meters high with a body length nearing 3 meters, it resembled a predator woven from darkness and nightmares. Its skeletal structure was exceptionally solid, with long, powerful limbs supporting its streamlined body, allowing it to sprint like the wind on flat ground and navigate rugged terrains with agility. Such a creature could quickly adapt to any world and environment. Its entire body was covered in dense, hard scales with blade-like barbs growing from the scales. The barbs were slightly curved, glimmering with a chilling sheen, as if each one could tear flesh apart. The approaching void creatures with their subtly trembling barbs produced a faint metallic, grinding sound, sending chills down the spines of Zhang Feng and the others who were on high alert. Their forelimbs ended in black claws measuring half a foot long, sharp as razors, the tips gleaming coldly as the void creatures raced forward, effortlessly gouging the ground and leaving a series of scratches. Their powerful hind legs gave them an explosive strength, and in an instant they closed a significant distance to Zhang Feng and the others. Their sharp mouths revealed needle-like teeth, and their eyes shone with a chilling purple light reminiscent of 2 burning ghostly flames, exuding a cold and cruel intent to kill. As the void creatures drew near, and they got a clear view of the 2 void creatures, everyone's hearts tightened. Moreover, although their movements were swift, they were eerily silent. If such creatures were unleashed on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Additionally, they knew that while the void creatures before them appeared beast-like, they were truly intelligent beings. Intelligent beings meant they would be even more troublesome. With this thought, they couldn't help but grip their rifles tightly. They're getting closer to fire. Only when the void creatures were 30 meters away did Zhang Feng finally order to fire. In the face of such extraordinary creatures, ordinary people would never allow the void creatures to advance to such a close distance. However, Zhang Feng wanted to observe these void creatures' strength up close and prepare for the upcoming battle. First, he needed to test the firearms' power. If they didn't test it out, they would need to respond quickly to unexpected situations that might arise. Even without firearms, they could resolve issues with their fists. Da-da-da. Bullets burst forth, the deafening roar tearing through the still air, exploding within this tranquil space of the Dao. As the gunshots rang out, Zhang Feng's heart tightened, realizing the peril. Although the firearms were powerful, the overwhelming sound undoubtedly exposed them to other void creatures. However, with the arrow on the string, there was no choice but to release it. Since they had begun, they had to grit their teeth and continue. The bullets swiftly approached the void creature in an instant. One could only say that void creatures lived up to their reputation. Even though they had just been born, their innate instincts allowed them to react quickly, dodging the fatal blow. Yet the power of the firearm should not be underestimated. Even though the creature avoided the critical hit, the impact against its hard scales halted its speed. Moreover, the hardened scales began to crack, oozing dark purple blood. If it were just this, the firearms would hardly pose a threat to these void creatures. This level of injury hardly registered as an external wound for these void creatures. Fortunately, the incoming bullets were not limited to just one. Bullets rained down upon the void creatures. Dodging one bullet might be impressive, but they could not evade a hail of bullets. In an instant, the bullets broke through their defenses, deeply embedding within their bodies. By the time Zhang Feng